Chapter 001 The Cannon Fodder Matron. Second Master. Be quieter, Shastilny. What's there to fear, if given Hera's leaping petition even if earth shakes, she won't wake. Then, true to his word, the earth trembled violently. Thethandaru sounds jolted Qingyi awake. As a 35-year-old professional hotel manager, she had seen her fair share of storms. Yet, up in open inquiries, she found herself clad in ard wedding sprawled on the floor not far away, an Anarnatala-style couch, a rather scandalous into a soon-folding. She was taken aback. What was happening? Had she somehow stepped into a historical drama? And those two actors should rate their fine figures. Wait, second master, be careful of eckled the female actor exclaimed sweetly. Qingyi in ear liked. These was quiteth asserted seat up. No tonly was the breed to be in gun faithful in her bridal cumber, but it was with thegrum and a pregnant maidservant. Wait, why did this scenario seem so familiar? Xie Huai'an wanterest in folding drama her mind was consumed by her own thoughts. Thegrum had drugged the breedy and was no having gone affair with the breed's pregnant maid. This bloatways relay similartos to my novel she had stayed to play tiretting last night, the ambitious concubine. The story began a female elite Xie Huai'an marrying the second daughter of Tiong'an Marquis, Qingyi. Qingyi thought to herself, well, eyes were riveting. However, Xie Huai'an was not fond of his dull and uninteresting fiancé's affection slave with hairmaid Xie Yun. Xie Yun was an ordinary maid, she was actually a cousin of Tiong'an Marquis family. Beautiful and graceful, she had launched her sights on her cousin Shan Samifian. Thus she had gone to great lengths to become their breed's maid. In the original story, Qingyi, the secondmiss, was merely a pawn in love games between her husband and his concubine, existing on to witness their affection. For instance, right now, Egwei say display out her audacity. If eyes were merely out to Leo for favored concubine overshadowing I, Qingyi might no thavacared living comfortably in the Marquis residence the samer be standard would be quite satisfactory after all how twana manather beck and call? In ancient times, see gynecological care was no easy feat, and having go worthless man sleeping beside her ways a constant source of anxiety. But Thies was different as the contrast of the favored concubine marrying female elite wouldn't lie leave her struggling to survive in the shadows, her plight utterly miserable. Just like in the original story where due to her striking beauty she was cast aside to be her husband, defiled, and left with an unwanted child, ultimately suffering a tragic demise during pregnancy in Greenland. The thought of the original cannon fodder wise fats and chills down Qingyi's spine. There was no way she could continue this marriage with Xie Huai'an. But how could she extricate herself from this predicament? The original character was also pitiful soul, unloved by her father and mother, and divorced suit the question, Shuol de Vito. Themaleli led Xie Huai'an had an older brother named Xie Yun, who was described in the book as valiant and dashing, a fearless warrior on the battlefield, but unfortunately he was merely a supporting character, having been an vegetative estate for half a year since the beginning of the story. Marrying Thyson's Gloria Sharon estate of vegetative existence he could bury a sonable coas. He had left behind 3 foster sons, so marrying him would mean becoming gamether without he pain off Kyle Bird ha perfect arrangement. Resolved Qingyi dead to quiet lies slip away from the room while it at one tea couch worry engrossed in their antics. Outside of the door, her maid Mama Chang was waiting, but she had already been bribed by Xie Yun. Upon seeing Qingyi emerge, she gaped in shock. Second. Silence, I the out aramaki sound, il selly out, Qingyi warned sharply. Mama Chang had never seen such a fierce second Miss San turn pale with fear. Yes, her deed contract was still in Qingyi's hands, and she could easily be disposed to fat an imminent. Lock the door from the outside and in talertenyo 9 side humanly given Jaffe Sanikans. Qingyi ordered coldly. Yes, you understand, miss, Mama Changa replied hurriedly in a shed tone. Qingyi I no deed in satisfaction and quickly made her way off into person in Karjof Bingyang Marquis residence none other than the old matriarch. Yayan courtyard. Athishar, the old matriarch would typical liberisting. However, today was Xie Huai'an's wedding and the household was filled with joy. After sending off the guests, the family member Shajay the Red and the old matriarch scoured yard for conversation. When they suddenly saw the breedy approaching Shuk ripplet through Tirung what was it war Aretha shower, Shun Shabi and Thebra Dalcumber, had so mething ganari? Qingyi I wasted no time directly knelt bowing her head as a proclaimed beg the matriarch to helm, just now we was drugged in Thebra Dalcumber and when I awoke I found second master Siam me made in bed Togather. What? Her words is struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through he heart so for very own present. I heard it with my own ears a made us already pregnant, Qingyi I declared, I feel don't believe, you can come and see for yourselves. How outrageous, the elderly matriarch, with her head of white hair, slammed her can down in anger, Mingzong, go and check. Mingzong was the name of Pingyang Marquis. Huai'an, how called he do such a thing? The Pingyang Marquis facet turned Deshenesha strode towards the door. Impossible, Anerwold Dothus however, the Marquis wife Madame Chin weighs in disbelief and hurriedly followed her husband outside. The rest of the household rushed toward Thebra Dalcumber, momentarily forgetting Qingyi. A Thebra Dalcumber's entrance Mama Chang weighs in estate of turmoil having offended both sides. If second master ordered her to open the door, should she comply or not? Fortunately Thetwine Sittermain Dobla biased the commotion until Thicrod arrived, at which point they realized something was amiss. Second master no, Thysisbod, Qingyi seems to have vanished. Do Xie Yun inadvertently discover this fact, nearly tumbling off the Badincha Kasirid Lashunai Theman beside her. What, Xie Hu internet to the floor realizing Qingyi was indeed gone. His expression darkened as she has to lidonethis cloisand rushet tothidor dot mama chang. Where was Su Qingyi? To facilitate this trust with Du Jinyan had sent away all the other maidservants, leaving Dunli the bride Mama Chang behind. Mama Chen seized the opportunity to unlock the door. Thus, when Xie Huai'an swung the durapan, he was met with the sight of his father accompanied by a throng of people. At the rear was Su Qingyi, still dressed in her red wedding gown. His mind went blank. Then, gritting his teeth, head hot, how cold thisb? The dosage ifted Rapi Hajavan Su Qingyi issued have thoroughly up until the following morning. How could you possibly wake up so soon? Xie Huai'an's expression darkened with malice. Huai'an, the breedy is still outside we have disrobed, was Insid with you? Initially the Pingyang Marquis was skeptical. Although Xie Huai'an was Nata's accomplished she's older brother, Xie Yun, he was still of good character. Little did heck know. What the witnessed with his own as left no room for doubt. Xie Huai'an hadn't anticipated being caught, but at this point he had not quite but admitite. Father Jin Yun and Dier in love. Slap. A resounding slap struck Xie Huai'an sharp lit a fine face. The Pingyang Marquis, seething with rage, exclaimed, "You scoundrel, how could you outriti our wife these way, what the Nito Qingyi, what will your in-laws think?" Einer Madam Kin Luca Datherson ho had been struck, har taking she hadn't believed that this could be true, leaving her telash for words. Inside, Du Jinyan heard the commotion and realized something was amiss. What should she do? She urid lipalad and begin to dress. Get to there, you shim leshusussy. Madam Chin, after my contemplation, decided to vent her fury in Du Jinyan, believing Gamaid had seduced her precious son. Mother, I want to load you to speak of Jinyan that way. Xie Huai'an, genuine ella caring for Du Jinyan, quickly stepped in front of the door, preventing Madam Kin from entering. Jin Yun is pregnant, she carries your grandchild. Chapter 002 Marrying Thayer. The announcement of Du Jinyan's pregnant Sicilin said the crowed. The Pingyang Marquis had fears, having married twice and Sardon Latos and Sanday daughter with Xie Yanzai in a state of unconsciousness. Xie Huai'an stood as the sole remaining hope forth Pingyang lineage, offspring were now exceedingly precious to the household. Xie Huai'an understood this well and spoke earnestly. I acknowledge my wrongdoing and will personally visit you for Malaito apologize, but please don't harm Jinyan Shai's innocent and Daitasio have a broad hair into this predicament. And what of Qingyi, the old matriarch's facitoed from behind, how do I intend to make amends with her? Xie Huai'an turned his gazupan Su Qingyi, his ayas de larbaringa flicker of unrestrained coldness, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Su Qingyi thought to herself is expected of Timelate Hystrolay intimidating even in his current state of immaturity, he should not be underestimated. Ultimately, I Qingyi will must decide, Xie Huai'an declared, fixing a skazy on her, whatever conditions she proposes, I will complete. Yet, who would undoubtedly seek to reclaim double the price. Su Qingyi I felt as if she were being watched by Avanoma serpent. Qingyi. The Pingyang Marquis, still seething with anger, turned toward. It is indeed Huai'an hoisard, you decide how this should bear solved whatever you say will be honored. Head, even if I wish to terminate this pregnancy, that can be arranged. The Pingyang household may have locket hears, due to Su Qingyi I wish to toward herself off this guild, the Marquis would agree without hesitation. No, Thechel must not be harmed, Xie Huai'an interjected darkly. I have stated clearly, anything but Jinyan's injury is acceptable. You, the Pingyang Marquis, enraged, raised a shandasif to strike Xie Huai'an. Your Excellency, Qin Shigris Pedisrist, her maternal instinct stake in Governess implored, let us first hear what Qingyi has to say. Though Du Jinyan was a wretched woman, she carried Xie Huai'an child, and Qin she wished to preserveth a share. Ali Esther Ned to Su Qingyi. Clad in her wedding attire, she appeared tragically ironic, evoking gasons of shame among the members of Marquishos hold what bride wouldn't counter such a disgrace in her wedding night? Amaturely taught aside, Su Qingyi is mulfaceus bailey and sorrowful. Indeed, the Pingyang Marquis nodded, he held a deep affection for both her and their family, having watched her grope. Very well. Su Qingyi nodded, biting her lip. I heard that Wufei you profess your love for only another. It seems I am not favored by Huai'an. This was the truth, and Thien Luker swore Yadalash for how to for comfort. So it appears I am esteemed on Latores a bastard Yandan Durielif of Archip, Su Qingyi frowning, perhaps event the child will not be allowed to be nurtured by him, the legitimate wife. She hated curadly Sir Maizethe's intentions, at least Xie Huai'an believed so. Qingyi, that will not happen. Thematron could not fathom allowing Xie Huai'an's legitimacy sent over race be a concubine. Naturally, I would be the legitimate wife you how old Ruthie chilled. Can you truly make that decision? Su Qingyi asked, glancing between Hematron and Xie Huai'an. What do West second master think? Xie Huan cold have replicated Su Qingyi for thement, only to renegulator, but scoffed, Jinyan skald will not berise ed by you. Su Qingyi I hate already entered this family. What did it matter if she was a pen libeled? Look. Su Qingyi's voice was waft, her expression on of helplessness had elicited sympathy, regardless of the outcome, I will not have a happy future. The members of Marquis household glared at Xie Huai'an. How can he outtreat Qingyi this way? Shies you rightful wifeful wife. Xie Huai'an remained silent, his lips pressed together. Huai'an, you have a disappointed your grandmother gravely, the old matriarch's gazu was filled with disappointment, as if she wished to chastise him. Grandmother, please echo my arranger, Su Qingyi interjected unexpectedly, drawing Jeverion's attention on Smurry. There is another way to resolve this matter, she continued, under the scrutiny of all present. Since second master and your esteemed to be a paraphrase and full partners, why not forgo them marriage Togather? A murmur of shock swept through the room. Divorce, the Tisutov Tequish Janit would be scandal, the Marquis immediately objected. Note a divorce, Su Qingyi clarified. A marriage exchange shall wed feel destin Xie. Gasps of astonishment filled the array of Iriona stared wide-eyed. What was this girl proposing, marrying Xie Yunji? Absurd, the old matriarch slammed her down. Yuknoth a situation with Yunzi Altul. Halfa Erprier, Xie Yunzi had returnet from the battlefield gravely and Jordan did remained in a comatose state ever since. Moreover, you and Nguyen have already formally wed to whole world knows, the old matriarch was resolute in her disapproval. If there is no exchange, how can endure such humiliation from second master, how am I to maintain my dignity, Su Qingyi illinged. The old matriarch fell intended, nunukud swallow so kind dignity, but thou could they justify a marriage exchange to the outside world? Hearing Su Qingyi's willingness to relinquish her status as the legitimate wife, Du Jinyan Ho addressed and approached Xie Huai'an from behind, tugged at the sleeve. Yet Xie Huai'an shook his head, for he understood that even if he did not marry Su Qingyi, Du Jinyan's status would never allow her to be his legitimate wife, therefore, securing a compliant legitimate wife was the assist course. Xie Huai'an hadn't believed Su Qingyi to be that malleable person, but no its image was more defiant than he had anticipated. Unfortunately it was of no consequence the to soft Marquis household would never permit such an exchange. Xie Huai'an was not worried as the elders were distracted, he cast Su Qingyi a glance filled with malice, knowing she would suffer in the future. Su Qingyi felt through it off his malevolence, a kill creeping over her. She had no doubt that if she fell into Xie Huai'an's hands, her life would be nothing short of a nightmare. Grandmother, without hesitation, Sheknaltan said, if you grant me request, I am willing to bear children for Shitsi. Having taught her such words while bearing Thegas face of 18-year-old girl felt grotesque, yet it was a necessity. Bear children? This evening, she had shocked ever yon time again. The old matriarch, incredulous, asked, you wish to bear children for Yunji? Yes, Su Qingyi replied, holding her delicate neck high, curtain nearness. As I understand it, Shiza's condition is indeed conducive to the continuation of the bloodline, as confirmed by the physician. A vegetative estate does not preclude physiological responses. The members of Marquis household wore complex expressions indeed, that physician had mentioned that Xie Yun still exhibited signs of life. The old matriarch had also considered finding a for Xie Yun to carry on the family line. But how old Grito Su Konyan? Comma girls were deemed unworthy, while a reputable yon would never consent to enter the household. Su Qingyi however was without fault in terms of lineage, appearance, and character. She was highly acceptable, yet she was already married to Xie Huai'an. Had Xinlai arrived a day earlier. This was Su Qingyi's final bargaining chip, yet why were they still unwilling to acquiesce? Biting her lip, she pressed, if the old matri agrees, I shall consummate the marriage with Shiza tonight, perhaps I shall conceive a son, and thou will have your legitimate grandson. It must be said, the old matriarch was indeed tempted. Xie Huai'an frowned, taken aback by Su Qingyi said as if this could not be allowed to come to fruition. Grandmother, Qingyi is me wife. How dare you say cathing? The Marquis scolded. Upon hearing this, Xie Huai'an realized that his father was wavering, his expression darkening. Assured, you cannot show favoritism to your older brother. Fieldesson Xie Yunji, was Marquis pretty in joy, naturally causing him to hover. If you were retorfu Su Qingyi, he might not find such an excellent candidate again. The Marquis cold lyrided, if I wish to negate with him, fine you can send that maid away far from here, and Qingyi shall remain your wife. Impossible, Xie Huai'an replied without a moment's thought. You, in this manner, how can I trust you with Qingyi? The old matriarch is at Xie Huan with disappointment. Had he shown any respect for Su Qingyi, would not have entertained the notion of a marriage exchange. This is a matter of principle. Huai'an. The Marquis turned this gaze away from Misakinson, decisively concluding, since Ethis is Qingyi escois, we shall honor it, we cannot go back in her word. Su Qingyi immediately bowed her head to the Marquis, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, father, for your understanding. With on a statement, her fate had transformed from tragic to filled with promise. Chapter 003 In a coma. The matter of the exchange of spouses was thus decided. Many were left speechless, particularly Lady Ho, who harbored no particular fondness for her daughter-in-law, Su Qingyi. Yet her disdain for Xie Yunji was palpable. How dare Xie Yunji usurp the wife that rightfully belonged to Xie Huai'an? However, with Xie Huai'an's lack of ambition and her reluctance to part with her unborn grandchild, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Mama, please gather my belongings and take them to the heir's quarters, Su Qingyi stated eagerly, noting the absence of opposition. The dismissed maids and matrons returned, and with a dozen hands working together, the task was accomplished swiftly. As the farcical scene came to a close, the elderly matriarch, weary from her years, sighed deeply and took her leave. The Marquis remained behind, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he addressed Su Qingyi, I shall escort you to Yunji's quarters. Thank you, father, Su Qingyi replied, displaying commendable obedience. Xie Yunji, still the heir, resided in a splendid courtyard within the Marquis' estate, known as Danhui Courtyard, which symbolized tranquility and moderation, much like his own character. The usual attendants were few, since the heir's unfortunate state of unconsciousness, only 4 devoted young servants had been rotating in their care. They were the most trusted individuals of the heir prior to his coma. Moyen, Guanxi, Mingyu, and Zi shout out on this night. It was Mingyu and Zi Zhao's turn. Having just completed a thorough massage for the heir, after lying in a comatose state for 6 months, he had lost considerable weight. Nevertheless, his countenance remained strikingly handsome, and his muscles had not atrophied excessively. The results of their diligent care had preserved his appearance from becoming haggard. The happenings outside had yet to permeate Danhui Courtyard, so when the Marquis entered with Su Qingyi, the attendants were taken aback. What purpose did the Marquis have in bringing the bride here? Mingyu, Xie Xiao, this is the second young lady of the Yong'an Marquisate, Qingyi. The Marquis introduced. Mingyu and Xie Xiao exchanged glances, recognizing her as the wife of the second young master. Second young master, before they could finish, the Marquis astonishingly declared, from this day forth, she shall be Yunji's wife. What? Both Mingyu and Xie Xiao stood in stunned silence. It is a long story, suffice it to say, treat her with the utmost respect and do not be negligent, the Marquis instructed, unsure of how to elaborate further. From now on, your mistress will reside in Danhui Courtyard, and daily matters will be arranged by her. Struggling to comprehend this revelation, Mingyu and Xie Xiao responded hesitantly, yes, Marquis. The Marquis nodded and turned to Qingyi, saying, Qingyi, I know you are a good child. Since you have chosen Yunji, please take good care of him. Yes, father, Qingyi replied, her eyes cast down, appearing exceedingly docile. As for the consummation, the Marquis spoke gravely, I hope you are not attempting to deceive me and the matriarch for your own ends. You should understand how much we value Yunji's heirs, even without you, he would eventually be wed. Qingyi grasped the Marquis's implication, realizing he expected her to fulfill her commitments without evasion. Yes, she consented, her demeanor submissive. As a woman devoid of support and without any advantageous skills, navigating the intricacies of a traditional household proved exceedingly challenging given her current predicament. It seemed there were no alternatives. After issuing his instructions, the Marquis departed. The maids and matrons silently transported Qingyi's belongings, their expressions devoid of joy, replaced instead by careful trepidation. It appeared they all understood the significance of her relocation to this place. Miss, the chief maid, Yi, expressed her remorse, I am sorry, I was called away abruptly and delayed your matters. Qingyi, aware of their goodwill, reassured her, it is nothing, it does not matter. Marrying the heir is indeed a blessing. The maids and matrons hesitated to voice their thoughts, including the anxious Chang Mama. Mingyu and Xie Xiao listened intently, their own apprehensions palpable. The once quiet Danhui courtyard was suddenly filled with so many people, leaving them uncertain whether this influx was a boon or a burden. They had heard whispers of the matriarch's intentions to find a wife for the heir, and while they were somewhat prepared, the abruptness of the situation had caught them off guard. Yi, please gather hot water. I wish to bathe, Qingyi commanded. Yes, Yi replied promptly, leading the others away. The matrons instinctively set about preparing all the necessary bathing supplies. Qingyi walked towards the inner chamber, intending to see the heir. After taking a few steps, she turned and called, Mingyu, Xie Xiao, please come here, I would like to discuss the heir's condition with you. How could we? Mingyu and Xie Xiao hurried over, casting furtive glances at Qingyi. As a young lady of the Marquisate, she possessed an appropriate lineage, and her appearance and demeanor were indeed distinguished, yet, they were left wondering about her true nature. They had heard whispers of the second young master's fiancée, described as virtuous and gentle, yet it perplexed them how she had become the heir's wife. Could it be that the Marquis, out of paternal affection, had forcibly arranged this union? Considering the Marquis's usual demeanor, it was entirely possible. Upon entering the inner room, Mingyu adjusted the lamp to provide better illumination for the heir's wife. Although their master had been in a coma for 6 months, he still retained his handsome features. Do not be afraid, young mistress, the air is clean and does not carry any scent of medicine, Mingyu reassured her. Yet, Xie Xiao was still concerned that Qingyi might find the air unappealing. Very well, Qingyi replied calmly, approaching the bedside to sit down. She observed the heir, who resembled the gallant generals described in novels, with his striking brows and elegant demeanor. His countenance was unforgettable, even in his current frail state. Despite his emaciation, he still exuded charm. It was hard to imagine how captivating he must have been at his peak. This was to be her husband. Qingyi felt a whirlwind of emotions. If Xie Yunji truly embodied the virtues depicted in literature, had she struck a fortunate bargain. Otherwise, given her own humble background, it seemed unlikely she was a fitting match for the extraordinary Xie Yunji. Qingyi reached out, brushing her fingers against the heir's cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin. She then grasped his arm gently, and sincerely remarked, you have cared for the heir remarkably well. Seeing her unafraid, even smiling, Mingyu and Xie Xiao exhaled in relief. They replied in unison, it is our duty. Yet, they were left pondering how could the young mistress marry such a man and not feel a twinge of sorrow. Indeed, Qingyi felt no sorrow. The heir was not beyond recovery, there was no cause for distress. He would awaken, though in the tale she had read, he soon returned to battle, only to succumb to infection from his wounds. It was after Xie Yunji's demise that the imperial throne experienced a transition, leading to the downfall of the Pingyang Marquisate due to a misalignment of allegiances, allowing the male protagonist, Xie Huai'an, to rise. He would meet the future emperor during his exile, forging a profound bond. Meanwhile, the secondary consort, Xie Yun, would shine brilliantly during this journey, earning the respect of the Marquisate through her exceptional fortitude and good fortune. As for Qingyi, the unfortunate primary wife, her fate was dire. Consumed by jealousy towards Xie Yun, she incurred Xie Huai'an's wrath, becoming a pawn in his games, subjected to the whims of numerous men during their travels. This was precisely why she sought to escape Xie Huai'an. The male protagonist's affections were reserved solely for the female lead, leaving little regard for others, and now, she too had antagonized Xie Huai'an by disrupting his plans. He desired a compliant wife, originally selecting her, yet she had fled. Nevertheless, as long as she, as the elder sister-in-law, did not provide him with an opportunity to act, all would be well. Once Xie Yunji awakened, she would ensure he regained his health, carefully tending to his wounds to prevent infection, or perhaps even dissuade him from returning to the battlefield. Ultimately, she must ensure that the heir survived, for only then would Qingyi find her sense of security. Shaking off her thoughts, Qingyi instructed, please tell me about the care required for the heir. Tonight, I wish to tend to him myself. Mingyu and Xie Xiao exchanged astonished glances, their faces flushing as they lowered their heads. Yes, they began to quietly relay the necessary precautions for caring for the heir. In truth, if it were merely a matter of a few hours, it would be manageable. She likely would not remain in bed with the heir until dawn. Chapter 004. The warmth of the hibiscus canopy before long, the maid Suyi reported from behind the screen, "Young madam, the hot water is ready." The voices of Mingyu and Xie Xiao abruptly ceased, leaving them in a momentary discomfort, uncertain whether to exit or continue to guard the young master. It would be entirely reasonable for the young madam to ask them to leave, as servants should not linger in the inner courtyard, yet, their concern for the young master lingered, and they hoped she would allow them to stay. They were accustomed to serving the young master, and it was uncertain whether others could attend to him as well. "You may remain here to watch over the young master, wait for my return before stepping out," Su Qingyi said graciously, seemingly sensing their dilemma. In ancient times, it was customary to avoid suspicion, and logically, the young master's attendants should not have remained. However, the young master could not do without his attendants, otherwise, she would bear the responsibility if anything were to go awry. Moreover, the young master, being so tall and imposing, would fare poorly if attended by maids and old women instead. With a sound justification established, it was only fitting that the 4 young attendants of the young master remained. Yes, Mingyu and Xie Xiao sighed in relief. It appeared the young madam would not send them away. Their loyalty to the young master was unwavering, and they truly felt uneasy about anyone else serving him. In the bathing chamber, the maids and matrons assisted Su Qingyi with her bath and change of clothes. The matron closest to her, filled with concern, remarked, "My dear, what is the necessity of this? Marrying a young master who resembled a mere shell of a man would surely doom your future." The affairs of Master Xie and Xie Yun were indeed infuriating, yet the young lady remained the rightful wife. In the future, managing a concubine would surely be an effortless task. It was said the young master also had 3 adopted sons. Being his stepmother was no simple endeavor. Su Qingyi offered the matron a reassuring glance. "Trust me, this choice is the best. If I were to marry Master Xie, my good days would come to an end." The matron hesitated, sensing her young lady's pessimism. Seeing that the matron and the maids remained disheartened, as if she had one foot in the grave, Su Qingyi felt helpless. After all, who would believe that a comatose man was preferable to a living one? "Just wait and see, you will understand in time," Su Qingyi stated. "How could you truly trust someone who could drug me to sleep? I certainly do not feel secure." This was indeed a valid point. As for Matron Shang, the matron felt guilt gnawed her. She had not been sent away by another. Su Qingyi herself had urged her to attend a banquet, yet she still harbored resentment towards Matron Shang for her betrayal. Tasked with guarding the young lady, she had been easily swayed. Su Qingyi touched her delicate skin, remarking, "Once unfaithful, never to be trusted again, sold." "Yes," the matron replied, surprised. She had thought her mistress's gentle nature would lead her to forgive Matron Shang this once. Learning from past mistakes could indeed be beneficial. In the month of May, the weather in the capital was most pleasant. After her bath, when the maid offered to assist Su Qingyi into her undergarments, she fixed her gaze and replied, "No need. A robe will suffice." The others fell silent, for they understood the young lady intended to consummate her marriage with the young master that night. Despite being a noblewoman of the Ho residence, she was engaging in what could be seen as a ritual of fortune. To bring an heir into the world for a man who was like a shell was indeed a humiliation, yet Su Qingyi did not perceive it as a disgrace. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. She chose this path for survival, devoid of any lofty ideals. Her emotions were simply complex. Dressing in her bodice and wrapping herself in a robe, she instructed the attendants to dismiss Mingyu and Xie Xiao before proceeding on her own. In the dimly lit inner chamber where the young master resided, he lay quietly on the bed, subject to the whims of fate. Were he to know that his wedding night had commenced so hastily, what would be his thoughts? Upon awakening, would he scorn her as a wife brought forth in haste? Su Qingyi remained self-aware, thus she rationally intended to seek an heir and cultivate a bond with the young master as 3 adopted sons. In due time, with 4 children, at least one would surely be dependable. As for the young master, she would eventually take the initiative to request a separation, leaving him indebted to her for a significant favor. This would ensure her peace of mind for the rest of her life. As Su Qingyi contemplated these matters, she drew the bed curtains closed, creating a sense of security in her small, dim sanctuary. She gently pulled back the covers from the young master's bed, carefully placing them at the foot to avoid any soiling. There was no need to disturb his clothing, merely adjusting her own undergarments. Upon closer proximity, she noted that the young master bore no unpleasant odor, rather, a faint fragrance lingered, not at all disagreeable. Soon, however, doubts crept into her mind. Could the young master truly perform? Might he be incapable? If so, her plans would be thwarted, and she wondered whether this marriage would falter. With a heart full of trepidation, she patiently assessed the young master's capabilities. The delicate fingers of Su Heir, the noblewoman, were soft as if devoid of bones, her skin fair and exquisite, generally adorned with rings and jade bangles. She now removed all adornments to prevent injury to the young master. Su Qingyi dared not lower her gaze to compare the two. Instead, she looked up at the canopy, relying on her instincts to find her target. Her fingers, tender as scallions, initially trembled with trepidation, reminiscent of a bashful young girl. Yet soon, she steadied herself. After all, the young master was blissfully unaware. What was there to be shy about in this one-person play? Only after discerning the young master's prowess did Su Qingyi feel her cheeks flush, unable to determine whether it was relief or disappointment. She had prepared herself mentally for quite some time before finally leaning forward. In her past life, Su Qingyi had indeed had boyfriends and knew how to delight one another, yet her current form was that of an innocent young girl, inevitably leading to some awkwardness. The first half of the encounter felt almost torturous. Had she not been aware that there were others waiting outside, she would have likely cried out in distress. As the second half progressed, things gradually improved. Su Qingyi bit her lip, entirely discarding her sense of shame. She reassured herself that it was merely a form of self-entertainment, nothing of great consequence. However, the object of her self-amusement was not a mere toy, but a comatose man. While it could be termed self-entertainment, there were indeed distinctions. At least self-entertainment allowed one to decide when to cease, whereas consummating her marriage with the young master left the conclusion entirely in his hands, and she could not urge him. Su Qingyi found this quite perplexing. Was it not said that a man who had gone without for too long would be quick to finish upon contact? Given the young master's circumstances, he must have been deprived for at least 6 months, yet he remained vigorous. The bathing chamber continued to hold hot water, with the maids and matrons in quiet anticipation, awaiting their mistress's summons. Time passed, and the matron could not help but feel a twinge of worry. Eventually, she approached to listen for any unusual sounds, confirming that all was well before stepping away. After an indeterminate time, a faint voice emerged from within. "Matron, come in and assist me." Filled with concern, the matron hurriedly entered to attend to her. By this moment, Su Qingyi had already rested upon the young master for some time, yet her body remained as pliant as a puddle of mud. As the matron helped her to the bathing chamber, Su Qingyi sensed her legs feeling unsteady. Suyi meticulously collected the items. After tonight, their mistress would undeniably be the young master's wife. Once the young madam departed, Ning Yu and Xie Xiao promptly entered to attend to the young master. Upon seeing the marks, both blushed deeply, hurriedly focusing on their tasks with downcast eyes. They changed his clothes and tidied up the bed, maintaining their usual routine. However, today seemed to carry an extra layer of joy. The young master had taken a wife, and perhaps soon there would be a little master as well. In the preceding 6 months, the Danhui courtyard had been desolate, growing increasingly lonely with each passing day, as if the once illustrious young master would be forgotten in this secluded abode. The 4 attendants felt unease. What if the young master never awakened? What would become of them? However, with the arrival of the young madam, the Danhui courtyard seemed to be revitalized, kindling a flicker of hope. Chapter 005 The bride's tea ceremony at Ian courtyard. The elderly matriarch found herself unable to sleep, her heart heavy with concerns for her eldest grandson's significant life choices. Thus, she sent a trusted maid to inquire about the situation at Danhui courtyard, seeking to discover whether Su Qingyi had fulfilled her promises. She understood that Su Qingyi's decision to wed the heir was driven more by an inability to tolerate the entanglements of Xie Huai'an and Xie Yun than by genuine affection, leading to this rather desperate resolution. Nonetheless, she was prepared to accede to Su Qingyi's conditions, provided that she truly bore the heir for the family. The maid hastened to Danhui courtyard, fully aware of her purpose. Su Qingyi, cognizant of the maid's intentions, instructed Su Yi to present a handkerchief to the matriarch's accompanying maid. The discerning maid, after a brief tour of the heir's quarters, could ascertain the consummation of the marriage and respectfully addressed Su Qingyi. "Young madam, you have labored greatly. I shall return to report to the matriarch." Su Qingyi merely nodded, her brow creased with exhaustion. With the maid returning in high spirits bearing good news, the matriarch's anxieties eased. The heir was her most cherished grandson, and now he had finally taken a wife. Should they be blessed with a child, she would die content. As for Su Qingyi, having sacrificed so much for the heir, the matriarch felt a deep-seated gratitude toward her. Send another message to Danhui courtyard. Simply inform the maid without alarming Su Qingyi, the matriarch instructed. Tomorrow's tea ceremony can proceed at a leisurely pace, there is no need to rise too early. Understood, the maid replied with a smile. It seemed that Su Qingyi's status in the whole residence would soon rise appreciably. In an era when women were not fond of physical exertion, Su Qingyi, feeling sore all over, immersed herself in a bath, reluctant to move. During her first bath, her mind had been consumed with anxiety over the consummation, but now, with some leisure, she found the time to contemplate other matters. The protagonist of the book Rui Zhao Xie Huai'an was a character of considerable growth. When his brother, Xie Yun was still alive, he was a mere wastrel. It was only after Xie Yun's death and the subsequent downfall of the whole residence that he matured and ultimately rebelled alongside the future emperor, rising to become a renowned founding general. The heroine, Xie Yun, shone brightly with her wit, courage, and a stroke of fortune, eventually acknowledged as a sworn sister by the new emperor and granted the title of princess. Xie Yun's 3 adopted sons, previously pardoned during the turmoil of the family's downfall, were spared exile due to the gratitude of the new emperor for Xie Yun's legacy. The eldest, Xie Lin, was academically gifted and later became a trusted minister of the new emperor. The second son, Xie Zhen, was valiant and followed in his father's martial footsteps to become a general. The youngest, Xie Hong, traversed oceans and lands, becoming a ruthless pirate leader. Yet, they remained mere supporting characters, soon to clash with Xie Huai'an, serving as stepping stones for his ascent. Su Qingyi, having transmigrated into the role of a cannon fodder character, did not wish to oppose the protagonists, cognizant of their narrative advantages. However, she was determined to safeguard her own life. Thus, she meticulously planned the heir must not die, the whole residence must not choose the wrong side, and the 3 promising sons must also survive. These were her armors for thriving as a vulnerable woman in a feudal society. "Young madam, the matriarch's maid just delivered a message that you may take your time with tomorrow's tea ceremony," a maid announced from behind the curtain. Su Qingyi replied listlessly, realizing that her first battle had been won. If she were still Xie Huai'an's wife, she would not have received such consideration. That night, she chose to sleep in another chamber, where the maids had already made preparations. This arrangement allowed her to rest undisturbed while the servants attended to the heir. Su Qingyi found great satisfaction in this peculiar existence, where she had a husband yet felt unencumbered by marital ties. The following day marked the tea ceremony, and although her husband was absent, the customary proceedings had to be adhered to. The Xie family gathered early in the matriarch's courtyard, for she had decreed that respect must be shown to Su Qingyi from now on. Anyone daring to be disrespectful would face her wrath. Xie Huai'an was present, while his concubine, Xie Yun, was deemed unworthy of attending, as her presence would be considered a slight to Su Qingyi. Upon observing the matriarch's disposition, Xie Huai'an surmised that Su Qingyi had likely consummated her marriage with his elder brother. While he held no affection for Su Qingyi, he couldn't shake the feeling of having lost a woman to his brother, a sentiment that weighed heavily on his heart, much like the matriarch's own turmoil. Having always lived in the shadow of his elder brother, it stung even more to see his fiancée prefer to marry the incapacitated Xie Yunji rather than him, igniting his ire. However, now that Su Qingyi was indeed his sister-in-law, he had no choice but to extend her the respect due to such a title. "Mother, it grows late, should we not send someone to urge them on?" Xie remarked, glancing at the sky. Upon speaking, she noticed the darkening expressions of both the Marquis and the matriarch. Realizing her faux pas, she swiftly fell silent, her heart simmering with indignation. When she had entered the household as a secondary wife, the late matriarch had still been alive, and as a woman of a prominent family, she had been strict with decorum, subjecting Xie to considerable scrutiny. She had hoped to wield authority as a matriarch herself, but instead, she found herself contending with a new ancestor in the form of her son's bride, a situation that left her feeling diminished. "Young madam has arrived," a maid announced cheerfully. Everyone turned to see Su Qingyi, gracefully accompanied by her maids, entering with poise, her attire dignified and her complexion radiant and serene, exuding an air of composure that belied any dissatisfaction with her marriage. The matriarch, having spent a sleepless night fretting over whether Su Qingyi might regret her decision, now felt her heart settle at the sight of her approaching the main hall. Su Qingyi knelt to pay her respects, stating, "Qingyi wishes to greet grandmother, and to pay respects to father and mother." She continued, "I apologize for my tardiness. I am truly sorry for keeping you waiting." "It is of no consequence, you were startled yesterday," the matriarch replied with a slight smile. "Was your stay in Yunji's courtyard comfortable?" Su Qingyi responded with a smile, "It is no different from my family home." Laughter erupted among the assembly. Since Su Qingyi's arrival, Xie Huai'an had been covertly observing her, his gaze marked by indifference and disdain, yet, whether it was mere illusion or reality, he felt that this previously taciturn woman had transformed. While she retained her delicate beauty and graceful demeanor, there was now a vivacity about her, an alluring femininity that had previously been absent. Reflecting on this newfound charm, which he attributed to his elder brother, Xie Huai'an's mood soured further. After some pleasantries, the matriarch declared, "Let us proceed with the tea ceremony." The maid presented the teacups, their warmth indicative of careful preparation. Su Qingyi accepted them, respectfully serving tea to the matriarch and her in-laws before receiving generous gifts from the three elders, all of considerable value. In return, she offered her own gift, a meticulously crafted embroidery piece made by the original Su'er girl, renowned for its intricate stitching and exquisite color combinations, a true exemplar of women's handiwork. The tea ceremony unfolded smoothly. Even Qingyi, harboring grievances, dared not disrupt the proceedings. Following this, Su Qingyi greeted the other elders. The Pingyangho residence was populous, with the Marquis being the eldest son, alongside two younger brothers still residing with the family. Su Qingyi exchanged pleasantries with her uncles and their wives, sharing customary gifts. Next came the younger generation. The second uncle had a legitimate son and daughter, while the third uncle had two daughters and a son, all legitimate, reflecting the family's commendable morals and values. Xie Huai'an stood as the only member of the Xie family with a concubine, though it could not be said that he lacked loyalty, his affections were simply directed toward his concubine. As Su Qingyi approached him, Xie Huai'an casually addressed her, "Sister-in-law." Su Qingyi maintained her composure, replying with a gentle smile, "Second brother." After exchanging formalities, Xie Huai'an bowed slightly, saying, "Sister-in-law, I was remiss in my past behavior. I apologize for my previous disrespect." Su Qingyi gazed at the crown of his head, remaining silent. The apology should not have been directed at her, but at the true Su'er girl. They were entitled to uphold their love, yet Su'er girl had done nothing wrong. Even in the absence of love, no one deserved such humiliation. Receiving no response, Xie Huai'an continued, unperturbed, "Xie Yun is your maid." "Huai'an," the matriarch interjected sharply, furrowing her brow, "it is a joyous occasion. Any grievances can wait for another time. Must you bring this up now?" Xie Huai'an recognized his impatience and fell silent, muttering, "Forgive me, grandmother." He merely wished to retrieve Xie Yun's servitude contract. Xie Yun was the matriarch's cousin from the Yong'an Marquis. Initially serving the matriarch, she had taken a liking to Xie Huai'an, signing a contract to serve Su Qingyi as her personal maid. This arrangement enabled her to become Xie Huai'an's concubine, as an extramarital relationship would tarnish her reputation and that of her unborn child. Earlier, when Xie Huai'an had voluntarily apologized to Su Qingyi, the matriarch had assumed he had come to terms with his actions. Unbeknownst to her, his intentions lay solely with Xie Yun, further inciting her ire. Yet, being her grandson, she could only suppress her anger, stating, "Though Qingyi has married your elder brother, it does not absolve you of your previous wrongs. You are to kneel in the ancestral hall and reflect on your mistakes." Upon hearing this, Xie Huai'an's reluctance surfaced. "Grandmother," the Marquis scoffed, "if you dare utter another word, I shall have that maid join you in the hall." The matriarch and Qingyi felt sympathy for Xie Yun's unborn child, while Xie Huai'an showed no concern. After all, children born of such a servile union would hardly be of noble stock. "Father, please temper your anger, I shall go and kneel." Xie Huai'an finally acquiesced, genuinely caring for Xie Yun and fearful for her well-being. Chapter 006. A mother and her children's greeting. At last, it was the turn of Xie Yunji's three children to come forth and bow to Su Qingyi. The eldest son, Lin Gur, was 12 years of age. He knelt down with precision, performed the customary bow, and called out mother, before lowering his gaze in silence. Not long ago, he had received the disheartening news that the bride originally intended for his second uncle had become his father's bride instead. In the blink of an eye, his aunt transformed into his mother. Lin Gur was not particularly pleased, feeling that such a transition was executed with undue haste and lacked respect for their father. However, given the authority of the elders, he found himself without the option to resist and complied dutifully. Su Qingyi cast a glance at the future little power broker, who possessed red lips and white teeth, exuding a clean and handsome demeanor, albeit somewhat frail in stature. She smiled and remarked, Lin Gur is truly a handsome lad. Subsequently, she presented him with a token of their meeting, a set of the 4 treasures of the study. Lin Gur accepted the gift, uttering, "Thank you, mother," before rising to stand to the side. The second son, Xie Gur, whose full name was Xie Yun, was 8 years old and equally charming. He appeared sturdier than his elder brother, being, to put it precisely, plump and fair. "Mother," he exclaimed as he knelt down, his voice resonating with vigor, "I am Xie Gur, my given name is Xie Yun, and I am 8 years of age." Su Qingyi responded with a gentle ah, smiling as she affectionately ruffled his hair. Xie Gur is indeed quite robust. Xie Gur chuckled shyly, feeling somewhat bashful, as others often remarked upon his weight, yet it was only his mother who called him sturdy. The youngest, Hung Gur, also known as Xie Huai'an, was merely 4 years old and appeared somewhat dark and slender, presumably having been coached by the nurse. He imitated the others and knelt down, his childish voice ringing out, "Mother, I am Hung Gur, and I am 4 years old." Su Qingyi was utterly delighted, bending down to scoop the small Hung Gur into her lap, declaring, "Hung Gur is truly well behaved." She then personally adorned him with a longevity lock, saying, "This lock, gifted by your mother, will secure Hung Gur's fortune." Hung Gur, feeling comfortable, nestled into Su Qingyi's embrace. Internally, he felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain if this woman who had suddenly married his father would harbor any fondness for him or, like Qingyi, display disdain. Thankfully, Hung Gur sensed no rejection from Su Qingyi, only a gentle warmth. She even took him into her arms. This heartwarming scene evoked a bittersweet response from the old matriarch, who wiped away tears, wishing that her eldest grandson would awaken. Su Qingyi, holding Hung Gur, discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Of this child, though unreserved, lacked confidence, seeming less cultivated than the true scions of noble families. Indeed, Hung Gur's anxious eyes appeared to fear his mother's disapproval. Su Qingyi gently patted his back and inquired, "By the way, where were the children raised before?" Everyone turned their attention to Qingyi, clearly indicating that she was the one responsible for their upbringing. This was to be expected, for the old matriarch, being advanced in years and lacking in energy, could hardly oversee the children's studies. Qingyi smiled and replied, "All 3 boys have been in my courtyard." "I see." Su Qingyi nodded slowly, then bent down to poke Hung Gur's cheek, asking, "Hung Gur, would you like to come live in your mother's courtyard?" Hung Gur's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded eagerly, though he soon lowered his gaze again, retreating into Su Qingyi's embrace, too timid to voice his thoughts. Such a reaction was understandable. Qingyi had little regard for her stepson, Xie Yun. Should Xie Yun remain in his comatose state, the household would inevitably fall into the hands of Xie Huai'an. Qingyi was unencumbered by the need to watch her words, and thus how much care could she possibly extend to the 3 adopted sons left behind by Xie Yun? As long as they were not mistreated, that would suffice. "It seems Hung Gur is quite fond of his mother," Su Qingyi teased, eliciting a bashful smile from Hung Gur, whose diminutive, darkened face had a certain charm. Even Su Qingyi, who typically felt indifferent towards children, found her heart softening with a tinge of affection. She turned to the old matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, since Qingyi is now the wife of the heir, it is only fitting that I help my husband care for these 3 children. Why not have them move into my courtyard? What do you think?" Qingyi felt a pang of displeasure, as the grandmother tasked with caring for the 3 children. Su Qingyi had the audacity to bypass her and address the old matriarch directly. This was a blatant show of disrespect. Indeed, the old matriarch nodded, "You are their mother, it is only right that you should look after them. Have arrangements made for their relocation shortly." "Mother, might this disrupt Yunji's recovery?" the marquis expressed concern. "On the contrary, a lively atmosphere is precisely what is needed," the old matriarch replied. "Perhaps the joyous commotion will rouse Yunji from his slumber." The marquis pondered this rationale and chose to refrain from dissenting. "Yulan, please handle this matter," the old matriarch instructed. "Yes, my lady," Yulan replied promptly. Qingyi realized she had been completely overlooked, and her frustration deepened, yet she resigned herself. She had long since grown weary of caring for Xie Yunji's adopted sons. They were not her own grandchildren, after all, an effort without reward. Let Su Qingyi bask in the limelight. Being a stepmother was no easy task, and she would inevitably face her own hardships in time. Hung Gur, upon hearing that they could move into their mother's courtyard, beamed with delight. Xie Gur shared in the joy, as their grandmother often expressed her disdain for him, criticizing his weight. Lin Gur, standing at the back, felt little sentiment. With their father in such a state, they had no one to support them. No matter where they lived, they were but guests. He merely longed to grow up and become strong. After dispersing, Su Qingyi carried Hung Gur back to the courtyard. The chubby Xie Gur and Lin Gur returned to gather their belongings. Though they were not required to assist, they felt the need to supervise, particularly since Lin Gur was peculiar and particularly averse to others touching his possessions. The courtyard was spacious, and upon returning, Su Qingyi laid out plans, designating several vacant rooms on the eastern side for Lin Gur. The western side was allocated for Xie Gur and Hung Gur, along with their respective nurses and maidservants, instantly enlivening the courtyard. Su Qingyi's dowry was substantial, and with the remaining empty rooms needing to accommodate her belongings, her plan soon filled every space. Delegating those tasks to her subordinates, she instructed a nearby maidservant, Lure, go to the small kitchen and inform them to prepare a light meal for Hung Gore. From now on, the 3 boys will be living here, so ensure they stock up on provisions. If anything is lacking, make haste to procure it. Understood, young mistress, Lure responded immediately. The entire courtyard buzzed with activity, some ran errands, while others tidied up the rooms. Su Qingyi set Hung Gore down on a couch, shaking out her arms. Although the child was slight, he had grown somewhat heavy after being carried. Hung Gore noticed her gesture and displayed that same anxious expression, as if fearful of having done something wrong. Su Qingyi smiled and said, Hung Gore is still too light, my arms are only a little sore. How about we enjoy some good food together later? Hung Gore blinked his eyes and brightened up, eagerly replying, all right. Do you wish to see your father, Hung Gore? Su Qingyi inquired, as food would not arrive immediately. Yes, Hung Gore replied timidly. He rarely saw his father but missed him dearly. Typically, the nurse did not take them to visit their father, and Hung Gore could hardly recall the last time he had seen him. Then let us go and see him, Su Qingyi said, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. Despite her attempts to ignore it, the images from the previous night lingered vividly in her mind. The heir's chamber was just next door, and the young servants attending to him that day had been replaced by Guan Qi and Mo Yan. They had already heard from Mingyu and Xie Xiao about the sudden arrival of the young mistress in the morning. It was hard to believe, yet it seemed to be a joyous occasion. It was said that the young mistress was gentle and amiable, genuinely caring towards the heir. The 2 young servants waited anxiously for the opportunity to pay their respects to the young mistress. After waiting all morning, they had assumed the young mistress would come to check on the heir first, but to their surprise, she went directly to offer her tea. This was understandable. Now that the young mistress had finally arrived, she held a small child by her side, little Hung Gore. Guan Qi and Mo Yan, greetings to the young mistress, and greetings to young Master Hung, they greeted in unison. Su Qingyi nodded with a smile, I brought Hung Gore to see his father. How is the heir? Has he eaten this morning? Even those in a comatose state required nourishment, particularly in the form of liquid sustenance. Replying to the young mistress, he has eaten this morning, but the heir requires smaller, more frequent meals, so, Guan Qi led the way inside, where a selection of freshly delivered food awaited. Very well, please feed him. I will observe and learn, Su Qingyi said. Yes, the 2 young servants were somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the young mistress intended to personally feed the heir? The scene of feeding had not been a pleasant one since his coma, and they feared the young mistress might be repulsed. Regardless of the heir's former grandeur, he was now incapacitated, and people could be rather pragmatic. Those young ladies and noble women who once courted the heir would likely flee at the sight of his current state. Yet, the young mistress maintained her composure, even conversing with young Master Hung. Your father is ill, do not be afraid. He is merely asleep, and he will awaken in due time. Hung Gore, witnessing his father in a comatose state for the first time, appeared startled. Su Qingyi quickly reassured him, treating him as a delicate child. Hung Gore clutched his mother's hand, obediently nodding. Since his mother appreciated his compliance, he would remain so, as long as she treated him kindly. Go on, gently touch your father's face and call out to him in his ear, Su Qingyi encouraged. All right, Hung Gore replied, approaching the bedside. He cautiously reached out to stroke his sleeping father's face, leaning in close to whisper, Father, it is me, Hung Gore, are you unwell? Does it hurt? In Hung Gore's innocent mind, being ill meant experiencing pain. If only he could understand where his father hurt, he would help alleviate it. Listening to the child's innocent words, Su Qingyi smiled gently, then said to Hung Gore, all right, come back now. Your father needs to eat, and we will simply watch. Hung Gore reluctantly tore his gaze away, returning to his mother's side. In a hazy state, Xie Yun heard a familiar voice calling him father. Who could it be? He felt as though he were dreaming, his consciousness swirling in a fog. The pain in his head urged him to stop thinking, yet, deep within, a voice urged him to awaken, to resist the encroaching darkness. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, Xie Yun gradually regained awareness, only to discover that while his senses were intact, his body could not move. What was happening? It seemed he had sustained grave injuries, yet he was grateful to still possess his life. Chapter 007 Awakening Young Master, dinner is ready, prepared by Mo Yan. Out of respect, the servants always announced this before attending to Xie Yun's body. He recognized the voice as belonging to Mo Yan, indicating that he was recuperating at home. Internally, he felt a profound sense of lamentation, never imagining he would find himself in such a state. It was undoubtedly distressing, yet compared to the soldiers who perished on the battlefield, he was faring much better. What right did he have to feel disheartened? Guan Qi helped Xie Yun sit up, propping him against the headboard, then pried open his mouth. Mo Yan then used a spoon to feed him a thin gruel, guiding it deep into his throat so that he could swallow on his own. Xie Yun was acutely aware of the servant's ministrations and could envision his current appearance. He attempted to exert control over his body, but it was futile. Ultimately, he succumbed to resignation. How long had he been unconscious? The fact that his consciousness had returned signified that his body was gradually healing. Perhaps there was hope for recovery after all, so there was no need to be overly despondent. Madam, are you in there? Suddenly, a maid's voice drifted in from outside. Young Master Hang's lunch has arrived. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingyi and Hung Gore had been here for quite some time. The young master had finished a bowl of gruel, and Mo Yan was now wiping his mouth. Yes, Su Qingyi replied, then turned to Mo Yan and Guan Qi, saying, you both attend to the young master diligently. I shall take Hung Gore to have his meal. Mo Yan and Guan Qi hurriedly responded, of course, please rest assured, madam. Xie Yun was taken aback. What madam? He was familiar with the few people present in the room. Guanqi and Moyan were his servants, and Hangor was his young son, who, then, was this madam. Xie Yun was not a fool, he quickly pieced it together. The only person in this household who could be referred to as madam must be his wife. Perhaps during the time he had been unconscious, his elders had taken it upon themselves to arrange a marriage for him. It is a common belief in folk traditions to bring good fortune through marriage, and this madam is likely brought in for that purpose. Xie Yun had never subscribed to such beliefs. He felt indifferent towards this fortune-bringing wife. He was not one to be swayed by romantic sentiments, and he had not intended to marry before he otherwise, at the age of 26, he would have already taken a wife and fathered children. However, since he was now married, his sons indeed needed a mother to care for them. Xie Yun thought to himself that he would treat her with mutual respect. Su Qingyi led Hangor back to the adjoining room. The small kitchen had sent over several dishes for lunch: minced meat and egg custard, tofu with fish, shredded chicken salad, and a bowl of pearl corn soup. Early summer mornings often left one without an appetite, but Su Qingyi too felt hungry at this hour. The shredded chicken salad looked delectable, suitable for adults to enjoy as well. She glanced down at Hangor's eager little face and asked, "Are you hungry, Hangor?" Hangor, eyeing the food on his mother's table, nodded eagerly, his face radiating desire. Young children grow hungry quickly and benefit from eating smaller, more frequent meals. Hangor had risen early that morning. The wet nurse had fed him a few bites before preparing him to visit his grandmother. He was now quite hungry. "Then let us sit down to eat," Su Qingyi said. To be honest, she had no experience raising children, having only observed her sister-in-law with her nephew. Nevertheless, she was ready to apply what she had learned in practice. Little Hangor stretched out his small hands towards his mother, causing the nearby wet nurse to pause in surprise. She watched as her mistress picked up Hangor and settled him in her lap. In affluent households, it was uncommon for the mistress to raise children in such a manner. Typically, they would be cared for in their own quarters, yet, the minutiae of daily life, diet and routine, were usually managed by the servants, with the mistress merely overseeing. The wet nurse couldn't help but marvel at her lady's hands-on approach, taking on the burdensome task with such vigor. Su Qingyi was oblivious to the standard practices of noble women. She only understood that sincerity breeds sincerity. Once these three children grew up and became accomplished, whether in 10 or 20 years, she could retire early and preside over her household, envisioning a joyful life ahead. Hangor, experiencing his first meal with his mother, sat up straight and proper. Silence reigned during their meal, and even his grasp of the chopsticks was meticulous. Having been raised in the household since he was 1, the rules had become ingrained in him over the past 3 years. Su Qingyi observed the child quietly. His dining etiquette was commendable, yet he appeared quite tense, as if worried about making a mistake. She set down her chopsticks and sighed. "Hangor, doesn't eating like this tire you out?" Hangor flinched, looking helplessly at his mother. Was he not doing well enough? Panic set in. Would he be banished from his mother's quarters if he displeased her? Lost in such thoughts, Hangor began to shed tears, not wanting to return to his grandmother's chambers. He cherished his mother as she was now. Su Qingyi was taken aback. Why was he crying? She quickly retrieved a handkerchief and wiped away Hangor's tears. "What is this? Why is our Hangor crying?" Upon hearing his mother's gentle coaxing, Hangor felt uncertain. Did that mean she was not angry? In truth, Su Qingyi felt indifferent towards children. She had previously dreaded encountering them when out and about. Suddenly taking on the responsibility of raising 3 children of varying ages was a considerable challenge for her. "Mother, do you think I haven't learned my manners well enough?" Hangor asked cautiously. Though young, he sensed that others were not particularly fond of him. Su Qingyi paused, pondering for a moment, and quickly discerned the root of the issue. Hangor was not particularly remarkable in appearance. As an adopted son, with his adoptive father often absent, it was natural for him to develop a cautious and sensitive personality, constantly seeking approval. It was not just Hangor. The circumstances of all 3 children were quite similar. They were not of the Xie lineage, and their positions were precarious. They likely never dared to regard themselves as young masters of the Marquis 8. "Hangor, your manners are commendable," Su Qingyi said earnestly, cupping Hangor's small face in her hands. "Your mother is very pleased with you and holds you dear." To enhance her sincerity, she leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Hangor stared blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Qingyi continued, "What I meant earlier is that you need not be so tense. Your manners are already quite good. You can relax a bit in your mother's quarters." Hangor, half understanding, appeared astonished. Since he could remember, everyone had been stern with him. No one had ever spoken so gently, affirming that he was doing well. Receiving praise, Hangor finally eased up, no longer eating with trepidation. By the end of the meal, he happily lifted his soup bowl, finishing it in one go. Setting the empty bowl on the table, he exclaimed, "Mother, I'm done." Su Qingyi gave him a thumbs up. "Good boy." The wet nurse quickly came over with a cloth to wash Hangor's face and hands. Young children are creatures who, once full, often become sleepy. However, Su Qingyi noticed that this little one, despite being clearly tired and struggling to keep his eyes open, remained obediently seated, trying to stay awake. Having finished her meal, Su Qingyi lazily wiped her hands. "If you're tired, you should go to sleep." Hangor suddenly perked up, shaking his head. "It's almost noon, I must wait until after lunch to sleep." This was the rule. The entire household gathered for lunch, and unless there was a valid reason, one could not be absent. Upon reflection, it did seem that the Marquis had such customs, established by the Marquis's wife, Madame Qin. As the stepmother of children born to the first wife, she was particularly averse to being seen as petty, hence, her conduct mirrored that of the noble ladies from prominent families. Unfortunately, she had only grasped the superficial aspects and entirely missed the essence, otherwise, she would not exhibit such double standards, demanding rigor from others while sparing her own son, Xie Huai'an. You can sleep now, Su Qingyi, the legitimate mother, declared. Wet nurse, Hung Gore's room should not be ready yet. Please bring him to my bed for now. Yes, the wet nurse nodded. Hung Gore hesitated, caught between the fear of punishment from his grandmother, Madame Qin, and the desire not to disobey his mother. Ultimately, he obediently followed the wet nurse to sleep. Outside, the maids and matrons busily moved about, finally arranging the accommodations for the young masters. Soon after, the maids and wet nurses assigned to the 3 young masters all came to Su Qingyi, bowing and introducing themselves. As a newly arrived daughter-in-law, Su Qingyi greeted each of them and distributed some rewards. Upon arriving at Danhui Courtyard, you must adhere to the rules here and serve well from now on. Yes, thank you, madam. At lunchtime, the wet nurse responsible for Hung Gore, Kai, said, Madam, it's time for lunch. I shall take Hung Gore to eat. Su Qingyi took a sip of tea. Hung Gore has finished his meal and gone to sleep, there is no need to disturb him. Kai was taken aback. But madam, this isn't in accordance with the rules. The lady said, Hung Gore is just a child, it is natural for children to eat less and sleep more. If circumstances do not permit, there is no need to adhere strictly to the rules. Su Qingyi rolled her eyes internally, wondering if Kai was unaware that a child's physical and cognitive development was closely tied to their sleep. No wonder after 3 years, they remained so thin and pallid. If they continued to be raised in Madame Qin's manner, all 3 children would surely be left wanting. While Ling Gore might grow up to be clever and accomplished, it would have little to do with the Marquis's wife, as it was merely his natural intelligence. Moreover, on the surface, everything appeared splendid, yet who could know the true depths of their joy or sorrow? Kai, accustomed to following the Marquis's wife's orders, looked troubled. Madam, please do not put me in a difficult position. I am merely following orders. If the lady were to blame me, Su Qingyi frowned, her gentle expression gaining a touch of authority. Kai, you are now part of my household, and it is my commands you must heed. If your heart is only with the lady, you may return from whence you came. Hung Gore no longer requires your service. Madam, Kai panicked. That was not my intention. The young lady appeared gentle, yet her demeanor was unexpectedly firm. After all, she had married the comatose young master to bear him heirs. Su Qingyi replied, then proceed as I have instructed. Yes, Kai quickly acquiesced and left. Chapter 008. Protecting them in the dining hall of the Marquis's residence, a group of masters accompanied by maidservants entered in an orderly fashion, their numbers numerous yet not chaotic, each individual displaying impeccable decorum. Ling Gore and Jin Gore had long arrived, sitting quietly and attentively in their chairs, awaiting the elders. After a brief moment, Su Qingyi appeared before the old matriarch's arrival, stepping in to meet the cold gaze of Madame Qin. She pondered, could it be that she was late? Upon further reflection, it seemed more likely that the issue lay with Xie Huai'an still kneeling in the ancestral hall. A glance around confirmed his absence. The Marquis was also not present, reportedly having gone to the palace to solicit the imperial edict for her marriage to the heir. Only through such means could their union be deemed legitimate. Su Qingyi chose to sit beside Jin Gore, who stole a furtive glance at her. His round, delicate face could hardly conceal his delight. He yearned to converse with his mother but feared incurring his grandmother's displeasure. Where is Hang Gore? Madame Qin inquired with a furrowed brow. Su Qingyi replied, Hang Gore rose early this morning and has just returned to finish his meal before resting. This is unacceptable, it is quite lacking in propriety, Madame Qin remarked, forcing a smile. What you may not know is that the Marquis's residence has its own set of rules, established by the late matriarch. She hailed from the illustriously family of Longxi, where decorum was of the utmost importance. I see, Su Qingyi smiled, the daughter-in-law understands and shall strive to adhere to the customs of the household henceforth. Believing she had submitted, Madame Qin finally smiled. Madame Matriarch has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone rose and remained standing until the matriarch took her seat. Upon noticing Hang Gore's absence, she inquired a few times, and upon receiving an explanation, she remarked, no matter, the child ought to rest if he feels tired. Once the matriarch began to eat, Su Qingyi unabashedly joined in, serving dishes to both of the young masters. Jin Gore, upon spotting meat in his bowl, reacted with the excitement of a cat seeing fish, exclaiming, thank you, mother. Ever since he had gained weight, his grandmother had prohibited him from eating meat. He was perpetually unsatisfied at each meal, resorting to snacking on treats, which not only failed to alleviate his hunger but also led to further weight gain. Ling Gore, observing the meat in his bowl, frowned. Unlike his younger brother, he had no fondness for meat. After a moment's hesitation, he relinquished the meat to Jin Gore. Su Qingyi was left speechless. This future little power broker was remarkably aloof, hardly resembling a child. However, in ancient times, 12 years of age was considered adulthood. Ling Gore, being slender and not having yet matured, appeared younger than Jin Gore. Ling Gore, if you don't eat meat, you won't grow taller. Surely you don't wish to be a short gourd? Su Qingyi deployed her trump card. Ling Gore's expression soured immediately. How could his height be related to eating meat? Do not doubt it, it truly is related, Su Qingyi countered directly, Jin Gore loves meat. Just look at how tall he has grown. As she spoke, another piece of meat found its way into Ling Gore's bowl. Although he still had no desire to eat it, the thought of not growing taller left him disheartened, and he refrained from passing it to his younger brother again. Jin Gore, with a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, was momentarily disappointed to see his elder brother eat. He wished all the meat could be his. He cast a covert glance at Madame Qin, diligently guarding his bowl as if fearing she would deny him food. Madame Qing cast a cold glance at the trio of mother and sons but chose not to intervene. Her previous prohibition against Jingur eating meat had not been born of genuine concern but rather a disdain for the chubby child, seeking to make things difficult for him. Jingur had believed he would only be allowed 2 pieces of meat that day, yet to his surprise, his mother continued to serve him. He began to feel guilty for indulging. "Mother, that's enough," he said softly, licking the grease from his lips. "Are you full?" Su Qingyi inquired. Jingur was not satiated. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately shook his head. "I'm too fat, I cannot eat more meat." Did that mean he still desired more? "If you wish to eat, then eat," Su Qingyi urged, continuing to serve him. "Who says being overweight means you cannot eat more? It's perfectly fine, eat until you're full and then worry about losing weight afterward." Jingur's mouth fell open in astonishment. It was the first time he had heard such reasoning, yet it resonated profoundly. His mother was indeed correct. He nodded happily. Lin Gur cast a sideways glance, secretly speculating whether this woman truly had Jingur's best interests at heart or if she harbored ulterior motives. Su Qingyi, of course, was genuinely concerned for Jingur. The text clearly stated that Jingur was unable to consume meat, leaving him without sustenance, which compelled him to overindulge in snacks. In ancient times, snacks were exceedingly sweet, and combined with various dairy products, it was no wonder he gained weight, especially when confined indoors for study without exercise. The matriarch had also noted Jingur's weight as a source of worry. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up. "Qingyi, Jingur truly ought not to consume such a large quantity of meat. Moderation is essential." Madame Qing chimed in. "Indeed, he is only 8 years old. Should he continue to gain weight, it could be dire." Upon hearing the words of his great-grandmother and grandmother, Jingur halted his chopsticks. Su Qingyi smiled and explained, "What grandmother and mother may not realize is that Jingur is not gaining weight from eating meat." A perplexed expression spread across the dining table. If Jingur was not gaining weight from meat, then what could it be? Su Qingyi clarified for them, "Jingur is gaining weight from consuming snacks, as well as various sweetened milk and soy products." Jingur's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Qingyi, questioning how she knew about his frequent indulgence in these treats. It wasn't he that he relished them. Even the most delectable dishes could become tiresome when overconsumed, yet without them, he would feel famished. The others, however, were incredulous. "Can one truly gain weight from snacks?" someone questioned. "Indeed," Su Qingyi replied, "a little may not lead to weight gain, but an excess certainly will." Jingur lowered his head in shame, suddenly realizing how dismal his situation was. No wonder he was not well liked. Feeling a pang in his nose, tears began to fall into his bowl. "But this is not Jingur's fault," Su Qingyi soothed, gently patting his head. "Jingur does not eat enough at the dining table, which is why he compensates with excessive snacking." The onlookers were shocked, struggling to comprehend Su Qingyi's assertions. The Marquis's residence was famed for its lavish feasts. How could Jingur, as a young master, possibly go hungry? Su Qingyi asserted, "Only with sufficient nourishment can one feel satiated." At Jingur's age, he is still growing. If he does not receive meat at every meal, he will soon feel hungry again, and he does not dare to request food from the kitchen. What else can he do but snack? Turning to Jingur, she asked, "Isn't that so?" Jingur nodded, beginning to sob, which quickly escalated into full-blown tears. For reasons unknown, he had never cried from hunger before. Today, however, his mother's concern had stirred an overwhelming urge to weep. The expressions of those at the table shifted between disbelief and discomfort. They had never considered that a young master of the Marquis's residence could experience hunger. It was utterly unfathomable. The old matriarch's expression darkened, as this reflected poorly on her care for Xie Yunji's children. It was unjust. She genuinely had not anticipated this. Initially, it had been Madame Qing who forbade Jingur from eating meat, citing concerns over his weight, and they had all acquiesced. "Daughter-in-law of Mingzone." The old matriarch's voice thundered with fury. "I entrusted you with the care of Yunji's child, and this is how you have managed it. How pitiful for Yunji. How could she ever face him below?" Madame Qing, ever the shrewd debater, retorted, "This child, Jingur, is at fault too. Why did he not voice his hunger? Had he merely spoken up, how could the Marquis's residence allow him to go hungry?" "Enough." The old matriarch slammed her palm against the table. "Qingshi, you are merely deflecting blame. Is this truly the fault of a child?" Startled, Madame Qing fell silent, her face pale and unable to speak further. Su Qingyi picked up her chopsticks, leisurely continuing her meal. The fare at the Marquis's residence was indeed quite satisfactory. She selected whatever she fancied, serving the children as well. Jingur had ceased his crying, and once calm, looked at his mother with admiration. He felt a newfound respect for her, realizing she was fearless even before his grandmother, making her concede. Lin Gur observed the unfolding scene with a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He was a perceptive child and had already discerned the tension between Su Qingyi and Madame Qing. For now, it appeared she was protecting the two brothers. After finishing their meal, the table was cleared of fruit, and they shared a brief tea with the elders before dispersing. Jingur, feeling content after a satisfying meal, followed closely behind Su Qingyi, calling out, "Mother. Mother, is what you said true? Mother, can I lose weight without snacks?" The early summer sun shone fiercely, and a maidservant held a parasol nearby. Su Qingyi pulled the perspiring Jingur into the shade and smiled. "Of course it's true. With some appropriate exercise, like practicing martial arts or jogging, Jingur will surely slim down. Even if he didn't lose weight now, he would slim down as he matured into his teenage years." Jingur beamed. "Oh, that's wonderful." His little chubby hand clasped in his mother's, he felt immense joy. He had entered the Marquis's residence at 5, and his memories of his mother were vague. It felt as though he had perpetually been on the move, never adequately fed or warmly clothed. He only recalled a voice once saying to him, "Jingur, be good. Once you reach the Marquis's residence, you shall enjoy a good life. Be obedient, do you understand?" Yet, upon entering the Marquis's residence, Jingur had never felt he was truly enjoying life, just as Su Qingyi had surmised. He had never dared to regard the residents of the Marquis's residence as his kin or consider it his home. Until now, Jingur had a mother, and for the first time, he experienced the warmth of having someone to rely on. Chapter 009 of visiting Father Lingur, accustomed to strolling towards Madame Ho's courtyard, only recalled after a short distance that he had relocated to his father's Danhui courtyard. Previously, he had been obstinate, believing that it mattered little where he resided. However, the prospect of living in his father's Danhui courtyard brought him genuine joy. Initially, he had thought Su Qingyi would arrange their quarters as Madame Ho had, placing them in a distant corner under the guise of tranquility, ostensibly to foster a conducive environment for study. Madame Qin had indeed adopted such a strategy, wishing to appear benevolent while simultaneously avoiding the sight of them reveling in comfort beneath her very nose. Yet, upon arriving at Danhui courtyard, Su Qingyi had positioned them in the main house, where the rooms were spacious, bright, and exuded an air of elegance and luxury. The young maidservants attending to them seemed utterly bewildered, as if they had never encountered such opulence before. Indeed, these maidservants had been acquired only after their arrival, hailing from impoverished families, as Madame Ho had no intention of allowing the well-trained senior maidservants to serve them. As Lingur stepped into this new abode, he felt a profound sense of having truly become a young master of the Ho residence. The maidservants and matrons accompanying Su Qingyi busied themselves with arranging the finer details, ensuring that any missing items were procured, even going so far as to utilize some of Su Qingyi's bridal dowry. Upon noticing Lingur's entrance, the maidservants and matrons respectfully greeted, "Young Master Lin." Lingur surveyed the faces, most of which were unfamiliar, and, pursing his lips, thought to himself that in a few days they would surely realize his unpopularity in the household and adopt a different demeanor. Lingur replied coolly, making his way to the study. He was quite pleased with the new study, which faced the garden, with willow branches swaying gently in a pond filled with lotus leaves. If they bloomed in June, it would surely be a sight to behold. Yet, Lingur harbored doubts about whether he would be able to reside here until the day the lotus flowers bloomed. Perhaps in a few days, his foster mother would contrive various excuses to have them moved again, which was not beyond the realm of possibility. Su Qingyi had pulled Jingur back first, and due to the maidservants in the west wing still bustling about, they directly entered her own quarters. "Jingur, are you tired?" she asked. "Your brother is asleep in the inner room. If you're weary, you may rest on the soft couch." "Mother, I am not tired," Jingur responded in a hushed tone, hesitatingly adding, "May I go see father?" It had been quite some time since he had last seen him. "Of course," Su Qingyi replied. "Shall we summon your elder brother to join us?" Jingur nodded eagerly. "All right, I will go call him." The child dashed off with remarkable speed, disappearing in an instant. Jingur arrived at his elder brother's study, brimming with excitement. "Elder brother, let us go see father." Unlike his two younger brothers, Lingur enjoyed a degree of freedom, having passed the childhood examinations, and thus held a more prominent presence within the residence. He approached the prospect of visiting their father with a calm demeanor and simply nodded, "Let us go." "Mother sent me to call you," Jingur explained, turning to return to Su Qingyi. Lingur, however, remained non-committal, striding directly towards their father's quarters. Jingur was left with no choice but to seek out Su Qingyi on his own. Xie Yun had just been tended to by the young servants, who had fussed over him for quite some time, and his emotions were rather complex. After a morning spent conversing with Mo Yan and observing the game of chess, he had learned that he had been in a coma for half a year. He required daily massages to prevent his body from deteriorating. What state had he fallen into? He must have lost considerable weight and perhaps bore a haggard visage. As a man, he was indifferent to his appearance. "Young Master Lin has arrived?" Mo Yan inquired with a smile. Lingur nodded, turning his gaze towards his father on the bed. "Father, your son has come to see you." Xie Yun felt a mix of emotions, both poignant and stirring, upon hearing Lingur's voice. He had been pondering how Lingur was faring. The boy had always been a source of concern for him, as he was not particularly close to anyone. Just moments ago, he had been worried that Lingur might choose to leave the Ho residence, but it seemed he had overthought the matter. Before departing for the battlefield, he had instructed Lingur to take care of his two younger brothers should anything happen to him. Clearly, Lingur had taken those words to heart. "Father, you married yesterday," Lingur stated. Xie Yun was taken aback. So the wedding had only occurred yesterday? "The bride is the second daughter of the young Marquis, named Su Qingyi, and she was originally my second uncle's fiancée. It was he who married her," Lingur recounted in detail. He felt a surge of indignation, believing that his father ought to be informed of such matters. Mo Yan and Mo Yan exchanged glances, instinctively stepping outside to keep watch. However, as Mo Yan rounded the screen, he inadvertently encountered Su Qingyi. Mo Yan felt awkward, and Su Qingyi was even more so upon arriving. She overheard her stepson speaking ill of her. What could she do? "Shoo," Su Qingyi said, looking even more flustered than Moyan. Mo Yan could only nod in agreement. Inside, Xie Yun was not merely surprised but genuinely astounded. His wife was, after all, his younger brother's betrothed? What could have transpired? "My second uncle did not favor her, he preferred the maidservant by her side, who was now with child," Lingur continued to report to his father, feeling that his second uncle had acted rather disgracefully. That maidservant was already pregnant before the marriage. My second uncle was very fond of her, and moreover, as Xie Yun, the elder brother of Xie Huai'an, heard this, his anger surged. When had his younger brother become this way? In his memory, his younger brother had always been a bright and innocent youth. The young servants were also captivated by the unfolding drama, listening with great interest as Xingor, eyes wide with confusion, grasped only parts of the story. The next revelation was explosive. Su Qingyi hurriedly covered Xingor's ears. Children should not hear such things. Last night, during the wedding night, my second uncle drugged the bride and consorted with that maidservant, only to be caught red-handed by our grandmother and grandfather. Xie Yun. The other listeners. My second uncle's wife learned of this and beseeched our great-grandmother for a change of grooms, requesting that you be the new husband. Lin Gur continued. Initially, our great-grandmother refused, until the other party promised that she could bear offspring for you. This information was all newly acquired by him that very day. Xie Yun was once again astounded. What was Lin Gur talking about? Bear what, and what offspring? He could not move a finger, so how could he possibly father children? Upon finishing his revelations, Lin Gur felt less aversion towards Su Qingyi. After all, his second uncle and the treacherous maidservant were indeed despicable. Were he in their shoes, he might have resorted to such a desperate measure as well. Moreover, with his father now having a wife, the prospect of offspring was a welcome development. Reluctantly, Lin Gur remarked, "Congratulations to you. If we were to have a younger brother or sister, it would be a good thing, and we would take good care of them." Xie Yun's feelings were complicated. How could he father siblings when he was incapacitated? Once Lin Gur had finished speaking, Mo Yen feigned a cough and entered, stating, "Ahem, the young mistress is on her way." Lin Gur immediately closed his mouth, standing coldly to the side. Were it not for Su Qingyi hearing him, he would hardly believe that he could be so loose-lipped. Fortunately, she did not seem to mind Xingor, whose ears had been covered, missed the most riveting portions of the conversation and was finally released. He rushed to the bedside, exclaiming, "Father." Xie Yun felt a small, warm weight pressing against his hand. There was no doubt it was Xingor. The child had grown plumper. "Father, I have a mother now," Xingor said shyly. He perceived that his elder brother did not seem fond of their mother, having even reported her actions, yet he himself liked her, and thus wished to speak well of her. "Mother treats me and my brothers very well," he declared. Xie Yun was taken aback, realizing that the new lady was likely not difficult to get along with. It was merely Lin Gur's disposition that led him to harbor reservations. Xie Yun was a traditional man, dutiful and respectful to his parents, reserved and composed in public, yet taciturn in private. He held no particular expectations of this new wife, only that she treat his children well and honor their parents. "We just finished our lunch. The younger brother is sleeping on mother's bed, and grandfather is busy, while my second uncle," Xingor's eyes darted about before he added, "my second uncle has been punished by our great-grandmother and is kneeling in the ancestral hall." Su Qingyi could not help but twitch her lips. It seemed Xingor was quite the chatterbox as well. "We have moved to Danhui Courtyard, and the rooms there are spacious and splendid," Xingor continued. Previously, he had been timid and even fearful of Xie Yun. Yet now, with his father in a state of unconsciousness, he babbled, "Grandmother does not treat us well and does not allow me to eat meat, but mother would never do that." Was Madame Ho unkind to the children? Xie Yun felt a pang of foreboding, but hearing it spoken aloud was still heart-wrenching and filled him with guilt. It was evident that he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. "Father, when will you wake up?" Xingor implored, shaking Xie Yun's hand. Xie Yun thought to himself that he too longed to awaken and care for them properly. "All right, I have finished speaking." Xingor turned to Su Qingyi, saying, "Mother, now it is your turn to speak." Su Qingyi, was this game truly mandatory for everyone? She had nothing in particular to say. However, Xingor insisted on dragging her over, leaving her no choice but to ransack her mind for a few inconsequential remarks. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Su Qingyi cleared her throat and said, "My lord, I am Qingyi." Xie Yun sensed someone drawing near, catching a whiff of a faint, delicate fragrance. "Although marrying you was quite unexpected and fraught with twists and turns, perhaps it is the will of fate," Su Qingyi continued. "Since I have become your wife, I shall diligently uphold my duties, so please rest assured." Her words conveyed a sense of propriety, which somewhat eased Xie Yun's concerns. Su Qingyi went on, "All three children are delightful. Lin Gur is intelligent, Xingor is lively, and Han Gur is well-mannered. I hold a fondness for them. I will treat them as if they were my own children. No matter what circumstances may arise in the future, I will never forsake them." The new mistress's promises were indeed moving. Perhaps in this moment, they were spoken with sincerity, yet, Xie Yun, being rational and composed, was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Thus, he would take her words with a grain of salt, as time would reveal one's true character. "Mother, I like you too." "No forsaking." Xingor joyfully exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Su Qingyi's. Lin Gur Xie Yun. Chapter 010. The truth revealed. The atmosphere in the heirs' chamber suddenly became lively, with Qingyi and Mo Yen chuckling nearby. They hoped that the young mistress and the young masters would frequently visit the heir in the future, otherwise, they might feel an unsettling fear that the heir had been forgotten. "All right, you all should return and rest. It is rare for you to have a day off, and you must attend school tomorrow," Su Qingyi remarked. In honor of today's tea ceremony, the children had been granted a holiday. Lin Gur was the first to depart, merely giving a nod to Xie Yun as he said, "Father, I am leaving now. I shall visit you again next time." It was evident to all that he regarded Su Qingyi with indifference. Qingyi and Mo Yen exchanged worried glances. They feared that Lin Xiaoye's demeanor was too aloof and wondered if the young mistress would be displeased. They cautiously observed Su Qingyi's expression and, finding it unchanged, breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Yunzi also felt a headache coming on. However, he certainly favored his own son. Whether he could win over his son depended on how well Su Qingyi, as the legitimate mother, performed her role. True feelings would be reciprocated with true feelings. If Su Qingyi devoted her efforts, over time, Lin Gur would naturally come to acknowledge her. Conversely, should she only pay lip service, she could hardly blame Lin Gur for his coldness. Unbeknownst to Su Qingyi, observing her as a new daughter-in-law were not only her stepson Lin Gur but also the heir lying in bed. If she were to discover this, well, it was of no concern to her. She simply needed to fulfill her own duties. With so many children, surely one of them would be inclined towards her. After all, there were still Jin Gur and Heng Gur. As for the heir? Why should she care? They were merely fleeting companions. Mother, I do not wish to return to my own room. May I come to yours? Jin Gur inquired. Su Qingyi affectionately stroked his hair and replied, let us go. Upon returning to her chamber, Su Qingyi allowed Jin Gur to play on his own, suggesting he rest when he grew tired. In ancient times, children had little to entertain them. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyi made her way to Xie Yunzi's small study. Retrieving ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, she sketched some simple designs for toys, such as seesaws, rocking horses, and slides, adding explanatory text. Once finished, Su Qingyi summoned the nanny to find the old lady's maid, inquire if there are any carpenters in the household, and if so, bring one back. The nanny hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. After a moment, she said, young mistress, ultimately, you are the rightful mistress of the Marquis's residence. That if you are to think long-term, you cannot rely on the old lady for everything. Otherwise, you will only grow further apart from her. What the young mistress had done over the past few days, although justifiable for self-preservation, had indeed offended the Marquis's wife. Su Qingyi understood the nanny's concerns, which were primarily about what would happen if the heir did not awaken. What if the old lady were to pass? The Marquis's residence ultimately belonged to the Qin family, and Xie Huai'an, having offended the pair, would likely lead to dire consequences in the future. However, the nanny only saw one side of the coin. Even if Su Qingyi obediently complied, her fate would not be any better. Nanny, my relationship with the madam is destined to be one of discord. It is a fact that cannot be altered by my kindness or malice towards her, for I am the heir's wife. Su Qingyi was acutely aware that she stood opposed to the Qin family. The nanny was left speechless, initially wanting to suggest that it would be best to coexist harmoniously. However, recalling that the heir was not of the Qin lineage, she understood the stakes involved. I have spoken too much. As long as you have made your decision, that is sufficient, the nanny conceded. Su Qingyi smiled. You are not being overly talkative, your advice is indeed sound, but this mother-in-law is not worth it. If I had a better mother-in-law, surely the household would flourish. The nanny chuckled, feeling that ever since leaving the Yong'an Marquis's residence, the young mistress had become more composed and mature. This calm demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of a newlywed girl. Very well, I shall take my leave to attend to my duties, the nanny declared, reassured. After the nanny departed, Chang Momo sought an audience, kneeling as she entered. Young mistress, I beseech you, do not sell me off. I realize my errors and am here to beg your pardon. You have been disloyal to me, I will not retain you, Su Qingyi replied coldly. However, she pointed her towards a clear path. If you do not wish to leave the residence, you may consider seeking out Du Jin-yun to see if she is willing to keep you. Chang Momo was taken aback. If she is willing to let you serve her in her quarters, you may still be of use to me, Su Qingyi hinted. Chang Momo contemplated this, understanding, and gritted her teeth, saying, very well, young mistress, I shall give it a try. In the Yong'an Marquis's residence, Chang Momo had maintained a good relationship with Du Jin-yun, often providing cover for their clandestine meetings. The path Su Qingyi indicated was certainly not a favorable one, akin to a den of snakes and rats, allowing them to internally resolve their issues. Chang Momo quickly rose and hurried to find Du Jin-yun, who was currently residing in Xie Huai'an's courtyard, still without a formal title. However, everyone knew she was expecting the second master's child and would inevitably become a concubine in due course. Du Jin-yun was in high spirits, as her plans were progressing smoothly. Once the storm had passed, she would seamlessly become the second master's concubine. With no legitimate wife, she would dominate the inner quarters, and the more she thought about it, the happier she became. Jin-yun. Miss, Chang Momo announced as she entered. Du Jin-yun, with a displeased expression, inquired, why are you here instead of properly serving your master? Chang Momo smiled obsequiously. The young mistress said that I have always been closest to you in the residence, and she sent me to attend to you. Du Jin-yun's face darkened as she frowned. Has she discovered you? Chang Momo quickly shook her head and denied, no, the young mistress is simple-minded and soft-hearted. I managed to deflect her inquiries. This was indeed true, and Du Jin-yun thought to herself, how foolish, how could she abandon the second master's legitimate wife to tend to a useless heir? It was truly laughable. Nevertheless, Su Qingyi's self-deprecation was music to Du Jin-yun's ears. Very well, you may stay, Du Jin-yun replied, though not entirely trusting Chang Momo. With no one else available, she reluctantly agreed. I will call the second master to retrieve your contract later. There was also her own contract. The thought made Du Jin-yun grit her teeth in frustration. Were it not for the second master, she would never have signed such a humiliating contract. Understood, Chang Momo replied, feeling relieved and thinking that following Du Jin-yun might not be so bad after all. Du Jin-yun inquired, did she truly consummate the marriage with the heir? This was common knowledge in the Marquis's residence, and after a moment of thought, Chang Momo responded, yes. Ha! Du Jin-yun scoffed. Meanwhile, Yulan Momo spotted Nanny and promptly invited her for tea. What brings you here, dear sister? Is there something amiss in the young master's quarters? Dear sister, Nanny replied, taking a sip of tea and smiling, there is nothing wrong with the young master's quarters. The young mistress sent me to seek a carpenter to craft some items for the young masters. Oh? Yulan Momo inquired with curiosity, what else do you need? Let us see if there are any ready-made items in the storeroom. If not, we can always purchase some. It is better than wasting time. Nanny hesitated, her smile turning somewhat sheepish. It is for Hong Xiaoya's toys. The young mistress said that children of this age should have a few toys. When I was tidying up during the move, I specifically went to gather them, but I found not a single one, which distressed our young mistress greatly. Just after lunch, she was in the study, hastily producing a few sketches. Hong Xiaoya had no toys at all? Yulan Momo's first reaction was disbelief. How could such a large marquise residence lack toys for Hong Xiaoya? However, recalling the incident during lunch when Jingur had not been fed enough, she swallowed her doubts. Alas, Nanny sighed, I apologize for troubling you, dear sister. My master is simply of that temperament, and when she cares for someone, it is with great fervor. This fervor only served to highlight the hardships the young masters had endured in the marquise residence. Yulan Momo's expression grew increasingly complex and awkward. Fortunately, Su Qingyi was not an outsider, otherwise, if this matter were to leak, the spittle of gossip would drown the marquise residence. We do have a carpenter. I will promptly send a skilled one over to assist, she quickly assured. Nanny's face brightened as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, dear sister, I shall return to inform the young mistress. Yulan Momo also smiled warmly, safe travels. Once Nanny set down her teacup and rose to leave, Yulan Momo immediately went to report to the old lady. Old lady, just now, the young mistress's Chen Momo came to seek a carpenter, claiming it was for Hong Xiaoya's toys, Yulan Momo reported. The old lady, feeling weary, had settled into a nap on the couch in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, she lifted her eyelids. That is splendid, Hong Gur is 4 years old and should indeed be playing with larger toys. Yulan Momo huffed, her expression stern, as she interjected, I fear that Hong Xiaoya has yet to touch a single toy since his birth. The young mistress specifically sent the nanny to tidy up in Hong Xiaoya's quarters, yet not one was found. Having been in the household for many years, Yulan Momo held a respectable position and was able to voice her opinions about the affairs of the residence. The old lady, upon hearing this, opened her eyes wide. What do you mean by that? Yulan Momo speculated on the worst-case scenario. I fear that the madam has never prepared any toys for Hong Xiaoya. The situation with Jingur demonstrated that it was not merely a matter of the marquise residence lacking toys. It was clear that the marquise wife had not put in the effort. The incident of Jingur not being fed enough was shocking to them, and they still felt discomfort recalling it. How outrageous, the old lady exclaimed through gritted teeth, rising from the soft couch in anger. The matter of children's toys may seem trivial, but it was indicative of a larger issue, revealing how little care Qingyi had for these 3 children. In truth, she was far more neglectful than the old lady had imagined. Well done, Qingyi, the old lady scolded, how dare you deceive me and the marquis for so long? You are always so concerned with appearances, I had thought you were a loving grandmother. Yulan Momo recalled the scene of Su Qingyi leading Jingur back to the courtyard and remarked emotionally, had it not been for the young mistress's arrival, we would have remained oblivious to how the 3 grandsons were faring in private. The old lady paused, her expression shifting to one of guilt as she reflected, I and the marquis share responsibility. We trusted Qingyi too much. It was likely that the 3 children had suffered greatly in silence, never daring to confide in them. They felt a sense of guilt for failing to uphold Xie Yun's trust. Chapter 011 Sincere Interactions. The carpenter arrived promptly. Su Qingyi and the carpenter engaged in a detailed discussion regarding her requirements, and upon realizing it was already afternoon, she suddenly remembered something and instructed Luer, go check if Lin Gur is still studying. While you're at it, bring him some tea and a light meal. Instruct the kitchen to prepare something exquisite, not those haphazard snacks. Luer nodded, yes. Su Qingyi then recalled that she had 2 younger ones in her room as well, and added, make it 3 portions and send 2 to the main house. Before long, a portion of the light meal was delivered to Lin Gur's study. The summer's cold dishes were abundant, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, accompanied by a bowl of chilled mung bean soup. Young Master Lin, Luer said, this is a delivery from the young madam. Please enjoy it. Lin Gur, engrossed in his reading, merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum, failing to express his gratitude. Luer felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, pondering whether young Master Lin could not muster even a single thank you. With that thought, she turned and exited. Like the nurse, she too was concerned that their master was putting in effort with little appreciation in return. Once Luer had gone, Lin Gur set his book aside and glanced at the sumptuous meal before him, momentarily lost in thought. In the past, while residing in the lady host courtyard, he had never been afforded such treatment. Even when hungry, he would not summon someone from the kitchen, as it felt akin to begging. As a scholar, Lin Gur held some semblance of pride and was somewhat cantankerous. However, now that Su Qingyi had taken the initiative to send him food, he partook of a small portion, leaving the majority for the maids and nurses who attended to him. The maid Dongqing, having received her share, smiled and remarked, young Master Lin, are we about to enjoy a good life? The young madam is truly kind to you, as she is to the other 2 young masters. I heard they spent the entire afternoon in the main house. With such a gracious new young madam, Dongqing felt that Lin Gur should make more appearances before his biological mother. Lin Gur, maintaining a stern demeanor, admonished, speak cautiously and do not utter careless words. Dongqing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, quickly lowered her head and replied, yes. At merely around 10 years old, she had been influenced by Lin Gur's demeanor, which had instilled a sense of composure in her. Today, however, she was overly excited. With the grand house and delicious food, she believed that Lin Gore would finally enjoy a good life. Indeed, this was what it meant to be a young master of the whole residence. After the maid left, Lin Gore resumed his reading, his youthful, composed face betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, Jin Gore and his younger brother Han Gore had played in the courtyard for the entire afternoon and were reluctant to return to their own quarters until Jin Gore's nurse came to find them. Young madam, Jin Gore must return to the academy tomorrow for his studies, and he has yet to finish his characters. I have come to fetch him back to practice, the nurse said with a smile. Since it pertained to his education, it could not be delayed. Su Yi, go find the young masters, Su Qingyi instructed. Yes. Before long, Su Yi returned, leading the two little mud-covered boys. Su Qingyi stared at the two mischievous faces, momentarily taken aback. The brothers had been so engrossed in their play that they had completely forgotten the rules. Suddenly brought back before their mother, they realized they were in trouble. The two boys stepped back hesitantly, stammering, "Mother, we're sorry, we got our clothes dirty." Typically, the lady Ho forbade them from playing in the mud, punishing them each time they were caught. They had learned to refrain from such behavior thereafter. "Mother, you can punish me, just don't punish my brother." Jin Gore stepped forward, extending his palm. Su Qingyi was taken aback. No, it was not second brother who wished to play, it was I. "Mother, punish me." Han Gore anxiously stepped forward, extending his small hands as well. In exasperation, Su Qingyi found herself both amused and helpless. She raised her hand and gently tapped each boy's hand, saying, "All right, it's done." The two children were bewildered. Was that truly a punishment? It did not hurt at all. Grandmother's punishments were far more severe, leaving their palms swollen for days. Noticing their dazed expressions, Su Qingyi affectionately ruffled their hair. "I was merely joking with you. Who would punish you? If your clothes are dirty, just change into a clean set. What purpose would there be in punishing you?" Jin Gore was no fool, he had already discerned the difference between his mother and the Lady Ho. He relaxed at her words and sweetly said, "Thank you, mother." "Do not thank me just yet," Su Qingyi replied, casting a glance at the nurse. "Your characters are not yet finished, right? Go with the nurse to change your clothes and practice writing diligently." Jin Gore's round face fell, as if the sky had collapsed, enveloped in an aura of resistance. This caught Su Qingyi's attention. She recognized that Jin Gore did not relish studying, otherwise, he would not choose the path of a soldier when he grew up. Yet, even if he disliked it, should he truly resist it so vehemently? "Jin Gore, do you not wish to return to write?" Su Qingyi inquired. Jin Gore snapped back to reality and hurriedly lowered his gaze, replying, "I do not dislike it, I will return to write now." Su Qingyi instructed the nurse, "Take Han Gore back as well for a bath and change, and attend to him properly." The filthy Han Gore, cradled in the nurse's arms, gazed longingly at Su Qingyi. However, he understood that he was dirty and needed to wash up to be likable. After the nurse and maid cleaned Han Gore, they brought him back to Su Qingyi. This time, Han Gore himself requested to come. Mustering his courage, he leaned close to Su Qingyi and whispered, "Mother, I have finished bathing." Su Qingyi, occupied with reviewing her dowry list, set aside her ledger at the sound of his voice and bent down to lift Han Gore into her embrace. "Indeed, let me see if you smell nice." Han Gore eagerly leaned his little face closer, his expression slightly tense, as he feared he might not smell good. "Wow, Han Gore smells delightful," Su Qingyi praised enthusiastically. "It seems you have used several pounds of fragrant soap, your skin appears to have brightened as well." Nurse Kai, standing nearby, chuckled, "Young Master Hong has always been quite dark." At that moment, the room fell silent. Just moments ago, Han Gore had been coaxed into laughter by Su Qingyi, but now he pouted, his expression dim. Such a young age, he was already aware of his looks, feeling he could never compare to his two brothers. His grandmother had even called him an ugly creature, which explained why no one wanted him. "Nurse Kai, please refrain from such remarks in the future," Su Qingyi said, frowning. Nurse Kai protested, "Young madam, I meant no harm, merely jesting." "That is unacceptable," Su Qingyi replied earnestly. "If you dare argue, it only shows you do not genuinely respect Han Gore. It is inappropriate to speak of a master's appearance. Do not think that nursing him grants you superiority. Go reflect on my words, and if you fail to comprehend, you may return from whence you came." Nurse Kai, who often took advantage of her position as Han Gore's nurse, had presumed herself to be of equal standing. Hearing Su Qingyi's words, her face paled. "Yes, young madam." Once Nurse Kai departed, Su Qingyi lifted Han Gore's little face, relieved that he had not cried this time. "Han Gore, I reprimanded your nurse. Are you angry?" Han Gore quickly shook his head, looking even more anxious that Su Qingyi might be upset. He nestled into Su Qingyi's embrace and declared, "Mother, please do not be angry. I do not like Nurse Kai, I like you." "Why do you not like Nurse Kai? Has she treated you poorly?" Su Qingyi inquired. Han Gore fell silent, perhaps he was still too young to distinguish between good and bad. While Nurse Kai was not particularly cruel, Han Gore simply did not like her. "I like mother," Han Gore finally managed to say after a long pause. Su Qingyi did not press him further and smiled, "Understood, mother likes you too." Han Gore immediately broke into a smile but soon recalled Nurse Kai's words, scratching his little face, "I am not good-looking." "Who says you are not good-looking?" Su Qingyi thought it was truly unfortunate that reprimanding Nurse Kai had led to such a young child developing appearance anxiety. She comforted him, "You simply have not grown up yet, you will look better as you mature." Han Gore's features were not unattractive, he was merely a child with single eyelids, inconspicuous now, but he would grow up to be handsome. All three of Xie Yun's adopted sons were charming, each with their own distinct styles. The eldest, Lin Gore, was strikingly elegant but possessed a proud and stubborn disposition, making him difficult to engage with. The second son, Jinggur, was spirited and straightforward, lacking guile. The youngest, Hunggur, would grow into a tall, handsome lad with single eyelids. Alas, he was a bit mischievous and had a rather dark temperament. It was hard to say that Su Qingyi placed her hopes on them solely based on their remarkable portrayals in the original narrative, yet, human hearts are inherently tender even if her initial intentions were not entirely pure. Su Qingyi genuinely hoped that through their future interactions, she could cultivate authentic feelings with her children. Chapter 012. Born with talent. Su Qingyi engaged in conversation with Brother Hung for a while, then turned her attention back to the account books. Concerned that Brother Hung might find the atmosphere dull, she retrieved the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone she had previously used, offering them to him for some creative expression. In affluent families, a 4-year-old child is typically already undergoing enlightenment, yet Brother Hung had not begun this journey. The old lady had inquired a few times, but Qin merely claimed that a suitable tutor had yet to be found. Perhaps it was for the best. Su Qingyi feared that Qin might hastily select an unsuitable teacher. It would be a minor issue if he failed to learn anything substantial, but it would be far more serious if he developed poor habits. Brother Heng's aptitude for learning was not on par with his elder brother, Ling, and with diligent effort, he could only be regarded as having a commendable standard, slightly surpassing that of his second brother, Jin. At this moment, he obediently sat at the writing desk, indulging his whims as he scribbled and doodled. "What are you drawing, Brother Heng?" Su Qingyi asked with a smile, having finished her review of the account books, as she peeked at the young boy's creation. Brother Hung shyly set down his brush, covering the Xian paper with his hand, reluctant to show it to his mother. He felt his drawing was too ugly, lacking the beauty of his elder brother's work. "Don't you want to show me?" Su Qingyi's expression betrayed disappointment. This tactic proved particularly effective on Brother Hung, who immediately lifted his hand, revealing a rather dark and muddled figure. Su Qingyi tilted her head, attempting to decipher it for a considerable time before admitting, "What is this that Brother Hung has drawn?" With a touch of shyness, Brother Hung confessed, "It's a frog." Regrettably, Su Qingyi truly could not recognize it. Yet, with a disingenuous smile, she replied, "It resembles one quite well." Time was slipping away, and she took Brother Hung to wash his hands, saying, "Come, let us find your second brother. It is time for dinner." The evening meal at the Marquis's residence was served at the hour of the rooster, around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. During the summer, the sun had yet to set at this hour, and if they tarried too long, they would need to light the oil lamps. Jin had been seated in the study for nearly half an hour, scarcely writing a few characters, yet engrossed in miscellaneous literature. He was so absorbed that he did not even notice Su Qingyi entering with his younger brother. "Ahem, Jin?" Su Qingyi glanced at the table, observing the crooked characters, and, despite her reservations, she praised, "Have you finished your writing practice?" Jin was startled. Mother, his movements to conceal his reading were swift, yet Su Qingyi caught a glimpse and extended her hand. "Let me see what you have there." Realizing he had not hidden it well, Jin's face fell, and he timidly handed over the book. "A travelogue? Where did you acquire this?" Such literature posed no threat, and Su Qingyi felt a slight relief. "I took it from Father's room," Jin replied cautiously, his head bowed. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken things without permission." "It's all right. It is commendable to enjoy reading. The more you read, the more you can learn about the world without stepping outside." Su Qingyi's expression softened as she continued earnestly, "However, you must prioritize your studies. What will happen if the tutor chastises you tomorrow for not completing your writing?" Jin hesitated, seemingly afraid that speaking would upset Su Qingyi, and fell silent again. Su Qingyi encouraged, "Speak your mind. I am not unreasonable. Regardless of right or wrong, you are permitted to express your thoughts." Hearing this, Jin finally voiced his concern. "The tutor doesn't care for me at all. He wouldn't notice if I wrote or not." Not only was his academic performance overlooked at the academy, but it was also disregarded in the Marquis's household. Whether he wrote well or poorly, the outcome remained unchanged. Over time, Jin's disinterest in learning only grew. He was aware of his shortcomings and, fearing Su Qingyi's displeasure, quietly defended himself. "Mother, I'm simply not cut out for studying. They have all given up on me, and I don't want to study anymore." Su Qingyi was not angered. Instead, she asked, "But if you do not study, you still do not recognize all the characters. How will you understand the books you wish to read in the future? Even as a general, one must be literate. Even if you dislike studying, at the very least, you should learn to recognize the characters." Su Qingyi had long ceased to expect any scholarly achievements from this child. She solemnly placed the travelogue into his hands. "From now on, let your goal be to recognize the characters. Once you have mastered them, you may consider it your graduation." Jin appeared somewhat bewildered, vaguely grasping her intention, yet hesitant to believe it. Was his mother implying that she would not pressure him to excel academically? This was utterly unfathomable. In an era where all professions are inferior, and only scholars are esteemed, families of even modest standing exerted every effort to encourage their offspring to pursue education. Jin was already on the cusp of adulthood. After years of exposure within the Marquis's household, he should comprehend what was expected of him. He was well aware of the societal standards of his time. In that moment, a wave of despondency washed over him. It seemed his mother was indeed quite disappointed in him, perceiving him as lacking in potential. Perhaps she simply did not regard him as significant. If he were her biological child, would she be so indifferent? "Jin, what are you pondering?" Su Qingyi observed his complex expression, furrowing her brow in speculation. "You don't believe I have given up on you, do you?" Jin looked up at Su Qingyi, his injured expression clearly conveying, "Is that not the case?" "Of course not," Su Qingyi replied earnestly, placing her hand gently on Jin's arm. As the saying goes, education should be tailored to the individual. Since you are not inclined towards scholarly pursuits, why should I insist you engage in them? Would that be beneficial? Jin felt no comfort from her words, her implication only underscored his own perceived inadequacies. There are so many scholars in the world, how many truly make a name for themselves? If you think like that, does it mean that those who fail the examinations should cease to exist? Qingyi asserted, every individual possesses their own unique talents, your struggles in study do not indicate a lack of potential in other fields. Jin frowned, contemplating her words before his expression fell further, but I have no other talents either. This child. Qingyi pinched his cheek, offering reassurance, you are only 8 years old, this is not the time to be concerned about such matters, trust me, just focus on mastering the characters for now, and we will address other issues later. She added with conviction, you will undoubtedly achieve success in the future. I have not given up on you, and I would never forsake you, even if it meant foregoing meat. Such a promising and vital potential, how could Qingyi ever abandon him? She relied on Jin to support her in her later years. The vow to abstain from meat might sound absurd to others, but to Jin, it was a profound declaration. He immediately understood his importance in Qingyi's eyes. It was significant. Mother, I understand now, he replied joyfully while he could not fathom why Qingyi would cherish him, a seemingly useless child. It did not hinder his happiness. Qingyi smiled, recognizing that comforting a child often requires sweet words. Come, let us go fetch your elder brother. Jin nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 013. Each with their own motives. After completing his writing, Lin Gur washed his hands thoroughly in the basin. The maid, Dongqing, entered with a cheerful demeanor, reporting, Young Master Lin, the young mistress has come with young Master Jin and young Master Hong to find you. They wish to dine with you. In stark contrast to Dongqing's exuberance, Lin Gur maintained an indifferent expression. He bore no affection for the residents of the Marquis's residence and felt only a sense of obligation towards his 2 younger brothers. This was merely because Xie Yun had instructed him before the incident to take care of them in the future. He would do what he could, but one should not expect him to harbor deep feelings. As Lin Gur emerged, his 2 younger brothers immediately called out, Elder brother. The respect they held for him was evident. They regarded their eldest brother with a sense of reverence. Lin Gur nodded and then coldly addressed Qingyi, Mother. Ah. Qingyi smiled, seemingly unfazed by his lack of warmth, even appearing slightly flattered. Come, Lin Gur, let us dine together. This evening, Xie Huai'an was still absent, presumably kneeling in the ancestral hall. However, the Marquis had returned and announced some news to everyone. The imperial edict for Yunji and Qingyi has arrived. The palace is expected to come and proclaim it tomorrow. That is good. The emperor still holds Yunji in high regard. The old matriarch sighed in relief. With the imperial marriage decree in hand, there would be no more rumors. Indeed. With the eldest son's marriage settled, the Marquis's expression softened slightly. Qingyi, you are unfilial. You have made your father toil, Qingyi remarked. The Marquis bore her no ill will, responding with gentle warmth, as long as you and Yunji are well, that is sufficient. Thinking of his troublesome second son, the Marquis turned to the Marquesas and said, you should begin searching for a suitable match for Huai'an. Xie Yunji's marriage was indeed an honor, yet the Marquesas felt a twinge of discomfort, for that should have been her daughter-in-law. She commented, I fear Huai'an already has someone in his quarters, finding a good girl may prove difficult. Those of slightly higher status would hesitate to marry into a family with a legitimate son already present. Isn't that of his own making? The old matriarch scoffed. The others at the table refrained from speaking. After all, whether the male protagonist could secure a wife had little to do with them. Qingyi buried her head in her meal. Garlic ribs, braised fish, dumpa pork, she heaped them into her bowl and even into the bowls of Jingur and Hangur. Jingur was so moved he nearly cried. How wonderful mother was, he would be her loyal servant from now on. Lin Gur, he felt as though he was overwhelmed. A fulfilling day finally came to a close. Not wishing to care for the children that evening, Qingyi entrusted Hangur to the wet nurse. Having just consummated her marriage the previous night, she intended to rest that night. However, as a dutiful wife, she planned to visit her husband's chamber briefly after her bath to show her concern. Young mistress, please wait. Do not enter yet. A slightly panicked voice from inside interrupted her. What was the matter? Qingyi paused, inquiring, what has happened? Well, nothing serious, merely that the heir had soiled himself. Mingyu was assisting him in changing his undergarments. Xie Yun felt utterly humiliated, realizing that being incapacitated for an entire day was far worse than he had imagined. He was completely immobile, yet still felt hunger and thirst, and he had normal bodily functions. Unfortunately, he had no control over these matters and had to rely on others for assistance. While he felt little shame in having his personal servant attend to him, Xie Yun was less comfortable with Qingyi, whom he had not wed out of genuine affection. Even if she were sincere, witnessing such a situation would inevitably lead to feelings of aversion over time. Xie Yun truly wished she would not come. Why endure such embarrassment? Regrettably, he could not voice his thoughts, unable to ask Zhixiao to dismiss her and preserve a shred of dignity. He could only listen as Zhixiao tactfully responded, Young mistress, there is nothing alarming, it is merely that the heir has soiled his clothes, and we are in the process of changing them. Please wait a moment, it will be done shortly. Qingyi immediately understood and casually replied, what is the fuss about? You need not be so flustered, I am not unaware of the heir's condition. Though she said this, Zhixiao and Mingyu still hoped to maintain a semblance of dignity for the heir, wishing to avoid causing the mistress any discomfort. Taking care of the heir is my duty as his wife. I shall enter. Su Qingyi declared she was no naive young girl. Regarding a bedridden patient, she held no unrealistic fantasies. Paralysis was paralysis, and certain awkward realities existed. Young mistress. Xie and Mingyu attempted to dissuade her, but Su Qingyi had already entered. Casting a glance at the bed, upon seeing the soiled undergarments, Su Qingyi remarked, "What are you all so anxious about? This is my husband." The two fell silent, forcing smiles. It was not that they doubted the young mistress's sincerity, only those who had cared for the heir knew how excruciating such a task could be. Su Qingyi paid them no mind, rolling up her sleeves to wring out a towel from the basin, preparing to clean the air. Seeing this, the two quickly intervened. "Young mistress, allow us to handle it." "Why are you being so fussy? Are you not men?" Su Qingyi retorted, "Enough with the nonsense, go fetch clean bedding to change." At that moment, Xie Yun realized that the person tending to him was not merely a servant. His face flushed with heat, not from shyness but from sheer embarrassment. Truth be told, he did not believe that Su Qingyi was genuinely caring for him. He assumed she was merely fulfilling her duty, which felt like an affront to him. Having a loyal servant was sufficient, he had no need for such insincere gestures. Su Qingyi worked diligently, treating the task as a job rather than something shameful. However, to claim she was humiliating him was unfounded. She was respectfully treating the heir as one would a superior. Could an employee disrespect their boss? Absolutely not. With their combined efforts, they swiftly replaced the bedding and changed the heir into fresh trousers. Su Qingyi observed them lifting the heir, noting his body remained pliable, and inquired, "Will the heir continue to lie here indefinitely? Had no one considered letting him sit up for a while?" Xie and Mingyu were puzzled by the young mistress's meaning. Su Qingyi continued, "Is there no wheelchair or something similar? We could take the heir out for some fresh air and sunlight. Lying here all day will lead to mildew." "A wheelchair?" The two exchanged perplexed glances. It appeared that such an item was either unavailable or not referred to by that name. Recalling the carpenter she had seen today, Su Qingyi had an idea and said, "Wait a moment. I shall have the carpenter make a wheelchair in a few days, then we can take the heir outside to bask in the sun." But Mingyu and Xie hesitated, their expressions troubled. "The physician said the heir requires complete rest." Su Qingyi countered, "Yet he did not say he cannot go out to enjoy the sunshine. Trust me, sunlight will benefit the heir's health." Unlike the servant's anxiety, Xie Yun felt a flicker of excitement. Whether sunlight had any benefits he did not know, but he was indeed weary of lying in bed. He longed to leave this room. Seeing their reluctance to agree, Su Qingyi declared, "Tomorrow, I shall consult with the old matriarch. That should suffice, yes?" Mingyu and Xie nodded, "Yes, young mistress." Mentioning the old matriarch stirred a deep sense of longing within Xie Yun, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Throughout the day, apart from his sons and Su Qingyi, who had unexpectedly entered his life, no one else had visited him. It was not that he held any grievances against them. He simply missed them, and this longing inevitably brought about a sense of loss. "My lord, father has been busy all day securing the imperial edict for our marriage. The palace will come to proclaim it tomorrow," Su Qingyi's voice chimed in. Xie Yun was taken aback. So that was the case. It made sense. Given the recent turmoil, everyone had been preoccupied, and he felt a great deal better. Su Qingyi silently mused, "How have I become so talkative? Surely, I must have caught it from Xingor and the others." However, engaging in conversation was preferable to sitting in silence, like reporting to a superior. Once she finished speaking, she intended to retire for the night. With this thought in mind, Su Qingyi prattled on, "The old matriarch has been quite upset. She has been rather exhausted these past few days, and she will soon have to arrange a marriage for the second brother, which will be no easy task." Xie Yun reflected that his reckless second brother had yet to marry, and now there was already a concubine in the house who was pregnant. It would indeed be quite challenging. Seeing this, Xie hurriedly exited to bring in a cup of tea, along with some pastries and melon seeds, creating an atmosphere as if hosting a tea gathering. Su Qingyi, this treatment felt quite pleasant. She unreservedly took a handful of melon seeds and began to crack them open as she spoke. Hongor is already 4 years old. It is about time for him to begin his education. I am considering finding a tutor for him. What? Xie Yun was astonished and then greatly displeased. Hongor had yet to receive any formal education? He was aware that the Qin family had not been particularly diligent, but he had not anticipated it to be this neglectful. However, upon reflection, it ultimately fell to him, the father, for not being sufficiently attentive. Guilt washed over him. There is no need to worry about Lin Gor's studies. Once he passes the imperial examination, I shall find him a better teacher. Su Qingyi reassured him. She had someone in mind for that role. After a pause, she added, as for Xingor, he does not seem inclined towards studying. Perhaps pursuing martial arts would suit him better. On this point, Xie Yun agreed. Xingor was indeed strong and energetic, displaying a natural aptitude for martial pursuits. Yet, out of personal desire, he had previously wished for his child to avoid the path of warfare. History was replete with tales of fallen heroes. He himself was the most poignant example. Su Qingyi contemplated indulging in some sweet candied fruits, but as night fell, she abandoned the idea with a soft sigh. Practicing martial arts can strengthen the body. Even if one does not serve in the military, it helps maintain good health. Xie Yun Xingor should indeed pay attention to his physique. No longer wishing to linger amidst the snacks, Su Qingyi clapped her hands, took a sip of tea, and bid farewell. My lord, it is getting late. I shall consider how to construct a wheelchair. You should rest early tonight. Upon hearing her intent to leave, Xie Yun was caught off guard, feeling as though they had only exchanged a few words. The others shared this sentiment. Once Su Qingyi departed, the room fell into a sudden silence. Xie Yun, having lain down all day, required little sleep and felt no drowsiness. He found himself looking forward to the wheelchair Su Qingyi had mentioned. It was as if the night had grown even longer. Chapter 014 The Emperor's Gift of Marriage. Early the next morning, Qingyi summoned the carpenter once again and handed him the wheelchair design she had tirelessly crafted overnight. Please take a look at this, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions, she instructed. The carpenter initially regarded the blueprint with perplexity, wondering about the peculiar notion of affixing wheels to a chair. However, as he studied it further, his eyes sparkled with understanding. This chair was undoubtedly intended for the young heir. Madam, this is a splendid idea, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Although wheelchairs existed in ancient times, they were not referred to as such and were generally cumbersome, some weighing over 100 pounds. Qingyi's improved design, in stark contrast, appeared remarkably lightweight. As long as you can bring it to fruition, Qingyi stated, a generous reward awaits you. The carpenter, unable to resist such encouragement, thumped his chest confidently, assuring her, rest assured, madam, I will make it happen. He then joyfully departed with the blueprints in hand. Before long, a decree arrived from the palace. Qingyi dressed appropriately and stepped out to receive it. The emperor, having consulted the esteemed astrologers, proclaimed that Qingyi and the comatose heir were fated to be wed. In ancient times, when matters could not be resolved through rational means, reliance on supernatural forces was deemed effective. I humbly thank your majesty for your grace, Qingyi said, kneeling to accept the decree. Simultaneously, the emperor issued a verbal message to compensate Xie Huai'an for his bride being taken from him. The eunuch chuckled, should Master Xie find himself enamored with a suitable maiden, the emperor will also bestow a marriage decree upon him. Qingyi nearly burst into laughter. How delightful it would be, with the emperor's sanction for her marriage. How could Xie Huai'an and Xie Yun continue to bully her? Upon hearing that her son might also receive a marriage decree, the countess was overjoyed, exclaiming, thank you, your majesty, for your benevolence. With the emperor's endorsement, her son would surely find a more suitable match. Today, Xie Huai'an was finally released by the count, his knees bruised. Xie Yun was heartbroken, her eyes red-rimmed. Master Xie, you have suffered, it is all my fault. Xie Yun, it is not your doing, Xie Huai'an replied, seeing his beloved weep. He quickly wiped her tears away, do not cry, it is not good for the child in your womb. Xie Yun nodded, about to smile, when the countess arrived, her gaze icy, the palpable disdain sent shivers down her spine. Greetings, madam, Xie Yun said, hastily retreating to the side, her face flushed with humiliation. If only she were a daughter of the count's house, the Xie family believed her status inferior to Qingyi's. The countess shot her a disdainful glance, I am speaking with my son. You may leave. Mother, Xie Huai'an attempted to defend Xie Yun, but the countess's sharp glare silenced him, perhaps it was not the right time, better to endure for now. Very well, Xie Yun murmured, feeling disheartened as she exited. She reminded herself to trust Xie Huai'an, as this was a peculiar time, she must endure for now. Once the troublesome woman was removed, the countess finally spoke, a decree has just arrived from the palace, granting your elder brother and Qingyi a marriage. Xie Huai'an responded with indifference. He held no affection for Qingyi, if she chose to marry a paralyzed man, that was her affair. Your marriage cannot be neglected either, the emperor has decreed that once you find a woman with whom you share mutual affection, he shall also grant you a marriage. At this, the countess finally wore a semblance of a smile, I shall take it upon myself to find you a suitable wife in the coming days. Xie Huai'an frowned, unwilling to rush into marriage. He intended to wait until Xie Yun gave birth, to avoid unnecessary complications. There is no need to hurry, the household has just experienced such an incident. The countess immediately scowled, her voice sharp, you are already 21. Do not think I am unaware that you are delaying for that woman. Mother, do not speak of Xie Yun that way, Xie Huai'an replied, his expression cold and displeased. She is the woman I love. What is wrong with waiting until she gives birth before marrying? The more he spoke, the greater the countess's disdain for Xie Yun grew, she inwardly cursed her as a vixen. I am not opposed to marrying, Xie Huai'an insisted, believing that his willingness to marry a legitimate wife was already a significant concession. That will not suffice, the countess retorted, unwavering. I shall seek a match for you at once. When I find one, I will arrange the marriage. If you wish to protect her, you would do well to heed my advice, I will not allow a woman to lead you astray, causing you to neglect your rightful wife. Such matters were of great import in noble households. Fortunately, the events of that night had not been revealed, otherwise, the entire Pingyang marquis household would have become a laughingstock, and Xie Huai'an's prospects would be ruined. This was also why the countess regarded Qingyi with a measure of trepidation. She had leverage over Xie Huai'an. Honor, you must wake up and consider your actions, the countess admonished. If anything were to happen to your elder brother, the marquisate would belong to you. Do not sacrifice your future for a woman. Xie Huai'an understood his mother's concerns, responding with difficulty, Mother, I comprehend. It was all Qingyi's fault, why had she suddenly become so unmanageable? If only Qingyi had remained obedient and accepted her role as his legitimate wife, he and Xie Yun would not find themselves in such a predicament. Xie Yun entered, cautiously gauging Xie Huai'an's mood, and softly inquired, Master, what did my lady say? At her question, Xie Huai'an softened his expression and replied, Mother wishes to find a suitable wife for me. Xie Yun, this is inevitable, but rest assured. He grasped her shoulders, assuring her, regardless of who my legitimate wife may be, my heart belongs solely to you. Indeed, Xie Huai'an's marriage was a certainty. If it were not Qingyi, it would be someone else. Xie Yun felt a bittersweet mixture of melancholy and joy, leaning softly against Xie Huai'an's embrace, yes, I believe you are sincere. After a day filled with activity, Qingyi did not visit the heir today. Instead, she carried her little shadow, Hongor, over, saying, Hongor, would you keep your father company for a while? Hongor eagerly agreed. Xie Yunji was equally pleased. Lying around all day was too lonely, and he longed for someone to converse with. The servants tended to him all day, yet they remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Thankfully, he had many sons. While one might not come, another would. Moyen hurriedly brought treats to entertain the young master. The maid Suyi remained behind, specifically to care for Hangor. Su Qingyi believed the servants had already exerted themselves sufficiently tending to the heir and did not wish to burden them further. After finishing his delightful snacks, Hongor felt he had spent ample time with his father and began to miss his mother. He leaned over to whisper in Xie Yunji's ear, Father, I miss mother. I will come visit you again next time. Xie Yunji, the ungrateful child, however, he was also curious about what Su Qingyi was busy with. The room fell silent once more as Moyen muttered to himself, the young mistress will be returning to her family tomorrow, which is why she has been in and out today. Once she has some leisure time in a few days, she will be able to visit the heir often. So that was the case. Xie Yunji had indeed forgotten about this. After all, it was customary to return to one's family 3 days after marriage, and he, as the son-in-law, should have accompanied her. Alas, fate had dealt him a cruel hand, rendering him a mere invalid. Tomorrow, Su Qingyi would return alone. She would likely face disdain from her family, despite the imperial decree. Though the decree existed, the reality of it was well understood by all. No matter how beautifully it was worded, its essence was merely to bring joy to the family. Would the young and marquis household support Su Qingyi in her endeavor? That day, Xie Yunji lay in bed, contemplating many matters. At dinner once again, Xie Huai'an was still absent. The count furrowed his brow. Where is Huai'an? The countess provided cover, saying, he is unwell. He left the ancestral hall last night and has rested a full day. Is he still unwell? The count's face was filled with skepticism. Of course, he was not unwell. Xie Huai'an was merely dining with Du Jinyuan. At that moment, the two were in the courtyard, lost in each other's company. The countess likely sensed this as well. Her expression darkened, wishing she could storm in and tear that little minx's face apart. However, as the countess of the house, she could not stoop to squabble with a concubine. Fortunately, the count did not pursue the matter further, shifting the conversation. Tomorrow, Qingyi returns to her family. Has the countess prepared a gift for her? The countess's face stiffened. Since it was not her own son marrying, she had indeed forgotten this detail. The old matriarch cast a cold glance at Madame Qin and stated, prepare the highest standard of return gifts. It is not too late to arrange them now. Then she turned to Su Qingyi with a smile. Qingyi, I will have Yulan take you to the storeroom shortly. Choose whatever you like without hesitation. This is an additional compensation for you. With the promise of gifts, Su Qingyi felt no need for modesty and responded with a sweet smile. Yes, thank you, grandmother. Since you are returning home tomorrow, why not take Hangor with you? The count proposed. Xie Yunji could not attend. Surely, the Pingyang marquis household could not send no one at all. However, fearing that Su Qingyi might feel burdened, he added, after tomorrow, I will personally bring that rascal Huai'an to apologize to the in-laws. Whether or not you take Hangor with you is up to you. Hongor, hearing his name mentioned, immediately leaned toward Su Qingyi, saying in his babyish voice, Hongor wants to go with mother, but if mother does not take Hangor, it is all right. Hongor won't cry. Ha! The adults at the table laughed heartily at Hongor's innocent words. Su Qingyi facepalmed, realizing why people said that a child's character could be observed at such a tender age. Hongor seemed to possess an innate knack for business, even at his young age. Of course, I will take you, Su Qingyi assured, wiping the little grease off his mouth with a cloth. Now, eat your meal. If you finish a bowl today, I will take you to your maternal grandfather's house tomorrow. All right. Hongor, motivated, nodded eagerly and began to eat from his bowl. Meanwhile, Jingur, who had been enjoying his meat, suddenly found it unappetizing upon hearing that his younger brother would accompany their mother to her family. He too wished to accompany her, having never ventured outside since entering the marquis household, and felt a strong yearning for the world beyond. Useless. Lingor observed his younger brother's distracted state with frustration, feeling exasperated. Jingur's face flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, Su Qingyi turned to him, saying, Jingur, you must go to school obediently tomorrow. Once the academy is on break, I will take you to your maternal grandfather's house. Jingur, realizing he had not been overlooked, perked up. Okay, thank you, mother. Yet, he soon felt a twinge of guilt, sneaking a glance at his stern elder brother, who seemed entirely uninterested in him. Jingur huffed internally, knowing his elder brother regarded him as foolish. He had once been taught how to write, but after repeatedly failing to grasp it, his elder brother had given up on him entirely. A mother was different, she would never abandon him. Jingur, I will go with your brother to the storeroom. You should return and practice your calligraphy. After dinner, Su Qingyi instructed Jingur. His brows drooped once more, and he muttered, oh. Watching his mother and younger brother leave, he suddenly realized something. Mother seemed to be ignoring his elder brother. Indeed, since his elder brother had initially given her the cold shoulder, it was no wonder she would not favor him. Jingur felt a mix of schadenfreude and concern. He still held affection for his elder brother and thus skipped along to catch up. Elder brother, do you not like mother? He asked. Lingor, uninterested in his Navi younger brother, thought to himself that it was easy for Jingur to be so carefree, having been pampered so quickly. He remained silent, but Jingur, sensing his indifference, continued, I think mother is quite good, she is different from others. If she is willing to treat me well, I would gladly be her son. Jingur implied that his elder brother should give Su Qingyi a chance rather than outright rejecting her. After all, who could withstand such treatment? Realizing Ling Gur would not respond, he finished speaking and walked away. Ling Gur glanced sideways, surprised that his usually boisterous younger brother could articulate such sentiments. However, there were no what-ifs. He had known since childhood that no one could be relied upon, only oneself with the desire to depend on others was a sign of weakness, and he despised his own helplessness. He never wished to return to a state of utter despair, seeking aid in vain. Chapter 015 Crafting new attire. It is only fitting for Su Qingyi to prepare a return gift for her visit, and thus, Granny Yulan went to the Qin residence to retrieve the keys to the storeroom. Given that the Qin family had made an initial misstep, they dared not refuse. Su Qingyi was equally unreserved. Upon seeing fabric that piqued her interest, she inquired with Granny Yulan about its origins, purpose, and value. If it was not overly extravagant, she would take it. If it was too costly, she would forgo it. She was not a person driven by insatiable greed. Su Qingyi's measured approach indeed earned her Granny Yulan's admiration. Truly, as a lady of a distinguished family, she conducted herself with grace and propriety, ensuring she did not suffer loss while also refraining from being overly vindictive. The three young masters were fortunate to have such a mother watching over them, a stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. It was no wonder that the matriarch and the marquis treated her with such care. While browsing the storeroom, Su Qingyi came across some fabrics and began to examine them closely. Noticing this, Granny Yulan remarked, "Madam, these fabrics are newly arrived and currently in vogue. You may select some as return gifts, suitable for both madams and young ladies." She then pointed to a particular new shade, saying, "You could also use this for your own garments. This elegant iris color would enhance your complexion splendidly." Su Qingyi shook her head. "I shall pass. There are still many items from the betrothal gifts that remain unused." She then added, "I merely wish to see if there are suitable options for the young masters. I wonder if their summer garments have been prepared?" In truth, whether they had been made or not, additional outfits would always come in handy. Her consideration was still for the boys. Granny Yulan chuckled, "Of course, there are fabrics suitable for the young masters. Please feel free to choose." Each young master typically had at least 4 sets of clothes made per season, which seemed quite a number, yet after 3 months of rotation, they would indeed appear worn. For children cherished by their elders, a single season would certainly yield more than 4 sets. Presently, Su Qingyi was uncertain if they had enough clothing. In any case, making garments was no trouble. Having a few extra pieces to rotate would be prudent. The shelves holding the fabrics were quite high. Su Qingyi lifted her son, Hungur, and asked, "Hungur, why don't you take a look and tell me which colors of fabric you fancy?" Hungur, having grown up, seldom made decisions on his own and momentarily stared in astonishment. "Choose whichever you like for your garments. Select a few, and I shall have some made for your brothers as well." Should he select colors or patterns that were too outlandish, she would intervene accordingly. To avoid offending her own sensibilities, Su Qingyi would exercise some discretion. "All right," Hungur said earnestly, raising his little hand to point. He chose ink blue, moon white, wormwood green, gardenia yellow, and vine purple, all colors that he personally favored. This impressed Su Qingyi. Hungur's taste was quite refined, all colors that complemented fair skin. "You truly have an eye for selection, Hungur," she exclaimed. Hungur smiled shyly. Subsequently, Su Qingyi herself chose ultramarine and silver marten colors, more fitting for the slightly older Ling Gur. Envisioning how splendid he would look in them, after selecting the fabrics in the storeroom, arrangements were made for their sorting and transport. Upon returning to the main house of Danhuai courtyard, Granny Kai timidly entered, lowering her head respectfully. "Madam, I have carefully contemplated your words this afternoon and have come to understand." She continued, "In the past, I was indeed at fault for not genuinely respecting the young masters. I beg for your forgiveness." Su Qingyi lifted her gaze to meet Granny Kai's. Previously, the marquis's wife had not held the young masters in high regard, and consequently, the servants had little respect as well. While it is human nature to favor those above and neglect those below, Su Qingyi would not indulge such behavior here. It is good that you have come to this realization. However, Su Qingyi was not a harsh person. Unless a grave transgression was committed, she would not easily dismiss a wet nurse who had cared for Hungur since infancy. She admonished, "From now on, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to looking after Hungur. You must earn not only my approval but also his. Do you understand?" The implication being, if Hungur did not acknowledge you, what worth did you have? Granny Kai's aged face flushed with embarrassment. "Yes, madam, I shall certainly amend my ways." Previously, she had been too lax. "Good. Work diligently, and I shall not treat you unfairly," Su Qingyi replied, though she kept her guard up, deciding not to entrust Hungur to Granny Kai just yet. "At present, Hungur is quite attached. He will accompany me back for my visit tomorrow, so you may come to fetch him in a couple of days," she instructed, wishing to avoid any emotional turmoil that might lead to irrational actions on Granny Kai's part, intending to observe for a few days. Granny Kai, unaware of any ulterior motives, expressed her gratitude. "Understood, madam. Moreover, I have a task for you. Are you skilled in needlework?" Su Qingyi inquired. "I am." Granny Kai nodded. Su Qingyi continued, "I have selected some fabrics from the storeroom for the young master's garments. Gather a few maids skilled in needlework, and in the next couple of days, guide them in creating the clothing." Upon hearing this, Granny Kai immediately replied with enthusiasm, "Yes, madam, I shall ensure your instructions are carried out to perfection. Go now, and there will be rewards upon completion." Su Qingyi nodded. After issuing her instructions to Granny Kai, she noticed Hungur gazing intently at her. "What is it?" she asked, puzzled. "Does mother think I am too clingy?" Hungur, not yet grasping the subtleties of adult conversation, only heard his mother refer to his attachment. Su Qingyi sighed inwardly. This child was as sensitive and perceptive as ever. She shook her head. Not at all. I merely sought an excuse to take you away from Granny Kai. Hung Gur understood this much, smiling slightly as he leaned into Su Qingyi's embrace. Su Qingyi had not anticipated that her first experience sharing a bed post-marriage would be with a child, yet this arrangement was comforting. The antiquated surroundings could be quite daunting at night, and having someone beside her made it easier to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Granny Kai was already busy at work, immediately taking a measuring tape to size the young masters. She also arranged for someone to carry the selected fabrics for the young masters to choose from. In accordance with age hierarchy, Granny Kai first approached Lin Gur. Young Master Lin, the madam has instructed me to prepare summer garments for you. Granny Kai beamed, gesturing towards the ultramarine and silver marten fabrics. These have been specially chosen for you by the madam. Aside from these two, feel free to see if there are any others that catch your eye. Lin Gur cast a glance, experiencing this sort of treatment for the first time. Previously, garments had been tailored and delivered directly without any selection process. What was sent was simply worn. Moreover, summer garments had already been prepared, and according to custom, the next fitting would be for the autumn season. It seemed these arrangements were orchestrated by Su Qingyi. I am indifferent, whatever is fine, Lin Gur replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall have one outfit made in a single color. The madam has said that more is better. Granny Kai smiled, well accustomed to Lin Gur's reticence. After finishing with him, she proceeded to Jin Gur. Jin Gur, however, was more forthcoming, unreservedly selecting his preferred fabrics, sweetly relaying a message, please thank mother for me. As Xie came on duty, he overheard the servants in the courtyard discussing how the madam had brought back a plethora of fabrics from the storeroom to create new garments for each young master, and even the servants in Danhuai courtyard would each receive 2 sets. Madam is truly generous. She also rewarded us for our bowing yesterday. Having a lady of the house makes all the difference, even the flowers in the garden bloom more vibrantly. Xie suddenly recalled that the 4 of them had yet to pay their respects to the madam, and hurriedly went to rectify this. Without fail, they received their rewards, including clothing. Why did you take so long? Mo Yan and Guanqi were waiting for them. We went to bow to the madam, we received silver and clothing, Xie explained, you two should hurry as well. Indeed, the madam has made clothing for everyone in the courtyard, including the young masters, all from the new fabrics brought from the storeroom. They were not naive. However, without a lady of the house, life had indeed been rather rough. Oh dear, we must be quick, Mo Yan urged, having forgotten to inform the young master of their departure. Xie Yunji remained silent, sensing the excitement in Danhuai courtyard. He found himself inexplicably pleased. Xie suddenly mused, has the madam prepared something for the young master? Surely, if everyone else received garments, the young master should as well. After all, he too required clothing, and at a rapid pace. Chapter 16 He doesn't take care the young master, apologies, but Su Qingyi truly had not considered the young master's predicament. She pondered that as the legitimate heir of the marquisate, the old matriarch and the marquis were surely attentive. How could he possibly lack clothing? Today was the routine meeting, and tomorrow she would return home, so Su Qingyi made a point to report on this matter. As for the clothing issue, it had never been mentioned at all. Just as she was about to leave, Xie grew anxious and called out, young madam. Su Qingyi halted her steps and inquired, is there anything else? Xie felt compelled to bring it up, saying, the young master's seasonal garments wore out rather quickly. If you happen to come across suitable fabric next time, you might consider making a couple of outfits for him. The young master truly lacks clothing. Very well, it is the duty of a wife. Su Qingyi nodded, saying, all right, when I return tomorrow, I shall visit the storeroom to take a look. Xie Yunji wished he could silence Xie. Why bring this up, as if he were without attire? There were plenty in the entire household, and he certainly had his share. Who cared? Just take good care of the children. That he genuinely did not mind. The young madam has been quite busy these past few days, Mingyu remarked softly upon seeing Su Qingyi bustling about. Once she has some leisure, she will surely come to be close to the young master. One Tishi, Xie chimed in, of course, with the young master in such a condition it must be difficult. Good things often require trials. They all longed for the arrival of the little master. If the young madam did not draw close to the young master, there would be no little master. Xie Yunji remained oblivious to the riddles they were uttering. What trials could possibly be good? He did not require Su Qingyi's affection. What significance did that hold? However, he would not object to her companionship in conversation. He did not find it disagreeable. As the master, Su Qingyi had access to more information, and he could only learn of the outside world through her. Currently, the entire capital was aware that Su Qingyi had wed Xie Huai'an, only to be bestowed by the emperor to the elder brother of Xie Huai'an. That is to say, the renowned general Xie Yunji of Fengbo. Speaking of Xie Yunji, he was a name known to all. Born into a noble family, he possessed an appearance as striking as jade, exceptional martial skills, and a talent for writing exquisite prose, being a well-rounded gentleman of a prestigious lineage. Originally a prodigy, he chose to abandon the imperial examinations and, at 17, took to the battlefield, achieving remarkable military successes over the past 8 years. He was affectionately dubbed the Jade-faced general. Regrettably, just 6 months prior, Xie Yunji had suffered a grievous injury on the battlefield and had remained in a coma ever since, rendered incapacitated. Clear-headed individuals recognized that Su Qingyi had married Xie Yunji to lift his spirits. Had Xie Yunji not been injured, the position of young master's wife would never have fallen to the obscure Su Qingyi, yet with Xie Yunji in his current state, any girl marrying him would be seen as a waste. When news reached the Yong'an marquisate, the marquis and his wife felt quite disheartened. Xie Yunji was undoubtedly a confirmed invalid, and their daughter marrying him meant living as a widow, playing the role of a stepmother. What good could come of that? Moreover, those children were not Xie Yunji's biological offspring. Once Xie Huai'an inherited the title, it would be a stretch to expect him to look after them. Nevertheless, since the emperor had decreed the marriage, they could only acquiesce. On the eve of her return, the young marquis, fearing his wife's discontent, spoke to her, saying, "My dear, Sue's eldest son is loyal and devoted, sacrificing himself for the country, and is beloved by the people. Thus, our second daughter marrying him was also the emperor's decision, so we must accept it." Madame Qi remained silent, her expression cold. Her precious daughter's future seemed irrevocably ruined. Xie Yunji was indeed deserving of respect. Why could the emperor not allow a daughter from another family to uplift his spirits instead? The young marquis continued, "Regardless, our second daughter is rather dull and wooden. Forcing her to marry Huai'an may not guarantee her happiness. Now marrying Yunji, she will earn the admiration of the common folk, and her future may not be so bleak. Only a woman could grasp another woman's struggles." Madame Qi sighed, saying, "All of that is mere empty fame. What use is it? Do you think without a husband's support our second daughter will lead a smooth life in the marquisate? Once Huai'an inherits the title, she will surely suffer." The Madame's words were not without merit. The young marquis pondered it over and, with resignation, replied, "We shall see how it unfolds. If the three children thrive, they can go their own way. After all, they were descendants of Xie Yunji. The emperor would not neglect them." Madame Qi was not so optimistic, dousing her husband's hopes with cold water. "It is challenging to be a stepmother. The eldest is already 12 years old, and it is not easy to nurture them. We can only hope for the youngest." The young marquis could only remain silent. They had never considered that perhaps one day Xie Yunji might awaken. After all, that was far more unlikely than the three children treating Su Qingyi as their own mother. On the day of her return, a procession of gifts arrived at the young marquisate, yet there was little joy within. Everyone knew that the second daughter had married a man who had lain incapacitated for half a year, burdened with 3 half-grown children. It was hardly a cause for celebration. Su Qingyi had no emotional ties to the family of the original owner. She was merely going through the motions. Hangu'er, let us go. However, Hangu'er appeared somewhat anxious, clutching Su Qingyi's skirt, fearful that her maternal relatives would not take a liking to him. "Do not fret, we shall merely have a meal and depart," Su Qingyi reassured him, eventually lifting him into her arms. With his mother's embrace, Hangu'er relaxed significantly. "Second sister?" Su Qingyi turned towards the voice to find a bejeweled noblewoman smiling at her. From the address, it was clear it was the original owner's elder sister, Su Tingjun. This elder sister, flamboyant and beautiful, had married well, her husband being the heir of the Duke of Yonghua. Their relationship had always been strained, with Su Tingjun often flaunting her success or belittling the original owner. Over time, this had contributed to the original owner's introverted and reserved nature. Today marked Su Qingyi's return, yet Su Tingjun had specifically come to her maternal home to stir the pot, her intentions all too clear. The original owner would have surely been infuriated. Even after marrying, she could not escape her elder sister's shadow, yet Su Qingyi was now in her 30s, such trivial mental jabs held no power over her. "Oh, it is elder sister." Su Qingyi greeted with a remarkably natural smile. Su Tingjun scrutinized her younger sister, noting the change. How daring to wear such bright, extravagant garments, adorned with valuable and eye-catching accessories. Su Qingyi, already striking, appeared even more radiant with a touch of adornment, blooming like the peach and plum blossoms. Compared to the esteemed young ladies of the capital, she held her own quite well. Previously, while still in the boudoir, Su Tingjun had always instructed Su Qingyi to be modest and simple, to read more and speak less, for that would cultivate a good reputation. Thus, Su Qingyi had earned a reputation for being gentle and graceful. In truth, within the inner chambers, men did not favor such rigid and dull women, and only the elders admired them. Little did she know that after a period of absence, Su Qingyi had transformed into a refreshing presence. Su Tingjun was momentarily stunned, her heart filled with doubt. Then, recalling her sister's circumstances, she genuinely smiled. "Elder sister, what brings you back today?" Su Qingyi inquired. After finishing her appraisal, Su Tingjun replied, "I thought of you returning today. It has been some time since I last saw you, so I came back to check on you." Such sweet words. Su Qingyi mused. Clearly, she had heard of her marriage to a paralyzed husband and had come to witness the spectacle. Chapter 017 Deceiving the maternal family. Fortunately, Su Qingyi was not the original owner. She felt little about it. "That's splendid, just so happens I brought along Qingyi, who is Yunji's younger son." As she spoke, she picked up Qingyi and walked towards Su Tingjun. "Qingyi, be good and greet your aunt." "Aunt, hello," Qingyi called out. Though he smiled, the warmth was absent from his dark eyes. He did not harbor affection for this aunt, just as she seemed to feel no fondness for his mother. Su Tingjun, unaware of Su Qingyi's enthusiasm, smiled in return. "Qingyi is truly well behaved." According to custom, it was customary to present a token gift upon first meeting. Su Tingjun, with some reluctance, retrieved a precious jade pendant from her person. "Here you go, a token of greeting from your aunt." After all, he was the adopted son of Xie Yunji, and regardless of sisterly bonds, she could not afford to be remiss. Qingyi first glanced at Su Qingyi, receiving her nod of approval before accepting the gift. "Thank you, aunt." Most children would beam with joy upon receiving a gift, yet he remained indifferent. Witnessing this, Su Tingjun felt a twinge of melancholy. In truth, the man she once yearned to marry was none other than the renowned young general, Xie Yunji. Such a noble and valiant figure, a paragon of beauty, what woman could resist? Yet, unexpectedly, it was Su Qingyi who ended up marrying him. Regaining her composure, Su Tingjun remarked, "Qingyi seems to be quite compatible with my second sister." Indeed, Su Qingyi was blissfully unaware of Su Tingjun's youthful infatuation. Yet, even if she were aware, it would hardly surprise her. Before the incident, Xie Yunji had been the dream suitor of countless young ladies, basking in unparalleled glory. Qingyi is like my own son, Qingyi said, affectionately rubbing Qingyi's cheek. To be frank, she felt little for Xie Yun. He was merely a so-so in bed. However, she cherished his sons dearly. Her own son, Qingyi, feeling shy and unsure, handed the jade pendant back to his mother. Su Tingjun thought to herself, given that he was not Xie Yun's biological child, her gaze towards Qingyi grew tinged with sympathy simultaneously. She felt fortunate that she had not married Xie Yun. Otherwise, she would now be the one leading a life of widowhood as a stepmother. Come inside, father and mother are waiting, Su Tingjun said, turning to lead the way. Qingyi felt as though she had been pitted, her emotions complex. If her memory served her right, the heir of the Duke of Yong had quite the reputation for being a womanizer, seemingly fathering many illegitimate children. Her elder sister appeared to be a winner in life, yet in reality, the inner household was rife with chaos. Thus, life was never perfect. It was all about achieving what one sought. When the couple of Marquis Yong'an saw Qingyi now radiant in appearance, they were quite taken aback. She was far from their expectations. Father, mother, your daughter has returned, and this is Yunji's youngest, Qingyi, Qingyi introduced. She carried Qingyi over for introductions, saying, Qingyi, greet your grandfather and grandmother. Qingyi descended from his mother's arms and, with practiced grace, performed a bow while addressing them. Qingyi pays respects to grandfather and grandmother. Ah, good boy, Qingyi. The couple of Marquis Yong'an had a plethora of words they wished to share with their second daughter, yet they were caught off guard by her bringing a child along, leaving them to attend to him first. Be good. Grandmother has brought you some delicious treats, Mrs. Qi said, gently patting his small hand. Thank you, grandmother, Qingyi replied sweetly. Marquis Yong'an took Qingyi into his arms, weighing him. Is Qingyi 2 or 3 years old? 4, Qingyi replied, adjusting Qingyi's clothing. Qingyi was frail in his early years, smaller than his peers. I heard that when Yunji found him, he weighed little more than a kitten. Thankfully, he has since grown stronger and will grow taller in a few years. Upon mentioning Xie Yunji's name, Marquis Yong'an expressed heartfelt sentiments. Yunji serves the nation and its people. He is a commendable man. Since you have married him, do take good care of the household. After instructing the servants to prepare snacks for the child, Mrs. Qi approached to embrace Qingyi, yet her eyes were fixed on Qingyi as she snorted coldly, you certainly have a grand vision. Do tell me, what was the situation back then? Qingyi protested, mother, this truly was not my fault. As she embraced Qingyi, she recounted the events of that day. The 3 men of Marquis Yong'an stood astounded. That wretched maid, Du Jinyun, had betrayed her master. How outrageous, and Xie Huai'an absurd, too much. Finally, Marquis Yong'an understood why the Marquis of Pingyang had come to apologize to Xie Huai'an. It turned out to be such a scandalous affair, the other party was clearly feeling guilty. And thus, Qingyi said, feigning innocence, what good fortune could I expect from marrying Xie Yi? Rather than watch my husband squander his potential and dally with concubines, I would prefer to marry Xie the heir. Hearing her sister's words, Su Tingjun felt a sharp sting, suspecting a veiled mockery aimed at herself. Her husband, the heir of the Duke of Yong, was notorious for his dalliances, known throughout the capital, but what of it, it was still preferable to being wed to a paralyzed man. Second sister has a rather naive perspective. No matter how inept Xie Yi may be, he will one day be the master of the Marquis 8, what will you do then as a widow with a child? Su Tingjun gazed at Qingyi with concern. Eldest sister truly worries for you. These words struck a chord with Mrs. Qi, who began to berate her. Indeed, your eldest sister has imparted so much wisdom to you, yet you seem to have learned nothing worthwhile. Even if he dotes on his concubines, he can only father a few illegitimate children. Can they surpass a legitimate son born of your womb? In Mrs. Qi's eyes, as long as Qingyi could bear a legitimate child, she would secure her position as the master of the Marquis 8. She could continue her dignified life, avoiding the need to compete with concubines for favor. That would be akin to having her head kicked by a donkey. Qingyi continued to argue, mother, you are misinformed. The Xie family is known for their romantic proclivities. Xie Yi and Du Jinyun share a bond as strong as gold. I fear that if I marry him, I may not even have the opportunity to bear a legitimate child. To bolster her claim, she embellished, you will see for yourselves tomorrow. Xie Yi's genuine affection for Du Jinyun is written all over his face. He won't even agree to let his eldest illegitimate son be raised by the legitimate wife. What use is there in marrying him? The others frowned in disbelief, unable to fathom that such blatant favoritism towards concubines existed among noble families. It was as if one's head had been struck by a donkey. Unthinkable, Marquis Yong'an declared. Enough, it is what it is. The emperor has issued an edict. We must proceed as such. Marquis Yong'an had come to terms with the situation. After all, this daughter had always been mediocre, and he held no expectations for her success. It was better this way, for her to live a stable life in the inner household without causing them trouble. With the Marquis having spoken, Mrs. Qi ceased her reproaches and began to inquire, what is Xie Yunji's current state? She had heard that, despite his condition, it was still possible for him to father children. If Qingyi could bear a child, it would be quite beneficial. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyi answered truthfully, the heir as well, aside from being in a coma, everything else is as usual. Mrs. Qi hesitated, lowering her voice. I have heard that even in such conditions, it is still possible to engage in marital relations. The others looked on in astonishment. Was that truly the case? How could one engage in marital relations while in a coma? Only Qingyi remained composed, seemingly unfazed. Consider it carefully. If it is indeed possible, it would be best to bear a child, Mrs. She urged earnestly. Though she favored her other children, she was still concerned for her daughter. What a spectacle, discussing such matters in public. Hadn't it been said that ancient people were reserved and discreet? Su Qingyi felt grateful that she was not a timid 17 or 18-year-old girl, otherwise, she would surely be mortified. Understood, she replied vaguely. Chapter 018 of the general's renown. After finishing their midday meal, Su Qingyi took her son, Hung Gur, to bid farewell. They did not hurry back to the Pingyang Marquis' residence. Having ventured out only a few times in recent days, Su Qingyi intended to explore the streets and experience the ancient marketplace. The capital, seated beneath the emperor's feet, boasted bustling streets lined with shops, presenting a scene of prosperity. The sight filled Su Qingyi with awe, dispelling her prior notions of ancient times being primitive. In truth, wealth and power could afford a splendid life. The Pingyang Marquis' residence, being both affluent and influential, made Su Qingyi ponder the splendor that might have surrounded Xie Yunji's wife, had he remained in good health. Yet, Su Qingyi did not covet such a fate. Rather than enriching her husband, she preferred to see her son thrive. Hung Gur, equally unaccustomed to the outdoors, gazed around curiously in Su Qingyi's embrace, clutching her neck tightly, fearful of losing his way amidst the throngs of people. "Look, there are candied hawthorns," Su Qingyi exclaimed as they approached a vendor, purchasing 4 skewers, intending for each of them to enjoy one. Hung Gor's eyes sparkled with delight. After all, what child does not adore candied hawthorns? "You may eat now," Su Qingyi offered, handing him a skewer. "Mother, you eat first," Hung Gur insisted, taking a bite himself before presenting it to her. As the beautiful young lady of the Marquis' residence strolled through the streets with her child, she inevitably attracted attention. Although she did not wish to consume food in public, she could not dampen her child's spirits and took a small bite. "All right, Hung Gur, you may have it now." It was Hung Gor's first experience with candied hawthorns, and the sweet and sour flavor brought forth a myriad of expressions on his face. "Is it delicious?" Su Qingyi teased, grimacing playfully at the tartness. Hung Gur nodded earnestly. "Delicious. Is that true?" Su Qingyi questioned skeptically, reaching for it. "If it's too sour, don't force yourself." But he swiftly snatched it away. "I want to eat." It appeared Hung Gur truly relished the flavor. Su Qingyi, unwilling to admit her own aversion to sourness, soon spotted various delectable treats, sending the maidservants to procure them for a taste. The mother and son leisurely strolled through the market, oblivious to the murmurs surrounding them. Recognizing the maidservants trailing behind, some began speculating about the identities of this mother and child. "Indeed, I once delivered fabrics to the Pingyang Marquis' residence, and I recall the attire of the household, just like theirs." A worker from the silk shop, attuned to the nuances of fabric styles, was certain he was not mistaken. Based on this clue, the crowd began to deduce Su Qingyi and Hung Gor's identities. The daughter of the Marquis, designated by the emperor to bring good fortune to Xie Yunji, seemed to have a fondness for the general's child. Observing the child's affectionate demeanor toward his mother, could their bond be anything but genuine? Truly, she is the daughter of the Marquis, understanding the greater good and repaying General Xie's kindness to we, the common folk. 3 years ago, had it not been for General Xie's valor at the Chongming Pass, one can only imagine what our state would be like now. What a pity, what a shame. In the tea house above, discussions about Xie Yunji flourished. Inevitably, Su Qingyi became the focal point of their chatter. The harmonious interaction between the newlywed fortune-bringing wife and her son captivated the onlookers. Consequently, no one mentioned her connection to Xie Huai'an. The emperor had bestowed the marriage. The master of the astral observatory declared their fates intertwined. Surely there could be no doubt. At that moment, Su Qingyi and Hung Gur found themselves in a bookstore, intending to purchase writing materials for Lin Gur, who had a passion for reading and quickly consumed such supplies. She wondered who typically provided for him. "Do you know who prepared Lin Gor's writing materials before? What were his usual supplies?" Su Qingyi casually inquired of a maidservant from the Marquis' household. As expected, the maidservant appeared perplexed and replied, "It should have been prepared by the mistress." Not wishing to cause any discomfort, Su Qingyi nodded. "Very well, I shall select some myself." Hung Gur was also due for enlightenment, so Su Qingyi chose a set of the 4 treasures of the study for him. "This is for our Hung Gur. Later, I shall invite a tutor to enlighten you. How does that sound?" she asked. "Good." Hung Gur, still savoring the candied hawthorn, nodded, licking the sugary residue from his lips. A keen shop assistant promptly recommended, "If the young master is to be enlightened, I suggest the mistress purchase a set of our introductory books, curated by a prominent scholar of the Song dynasty. They have received exceptional acclaim." Su Qingyi smiled, realizing that even in ancient times, there existed salespeople and the influence of renowned figures. "Very well, I shall purchase a set." Though she had no knowledge of this scholar, he must surely be remarkable. After completing the transaction, as Su Qingyi and her entourage prepared to leave, a man entered, informing the shopkeeper, "Did you know, the lady who just bought writing materials is General Xie Yunji's wife, along with his adopted son." "What?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, slapping his thigh in regret. "Had I known, I would not have charged her." Without delay, he grabbed a handful of silver and rushed out, calling, "Madame Xie, please wait." Su Qingyi, walking leisurely, was soon caught up with by the shopkeeper, who pressed the silver into her hands, his expression somewhat dazed. What was happening? "The writing materials are my gift to General Xie's son. I hope Madame Xie does not take offense." After stating this, the shopkeeper dashed away, a look of excitement plastered on his face. Others in the vicinity began to murmur, all eyes fixed on Su Qingyi. What? This was General Xie Yunji's wife and child. Those who engaged in trade were common folk, who held deep admiration for the great general. Moreover, with Xie Yunji's recent misfortunes, their reverence was tinged with sympathy. They had no opportunity to visit and extend their wishes to Xie Yunji, nor did they often see the reclusive nobility of the Marquis's residence. Now, having the rare chance to encounter the wife and child of the great general in the streets, they were all abuzz with excitement. "Madame Xie, allow me to treat you to pastries," someone suddenly called out. Soon, others eagerly followed suit. "Madam, may I treat you to eggs? I have an umbrella here. A fan." The warm calls from the townsfolk left Su Qingyi astonished. Was General Xie so beloved? As his spouse, Su Qingyi regained her composure and smiled, waving at the crowd. Having seen enough international news, even in the face of such a scene for the first time, she instinctively knew how to respond. "Hangur, these people honor your father. He is a great hero." Su Qingyi made sure to instill this sentiment in her son. "You too shall strive to be a good person, respected like your father." If memory served, Hangur became a maritime merchant in the original tale, employing unscrupulous methods. Yet, she felt no resentment toward him. He had endured considerable hardship to rise from the bottom, and it was only through ruthlessness that he could contend with others. However, this time, Hangur need not descend into darkness, for he was surrounded by those who cherished him. He would likely not grow to be a pirate captain. "Yes, I want to be like father," Hangur chirped, mimicking his mother's gestures as he waved to the crowd. His mother wished for him to emulate his father, and so he would follow in his father's footsteps. Although Hangur's young mind might think that being a hero was not particularly favorable, after all, being a hero only led to their father lying in bed while they were bullied, with no one to care for them. Thankfully, their mother had arrived. Hangur smiled genuinely, his heart filled with warmth. Chapter 019 The Scoundrel's Punishment. In the Pingyang Marquis, Su Qingyi ventured out for a delightful outing, indulging in a shopping spree that yielded an abundance of delectable treats and delightful trinkets, reminiscent of souvenirs from a grand journey. The bounty was divided into several portions. Some were sent to her brother's quarters, ensuring they would have a feast upon their return from school, while others were distributed among the servants, regardless of their roles, whether they were close attendants or those engaged in menial tasks. Xie Yunji lay upon his bed, perceiving the burgeoning commotion outside, which signaled Su Qingyi's return. Two young servants appeared to have brought something back, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to involve food and playthings. Su Qingyi, with her amiable disposition, was rather fond of indulging those around her, Xie Yunji mused. The nurse accompanying her mentioned that the young mistress and young master Han went shopping and were recognized, prompting the entire street to shower gifts upon her, one servant remarked. Xie Yunji raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Is that so? The young mistress is quite gracious, encouraging young master Han to greet the common folk. Our young mistress truly possesses a kind heart. It appears the common people still remember our young lord's merits. Indeed, our young lord has achieved great feats. Without him, where would we find such peace today? Do you suppose this meat pie was a gift from the commoners?" "Not at all," the nurse said. "It was all paid for by the young mistress, who understands how hard it is for the common folk to earn a living." Xie Yunji inwardly concurred. Naturally, payment was warranted. He felt a sense of relief, recognizing that his wife was indeed of refined character, well-educated and sensible, rather than someone of shallow disposition. Children require a mother who leads by example. When the brothers returned from school, they were greeted by the sight of the numerous edibles and amusements laid out on the table. Gur, filled with delight, immediately began to indulge, exclaiming, "Mother is so kind. How did she know I was hungry?" He often returned home famished, and previously, he would nibble on snacks. However, after Su Qingyi cautioned him about the perils of excessive snacking, he had since refrained. Gur, on the other hand, displayed a more subdued reaction. He was no longer a child easily appeased, yet, upon entering the study and encountering the impressive array of ink, paper, and brushes, he was momentarily taken aback. Was this an excessive amount? Was Su Qingyi a nouveau riche? The quality of the Xian paper and writing implements far surpassed what he had purchased himself, indicating they were not inexpensive. Regardless of his admission of this, he felt a genuine sense of pleasure at the sight of such an abundance, likely sufficient for his studies until he completed his examinations. As was her custom, Su Qingyi gathered everyone for dinner. As the four of them exited Danhui courtyard, they encountered Xie Huai'an outside the wall. His gloomy gaze fell upon Su Qingyi and her seemingly amicable relationship with her nephews. As the legitimate son of the Marquis, Xie Huai'an had never regarded his elder brother's adopted children as his own. They were mere bastards unworthy of his acknowledgement. Elder sister-in-law, Xie Huai'an addressed her without a trace of respect. "Second brother," Su Qingyi replied with composure, "is there something you require?" The children, seemingly aware of Xie Huai'an's disdain for them, stood behind Su Qingyi, refraining from addressing him as second uncle. Gur had never been one to offer greetings, particularly after Xie Huai'an had once referred to him in a derogatory manner. He expected Su Qingyi to encourage them to call him, yet she did not. "Xie Yun is now under my command. I demand her contract of servitude," Xie Huai'an stated, hands clasped behind his back, his tone laced with entitlement. "And that old nurse, since you have given her to Xie Yun, you must also provide her contract." Su Qingyi felt a wave of discomfort at his condescending demeanor. Though the male protagonist might possess an aura of superiority, she was not inclined to bow down to him. "Second brother, Xie Yun was originally my maid, yet she acted disgracefully behind my back. I am the mistress, and she is the servant. She ought to offer me an apology, would you not agree?" Xie Huai'an frowned. "She is with child." The implication was clear. How could Su Qingyi bully a pregnant woman? Su Qingyi could hardly believe her ears, nearly bursting into laughter. Oh, and what of it, should I tolerate her simply because she is pregnant, the child is not mine. Xie Huai'an retorted, do not make things difficult for her. Direct your ire towards me instead. Very well, since Xie Huai'an was so shameless, she would not hold back. Indeed, she shamelessly bore the child of my fiancé behind my back, Qingyi declared. Now she is unwilling to even serve me tea and offer an apology. And he expected to receive the contract? Not a chance. I have stated it is my fault, and Xie Yun bears no responsibility, Xie Huai'an replied coldly. Qingyi questioned, and so? You may request a tea offering as an apology, I will do so on her behalf, she said, feigning ignorance. Xie Huai'an's gaze turned dark, filled with malice. Indeed, you are also at fault. Fearless, Qingyi countered, then let the two of you offer tea and apology together. As the supposed victim, she was not one to cower. Upon witnessing such disgusting behavior, her spirit was undeniably wounded, rendering her unable to enjoy her evening meal. What of the male protagonist, is he truly so formidable? You, Qingyi. Xie Huai'an ground his teeth, his expression dark as night. Now that you are married to my brother, why cling to Xie Yun? She has wronged you not, it is you who is the superfluous one. This assertion irked Qingyi. How could he justify his infidelity with such audacity? With a scoff, she replied, you wish to obtain the contract? Very well. Xie Huai'an's heart leapt with hope, only to be dashed by Qingyi's next words, in your next life. With that, she turned to leave. Qingyi. Xie Huai'an reached out to grasp her arm with great force, causing her to wince in pain and contort her expression. Mother. The children were alarmed. Jingur, quick to react, rushed forward and pushed Xie Huai'an with all his might. Do not harm my mother. Xie Huai'an realized his impulsiveness and promptly released her, yet his gaze remained sinister, filled with malice. What purpose does it serve to make Xie Yun suffer? You relinquished your position as my brother's wife, why persist in your pursuit? Qingyi rubbed the spot where he had grasped her, frowning as she pondered his words. Did he truly believe she harbored lingering feelings for him? How revolting, the thought left her feeling nauseous, almost rendering her unable to enjoy dinner. Xie Huai'an, I am your sister-in-law, you would do well to treat me with respect. Qingyi huffed, I will inform the matriarch and the marquis of your violent behavior towards me and your insistence on obtaining Xie Yun's contract. At the mention of the matriarch and the marquis, Xie Huai'an's countenance soured. When did I lay hands on you? I merely sought to stop you. You did lay hands on me, you most certainly did. Jingur glared at him, filled with indignation. Meanwhile, Gur clenched his tiny fists, glaring at Xie Huai'an with fury. Gur, though maintaining a composed demeanor, suddenly inched closer, prepared to defend Qingyi should Xie Huai'an dare to act again. He was merely unwilling to take Qingyi's possessions without cause. Good boy, Qingyi praised Jingur, lifting Gur into her arms. We shall take our leave. The four of them turned to depart, leaving Xie Huai'an standing there in a state of dissatisfaction. How had Qingyi transformed into this version of herself? In his memory, she was a naive and unremarkable young lady, always blushing in his presence, clearly enamored with him. This had been the reason Xie Huai'an found her so easily manipulated. What could bind a person more than affection? Yet now, did Qingyi no longer harbor feelings for him? The thought left Xie Huai'an feeling perplexed. After all, losing control over Qingyi proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Qingyi wasted no time in relaying the incident to the matriarch and the marquis. Bolstered by the corroboration of her children, the matriarch and the marquis were furious. Xie Huai'an was promptly summoned to the study for a reprimand, and ultimately punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire day. The marquisess, filled with maternal concern, personally delivered dinner to her son in the hall, scolding him mercilessly. Have you lost your mind? She is now your sister-in-law, why provoke her further? My son merely sought to reclaim Xie Yun's contract, Xie Huai'an replied, visibly distressed. He had not anticipated that Qingyi would become so unyielding, no longer the easily swayed individual he once knew, now transformed into someone brazen and imperious. The contract is of no immediate concern. She is still upset, what do you hope to gain by pressing her for it? The marquisess was well aware that Xie Huai'an's punishment stemmed from his dealings with that wretched woman. Have I not told you that I would retrieve it later? Xie Huai'an was no fool. He understood that, given his mother's disdain for Xie Yun, acquiring the contract from her would be nearly impossible. The marquisess, with a fierce demeanor, declared, if you suffer punishment for that wretched woman again, I shall slap her myself, mark my words. Mother! Xie Huai'an could no longer contain himself, defending Xie Yun. What wrong has Xie Yun committed to deserve such humiliation? She merely faces a tragic fate, having fallen from grace. How can you be so cruel? What, you dare call me cruel? The marquisess, incensed, nearly struck Xie Huai'an as if to awaken him from his ignorance. What do you mean by merely fallen from grace? If that were her only transgression, I would not berate her. The marquisess continued, open your eyes and see clearly. A woman who seduces her master's fiancé and climbs into bed with him behind his back, what good could come of such a person? Xie Huai'an argued, that was my fault. Xie Yun bears no blame. Silence. The marquisess was exasperated. If she were upright and honorable, I might regard her with some respect, but as it stands, I shall never hold her in esteem, never. As the legitimate wife, who would not resent a scheming maid? Were it not for the fact that Xie Yun was pregnant, the Marquisess would have already torn her apart. Xie Huai'an realized that gaining acceptance for Xie Yun from his elders would be an arduous task, more challenging than he had anticipated. They were merely in love. Was that truly a sin? How absurd it seemed that those genuinely in love faced disdain, while Qingyi, out of spite, married the paralyzed Xie Yun, earning accolades from all. Why should it be so? Chapter 020. The affection of the Su family. If Qingyi were to overhear this inquiry, she would undoubtedly retort with great fervor, what does by what right mean? It is, of course, predicated upon her ability to bear the consequences. Did Xie Huai'an believe that marrying Xie Yun meant he could simply await the fruits of heaven's bounty? Everyone extols what she rightfully deserves. As the lady of the house, there are myriad responsibilities she must undertake both within and beyond its walls. Merely tending to 3 children requires an immense investment of effort to ensure their smooth upbringing. While laissez-faire parenting is a possibility, the reality is that true talent will eventually shine. However, one must act with integrity. If one wishes to enjoy the shade of a great tree, one must first toil to plant it. To desire the shade without having planted the tree is mere folly. It was during her bath that Qingyi first heard the news conveyed by Granny Chang. The news detailed how the Countess had visited the ancestral hall to see Xie Huai'an, which incited her growing ire. Thus, she made her way to Xie Huai'an's courtyard and, seizing Xie Yun by her hair, struck her across the face. Xie Yun's lip was split from the blow, and she was subjected to a barrage of harsh words from the Countess. The maids and matrons, captivated by the spectacle, exchanged whispers, commenting, "This Countess is truly formidable, one would never suspect it." Typically, the Countess maintained a composed and dignified demeanor, appearing meticulous and poised, evidently far removed from the image of a shrew. Qingyi was not surprised. In the original text, the Countess harbored a profound disdain for Xie Yun. However, in the narrative, the legitimate wife, Qingyi, played a role in mitigating the conflict, rendering it less intense. Now, with Xie Yun having caused Xie Huai'an to lose his rightful wife and leaving behind the complications of an illegitimate son, this directly impacted Xie Huai'an's prospects of marrying into a more distinguished family. It was only natural for the Countess to harbor resentment towards Xie Yun. As Qingyi languidly soaked in the bath, the wet nurse softly inquired, "My lady, shall we attend to the young master today?" At once, Qingyi's drowsiness vanished. Her mind, momentarily clouded, gradually made a decision, let us go. Since the plan was already set in motion, there was no point in delaying. Once the first night had passed, it would not feel like a descent into a den of execution. Perhaps, once this body acclimatized, she would find it rather enjoyable. As a mature woman in her 30s, Qingyi reflected with a calm and rational mindset. On the young master's side, the physician had been summoned almost every other day to check his pulse. Today, the doctor had visited and confirmed that the young master's condition remained stable. Xie Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that checking the pulse did not reveal any signs of consciousness returning. Yet, on second thought, perhaps this was not entirely unfavorable, as it spared his family further sorrow. He was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Rather than having everyone wallow in his misfortunes, he preferred that they lead their lives unperturbed. Yet, as is the nature of humanity, after lying in bed for so long, knowing someone cared was preferable to feeling utterly forgotten. That night, as was customary, Qingyi made her appearance once more. Xie Yun had become accustomed to her nightly visits and, as usual, she recounted events that had transpired during her return to her family. The couple, the Marquis of Yong'an, who were formerly his in-laws and had now become his in-laws again, had accepted their marriage. It seemed that their expectations for their second daughter were rather modest. They merely desired her to care for her husband and children and to avoid causing trouble. This sparked a flicker of curiosity in Xie Yun. What sort of person was Su? From what he had gathered, she seemed an ordinary woman, yet her actions portrayed a rather unconventional spirit. If given a choice, he would prefer Su to adhere to a more traditional demeanor, as he himself was inclined towards tradition. Another peculiar thought crossed Xie Yun's mind. What had become of Mingyu and Zishao this evening? Typically astute, they had not offered tea or refreshments today and had seemingly vanished. After lying there for a while, he found the sound of seed cracking quite pleasant. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Qingyi ceased her chatter. Xie Yun assumed she was about to take her leave, and indeed, without any tea or snacks, her stay seemed to be brief. Young master. Suddenly, he felt warm fingertips caressing his face, a sensation that left him momentarily stunned. Su was touching his face. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. It seemed Su harbored affections for him. No wonder she had voluntarily chosen to marry a man deemed a waste. Xie Yun was taken aback yet felt a tinge of resignation. Throughout his relatively short life, many women had pined for him, yet he had no desire to reciprocate their affections. The attentions of others felt burdensome to him, whether in health or in his current state. He had no inclination to respond to any woman's feelings. Qingyi, what love, what admiration! She merely found it tedious to dive straight into the main course and sought to stir the atmosphere. Besides, the young master's features were rather pleasing to the eye, making them suitable for enlivening the mood. Of course, had she been aware that he was conscious, she would never have acted thus. That would have been quite awkward, but, as it stood, she was blissfully unaware, and so she indulged herself, planting gentle kisses upon his brows and eyes. In Qingyi's view, engaging in intimacy was a profoundly romantic affair. She had no desire to be merely a vessel for progeny. If pleasure could be derived, then why not enjoy it? Xie Yun felt her soft kisses trail across his face, from his delicate eyelids to his cheeks, igniting an inexplicable tension within him. His heart raced within his chest. The air was thick with the sweet fragrance of a woman, enveloping him in its warm embrace. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely until her gentle kisses finally ceased. Just as Xie Yun believed the moment had concluded, Su's restless hands began to roam across other parts of his body, imbued with a distinct meaning. In that moment, Xie Yun sensed a vague understanding. No wonder Zishao and Mingyu had slipped away. It appeared Su had been plotting all along. he could do little more than lie there, allowing Su to take the lead, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed and a touch irritated. How could she treat him in such a manner? Yet, more than anything, he was astonished by the depth of Su's affection, so profound that she desired to consummate their union despite his condition. Having regained consciousness for some time now, Xie Yun was aware that he still possessed the ability to consummate their marriage. However, it was entirely contingent upon Su to take the initiative. Did she truly wish to proceed? Xie Yun found himself caught in a whirlwind of uncertainty, oscillating between resistance and anxiety until the dust finally settled. Once it did, his mind went blank, and he remained in a state of stupor for a moment before gradually coming to his senses, overwhelmed with a mix of shame and indignation. How could Su act without his consent? This was utterly outrageous. Younger master, within the dim confines of the bed curtains, the woman's voice was as fragrant as orchids. Xie Yun felt his face flush, and his breath, no longer within his control, became rapid and heated. Su Qingyi placed her palm against his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat beneath his skin. You will awaken, won't you? If the young master did not awaken, who would support their family of 4? Eventually, Xie Huai'an would surely transform into a true viper, and her worries lingered. Xie Yun's emotions were complex. Naturally, he was uncertain whether he would awaken. Thus, he did not wish to accept anyone's affection. Otherwise, if he failed to awaken, it would feel as if he owed Su an apology. Su Qingyi fell silent, her manicured nails gently sinking into the skin of his arm. The faint sting brought Xie Yun a sensation of being alive. He too wished to breathe as hurriedly as Su Qingyi, yet he could not control his own body, forced instead to passively accept the sensation she invoked. So be it, he thought, considering it merely a fulfillment of his duties as a husband. Since he still possessed the ability to engage as a human, it seemed only right. Otherwise, would Su not be left to endure a life of living widowhood? Just as Xie Yun had fully set aside his resistance and accepted his marital obligations, Su suddenly nestled against him, drifting off to sleep. Xie Yun. This abrupt cessation of intimacy was discomforting. The woman could rest whenever she pleased, yet he found himself in distress, as if swarms of ants were crawling under his skin. Although it might be considered impolite to speak of his wife thus, Xie Yun could not help but mutter to himself, what a useless creature. If they were in the barracks, no, she wouldn't even gain entry there. Su Qingyi, who had been underestimated, took some time to compose herself. Whether it was merely her illusion, she sensed something different about the young master today, as though he had awakened to something profound. Yet, it must be said, having endured the earlier discomfort, it turned out to be quite a remarkable experience. After a little while, Su Qingyi was uncertain how many times she had rested, but ultimately, through great effort, she managed to bring the young master to completion. Xie Yun, fatigued by Su's exertions, felt her soft form pressed against him, attuned to the rhythm of her heartbeat and the gradual transformation of her breaths into a steady cadence. Had she fallen asleep, or perhaps fainted? Xie Yun was at a loss for words. He could only conclude that Su Qingyi's constitution was rather fragile. Such a delicate woman did not align with his aesthetic preferences. However, now that they were wed and had consummated their union, he could only accept her, regardless of her shortcomings. Just as Xie Yun believed he would spend the night sharing the same bed with Su Qingyi, she suddenly shifted, and a feeble voice emerged. Granny. Upon hearing someone enter, Xie Yun surmised that someone was assisting Su down from the bed, and he felt the weight lift from him. Soon, only the thick, amorous atmosphere lingered in the room, followed by the entrance of Xie and Mingyu to attend to him. Chapter 021. An apology at the door. Su Qingyi felt utterly embarrassed, profoundly so. She recalled that on the night of her wedding, she was merely supported by the matron, whereas tonight, she was entirely dependent on others for assistance. The nurse, filled with concern for her young lady, could not help but murmur softly, "Young madam, is there something troubling you? How has it come to this?" Su Qingyi leaned softly against the edge of the bath, her eyelids fluttering in rest, her cheeks slightly flushed as she pondered that there was no trouble at all, merely fatigue. She chose silence, and the nurse refrained from pressing further. Yet privately, she contemplated preparing more fire avoidance charms for the young lady, believing that a greater abundance could only be beneficial. Alas, it was truly a hardship for her dear girl. She hoped that a swift conception would relieve Su Qingyi of the necessity to feign closeness to the young master. In the inner chamber, the young master, having changed into clean garments, suddenly felt a chill. However, as Xie covered him with a quilt, the chill dissipated. He was not one to be easily chilled. He recalled a winter several years prior, fighting at the border while other soldiers trembled in the cold. He alone remained warm-blooded and resistant to the frigid air. Those days of galloping through the world with sword in hand were now but a distant memory, only to be relived occasionally in dreams filled with movement and energy. Outside the screen, Xie and Mingyu whispered, "Young madam has lingered longer tonight. Do you think she harbors feelings for the young master?" Xie Yun, still awake, overheard the servants' conversation and paid it some heed. She must have feelings, one would presume, Mingyu speculated, though uncertainty lingered. Yet, he was quite certain, grinning as he added, "The young madam must surely hold affection for young Master Han. I have heard that he has been sleeping in her quarters as of late." "Indeed," Xie affirmed. It was apparent to anyone with eyes that young Master Han was like a shadow to the young madam. Might it be said that the Su family favored Han? Soon after, Xie Yun heard Xie continue, "The young madam is also quite gracious towards young Master Lin. I heard from the maidservants attending to him that she has purchased an entire room's worth of ink and paper for him, nearly overwhelming him with gifts." Somewhat exaggerated, yet indeed, she had procured quite a lot. Xie Yun felt relieved. As long as there was no favoritism, brotherly discord was generally a sign of parental failings. Now that he was incapacitated, he could only rely on Su to manage the household. Having been fatigued for much of the night, Su Qingyi awoke the next day well past noon. Lin Gur and Jin Gur had long since departed for school, leaving only Han Gur to indulge in breakfast with her at a leisurely pace. The matriarch was not a strict elder, nor did she demand that the younger generation pay daily respects. If they were considerate, a visit every few days would suffice. As for establishing rules with the matriarch, that was unnecessary. Given her current circumstances, it was madness for Qin to expect her to adhere to any regulations. Thus, Qingyi, the new daughter-in-law of the Marquis, began to enjoy a life of sleeping until she naturally awoke. Shortly thereafter, the maid Xie returned with news, her eyes sparkling as she reported, "Young madam, the Marquis has sent the second master, who knelt all night, to the yeoman Marquis to apologize early this morning. He even lashed him twice before departing, drawing blood." They could not abide Xie Yun and Xie Huai'an's betrayal of their master. Feeling indignant at the injustice, hearing of Xie Huai'an's misfortune, their spirits lifted. Qingyi remarked leisurely, "With the second master bleeding, I fear some may soon receive a slap in return." Her prediction proved accurate, as news soon spread that the matriarch had confronted Xie Yun in Xie Huai'an's courtyard to vent her wrath. The nurse snorted disdainfully, "No sympathy is warranted, having committed such treachery, she wouldn't even come to apologize, she likely believes herself blameless." Indeed, Xie Yun was convinced of her mutual affection with Xie Huai'an and felt no guilt towards Qingyi, for she had never regarded Su as her superior. Yet, the matriarch's strikes were truly fierce. 2 slaps delivered over the course of 2 days had left her cheeks swollen. She wished to cry but refrained, fearing it might harm the child within her. More distressing was the news that Chang Ma had returned from her inquiries, hesitantly informing her, "The young madam seems to be faring quite well, she need not pay respects to her elders, and I've heard she rises with the sun." Xie Yun touched her still flat abdomen and scoffed, "What of it? She is simply shallow, she will face her share of hardships in due time." Chang Ma added, "It is said that the matriarch dotes on the young madam, allowing her to choose freely from the storeroom's provisions. Even the matriarch dares not impose rules upon her." Xie Yun wanted to maintain her bravado, but feeling the swelling on her face, she could not deny her envy of Su Qingyi's situation. She felt utterly frustrated. Why was it that the matriarch, who should resent Su Qingyi more, was instead so easily swayed by her? Meanwhile, she herself could do not but endure the matriarch as slaps and insults, her heart filled with resentment. Alas, the young madam is currently flourishing. Should she conceive the young master's child soon? Chang Ma paused, clicking her tongue, she may soar to great heights, even earning the emperor's favor. It was common knowledge that the emperor held Xie Yunji in high regard, treating him almost as a son. After the young master encountered troubles, he had been posthumously awarded titles twice within 6 months. His current rank was that of a first-grade general of the state. Moreover, the emperor had promised that should the young master awaken, he would bestow upon him the status of a grand general. If Su Qingyi were to truly bear the young master's child, not only would the marquisate title be secured, but there might also be an abundance of titles to inherit. Xie Yun had never considered this before, but upon hearing Chang Ma's words, she realized the high status of Xie Yunji. Her heart sank. No, Su Qingyi must not conceive the young master's child. If she did, Xie Huai'an would be unable to inherit the title. Xie Yun could not allow this to come to pass. Su Qingyi was soft-hearted and easily swayed. With that thought, Xie Yun hurriedly instructed Chang Ma, "Find me an old garment. I wish to visit the young madam." The worse her situation became, the more sympathy Su Qingyi would feel for her. Moments later, Xie Yun, bearing the marks of 2 swollen slaps, approached Danhui courtyard with a pitiful demeanor. Those who saw her along the way cast her strange glances. She felt embarrassed, yet for the sake of garnering Su Qingyi's sympathy, she gritted her teeth and endured. Su Qingyi was preparing to step out and honestly did not wish to admit Xie Yun. Who could know what schemes she was plotting? Nevertheless, she received her in the outer chamber and beheld Xie Yun's swollen face. Sympathy, not a chance. She only felt glee at her misfortune. The matriarch's strength was indeed formidable. The imprints of 5 fingers were quite distinct. "Do you require something? I am in a hurry to leave. If you have matters to discuss, please be brief," Su Qingyi stated. Xie Yun paused, sensing something amiss. Did Su Qingyi not see the marks on her face? Previously, when they had shared a close relationship, Su Qingyi would have been concerned for her even over a mere headache. Perhaps she was angry with her, Xie Yun thought, her eyes reddening as she cried, "Qingyi, I am truly sorry, it is all my fault." "Wait," Su Qingyi interjected. Xie Yun set down her handkerchief, her eyes hopeful. Su Qingyi furrowed her brows and said, "Given your status as a concubine, or even as a maid, you ought to address me as young madam." This person had no right to call her by her name. Xie Yun froze, her face turning awkward, but then she reasoned that Su Qingyi was simply upset, which was understandable. She stammered, "Young madam, I was remiss, times have changed." Su Qingyi nearly rolled her eyes. How could this person still have the audacity to bring up the past? In the past, she too had been a precious daughter of the Marquis, while Xie Yun had been nothing more than a guest, and a brazen one at that, who had even approached the bed of her betrothed. "Is there nothing else you wish to convey, Dunyan?" Su Qingyi inquired. Xie Yun was not yet a concubine, but it was only a matter of time. Her path to legitimacy in the original narrative had been arduous, and now it would only be longer. Xie Yun bit her lip, looking pitifully as she spoke. "It was my fault to be unable to control my feelings for the second master. I am willing to serve tea and apologize to the young madam." Su Qingyi was somewhat surprised, having anticipated that Xie Yun, coming from a scholarly family and once a proper lady, would be too proud to apologize. She did not press her, replying, "Very well, we shall arrange it upon my return, and allow everyone to witness it together. Apologizing over tea must be done in front of the entire household." Xie Yun's face paled upon hearing this. She had indeed been high and mighty, believing she could apologize in private. She had not anticipated Su Qingyi's audacity in demanding a public display. Nevertheless, with matters having come this far, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine. Having concluded their discussion, Qingyi instructed Xie to escort her out. As Xie Yun followed Xie outside, her gaze lingered in the depths of the courtyard, where she noticed servants cleaning and maintaining the grounds. She also heard that the 4 personal servants attending to the young master were all skilled in martial arts. Xie Yun withdrew her gaze, feeling that it would be more prudent to devise a plan against Qingyi. Little did she know that her every move was being observed by Xie, who would soon report back to Qingyi, saying, "Young madam, Du Niang just now seemed intent on surveying our courtyard." She glanced several times at the young master's quarters. What could she want with the young master's quarters? Qingyi furrowed her brows in thought. The young master was merely a symbolic figure, a supporting character with little involvement, and had no significant connection to Xie Yun. After pondering for a moment, she deduced the reasoning. In the narrative, the young master did not marry nor have heirs, passing away prematurely without affecting the grand ambitions of the protagonists. Now, however, with the young master married and the possibility of heirs, it was conceivable that future offspring might directly bypass Xie Huai'an to inherit the marquisate title, which would understandably alarm Xie Yun. Qingyi commanded, "Increase patrols around the courtyard. All items sent to the young master must undergo meticulous inspection. There must be no negligence." In the narrative, the protagonists did not take action against the young master, yet one could never predict what desperate measures they might resort to in pursuit of title and privilege. Chapter 22 The Enlightening Teacher. Today, Qingyi ventured out primarily to seek an enlightenment teacher for young Honggu'er. In truth, if Honggu'er had no intention of pursuing the imperial examination, finding a tutor would be a simple task. Any random scholar or successful candidate could impart foundational knowledge quite effectively. However, Qingyi, ever prudent, believed it prudent to expand the boy's network. After all, she was well aware of who among the literati was commendable and who was not. With a little diligence, she could surely identify several worthy individuals to befriend. The individual Qingyi currently sought was named Xie, and his name alone suggested he was an educated man. Xie possessed remarkable talent, having passed the provincial examination at the tender age of 20. Had it not been for his impoverished background and the burden of caring for his ailing mother, he would have participated in the metropolitan examination long ago. Now, after 5 or 6 years, his mother was nearing the time of the triennial spring examination once more. But not to burden her son, she tragically took her own life by plunging into a lake. Overcome with grief, Xie observed the morning rites for 3 years, and upon their conclusion, he achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations. Subsequently, he composed a heart-wrenching eulogy of 10,000 characters for his mother, which resonated throughout the realm. This esteemed scholar, with a character as lofty and unyielding as his talents, was well suited for a position as an imperial censor. Alas, during the transition of power, he incurred the wrath of the new emperor, leading to his family's confiscation and his exile. On the road to exile, he was rescued by the female protagonist, Xie Yun, and became a pivotal figure in the uprising against the regime. Qingyi could not quite recall the timeline and was uncertain whether Xie's mother was still alive. Thus, she deemed it urgent to seek out this distinguished scholar. He resided in Tonluo Alley, a locality teeming with the impoverished, and a simple inquiry would reveal his whereabouts. The scholar, yet another noble lord has come seeking you? Came the taunting voice of Wang Mazai, his neighbor, as Xie returned with a bundle of plain cakes and 2 packets of medicine. He spat disdainfully. "Go find your own mother." Xie possessed a fair and handsome appearance, with features that were androgynous. However, his temperament was direct and fiery, which had earned him the ire of several wealthy patrons who sought to sponsor his studies. On ordinary occasions, he would have unleashed more than just a verbal rebuke, yet, since the beginning of spring, his mother's health had been deteriorating, leaving him too anxious to engage in quarrels with neighbors. Noble patrons, he would send them all packing. They were not interested in his talents but rather in their own selfish desires. Lost in these thoughts, he noticed an elegantly dressed old matron approaching him with a smile. "May I inquire if this is Shen the scholar? I am the nurse from the estate of General Xie Yun of the Pingyan Marquis." Xie's mind buzzed at the mention of General Xie Yun. Although he had been visited by individuals of varying ranks, none had approached him with the stature of true nobility. In Xie's eyes, General Xie was not merely noble. He was an exemplar to be emulated. The matron smiled, clearly observing Xie's deference towards the young lord of the house. His demeanor shifted, becoming noticeably tense and reserved. "I come on behalf of the young mistress to seek Shen the scholar. Might you have a moment to meet at the alias entrance? My lady and young master are awaiting you in the carriage." The matron spoke while discreetly sizing him up. One could not help but commend the young lady's discerning eye. Regardless of Xie's literary prowess, his outward appearance was undeniably striking. Momentarily taken aback, Xie, upon hearing the mention of the young mistress and young master, felt a flicker of excitement. He quickly nodded. "Of course, I am at your service." He turned to head towards the alias entrance but remembered he still held the medicine and breakfast in his hands. Recalling his ailing mother waiting at home, he hurriedly retreated to inform the matron, "Please wait a moment, I must return home first." "I shall be swift." Xie dashed back home, his heart aching as he found his mother coughing while tending to the stove. He promptly handed her the plain cakes and medicine. With renewed enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Mother, I am to meet a noble patron who may be willing to support my studies for the imperial examination." His mother paused momentarily in her coughing, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at him, finally managing to croak, "What noble patron, Xie? You must not bring shame upon yourself." Xie, undeterred by her concerns, eagerly replied, "It is the wife of General Xie Yun. She likely wishes for me to tutor the young master." "You need not worry, mother." Upon hearing the name of General Xie Yun, his mother fell silent, and as reality returned, Xie had already dashed out once more. Meanwhile, Qingyi fanned herself inside the carriage. Beside her a little chubby figure seeking warmth, she increased the vigor of her fanning to stave off the heat threatening to overwhelm them. Lady, Shin the scholar has arrived, the matron announced. Su Qingyi turned to the window, and a slender figure came into view. He was fair and handsome, dressed like a scholar, and he awkwardly performed a student's salute. I am Qingyi, may I ask, are you the wife of General Xie Yun? Qingyi felt parched and awkward, never having felt so out of place before. Su Qingyi mused to herself, indeed, the future top scholar was a sight to behold, clearly a dragon among men. She pondered, when the emperor selects the top scholar, does he also consider one's appearance? With a smile, she replied from within the carriage, indeed, I am, thank you, Shin the scholar, for honoring us with your presence. Upon receiving her confirmation, Qingyi could not conceal his admiration for General Xie Yun, expressing with fervor, Madam, you are too kind. I hold General Xie in the highest esteem. Su Qingyi was taken aback. Another loyal admirer of General Xie, this is splendid news. I need not worry about his potential rejection of my overture. She had not anticipated the young lord's name would be so advantageous. It was indeed a delightful surprise. She further contemplated that perhaps General Xie Huai'an had played a role in persuading the upright Shindarin to join the rebellion later on. However, she resolved that this time, she would not allow Qingyi to follow in General Xie Huai'an's misguided footsteps. She would gladly diminish General Xie Huai'an's influence, all the while genuinely wishing to assist Qingyi and his mother. Given this, Shin the scholar, I shall speak plainly, Su Qingyi suggested, gesturing for Han Go'er to approach the matron. She instructed the matron to lower him down and introduced, this is the young son of Yunji, Han Go'er, aged 4. I intend to find him an enlightenment teacher. Han Go'er, displaying his understanding, immediately offered a sweet smile to his future tutor. Qingyi, momentarily bewildered, realized that Su Qingyi's intentions aligned with his suspicions. Yet, he felt a pang of confusion. Licking his dry lips, he asked, I am but an unremarkable scholar. How could Madam, Shin the scholar, you underestimate yourself? Your writings and poetry are widely circulated among the literati, she replied. While it was true that she had not personally read his works, it was reasonable to assume they were of merit, given that he was destined to be the future top scholar. Her words left Qingyi momentarily dazed. Was he truly that well known? He could not recall any such famed eye in the capital. Officials of all ranks abounded. One could easily strike several jinshi with a falling plaque. A 20-year-old successful candidate was hardly noteworthy. Qingyi was self-aware enough to recognize this. Madam, you flatter me excessively. I am but a humble scholar, unworthy of such praise, he said, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Su Qingyi sensed she had perhaps overstated his accomplishments and cleared her throat awkwardly. In any case, my ability to find you is a testament to your talents. Who would not appreciate flattery, especially from the wife of one's idol? Qingyi suppressed a smile, striving to maintain his composure. I am honored by your recognition, madam. Then, would you be willing to serve as Han Go'er's enlightenment teacher? Su Qingyi asked earnestly. Certainly, to tutor the son of General Xie would be a privilege beyond my aspirations, Qingyi replied hastily, glancing at the young master with eagerness, yet, he still felt a sense of disbelief, as though he had been struck by fortune from the heavens. Su Qingyi exhaled with relief. Thank you, Shin the scholar. She then prompted Han Go'er. Han Go'er, Shin the scholar has agreed to be your teacher. Quickly greet him. Han Go'er was ecstatic at the prospect of having a teacher and obediently bowed to Qingyi. Han Go'er pays respects to his teacher. Excellent, Qingyi managed to contain his excitement, nodding in satisfaction. The teacher and student were pleased with each other, and Su Qingyi felt content as well. The next step was to arrange their living situation. Shin the scholar, Tongluo Alley is somewhat distant from the Pingyang Marquisate. How about you and your family move to the estate? Su Qingyi suggested. She had the authority to make such arrangements, having previously accommodated Han Go'er's tutor within the Marquisate until the boy began his studies at the academy. Upon hearing this, Qingyi's expression shifted. My mother has been unwell. Wealthy households often regarded such matters with great sensitivity. He doubted his mother would be able to reside in the Marquisate. Thus, he intended to inquire if it might be possible to find a place nearby instead. Su Qingyi seized upon his hesitation, eagerly pressing. Oh, what seems to be the issue? Has a physician been consulted? Qingyi's face bore a look of guilt. Yes, she caught a chill some days ago and has been coughing incessantly since. He lamented his inability to afford better medicine, knowing that otherwise, his mother's illness would not have lingered. Ah, I see, Su Qingyi responded. Then, Shin the scholar, you must expedite your move. The Marquisate has skilled physicians, and time is of the essence. I shall summon a doctor to attend to your esteemed mother. At this proclamation, Qingyi could hardly believe his ears, stammering, my mother, can she truly reside in the Marquisate? Of course, Su Qingyi affirmed, nodding as though it were a matter of course. Qingyi fell silent for a moment, then deeply bowed to Su Qingyi. Thank you, madam. I shall endeavor to instruct the young master diligently. Su Qingyi nodded and instructed the matron to present the prepared gifts of 6 ceremonial items to Qingyi. Shin the scholar may visit at any time, simply inform the gatekeeper of your arrival, she added. Thank you. Qingyi expressed his gratitude once more as he accepted the gifts. Chapter 023. The heir's comrade. As noon approached, Su Qingyi seized the rare opportunity to venture out, taking Brother Hung to a restaurant for a meal, with plans to visit another location in the afternoon. It was Brother Hang's inaugural visit to such an establishment, and he was filled with exuberance and energy. Su Qingyi, not wishing to constrain him, allowed him the freedom to explore within the private room, merely instructing the nurse to keep a vigilant watch over his safety. Big brother, Brother Hung exclaimed suddenly, standing atop his chair and gazing out the window. What is it, big brother? Su Qingyi assumed the child was longing for his elder sibling. However, upon turning around, she noticed that Brother Hang's small hand was pointing outside. With a sense of surprise, Su Qingyi hurried over to see at the end of the alley. There indeed appeared a figure strikingly reminiscent of Lin Gur. The individual walked briskly, quickly rounding a corner and disappearing from view. Is that big brother? Su Qingyi inquired, her certainty wavering. Yes, it is big brother, Brother Hung replied with a bright, unwavering tone. Children often possess keen eyesight and are unlikely to be mistaken, yet, this raised a peculiar question. During the school term, what could Lin Gur possibly be doing wandering about aimlessly? Su Qingyi pondered for a moment before asking the nurse and maidservants nearby, do any of you know what lies beyond that alley? The maidservants exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. After all, it was understandable that they were not well acquainted with the outside world. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, the restaurant staff arrived to serve the dishes. Young man, Su Qingyi said, gesturing toward the alley outside, do you know what lies in that direction? The young server's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Yet, compelled by his role as a servant, he replied, Madam, that area is known for its entertainment houses. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi and the maidservants were left utterly astonished. What, they questioned if they had misheard, was Lin Gur truly exploring such establishments? Su Qingyi was particularly taken aback, her future champion indulging in such activities at such a tender age. This contradicted everything she had believed about Lin Gur's character. Madam, it may be a misunderstanding, the wet nurse quickly interjected. It is also possible that you have mistaken someone else for young Master Lin. After all, Lin Gur was merely 12 years old, and there was a collective inclination to doubt the claim. Su Qingyi considered this possibility as well. Perhaps it was indeed a case of mistaken identity. Even if it were Lin Gur, one could not hastily conclude that he was heading to that particular place. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding involved. Very well, I shall inquire further this evening, Su Qingyi resolved. Calming herself, she reminded herself to be an open-minded and democratic mother, refraining from hastily labeling her child without clear evidence. The texts had never suggested that Lin Gur was licentious, nor had they elaborated on the marital affairs of the three brothers. After all, as antagonistic side characters, they had likely been neglected by the author. Yet now, they were tangible beings, their existence transcending mere obstacles for the protagonist. They deserved to lead rich and varied lives. The young server set a table laden with an abundance of dishes, a deliberate choice by Su Qingyi. Let us all sit down and dine together. There is no need for such formality when we are out, she said. Otherwise, we shall waste time, and there are still matters to attend to this afternoon. Thank you, young madam, everyone responded in unison. The tasks Su Qingyi intended to address that afternoon were not of great significance. They mirrored the nature of the morning's endeavors. She aimed to recruit a martial arts instructor for Jin Gur, to guide him in physical training in martial arts. The candidate was readily available, a retired military man named Pei Che, who had previously fought under the command of Xie Yun, yet he had lost an eye in battle and subsequently retired. However, the primary reason for Pei Che's discharge was not his injury, rather, it stemmed from an incident where he disobeyed his commanding officer's orders and led an unauthorized assault. Though the mission had succeeded, his insubordination could not be overlooked. Xie Yun, as the commander, had to uphold clear distinctions between reward and punishment. Despite his admiration for Pei Che, he was compelled to relieve him of his position. After all, military orders must be obeyed without question. Coincidentally, after the loss of his father, Pei Che left the military to observe a period of mourning and never returned. Xie Yun, believing himself at fault, had felt remorse for many years concerning this capable officer. When he returned to the battlefield, he sought out Pei Che and invited him back to his ranks. Unbeknownst to him, this would be their final battle together, with Pei Che ultimately becoming the one to retrieve Xie Yun's body. Such a poignant bond forged in the crucible of war. Thus, when considering a martial arts instructor for Jin Gur, Su Qingyi instinctively thought of Pei Che. Following his mourning period, Pei Che had been working at the docks, laboring to earn a living. Today, he was engaged in his usual tasks, perspiring profusely under the scorching sun, which darkened his bare torso, while his resolute and handsome face retained a youthful vigor. The work at the docks was grueling, yet Pei Che's agility and robust physique allowed him to handle significantly more cargo than his peers, resulting in a commendable income. Pei Che. Come here, the foreman suddenly bellowed, calling him out. Pei Che's expression hardened, anticipating yet another reprimand. For reasons unknown, despite his competence, the foreman always seemed to find fault with him, seizing any opportunity to withhold his wages. What is it? Pei Che approached, inquiring. Humph. The foreman, short and stocky, cast an envious glance at Pei Che. What was it to be tall and handsome, especially in the case of a blind man? Pei Che was bewildered, unsure of what had provoked the foreman's ire. After receiving several disdainful glares, he finally heard, a noble person is looking for you. Given the grandeur of the carriage, it was likely someone of noble birth. The stewardess, addressing him kindly, summoned Pei Che with a tone that suggested concern rather than confrontation. The foreman's jealousy was palpable. Pei Che was about to experience a stroke of luck. Noble, Pei Che remained perplexed, as a mere soldier, especially now that he had retired. Which noble could possibly seek him out? The only individual who could be considered noble in his memory was, but that person would undoubtedly be unable to visit him at the docks under the current circumstances. Pei Che bit his lip, approaching the opulent carriage with a sense of caution. His imposing stature and formidable presence, accentuated by his missing eye, elicited a palpable sense of pressure among the maidservants. They were uncertain of how to describe the sensation. Only those who understood could recognize it as the aura of a battle-hardened warrior. Furthermore, Pei Che was not clad in a shirt, causing the young maidservants to retreat behind the carriage. Are you looking for me? Pei Che halted a meter away and directly inquired. The wet nurse, exhibiting a steadier demeanor, nodded and replied, my master is the young lady of the Pingyang Marquisate. Upon hearing this, Pei Che's expression remained impassive. He was indifferent to the titles of the nobility. It was not until the wet nurse continued, "It is said that Mr. Pei once served under the young master, and the young lady has specifically come to ask if Mr. Pei would be willing to serve as a martial arts instructor for the young masters of the Pingyang Marquisate," that he was momentarily taken aback. He had only served in the military for 2 years, and it had been under that individual's command to it was that person who had advocated for his promotion against the odds, elevating him to the position of deputy commander within 2 years. It was also that same person who had been unyielding and had dismissed him from his post. The memories felt both distant and as though they had occurred only yesterday. Pei Che stared blankly. "Does your master have the surname Xie?" "Indeed," the wet nurse responded. That confirmed it. Pei Che's expression shifted, a whirlwind of emotions coursing through him. Mr. Pei, Qingyi, seated within the carriage, spoke. "The young master has always felt a deep sense of guilt, believing he mishandled your situation." Pei Che was taken aback. Was this truly the wife of General Xie? He had heard the recent rumors surrounding Xie Yunji's marriage. They had been widely circulated. "The young master has always wished for you to return to his side." Qingyi paused, exhaling softly. "It is unfortunate that he has not had the opportunity to visit you personally before the tragic incident occurred." Pei Che was astonished. So, General Xie had intended to seek him out? General Xie, he does not harbor resentment towards me? Pei Che asked, incredulous. He had believed that General Xie had been utterly disappointed in him. Of course not, Qingyi, while not Xie Yunji himself, spoke with unwavering conviction. He holds you in high regard and admires you. That sentiment has never wavered. It was merely that some individuals found it difficult to express their feelings openly. A bond forged through shared struggles and near misses between life and death had almost been lost. Pei Che parted his lips, perhaps due to the harsh sunlight causing his eyes to redden. Seizing the moment, Qingyi quickly inquired, "Mr. Pei, would you be willing to serve as a martial arts instructor at the Marquisate?" Upon learning that Xie Yunji still valued his skills, Pei Che felt no hesitation. "I am willing," he replied without delay. Qingyi smiled with satisfaction, nodding, "Thank you, I extend my gratitude on behalf of Xingur." Chapter 024 The Trials of a Stepmother. Qingyi treated both teachers equally, presenting them with gifts of money and graciously stating that she would be at their service at any time before returning home. The weather in the capital had grown increasingly hot, and upon their return, both adults and children were drenched in sweat. "Take Brother Hong to bathe," Qingyi declared, unable to bear the discomfort any longer as she entrusted the little koala in her arms to the nurses. After pondering for a moment, she thought about the other 2 boys who would soon be returning from school. Perhaps she should prepare something to quench their thirst. With determination, Qingyi rolled up her sleeves and headed to the kitchen, not to prepare a meal, but to request ice, fresh fruits, and honey, intending to concoct a delightful fruit slush. Making slush was indeed a skillful task, and ultimately, she decided to leave it to the professionals. Once the final product was ready, Brother Hong had also finished his bath. Qingyi offered him a portion, feeding him a spoonful and inquiring, "Is it delicious?" Brother Hang's eyes sparkled with delight. "Delicious," he exclaimed, reaching out for the bowl in Qingyi's hand. "No, you cannot have too much," she responded, taking a few spoonfuls for herself first before giving him what remained. Brother Hang felt a tinge of disappointment, but being a well-mannered child, he understood that having something to eat was already a blessing. "Thank you, mother," he said, leaning in to plant a kiss on Qingyi's cheek. This had become a new habit over the past 2 days, as Qingyi would kiss the little one each morning upon waking and before bed. It seemed Brother Hong truly cherished this expression of affection. "You're welcome," Qingyi replied with a smile, realizing how gratifying it felt to have such a well-behaved son. Not bad at all. Just then, a maid entered to report that the 2 young masters had returned. "Luer, please take the ice bowl to Xingur," Qingyi instructed before carrying a bowl herself to find Lin Guiyard. It wasn't tea favoritism, she merely wished to see what Lin Guiyard was wearing today. Hopefully, they had mistaken something. Lost in her thoughts, she encountered Lin Guiyard in the courtyard, who was unmistakably clad in a strikingly familiar outfit. Qingyi's heart sank. It truly was Lin Guiyard. In an instant, her mind raced. What should she do upon discovering that her underage stepson had been visiting dubious establishments? In ancient times, without the internet, she couldn't seek advice from experienced parents. It seemed she would have to resolve this on her own. "Mother," their eyes met, and Lin Guiyard could not ignore her, addressing her in a subdued tone. Qingyi forced a smile, presenting the ice bowl to him. "It is hot outside, so I made some ice bowls to refresh you." Lin Guiyard lowered his gaze, acknowledging his thirst after a long day at school, and accepted the bowl, saying, "Thank you, mother." He then added, "I will return to the study to read." With that, he turned to leave, stirring a gentle breeze. Qingyi couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she caught a hint of perfume in the air. Very well, she mused, she had encountered her first significant challenge since becoming a stepmother, yet, she remained calm, reminding herself not to panic and to address the issue with prudence. Lin Guiyard's activities outside were shrouded in secrecy, and the most pressing concern was the absence of a study attendant by his side. Finding a study attendant was something she needed to note. Furthermore, her understanding of Lin Guiyard's social relations was quite superficial. It would be wise to seek channels to learn more. With these thoughts in mind, Qingyi turned and headed to the heiress quarters. Today had been a long day, and she had yet to check on him. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the heir. Day after day, he lay in bed like a sleeping beauty awaiting a kiss to awaken him. Qingyi knew that she was not that fated one, as she had tried before, and he remained unresponsive. As the young lady arrived, Huoqi and Moyan welcomed her warmly, quickly preparing chairs and serving tea. "Do not trouble yourselves, you have worked hard all day," Qingyi said with a bright smile that was soothing to behold. "I merely came to see the heir." Huoqi and Moyan exchanged smiles, knowing that the young lady truly cared for the heir, visiting multiple times in a day. After all, who could resist gazing upon such a handsome face? Qingyi stole a few glances at the heiress' striking features. Indeed, he was quite handsome. If he were in the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly rise to stardom without needing any acting skills. Feeling quite familiar with him by now, she boldly reached out to touch his face, then pretended to inquire, "Is the air not feeling hot?" Qingyi stifled a laugh and replied, "If he is not sweating, he should be quite comfortable." Qingyi sat down beside the bed and addressed the two attendants. "Please take a seat. I have some questions for you." After a moment's hesitation, they complied respectfully. "May I ask what the young lady wishes to know?" they inquired, assuming it concerned the heir. The young lady likely wished to learn more about him, and they would share all they could. Qingyi asked, before entering the marquis residence, "Did Lin Gur have anyone else in his family?" Both Qingyi and Moyan were momentarily taken aback, and even Xie Yun appeared surprised. The Su family claimed to be here for his sake, but it felt insincere. After a moment of contemplation, Moyan replied, "I believe I heard the heir mention that Lin Gur has a father." This prompted Qingyi to recall that Lin Gur indeed had a biological father. However, when the text mentioned this father, it indicated that Lin Gur had already taken his life. Later, Xie Huai'an dealt with Lin Gur, and one of the charges against him was patricide. Thus, Lin Gur was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, which was bad enough, but he was also reviled by the world. Qingyi shuddered at the thought. If Lin Gur has a biological father, why was he taken in by the heir? Xie Yun silently answered in his heart, because Lin Gur's biological father is a scoundrel. He recalled that Lin Gur had entered the marquis residence at the tender age of 7, with a father who was a debauched man of ill repute. Lin Gur's mother had been abducted from a wealthy family, suffering from mental illness that left her intermittently lucid. Tragically, Lin Gur's biological father had killed her in front of him. Lin Gur's grandfather had been a veteran who once served Xie Yun. Knowing his son was unworthy, the old man had advised Lin Gur that if he ever found himself in dire straits, he should take his nameplate and seek out Xie Yun. Their first meeting was marked by Lin Gur being covered in blood, his eyes filled with a rage akin to that of a wild beast. Xie Yun, moved by the sight, had taken him in. "I cannot say for certain," Moyan admitted, aware that he didn't possess all the details but could surmise. "It's likely that he was not wanted anymore. Had his biological father been capable, the heir surely would not have contended for custody." Qingyi nodded in agreement. Qingyi concurred as well. She then pondered whether Lin Gur's recent visit to the brothel had anything to do with this father of his. "Are there any others besides his father?" Qingyi inquired. "None that we know of. The heir has not mentioned anyone else." Qingyi and Moyan exchanged glances and shook their heads. Qingyi pressed on, "Do you know if Lin Gur has any friends or close acquaintances outside?" Silence fell over the room. This question was likely one even the heir couldn't answer. Qingyi understood and did not wish to press them further. It appeared that Xie Lin truly preferred solitude. Just then, Luo entered, her voice bright as she announced from behind the screen, "Brother Qingyi, Brother Moyan, the kitchen has made ice bowls following the young lady's recipe, and they are delicious. I brought some for you both." The kitchen's efficiency was impressive. Qingyi remarked, "The ice bowls are indeed delightful. You should enjoy them. I must take my leave." Xie Yun felt the fabric of Sue's dress brush against his hand without a hint of hesitation. Her visit was indeed a fade, yet, he could discern her concern for Lin Gur. What had transpired? As a father, Xie Yun felt anxious but was powerless to assist. The fruit slush received unanimous praise throughout Danhui courtyard. Lin Gur, who was generally fond of sweets, finished his portion, feeling significantly refreshed before heading off to bathe and change. He wasn't particularly short, rather, his slender frame gave that impression. The maid had provided him with new clothing today. The soft fabric felt far more comfortable than his previous garments. Their adoptive mother seemed quite generous, treating them well and being kind to the servants as well. Why was there such a disparity among people? Lin Gur pondered, fastening his belt with determination, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. Chapter 025 Support and Encouragement. Qingyi contemplated deeply and concluded that she could not maintain the demeanor of an elder when facing Lin Gur. Firstly, her relationship with Lin Gur had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Despite him calling her mother, no one would willingly accept a stepmother's authority. Secondly, Lin Gur was no longer a child. A disciplinary approach would be ineffective. Thus, she could only adopt a stance of support and encouragement, treating him as an equal, like a friend, in order to soften his demeanor and reveal her sincerity. When Lin Gur emerged, he found Qingyi seated at his writing desk, earnestly admiring his calligraphy. "I apologize for looking through your masterpieces without permission," Qingyi said, lifting her head with a smile that conveyed genuine regret. "Your handwriting is exquisite, truly reminiscent of the greats." "One may imitate the surface, but not the essence," Lin Gur replied expressionlessly. He was acutely aware of his own skill level and did not feel elated by Qingyi's praise. Qingyi, however, was not merely flattering him insincerely. Her words were heartfelt. At just 12 years old, every stage of progress deserves recognition. There is no such thing as instant success. In the pursuit of greatness, one must also remember to acknowledge their own achievements. Lin Gur, proud and holding himself to high standards, only compared himself to those more accomplished, thus perceiving little merit in his own abilities. Though he thought this, he remained silent. As a woman of the household, Qingyi was not well versed in calligraphy. "Do you think I am ignorant and that my praise is meaningless?" Qingyi did not intend to dwell on this topic, yet upon observing Lin Gur's expression, she could not help but add, "Lin Gur, if you continue to cling to such arrogance and prejudice in your studies, you will never produce work that satisfies you." Though Qingyi lacked expertise, she understood at least that calligraphy was not merely a skill but also a state of mind, one that transcended notions of high and low. Ultimately, all paths converge, and the essence must be virtuous. Lin Gur, still young, had not yet transformed into the cold and aloof figure he was destined to become. Upon having his thoughts pierced by Qingyi, a hint of discomfort crossed his face. He then wondered what Qingyi's true intentions were. Surely, she had not come solely to reprimand him? Well, I did not come here just to speak about you, Su Qingyi thought to herself, relieved that Lin Gore was still relatively easy to understand, his feelings evident. Weren't you busy the other day? Even if I noticed you liked a study boy, I couldn't spare the time to choose one for you, and now that I have some leisure, I wanted to ask whether you would prefer to select one yourself from the market or if you would like me to assist you in finding one? Not every scholar attending the academy had a study boy. Lin Gore chose not to have one, believing he did not need assistance and that having someone around would only hinder him. He was about to refuse when Su Qingyi added, if you wish to choose for yourself, I can provide you with the silver. Lin Gore swallowed his refusal and simply stated, I will choose myself. Very well, Su Qingyi replied, saying little more. She produced a pouch filled with silver coins and notes, totaling approximately 300 taels, and handed it to Lin Gore. You are now a young adult, keep the remaining money for yourself, so you won't find yourself in a situation where you lack funds. Regardless of the circumstances, it was crucial to prevent Lin Gore from facing any financial difficulties. Some matters could be resolved with money, negating the need for personal involvement. Alright, I shall go call your brothers for dinner now. Su Qingyi pressed the pouch into Lin Gore's hands, wishing to spare him any embarrassment, and stood to leave. As she reached the threshold, she casually turned to say, home is your sanctuary. No matter what happens, remember to confide in us, your father and I will always support you. Once Su Qingyi had truly departed, Lin Gore stared at the pouch in his hand for quite some time. He then opened it to discover an unexpectedly large sum of silver, 300 taels in total. This amount was sufficient to hire an entire household of study boys. He couldn't help but wonder if Su Qingyi had come specifically to bestow this silver upon him. It was indeed a necessity for him. While this silver did not resolve his immediate predicament, it temporarily saved him from a wretched fate. Lin Gore had ventured into the brothel yesterday due to the actions of his biological father, who had not appeared for years after receiving a beating from Xie Yun. Only 6 months prior, perhaps upon hearing about Xie Yun's downfall, he began to pester Lin Gore for money, demanding financial assistance. Failure to comply would result in threats of confrontation at the academy. After several payments, Lin Gore realized the man was a bottomless pit and would inevitably cause him great trouble, leading him to contemplate drastic measures. However, the primary reason was still that he lacked funds. What little he had was meant for his own expenses, insufficient to cover the debts of that scoundrel. If possible, Lin Gore would prefer to keep his hands clean. Today, the Marquis brought the bloodied Xie Huai'an to the Yong'an Marquis residence to apologize, having endured lashes, and once again, Xie Huai'an was absent from dinner. The Marquise harbored a deep resentment towards Su Qingyi. Ever since Su Qingyi married into the family, her son had known no peace. Did you know that Qingyi was out all day today? The Marquise hinted. The new bride's absence from the estate raised suspicions of infidelity with Xie Yun. Su Qingyi replied candidly, indeed, I took Hung Gur out to find an enlightenment teacher and to seek a martial instructor for Jin Gur. Oh? Both the old lady and the Marquis turned their attention to her, seemingly intrigued. Su Qingyi elaborated, the former is a scholar named Qingyi, exceptionally talented. I placed my bets on him succeeding, hence I specifically chose him for Hung Gur. The Marquis nodded, his eyes reflecting approval. Supporting promising students was a common practice among the noble elite. With discerning vision, it was a venture that promised great returns. Su Qingyi continued, the latter was a soldier who served loyally under the heir, named Pei Che. The heir once held him in high regard, but unfortunately, he fell out of contact due to family matters. I took the initiative to inquire about him and was fortunate to locate him. The revelation that she had spent the entire day attending to the children moved the old lady. You are truly considerate. Everything is in order. With you as the boy's mother, I feel quite reassured. She was not entirely oblivious to the happenings in the Danhui courtyard over the past few days. She had heard that it was no longer the lonely and desolate place it once was. A residence should be lively. After all, the Marquis scoffed, you had no prior dealings with Yun, how could you possibly know whom he appreciates? I hope you haven't been deceived. Before Su Qingyi could respond, the Marquis cast a sidelong glance at her, lifting his eyelids. I have heard of this Pei Che from Yun, and he is indeed a talent. It's one thing for you to neglect your own responsibilities, but why concern yourself with others' intentions towards Yun's children? What sense does that make? The Marquise's face went pale, but how could Su Qingyi know whom Xie Yun admired? Did she harbor feelings for Xie Yun all along? If so, her son had been wearing a significant green hat. As she contemplated further inquiries, she hesitated, fearing to provoke the Marquis's ire, and thus swallowed her words. Fortunately, she refrained from asking, otherwise, she would have faced the Marquis's reprimand. Although Xie Yun's admiration for Pei Che was not common knowledge, it was hardly a secret either. With a little effort to inquire, one could discover the truth. The fact that Su Qingyi knew this indicated her genuine interest in Xie Yun, much to the Marquis's delight. Chapter 026, The Unexpected Night. Hung Gur was aware of having a teacher, yet Jin Gur was oblivious to the fact that he was to acquire a martial arts master. Recently, he had been perusing martial arts novels, awakening his martial spirit within. He contained his excitement and, as soon as the gathering dispersed, he hurriedly pursued Su Qingyi, tugging at her sleeve and inquiring, Mother, have you truly engaged a martial arts master for me? His stout and plump figure, earnestly grasping the slender Su Qingyi, appeared somewhat comical. Su Qingyi couldn't help but recall the amusing internet memes about encountering handsome geniuses with watches, finding it quite humorous. The distinction lay in the fact that Jin Gur had yet to slim down, rendering his handsomeness less apparent. It is indeed true. Mr. Pei is likely to arrive shortly, so just wait a moment, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. That's splendid. Jin Gur exclaimed joyfully. How well can you read? Su Qingyi, not wishing to dampen his spirits, genuinely expressed her concern, saying softly, a peerless hero should not be paired with an unsightly scrawl. Xingura pondered this and, with a cheerful grin, reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. I no longer find writing tedious. I will certainly practice diligently to improve my handwriting." Su Qingyi nodded, recognizing that having a goal and motivation made all the difference. "Then tonight, you must personally inform your father that you intend to begin training with Mr. Pei," Su Qingyi instructed. "None of the three of you have pursued martial arts, and I suspect your father does not wish for you to do so." Indeed, Xingura recalled his father's past remarks discouraging them from military pursuits. However, he truly relished the idea, fortunate that it was his mother who made the decision. Xingura felt a twinge of guilt for his own fortune. If only his father could awaken, not practicing martial arts would not be an issue. But his father remained in slumber. That evening, Xingura went to his father, Xie Yun, to confess his intention to train in martial arts, assuring him, "Father, do not worry unless absolutely necessary, I certainly will not enlist in the military. Mother has stated this is merely for physical fitness." Xie Yun had already mentally prepared himself and did not oppose the idea. His previous reluctance for his children to pursue martial arts stemmed from his presence. He could always protect them now that he lay incapacitated. It was essential for someone in the household to be skilled in martial arts. Previously, Xie Yun had been preoccupied with national affairs, inadvertently neglecting his sons. He had always believed that the Marquisate would safeguard his children, only now did he realize that no one could be entirely relied upon. It was imperative for his children to stand on their own. Su Qingyi's efforts to secure a path for their children were indeed justified, highlighting his own prior negligence. Xingura continued, "Father, the martial arts master mother found for me is named Pei Che. It is said that he is a talented individual whom you admire. I presume grandfather informed mother, who then spent a day inquiring and finally located him." Such rumors often spread in this manner. Pei Che, upon hearing that long-lost name, Xie Yun was suddenly filled with emotion, surprised by Su's thoughtfulness in seeking him out merely from his previous mention. Pei Che was indeed a remarkable talent, possessing exceptional skills. Originally, he had been headstrong and unruly, lacking refinement. He wondered if, after more than 3 years, the man had matured. He would undoubtedly be more than capable of teaching Xingura martial arts. The father and son conversed for quite some time, lingering until late in the night, before Xingura finally took his leave. Once the room fell silent, Xie Yun found himself drifting in thought, wondering if Su Qingyi would visit him that night. However, Su Qingyi had no intention of coming over. All she wished to convey had been entrusted to Xingura. As for herself, she had lulled Xingura to sleep early and nestled comfortably on the ice-cooled couch, relishing the rare opportunity for entertainment. In ancient times, nightlife was scarce, and her amusements were quite simple: reading novels. The romantic tales penned by contemporary scholars were not in any way inferior to the internet novels of later generations. Some plots were indeed quite thrilling. The sole drawback was that these romantic tales often depicted affluent young ladies pursuing impoverished scholars. It was rare to see a handsome, wealthy gentleman paired with a Cinderella. For Su Qingyi, who enjoyed immersing herself in the perspective of the female protagonist, this was rather unkind. After all, she was already an heiress. Why would she be enamored with a penniless scholar? Reflecting on the young ladies of ancient times, one could not help but think that their daily indulgence in the dreams of these scholars could only lead to a corrupted mindset. "Madam, would you care to take a look at this?" The wet nurse cautiously produced a new book, slipping it into Su Qingyi's hands while gently adjusting the lampwick to brighten the light. "What is this?" Su Qingyi inquired, puzzled. The wet nurse chuckled. "It is, of course, something delightful." Su Qingyi blinked, casually discarding her current novel, and opened the intriguing item the wet nurse had provided. The next moment, her eyes widened. Ah, it was indeed something quite captivating. As an adult, she ought to indulge in more mature content. The romantic tales took ages to reach the point, but this one launched straight into a visual assault. Su Qingyi stifled a laugh, flipping through the ancient erotic illustrations with a playful spirit. One could not deny that the artists of antiquity had exceptional skill in fine brushwork, creating lifelike depictions. Admittedly, some poses were rather abstract. Surely, real people could not achieve such feats? Even if, hypothetically, a person could, she currently lacked a practice partner. She resolved to simply enjoy the spectacle. Su Qingyi mused as she immersed herself in the pages. As she continued to peruse, she inadvertently became wholly absorbed in the content. Her body began to experience a tingling sensation, reminiscent of the previous night's revelries. How disappointing. Su Qingyi longed for the composure she once possessed, able to remain tranquil even amidst immersive 3D soundscapes. Yet now, having assumed this new form, she seemed to have lost the serenity characteristic of a sage. She cast aside the book, intending to rise and pour herself a glass of cool water to calm her frayed nerves. However, she soon discovered her legs were growing weak. It felt as though ants were nibbling at her, a dual sensation echoing in her heart and body. A faint sense of shame washed over Su Qingyi. It appeared that her earlier words had indeed come to pass. After acclimating to this body, she had begun to relish the experience. Was this what youth entailed? She drank the cool water but found no relief from the heat rising within her. With a sigh, she decided to send the wet nurse to disperse the attendants in the heirs' quarters. The night had deepened, and Xie Yun had assumed Su Qingyi would not come. Yet he heard the order being given outside, and his room was once again cleared. A wave of thirst washed over him, and he silently lamented, hadn't this just happened last night? While he pondered, a soft, unsteady footfall graced the threshold. The other's breathing was hardly calmed. In an instant, the bed curtains were drawn, stirring a gentle breeze. Soon, Su Qingyi joined him in bed, showering his face with fragrant kisses, though she rarely kissed his lips, likely due to their dryness. A servant had mentioned that his lips tended to become parched. Tonight, however, she was rather eager, and after a few kisses, she began to provoke him, hastening to indulge. Forgive Xie Yun for using such a term, but the sensations Su Qingyi evoked within him were precisely that, making him feel like an object. Nevertheless, Su Qingyi appeared even more adept than the previous night. She grasped his hand, guiding it to explore her exquisite form. Indeed, Su Qingyi had done just that. She felt that such actions heightened the experience, imbued with a sense of taboo and drama, a scenario so explosive that even a short film would shy away from depicting it. Cough, the air was merely a tool. Although such a statement may seem disrespectful, it was, in fact, true. She was remorseful. I am sorry, Su Qingyi whispered into Xie Yun's ear. I did not mean to desecrate you. Do not hold it against me. Xie Yun felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation. He was not yet deceased. Moreover, as Su Qingyi apologized, her actions remained reckless, indicating a complete lack of modesty. He knew well that Su Qingyi was not a demure and compliant woman. Had he been the one to choose a wife, he would never have selected someone like her. Strange, Su Qingyi remarked, you have lain here for so long, yet you still smell quite fragrant. She continued to kiss him, her first impression of the air having little to do with his status as a general. Rather than viewing Xie Yun as a battle-hardened warrior, she preferred to see him as a pampered nobleman. Just look at his face, his skin, his air of nobility. If Taba could customize such a doll, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Xie Yun, lost in thought, mused, knowing full well the reason for his fragrant aroma. He burned incense daily. Following this, Su Qingyi leaned in to complain, husband, being a wife is exhausting. This was a playful role-playing moment, adding an element of amusement. Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what had transpired. He suddenly felt as though the weight of the world had lifted. Su Qingyi, equally stunned, could hardly believe her eyes, exclaiming, you. An awkward silence ensued as both of them froze. Xie Yun himself could hardly believe it, yet it seemed, confirming that the air had indeed surrendered. Su Qingyi's mind raced with thoughts. How could this be? The war god who had previously rendered her legs trembling had succumbed so swiftly tonight. After the initial shock, it seemed somewhat understandable. After all, the heir was a patient, his constitution not as robust as a normal person's. Regaining her composure, Su Qingyi awkwardly stated, ahem, my apologies. I forgot you are still unwell. I have been too demanding. Xie Yun felt a renewed wave of embarrassment. It was not as she presumed. It was merely an accident. He was once a fierce general who had conquered 6 cities. How could he not satisfy his own wife? Feeling guilty and anxious, Su Qingyi intended to leave the heiress side, planning to ask the kitchen to prepare some soothing soup the following day to ease his discomfort, lest she further exhaust him. To her astonishment, however, she realized, it seemed the heir might be functioning once more, indicating that the earlier incident had merely been a fluke. Chapter 027 Reunion with an old friend. As the crown prince took his leave once more, Su Qingyi dispelled any lingering doubts about his sincerity. As for the unexpected turn of events, she preferred to believe it was a testament to her own growing strength. Illuminating a skill is certainly a cause for celebration. Overcome with joy, Su Qingyi bestowed a quick kiss upon the crown prince, imbued with a sense of reward. Xie Yun was not particularly inclined to ponder Su's thoughts, yet regrettably, she was utterly unreserved in her demeanor towards him. He was convinced that what he witnessed was the truest form of Su Qingyi. What a pity, Su Qingyi murmured with a hint of regret, I forgot to bring the fire-avoiding diagram. I neglected to look at it earlier. Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback. The fire-avoiding diagram. Suddenly, it dawned on him, the reason Su had rushed to find him was indeed related to the diagram, truly. From that point on, Su Qingyi fell silent, her lips occasionally releasing soft, ambiguous sighs, barely audible beneath the thick bed curtains, yet each melodic sigh resonated deeply in Xie Yun's ears. Having never been in close contact with a woman before marrying Su, he was astonished to discover that a woman could produce such impassioned sounds. She was, indeed, exceedingly unreserved on knowledge's power, and there was no denying that Su Qingyi had grown stronger that night. Yet, her physical prowess remained rather lacking. While she might have found some semblance of satisfaction, Xie Yun was genuinely overwhelmed, nearly exasperated. The couple soon found themselves at the conclusion of their dissonance. Su Qingyi felt weary. If only her heart were a touch more resolute, she would have simply withdrawn, or alas, her kindness prevailed, and she felt it would be ill-mannered to take advantage and depart. Thus, she braced herself to ensure the crown prince's comfort before succumbing to exhaustion. Throughout the encounter, Xie Yun's mind echoed with a singular thought: how utterly ineffectual, do not return next time. Yet, as Su finally collapsed, he could not deny a sense of fulfillment. The two lay quietly together, relishing a moment of tranquility. As their breaths gradually returned to normal, Su Qingyi's reason resurfaced, and she began to reflect in disarray. Oh dear, how impulsive. To call for water at such an hour would inevitably broadcast to the world that she had once again spent the night with the crown prince. However, to refrain from calling would leave her feeling uncomfortably sticky. Very well, if it meant enduring embarrassment, so be it. To act boldly yet deny it was not her style. With a command from the wet nurse, the household began bustling quietly once more. The affection between the young lady and the crown prince was a source of delight for all at Danhui courtyard. As Zhixiao assisted the crown prince in changing attire, he boldly jested, Your Highness must be fatigued. The young lady truly adores you. He also harbored concerns about whether the crown prince could withstand such ardor. Mingyu, do you think we should ask the doctor for some restorative medicine for His Highness? He began to fret. Mingyu pondered seriously, let's inquire with the doctor next time. Xie Yun, he was not particularly keen on the idea of taking medicine, yet, he did not wish for the day to come when Su berated him for being inadequate. The following morning, Su Qingyi languidly reclined upon the imperial concubine's couch. Luo eagerly peeled grapes for her, while Su Yi fanned her gently. The clingy Hangur busied himself on the floor, Constructing a tower of blocks, the carpenters in the residence had collaborated to complete the first batch of toys. Larger items, such as seesaws and slides, were still being set up in the courtyard, while smaller items like blocks and wooden horses were placed indoors, immediately capturing Han Guo's fascination. Young madam, Mr. Pei has arrived and is being directed to the outer courtyard by the steward, the wet nurse reported as she entered. Please escort him in, I wish to introduce him to the crown prince, Su Qingyi instructed. Understood. Pei Che arrived at the with a bundle, apprehensive about his entrance. However, he was soon ushered into the inner courtyard. Learning that he was to meet the crown prince heightened his anxiety. At that moment, Su Qingyi had already arrived in the crown prince's chamber, seated at the bedside as she spoke. Mr. Pei has come, he will be here shortly to meet you. Xie Yun felt a delicate, almost ethereal hand rest upon the back of his OW and it seemed to test his warmth, caressing a few times before withdrawing. Upon hearing that Pei Che was coming, he began to anticipate the encounter, hoping Su would share more about Pei's current circumstances, yet, Su appeared reluctant to elaborate. Indeed, conversing with someone in a comatose state felt rather futile. Madam General. Pei Che entered, and his first sight was not the unconscious General Xie but rather the composed and elegant woman seated beside the bed. Surely, this must be General Xie's wife. He immediately bowed in greeting. Su Qingyi smiled and rose to greet him. Mr. Pei, you have come? The previous day, they had spoken through the carriage window, neither having truly seen the other's features. Now, as Su observed him closely, she realized that Mr. Pei was exceptionally handsome. Unlike the crown prince's refined elegance, Pei Che possessed a rugged, wild charm. In simpler terms, he had an alluring physique that exuded an abundance of raw magnetism, drawing one in at first glance. Of course, Su Qingyi remained unperturbed, she merely appreciated beauty for what it was. Pei Che noticed that the general's wife was assessing him and, feeling a touch bashful, lowered his head, saying, "Thank you, Madam General, for permitting me to meet General Xie." Su Qingyi replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formality. Simply call me sister-in-law." Xie Yun, that indeed was Pei Che's voice. However, it sounded somewhat hesitant, lacking any of the commanding presence one would expect from a soldier. Pei Che was taken aback, responding, "Very well, sister-in-law, then I shall not stand on ceremony." Listening to their exchange, Xie Yun couldn't help but feel that Su was being overly familiar with Pei Che. Immobilized and unable to see, he became acutely aware of the nuances in their conversation. It felt as though Su had known Pei Che for quite some time, rather than just having met a couple of times. One might say he was simply too perceptive, yet, he was not mistaken. Su Qingyi had indeed known Pei Che for a considerable while, although not in the physical realm, their acquaintance had blossomed through the written word. She was aware of Pei Che's good character and his amicable relationship with the crown prince, hence her familiarity. "Let us see His Highness." Su Qingyi nodded. Pei Che stepped forward, gazing upon the crown prince. The once vibrant General Xie now appeared wan and haggard. The days of gallant exploits seemed ordinary at the time, and they had once shared grievances about the harsh winds of the borderlands. If only they could return to the capital to enjoy a life of ease. Now, they had returned, yet everything had changed. Pei Che's eyes welled with emotion, and his heart ached as he knelt before the bed, performing a military salute. "General Xie." Pei Che lowered his head, saying, "It has been over 3 years since we last met, and I carry a heavy heart." Xie Yun felt a sense of comfort. It seemed that Pei Che had matured during their time apart, no longer the obstinate youth he once was. "Rest assured, General, should I fail in my teachings, I shall willingly accept punishment." Xie Yun thought to himself, "Then let it be so. When this general awakens, I shall see how well you teach." Su Qingyi smiled. "Pei Che, please rise, I believe His Highness has already heard your heartfelt intentions." Pei Che's face flushed slightly, and he replied, "Sister-in-law, there is no need to call me Mr. Pei, simply Pei Che will suffice." He was a man of the martial arts and had never before been addressed as Mr. "Very well, let us dispense with formalities." Su Qingyi smiled at Pei Che nodded, feeling somewhat anxious. Did the general's wife perhaps overestimate the closeness of their relationship? Although he had accompanied General Xie for 2 years, the general was known for his reserved nature and indifferent demeanor towards others. Pei Che had never considered himself particularly special. During times of punishment, he even felt that General Xie harbored a deep dislike for him for defying military orders and bringing shame upon him. Xie Yun, he certainly had feelings for Pei Che, yet, at this moment, he found him rather exasperating. Xie Yun recalled that this young man was quite striking, with a physique brimming with potential, clearly someone of great capability. Chapter 028. Quietly anxious at the scene, Mo Yan and Guan Qi discreetly observed the former acquaintance of the young master. Upon first sight, they were struck with astonishment. Pei Jianshi was indeed remarkably handsome and tall. Even with a single eye, he still exuded an undeniable charm. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. A distinguished young master would naturally attract admirers who were equally exceptional. However, after their initial admiration, both began to harbor a subtle unease. This Pei Che was so strikingly handsome, if he were to become the martial instructor for the young master, he would undoubtedly be seen frequently. If the young master were awake, it would be acceptable, for who could outshine him? But in the current state, it seemed clear that this individual surpassed the young master. While they were conversing, someone from outside announced, "Young mistress, Scholar Shen has arrived." Su Qingyi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, just in time. "Please invite Scholar Shen in to meet the young master." Who was this Scholar Shen? Many were puzzled. Xie Yun also wondered, and after a moment's thought, concluded that he must be the tutor of Han Guo. Before long, the matron led Shen Jijie into the room, clad in a pristine scholar's robe that appeared new. He looked exceptionally refined, his clean and handsome face making him all the more striking. As he walked in, the maidservants and matrons blushed at the sight of such a dashing young man, contemplating what auspicious occasion it was that such handsome men were arriving one after another. He had long admired Xie Yun and immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply. "I am Qingyi, paying my respects to General Xie." His voice trembled slightly. The onlookers were moved. It seemed Qingyi's feelings for the young master ran deep. Xie Yun was taken aback, pondering where the Su family had found such individuals. He was not fond of sentimentality. There was no need for it. Fortunately, Qingyi did not expound at length, and after a moment, he added, "I am grateful for General Xie can rest assured that I will dedicate myself to teaching the young master." Su Qingyi smiled approvingly. With a person as upright and kind as Qingyi to guide him, Hung Gur would surely not stray onto the path of piracy in the future. Parental love for their child is indeed far-reaching. Being a stepmother is no easy task. "Scholar Shen, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I entrust Hung Gur to you from now on," Su Qingyi said. Qingyi bowed deeply to the lady who recognized his worth. "Please rest assured, Madame Xie. I will not fail in my duties." Su Qingyi nodded and introduced Pei Che and Qingyi. "Mr. Pei, this is Scholar Qingyi, who will be responsible for teaching the children literature." Then to Qingyi, she continued, "Scholar Shen, this is Mr. Pei, formerly a soldier under the young master, who will teach the children martial arts. You will complement each other, one in literature and the other in martial prowess. In terms of growth, it is essential to balance virtue, wisdom, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Mr. Pei. Scholar Shun." The two exchanged polite greetings, both saying in unison, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." They then exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere was exceedingly pleasant. Su Qingyi, watching the two distinctively handsome men, beamed with delight. In her exuberance, she couldn't help but praise them further, encouraging, "Both of you are exceptional talents, and I am confident that under your guidance, the children will surely become outstanding students." "Thank you, Madame Xie," both replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the compliments. Recalling that Scholar Shen's mother was still waiting outside, Su Qingyi said, "Scholar Shen's mother is unwell. We should not delay. I will arrange for accommodations for you both and summon a physician at once. Therefore, I must excuse you from further conversation for now." Qingyi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I am truly thankful for Madame Xie's concern. I have no means to repay you." "No need for such formalities," Su Qingyi. She then busied herself with other matters. Before long, silence returned to the young master's chamber. Mo Yan, feeling inspired, remarked, "Our young mistress is indeed efficient in her dealings. It is no wonder that both Scholar Shen and Mr. Pei are likely deeply moved." He was a native-born servant, having accompanied Xie Yun since childhood and accustomed to the lofty demeanor of nobility. To be honest, it was rare to encounter someone like Su Qingyi, who was amiable and approachable, yet being around her made one unconsciously feel compelled to follow her. Indeed, I heard from the matron that Scholar Shen was found by the young mistress from Tongluo Alley. What kind of place is that? The Guanxi, who had not accompanied them. Scholar Shen is clearly not an ordinary man. Mo Yan paused, his emotions complex as he added, "He has a good appearance, with red lips and white teeth. I've heard that older ladies tend to favor such qualities." "Is that so?" Guanxi countered while giving the young master a massage. "Older ladies obviously prefer someone like Mr. Pei, who is tall, handsome, and strong." Mo Yan replied, "Perhaps both types are equally appealing." Guanxi stated, "Scholar Shen's type is clearly favored by young maidens. Just look at the maidservants in our courtyard, blushes on every one of their faces." True, Mo Yan silently prayed that the young mistress would not take a liking to Scholar Shen and then turn to praise the young master. However, no matter how good they are, they cannot compare to the young master. In looks, martial skills, or talents, our young master is unparalleled. Of course, the young master is renowned throughout the capital. None can surpass him. Guanxi replied proudly. The two young servants began to reminisce about Xie Yun's illustrious achievements, recounting his rise to prominence and his commanding presence, their excitement palpable. It seemed that the more they spoke, the more reassured they felt. Only by repeatedly recalling the young master's virtues could they gain confidence that the young mistress would not be swayed by the charms of Scholar Shen and Mr. Pei. Xie Yun. Initially, he had not given it much thought, but the incessant chatter of the young servants brought forth a sense of anxiety and concern. He couldn't help but ponder. Was Scholar Shen truly as handsome as they claimed? Had Su specifically gone to Tongluo Alley to find him, suggesting he must possess exceptional qualities? To be honest, if his wife had returned with two dashing young men, he, as her husband, would indeed feel a sense of unease had there not been a legitimate reason for it. However, Xie Yun was not one to harbor jealousy or suspicion without cause. He would not maliciously speculate about his wife's intentions. Chapter 29. The ill-fated lover Su Qingyi remained blissfully unaware that the entire household, both masters and servants alike, were consumed with concern over whether she might stray from her marital. It was simply absurd. How could that even be possible? Although she took pleasure in admiring handsome men, it was merely a fleeting indulgence. If she were to seek a second spring, it would be only after the heir awakened, and she had formally left her marriage. The accommodations for the two gentlemen were swiftly arranged. Su Qingyi summoned Dr. Chen, who had attended to the heiress' ailments, to examine Qingyi's mother. After assessing her persistent cough and chills, he diagnosed her with lung disease, a condition that was notorious in ancient times for its grim prognosis and difficult treatment. It was often regarded as a disease of the affluent. Both Qingyi and his mother appeared ashen-faced. Fortunately, Dr. Chen reassured them, saying, "There is no need for excessive worry. It is not yet severe and can be treated." "That is a relief," Su Qingyi sighed, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders for the Shen family. She then instructed Dr. Chen, "Please proceed with the necessary treatments. It is imperative that Mrs. Shen recovers. Dr. Chen nodded in agreement. Thank you. Qingyi expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, at a loss for how to repay her kindness. Su Qingyi hastily interjected, there is no need for such courtesy, Mr. Shen. In her heart, she mused that as long as he could guide the future pirate leader of the Xie family to become a virtuous individual, that would be the finest form of repayment. However, there was no rush to commence lessons just yet. Su Qingyi turned to her son, Honggu'er, who had been loyally following her, and smiled, shall we begin lessons tomorrow? Sure, Honggu'er exclaimed, holding onto his mother's leg. Indeed, Qingyi added quickly. Very well. Su Qingyi surveyed the room and continued, but Mrs. Shen is still unwell. I shall send a maid to assist shortly. Tasks such as sweeping and dusting were essential, and the maid could also help care for the ailing Amores. Qingyi instinctively wanted to refuse, feeling he had already received too many favors. Let it be so. Su Qingyi feigned annoyance, adopting a serious tone. Are we to expect Mrs. Shen to tend to such chores herself? With that, Qingyi fell silent, his expression one of profound gratitude. Honggu'er, it is time for us to return. Would you like to bid farewell to your teacher? Su Qingyi inquired. Honggu'er nodded but did not release his grip on Su Qingyi's hand, speaking instead, goodbye, teacher. Su Qingyi felt a wave of embarrassment. Such an unceremonious farewell was rather disrespectful. She explained to Qingyi, this child is usually quite well-mannered. I am unsure why he is suddenly behaving this way today. It is of no consequence. Qingyi waved his hand with a smile. Goodbye, young Master Hong. He then quietly observed the retreating figures of Su Qingyi and her son, feeling a swell of emotion. This Madame Xie truly possessed a remarkable capacity for understanding and care, and it was no wonder that the young master held such affection for his new stepmother. In fact, since their meeting yesterday, he had noted Honggu'er's unusual attachment to Su Qingyi, an endearment that was. As they passed through the courtyard, Su Qingyi pointed to the newly installed seesaw and slide, saying, in the mornings and evenings when it cools down, Honggu'er can come out to play. Will mother play with me? Honggu'er looked up with hopeful eyes. Of course, I shall accompany you whenever I have the time, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. Honggu'er nodded earnestly, then I shall wait for mother to be free before I play. Su Qingyi felt a mix of exasperation and a subtle delight at his words. It seemed that Honggu'er was becoming increasingly clingy, yet she did not mind. Honggu'er was still young, and his need for a mother was greater than that of his two elder brothers. It was entirely natural for him to rely on a mother who treated him with kindness. Mother, I want to be carried, Honggu'er declared after walking just a few steps, demanding to be picked up. Su Qingyi, unable to refuse, squatted down to lift him onto her back. She chuckled. Honggu'er, you were not like this before, you are becoming quite spoiled. Perched on his mother's back, Honggu'er wrapped his small arms. He was not truly spoiled, it was simply that since he realized Su Qingyi was willing to indulge him, he had embraced this newfound affection. This was the true nature of Honggu'er, perceptive and seeking to gain more. The entire household was abuzz with the news of the two handsome gentlemen's arrival. This information quickly reached Xie Huai'an and Xie Yun, the ill-fated lovers who were both suffering in their own rights. One lay prone in bed, nursing wounds from a beating, while the other bore swollen cheeks, unable to face the world. Upon hearing the news, Xie Huai'an sneered maliciously, grandmother and father are utterly foolish to allow her such liberties. How can we be certain that she is not bearing the offspring of the Xie family? Xie Yun had not considered this angle until now. Her eyes brightened at the implication. Are you suggesting that she is entangled with these two men? Previously troubled by how to deal with Su Qingyi, Xie Yun now found herself presented with a perfect opportunity. What if she isn't? Xie Huai'an retorted darkly. Even if she is innocent, we can still tarnish her reputation, casting her into a pit from which she will never emerge unscathed. Yet there was no urgency at present. It would be best to wait until Su Qingyi was with child before orchestrating their plans. The immediate priority was to secure Xie Yun's indentured contract. Xie Yun, I apologize for putting you in this position. Xie Huai'an took her hand, already aware of her intention to apologize to Su Qingyi by serving her tea. His hatred for Su Qingyi, whom he deemed a venomous woman, grew ever stronger. If he had his way, he would prefer Xie Yun not to apologize at all. Unfortunately, he had no choice. If he delayed any longer, he feared the contract would fall into the hands of his mother, Lady Ho. The matriarch of such a prominent family would never look kindly upon a mere servant girl like Xie Yun climbing the social ladder. It is no hardship, Xie Yun replied, her fingers entwined with his, her smile. For you, I am willing to endure any indignity, and I do not mind a momentary setback for love. The discomfort she was about to face seemed far less daunting. Indeed, Xie Huai'an's eyes brimmed with affection as he reached up to caress her injured cheek. Does it still hurt? Have you applied ice? In his heart, he cursed Su Qingyi, that wicked woman would pay dearly for her actions. He would seek vengeance for Xie Yun. Xie Yun shook her head. As long as I can be with you, everything is well. Blame me, had I been more diligent in keeping her in check. Xie Huai'an lamented, regretful that he had had an opportunity on their wedding night, but had been too self-assured. He had not anticipated that Su Qingyi would find a second avenue to pursue with Xie Yunji previously holding sway over him, and now, it was his wife who was asserting her authority. This left Xie Huai'an incensed. Do not blame yourself, my lord, I would not wish to see you placate her, that would be more distressing than death itself. Xie Yun pressed her fingers against his lips. How could she bear the thought of Xie Huai'an trying to placate Su Qingyi? Sensing her jealousy, Xie Huai'an smiled, his gaze fixed intently on her. Feeling embarrassed, Xie Yun pushed him away gently. I must take my leave, you should rest well. With that, she composed herself, instructing Nurse Chang, please make a visit to the Danhui courtyard. Xie Huai'an lay on the bed, his expression dark and brooding, filled with apprehension. What if that foolish woman, Su Qingyi, suddenly became clever and handed the indentured contract to Lady Ho? He desperately hoped she would not act so rashly. Unfortunately, his hopes were destined to be dashed, for Su Qingyi had indeed been contemplating this very course of action. Not opposing the protagonists did not mean she would refrain from wielding others as instruments of her ambition. If the whole family remained unperturbed, Xie Huai'an and Du Jingyun would remain confined to the inner quarters, and she doubted they could ever rise above their circumstances. Upon learning of Nurse Chang's purpose, Qingyi casually replied, "Tell her to come by this evening." "Understood," Nurse Chang responded, her heart filled with unease. She reflected on her behavior over the past few days. Had she done well? Had she inadvertently displeased the young mistress? It seemed to her that the young mistress had grown increasingly imposing. The calm demeanor she now displayed made Nurse Chang nearly forget that the second young lady had once been shy and timid, a distant memory from long at Gio.at dinner. The entire household gathered together, even Xie Huai'an, who was still unwell. This was due to the fact that the Marquis did not indulge him. After all, he had only received a couple of lashes. There was no reason for him to be so fragile as to remain bedridden. His thoughts drifted to his elder brother, but he quickly dismissed them, remembering his brother only served to amplify his father's disappointment in him. Qingyi observed the Marquis's disdain for Xie Huai'an with a sense of satisfaction. Until Xie Huai'an could stand on his own, he would never gain the family's approval, forever living in the shadow of Xie Yunji. But what did it matter? As the victim of his bullying, Qingyi felt no pity for him. Having finished her meal, Qingyi set down her chopsticks and addressed the table. "Grandmother, earlier my maid, Du Jingyun, sent someone to find me," expressing her desire to publicly apologize by serving tea. "Do you think that is appropriate?" The old matron looked taken aback, then replied, "What is inappropriate about it? It is entirely fitting. She has wronged you, and it is only natural for her to apologize." Even if the maid did not take the initiative, the matter would come to light in due course. It was not only that the maid was at fault, the entire family would stand behind Qingyi. "However, she is to become my second brother's concubine and is carrying the Xie family's child. Might that complicate matters?" Qingyi expressed her concerns. The Marquis snorted derisively. "There is nothing. She has acted against her master, and an apology is warranted. There is no need for you to overthink this. Oh, then I shall prepare the tea and the indentured contract," Qingyi explained with a smile. "The other day, my second brother came to request the contract from me, and I thought it wise to establish some protocol. However, it seems I may have inadvertently upset him, which has left me feeling uneasy." "What reason has he to be upset?" The Marquis's anger flared anew at the mention of the matter. "It is fortunate this did not leak out. Otherwise, how could he face the ancestors of the Xie family?" Xie Huai'an, chastised, wore a sullen expression, begrudgingly accepting his fault. "It was my mistake. I should not have acted so impulsively privately." However, he shot Qingyi a venomous glare. That woman was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, fanning the flames. Chapter 030 Kneeling to acknowledge one's mistakes. Indeed, Qingyi acted with intention, reflecting on her life thus far. This was the first occasion she consciously engaged in conflict with another. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt. After all, why should a woman complicate matters for another woman? Yet, as the fate of the Su family in the book came to mind, that guilt dissipated. She understood that this was not merely a struggle between women. It was a matter of oppression and the oppressed. If she did not adopt a ruthless stance, she would inevitably find herself subjugated. "Luer, while everyone is present, quickly prepare the tea," Qingyi instructed, resolutely disregarding Xie Huai'an's disapproval. "Yes, young mistress," Luer replied promptly, eager to fulfill her task. The discontent surrounding Du Jingyun was palpable, yet those serving Qingyi found great satisfaction in the unfolding drama. Observing the situation, it was clear to all that a spectacle was about to ensue, and they lingered, sated, and reluctant to depart, eager to witness the commotion. Before long, Du Jingyun was brought before them. Upon entering, she bore a countenance of grievance, gently placing a hand upon her abdomen, as if to remind others that she was carrying the offspring of the Xie family. However, she quickly realized that aside from Xie Huai'an, everyone else regarded her with indifference, devoid of sympathy. Xie Huai'an's expression darkened at the sight of his beloved woman being tormented by the entire household. His jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress his urge to rise and protest. "Kneel, and offer your apologies to your mistress," the Lord commanded coldly. Du Jingyun's expression shifted at his words. They had previously agreed that only tea would be served as an apology. How had it escalated to kneeling? Xie Huai'an found this excessive and could no longer contain his indignation. "Father, my sister-in-law did not demand a bow. It was merely to serve tea and apology." Kneeling and bowing would reduce Du Jingyun to the status of a lowly servant, unable to hold her head high before Qingyi. Serving tea was a matter among peers. Du Jingyun was still the woman he cherished. Qingyi should not strip her of even this semblance of dignity. "Humph, your sister-in-law may not have demanded it, but that is her generosity towards you," the Lord retorted. "Yet, you must not bully her. Wrongdoings must be acknowledged." Xie Huai'an trembled with rage. Who was truly bullying whom? Qingyi had become the apple of the family's eye. Who could dare to oppress her? As the so-called culprit, Qingyi leisurely sipped her tea, absently stroking the head of the young boy beside her. He, having dined well, lay languidly across her lap, a stark contrast to his usual trepidation in the presence of elders. Now, however, no one paid him heed, and the most hostile figure, the lady of the house, was distracted by her unworthy son and the lewd servant girl. The only one who noticed him was probably Zhengur, who harbored a tinge of envy towards his younger brother for receiving their mother's preferential treatment due to his youth. It was not that Qingyi treated him poorly. Indeed, he believed he was favored more than his elder brother. With this thought, Zhengur beamed brightly and, seizing the moment, stealthily indulged in another meatball. His mother was right. One must be well-fed to have the energy for weight loss. Zhengur, languidly sipping his tea, appeared cold and indifferent. Coming from humble beginnings, he harbored lofty aspirations and was not sympathetic towards Du Jingyun, who found herself bullied by. He regarded himself as above such shameless individuals. My lord, Qingyi's concern is valid. After all, she carries the offspring of the Xie family. The lady of the house interjected. Though she harbored no affection for Du Jingyun, she could not bear to see the future heir of the family be rendered unworthy. Why not adhere to Su Qingyi's wishes? We shall all be grateful to her. The Lord grew even angrier, declaring, had she not been with child, this servant would have been punished severely for her transgressions. The lady of the house opened her mouth in shock, silenced by the Lord's icy gaze. You do not care for Yunji, as he is not your own, hence, you neglect the welfare of his wife and children. In an instant, the lady of the house swallowed her words, fearful that further discussion would reveal her own negligence towards Xie Yunji's children. Let us proceed as Mingzong has suggested. The elderly matriarch finally spoke up. Du Jinyun's complexion paled, feeling utterly humiliated. Did her unborn child not deserve a modicum of affection? Ultimately, the blame lay with the Lord and the matriarch for their bias, their heart solely devoted to the heir, Xie Yunji. Accompanying Su Qingyi, whose status had risen dramatically, she was now deemed worthy of sitting aloofly, awaiting Du Jinyun's prostration in apology. Clenching her lips, Du Jinyun cast a sorrowful glance towards Xie Huai'an, who gazed back with eyes brimming with concern and impotent fury. This offered her some solace. As long as the second master loved her, that was sufficient. It is my fault, second master, please do not plead on my behalf, Du Jinyun replied with a bittersweet smile. Xie Huai'an's fists tightened. Let us commence, the Lord said with displeasure, frowning at the spectacle of a concubine, who was prone to affectation, being paraded in such a manner. Yes. Du Jinyun lowered her head, responding begrudgingly. She then approached Su Qingyi, cradling her abdomen as she slowly knelt, biting her lip as she murmured, young mistress, I am sorry, I bow to you an apology. Wait, Su Qingyi gently caressed the small hand of the boy, coolly correcting her, you should refer to yourself as a servant. Wasn't Du Jinyun once proud of her status as a lady? With her lofty aspirations, Su Qingyi insisted that she confront the consequences of her actions. If she was so eager to play the role of Su's maid, then let her fully embrace it. Du Jinyun gasped, her eyes wide with humiliation as she looked up at the once gentle Su Qingyi. Disbelief etched across her face. Su Qingyi found her reaction amusing. Did she truly not comprehend her misdeeds? What audacity, sister-in-law, why must you be so unforgiving? Xie Huai'an gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Qingyi blinked, her voice laced with melancholy, second brother has misunderstood me. I merely recalled how well I treated her in the past, considering her a sister, yet she could not even offer a sincere apology. Luer, standing nearby, could not contain herself, adding, indeed, the entire Yong'an Marquis household is aware that the young mistress once cherished her as a sister. It is no wonder the young mistress feels hurt. Xie Huai'an glared at Luer, exclaiming, when my master speaks, what business is it of a servant to interject? Seeing Xie Huai'an rebuke his own servant, Su Qingyi did not react with anger but instead tapped the marriage contract on the table, addressing Du Jinyun, it was you who insisted on becoming my accompanying maid. I did not agree, yet you wept and begged. You were already with child at that time, were you not? Her words reignited the flames of animosity towards Du Jinyun. The members of the Xie family regarded her with, Xie Huai'an, how could you be enamored with such a woman? The Lord seethed at the thought of the Xie family lineage emerging from such a wretched individual. As the scandal was laid bare, Xie Huai'an's face flushed crimson. He realized the embarrassment of his affair with his fiancée's maid, yet, Du Jinyun's actions were born of desperation. They were merely in love. Indeed, Huai'an must have been blinded, otherwise how could he have acted so foolishly? The onlookers, aunts and uncles alike, began to gossip. They held Du Jinyun in contempt, mistaking her fragile demeanor for genuine meekness, when in fact, she was merely cunning and obstinate. Unable to endure the pointed stares, Du Jinyun felt tears welling up. Resolved to abandon her dignity, she proclaimed, the young mistress is right, it is my fault, and I shall bow and admit my guilt. With that, she sobbed and knelt. Su Qingyi felt a sense of satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. She had no desire to oppose the protagonists, she would certainly be more cautious in the future. Chapter 031. A fractured facade. After bowing her head in submission, Du Jinyun lifted the teacup and presented it to Su Qingyi, her demeanor humble and deferential as she said, if the young mistress could find it in her heart to forgive this servant, I implore you to partake of this cup of tea. With her apology laid bare, Su Qingyi chose not to press further. Slowly extending her hand, she accepted the cup. This act of forgiveness is granted solely out of respect for my second brother, Su Qingyi stated, before adding a caveat to ensure that Xie Huai'an owed her a favor. Otherwise, given how deeply you have wounded my heart, I could never brush it aside so lightly. Do you understand? Du Jinyun bit her lip in humiliation, responding, yes, thank you, young mistress, for your magnanimity. Su Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Xie Huai'an, her expression seemingly ought you not to express your gratitude? If it were possible, Xie Huai'an would have relished the chance to strangle Su Qingyi on the spot, yet, he could not. All he could do was express his own subdued compliance, echoing Du Jinyun. Du Jinyun's heart raced with anticipation as she reached out for it. Once she possessed the contract, freedom would be hers. Mother, I entrust this contract of servitude to you for safekeeping, Su Qingyi declared, her gaze sweeping the room before settling on Lady Ho appeared momentarily stunned, then her expression blossomed into a radiant smile, the first time she regarded Su Qingyi with such warmth. Ah, how considerate of Qingyi. She had long wished to reclaim Du Jinyun's contract but had hesitated to voice her desire. To her surprise, Su Qingyi had taken the initiative. It is only proper, Su Qingyi replied respectfully as she handed it over. Lady Ho accepted it with satisfaction, finally experiencing the sense of authority that came with being a matriarch. Meanwhile, Du Jinyan's face was a mask of disbelief. Why would Su Qingyi hand her contract to Lady Ho? Xie Huai'an, suppressing his ire, exclaimed, Mother, you must tear up that contract at once. Do not humiliate Xie Yun in this way. Lady Ho gazed at her son in disappointment. At such a critical juncture, he still chose to defend that lowly servant girl. Had he truly lost his wits? With a stern countenance, Lady Ho retorted, Is it your intent to elevate her at the expense of your own reputation? Do you still aspire to marry a wife of esteemed lineage? Do you still wish to secure a promising future? Should word get out that Xie Huai'an had defied his family for the sake of a base servant girl, it would be a scandal of monumental proportions. Mother! Xie Huai'an protested vehemently. Lady Ho huffed dismissively, unyielding. Very well, I comprehend your sentiments, Xie Huai'an seethed. You all look down upon Xie Yun, and by extension, you look down upon me. Did they not realize he had spent years languishing in the shadow of Xie Yunji, living in profound dissatisfaction? Only Du Jinyan seemed to grasp the depths of his turmoil. You are aware that we hold you in contempt? Lord Ho, Su Qingyi nearly laughed aloud, as did those around her. Even Ling Gur, typically aloof, allowed a rare smile to grace his lips, for he took pleasure in witnessing Xie Huai'an's humiliation. Xie Huai'an's face flushed with shame. He was acutely aware that it stemmed from his inferiority to Xie Yunji. Reputation is built through one's own efforts, not through the benevolence of others. Even a child of 3 understands this lesson. Do you not? Lord Ho questioned. Stricken by the reprimand, Xie Huai'an could only hang his head in silence, his gaze cast downward in resentment. If you do not strive for excellence, how can you expect others to hold you in esteem? Lord Ho continued, delivering his scathing critique without reservation, you truly possess an audacious sense of entitlement. This time, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves, and a ripple of suppressed laughter echoed in the room. The facade stripped away, Xie Huai'an's face burned with mortification. Is it the case that as your son, I must excel as my elder brother does to be worthy of your affection? He retorted in a fit of indignation. Unnecessary, Lord Ho replied coldly, casting a fleeting glance at his defiant son. I would be satisfied with just a fraction of what your brother. Fortunately, Xie Yunji was now incapacitated. The Ho family would eventually depend on him to inherit its legacy. As he pondered this, his spirits lifted slightly. The old matriarch understood this dynamic as well. Thus, despite her discontent with Xie Huai'an, she refrained from harsh reproach, instead offering words of earnest counsel. Huai'an, do not harbor resentment toward your father, he merely wishes for your success, driven by a desire for your well-being. Xie Huai'an, in a fit of petulance, it's time to consider your future instead of lingering in the confines of the inner quarters, the old matriarch sighed. Whether through studying or cultivating connections, you must be diligent and not merely drift through life. Upon hearing this, Xie Huai'an felt a rare pang of guilt. Yes, grandmother. In truth, Xie Huai'an possessed commendable academic aptitude. It was merely that he had long believed his efforts would never measure up to Xie Yunji's accomplishments, leading him to abandon his ambitions. With Xie Yunji now laid low, it was indeed time for him to strive for greatness. Given time, he would undoubtedly earn the respect of those around him. With the atmosphere having lost its fervor, the Xie family members discreetly took their leave. Grandmother, father, mother, I believe Cheng Gur is growing weary. I shall take him home to rest, Su Qingyi announced as she lifted Cheng Gur and prepared to depart. Go on, Lord Ho and the old matriarch responded, their tones noticeably softer in her presence. Ling Gur and Jin Gur also stood to bid farewell. The 4 of them walking together exuded an indescribable harmony that was pleasing to behold. Once the guests had dispersed, Chang Mama approached to assist the still kneeling Du Jinyun. Miss Jin, do not think I am unaware that you are merely her spy. Chang Mama, about to protest her innocence, was suddenly struck across the face by Xie Huai'an. Horrified at the prospect of losing Du Jinyun's favor, Chang Mama pleaded, Miss Jin Yun, you cannot burn bridges. I only betrayed the young mistress because you bribed me, otherwise, I would never have been turned away. So it was that Chang Mama had indeed been dismissed by Su Qingyi. Du Jinyun's heart hardened against her. You were simply motivated by greed. Who is to blame for that? A treacherous wolf, she thought. If Su Qingyi had cast aside this traitorous servant, so too would she. Now that the mask of civility had been torn away, she feared no repercussions from Chang Mama's potential gossip. Xie Huai'an warned coldly, Chang Mama, remember to keep your mouth shut in the future. Do not speak recklessly, or I will find ways to ensure your silence. Chang Mama trembled, realizing the gravity of her situation. The ruthlessness of Du Jinyun struck her with a chill, and she was overtaken by regret. If only she had not betrayed her mistress. Chapter 032 Abandoning literature for martial arts. Meanwhile, upon dispersing from the banquet, Jin Gur hurriedly sought out Pei Che in the outer courtyard, where they spent half. Upon returning, drenched in perspiration, he called out to Su Qingyi, Mother. Have you practiced with Mr. Pei? Su Qingyi chuckled lightly. Jin Gur nodded, a broad smile adorning his face, yet as he recalled the words take your time to express what you wish to say. Su Qingyi poured him a glass of water. Jin Gur, feeling a twinge of guilt, was convinced his mother had anticipated his intentions, yet he resolved to speak. I no longer wish to attend the academy. Starting tomorrow, I want to devote myself entirely to practicing martial arts under Master Pei. Fearful of Su Qingyi's disapproval, he earnestly reasoned, after all, I only need to learn to read. You could have third brother's teacher spare some time to teach me, surely that would suffice. Why must I follow an elder brother's footsteps, toiling from dawn till dusk? What do you think? His argument held some merit, and from a modern perspective, Su Qingyi found it reasonable. Still, she sighed softly, the academy was arranged for you by your father, it was no small feat to gain admission. Qingyi nodded, pondering how his mother could possibly know this. Qingyi continued, I personally support your pursuit of what you love, yet I occasionally question whether I am being too presumptuous in my decision. Abandoning literature for martial arts is no trivial matter. I must bear responsibility for your future. No, how could you be presumptuous? Your decision is excellent. Qingyi, perceiving her reluctance, grew anxious. How can you retract that now? I have not retracted my words, it is indeed a significant matter, and I merely wish to confirm it with you. Qingyi cast a glance at her agitated second son and, seeing him calm down, inquired, have you truly thought this through? Qingyi nodded without hesitation, confessing, attending the academy feels akin to visiting a grave, yet training with Master Pei. Even if my legs ache from stances, I fear not. Qingyi contemplated, Qingyi had always possessed this talent, and there was no better path ahead of him, thus, she conceded, very well, tomorrow I shall send someone to the academy to request a few days' leave for you. You may train with Master Pei for a few days, and should you have any regrets, Qingyi interjected, I will not. His decision was resolute. Qingyi remained silent but resolved to seek the leave. The following day, as Qingyi also attended school, Qingyi unusually rose early to have breakfast with her three sons. Upon seeing Qingyi at the breakfast table, Qingyi glanced sideways, soon noticing third brother's presence, and understood in. Qingyi, filled with elation, looked upon his brother with sympathetic eyes, having escaped the trials of academia. Third brother, study diligently, do not disappoint our mother. Qingyi shot him an exasperated glance. Qingyi, your younger brother will not attend the academy for the next few days. He will stay at home to learn martial arts with Master Pei, Qingyi said, while serving Qingyi a meat pie. Understood. Qingyi, not fond of meat, seemingly, you look as thin as a reed. Qingyi's expression soured, reminded of the comments regarding his height, and he reluctantly consumed half of it. Qingyi stifled a laugh, but upon reflecting on his own physique, he subdued his mirth and opted for a large steamed bun instead. Qingyi, still drowsy, received occasional bites from Qingyi, who lovingly pinched his cheeks, urging, Qingyi, awaken, you must go to school soon. All right, Qingyi rubbed his eyes, finally becoming fully alert. Upon noticing his elder brother's gaze, he offered an innocent smile. Qingyi averted his eyes, saying nothing. He felt his younger brother had grown more spoiled and arrogant, yet he was disinclined to discipline him, leaving that to Qingyi. After a hearty breakfast, the family members went their separate ways. Qingyi escorted Qingyi to the study in the outer courtyard, where Xie awaited. Good morning, Mr. Xie. I entrust Qingyi to your care, Qingyi greeted with a smile. Good morning, young Master Hong, Xie replied with equal cheer. How did you fare last night at the residence? Was anything inconvenient? Qingyi, as the hostess, inquired with genuine, both my mother and I are quite comfortable. Far superior to Ton Luo Lane, he felt as if he were in a dream upon waking that morning. That is wonderful to hear. Qingyi nodded and then turned to Qingyi, saying, Qingyi, I shall take my leave now. Be sure to study diligently under your teacher. I will return to fetch you later. Reluctantly, Qingyi clung to her hand, pressing his little face against it. Mother, don't go. Seeing her little one's display of affection softened Qingyi's heart. Xie, this young master's etiquette leaves much to be desired. At 4 years old, he is rather spoiled. Behave and listen well, mother cannot impede your studies here, Qingyi gently coaxed. Your teacher will be watching. Qingyi gazed at Xie. Thus, the affectionate mother and son shared a lingering farewell. Once she departed, Qingyi straightened up and apologized to Xie. I beg your pardon for my unrefined behavior, teacher. I kept you waiting. Xie, this decorum is quite commendable. Isn't it? He had prepared for the first lesson to focus on etiquette, even bringing a ruler, yet was surprised at how quickly the student's demeanor shifted. It is of no consequence. Young Master Hong need not be so formal, Xie replied with a smile. Understood. Throughout the lesson that followed, Qingyi displayed excellent behavior. He had previously underestimated him, thinking him a spoiled brat. It seemed he was simply reliant on his mother, but still possessed some sense of propriety. Meanwhile, Qingyi arranged for someone to watch over Qingyi at the academy, monitoring the company he kept. The academy allowed for a midday break, during which Qingyi ventured out. During his break, he visited a local vendor to select a servant, ultimately purchasing a 14-year-old book boy. The older youth, composed and skilled in martial arts, could serve as a bodyguard. I am Xie Ling, you shall be called Abai from now on. Abai touched his dark complexion, smirking, thank you for your kind wishes. Abai it is, then. Following Qingyi for a short distance, he casually remarked, young Master Ling, we appear to be followed. What do they look like? Qingyi inquired with a furrowed brow. Abai scrutinized the pursuers closely and described them. Could they be enemies? No wonder he had opted for a martial arts-trained book boy. As Qingyi listened, recognition dawned, he realized they were individuals from his household and replied, there is no need to concern ourselves. He had a fair idea of the situation at hand. Abai urged, someone is tailing us, and you remain unbothered? That is my family, Qingyi retorted with a cold expression. Chapter 33, The Heir's Outing. Why did your family? The young master clearly belonged to a wealthy family. Could it be a struggle among the affluent? Perhaps a wicked stepmother was involved. Abai's imagination ran wild. I in the Pingyang Marquis' residence. Young madam, would you care to try? Su Qingyi nodded, took a seat, and carefully tested it. The craftsmanship was excellent, providing no discomfort, and she smiled as she praised, "It's quite comfortable. It has been modified. It is beautifully made, and I am thoroughly satisfied." Su Qingyi instructed Su Yi to reward the carpenter and then directed the others, "Take it to the young master's room for a trial." In the young master's chamber, is this truly a wheelchair? Guanqi and Mo Yen examined the peculiar chair with curiosity. "Young madam, can the young master really sit on this? Please assist the young master in sitting up," Su Qingyi assured them. Given the heat outside, it was best to allow the young master to try it indoors first and see if any improvements were needed. If all was well, they could venture out in the evening for some fresh air. Xie Yun listened, feeling a flicker of anticipation. After being confined indoors for days, even his steady nature found it somewhat unbearable. "Yes," Guanqi and Mo Yen replied. Then, following Su Qingyi's instructions, they carefully assisted the young master from the bed to the chair. Despite having lost considerable weight, Xie Yun's tall frame made the transfer laborious. Su Qingyi lent a hand to ensure he was not jostled. The moment he settled into the chair, he felt a wave of relief. He was no longer lying down. Remaining in that position for too long was exhausting, an indescribable fatigue that could be endured but would drive one to madness over time. Su Qingyi pushed the wheelchair. Aside from being somewhat heavy, the wheels moved smoothly. While it could not compare to modern designs, it was certainly serviceable. What she considered merely adequate left others in awe. Guanqi and Mo Yen gazed in wonder, as if truly impressed. "Young madam, let us. With this chair, we can take the young master around." "I told you it would work," Su Qingyi responded with a smile. The old matriarch also suffered from poor mobility, and she had already instructed the carpenter to expedite them. As Xie Yun sat in the chair, he felt once again the depth of Su's affection for him, a profound investment of emotion. "Young madam, you are remarkable," the servants chorused. They increasingly hoped for the young master to awaken, for they could not bear to see such a wonderful young madam languish in waiting. Yet, observing her demeanor, it seemed she had never known bitterness and appeared quite cheerful each day. Su Qingyi, with an ideal life within reach, how could one not be joyful? As the evening heat dissipated, a gentle breeze wafted through the courtyard. Two young servants wheeled Xie Yun to the corridor, where the air was fragrant with lotus leaves, particularly refreshing. Inhaling the long mist fresh air, Xie Yun felt his spirits lift. However, he found it puzzling that Su was not present. This was the first time using the chair she had procured. She should have been there. Indeed, she should have been, but she had gone to fetch the children from school, arriving later than expected. Hungura pouted, complaining, "Mother was late this afternoon. I've been out of school for quite some time." "Quite some time?" It had barely been half an hour, but children will be children. Su Qingyi sighed, "If I was late, why didn't you?" She quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, for taking up your time." Qingyi smiled, "Not at all, I was also here to review." Su Qingyi glanced at the table, where indeed lay the 4 books. "Shin, will you be taking the exam next spring?" "Indeed," Qingyi replied, with no worries. Why would he wait any longer? All of this was thanks to the patronage of this lady before him. "Well then, I wish you success," Su Qingyi said sincerely, recalling that Lin Gur would also be participating. "Shin has the time, you might exchange insights with my Lin Gur. He is also preparing for the scholar's exam this year." "If young Master Lin is willing," Qingyi replied with a smile. Su Qingyi beamed, "Then it's settled, I shall ask him for his writings." After bidding farewell to Qingyi, Su Qingyi cradled Gur and made her way to find the young master in the courtyard, urging Gur, "After sitting in the study for so long, are you not tired? Come, let us take a walk with your father." Xie Yun caught the sound of Su's voice from afar, and it seemed Gur was with her. He wondered how Gur had fared today. "Don't put me down. I want mother to carry me," Gur insisted, having not clung to Su all day, and now, he wrapped his arms around her neck, unwilling to let go. Guanqi and Mo Yen snickered from the side. Gur was too clingy, and it was evident that the young madam indulged him. Asa father, Xie Yun could not muster a smile. If he were awake, he would certainly have given Gur a light smack on the bottom. Setting aside the rules, a 4-year-old child already bore considerable weight. To hang on someone's arm all day, even a robust man would struggle, let alone a slender woman. Wasn't this a bit taxing? All right. Let this be a compensation for mother being late to fetch you today, Su Qingyi conceded without much irritation. Xie Yun, hearing it firsthand, he finally comprehended just how much Su doted on Gur. Clearly, this was not mere affection, it was indulgence. "How about we visit the old matriarch?" Su Qingyi suddenly proposed. The elderly matriarch had been unwell lately and had not yet visited Danhui courtyard. It was likely not due to a lack of desire but rather a host of reasons that had led to the postponement. Upon mentioning the old matriarch, Xie Yun felt a tightening in his heart and offered no objections. In Ian courtyard, the evening heat began to wane, and the old matriarch finally showed some vitality as she enjoyed lotus seed porridge brought to her by the nurse. Suddenly, an announcement was made from outside. "Old matriarch, the young madam and the young master have arrived." With a clatter, the porcelain spoon in the old matriarch's hand fell back into the bowl. She froze for a moment, pondering whether she had misheard. How could Yunji come? Since her grandson fell into a coma, she had seldom visited him, fearing that seeing him would only bring heartache. As Su Qingyi wheeled the young master inside, she felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if the old matriarch would chastise her for her impulsiveness. She was confident in the old matriarch's affection for the young master, yet uncertain. She feared inadvertently causing distress despite her good intentions. Xie Yunji shared her apprehension. The satisfaction of being able to sit and feel the breeze outside was already immense. He had not expected Su to bring him to eat. He longed for his grandmother while fearing the sorrow he might bring her. The moment they entered, the old matriarch indeed recognized her grandson, momentarily stunned. Yunji, you, then she noticed his eyes were still closed. Hungur, surely you can stand now? Go greet your great-grandmother, Su Qingyi said, setting Hungur down, then smiling as she addressed the old matriarch. I have taken the liberty of having a wheelchair made for the young master, so he can enjoy the sun and come see you whenever he wishes. Greetings to great-grandmother, I have come with father to visit you, Hungur chimed in, behaving quite well and speaking sweetly as if his mouth were smeared with honey. Chapter 034 The intent to kill. Determined. Gazing at the long-lost Changsun, the matriarch found herself momentarily lost in thought. Su Qingyi, in a state of panic, assumed she had committed a grave error. I apologize, grandmother, it was my rash decision. Do not blame yourself. The old lady, awakening from her reverie, felt her eyes moisten slightly. You did splendidly. She scrutinized Xie Yunji more closely, noting his pristine and orderly appearance, and could not help but exclaim, it was indeed the right choice to have Yunji marry you. You care for him exceptionally well. Su Qingyi dared not take credit. It is solely due to the capable individuals surrounding the young master. I merely lent a hand. He. The matriarch regarded Su Qingyi. Little did she know, Su Qingyi did not view the young master as her ultimate destination. Come here, Hungur. The matriarch beckoned Hungur. He approached her, being drawn into her embrace. Casting a glance back at Su Qingyi, he seemed to convey, Mother, I am closest to you, my great-grandmother is merely a fleeting presence. So adorable was he that Su Qingyi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After playfully teasing Hungur, the matriarch turned her gaze to Xie Yunji. Come closer, let me have a good look at Yunji. Xie Yunji felt himself being nudged forward, halting as a trembling hand brushed against his cheek, certainly that of his grandmother. A surge of emotions washed over him. Qingyi, do you think Yunji will awaken? Upon uttering this, she regretted her words, realizing it was inappropriate to broach such a subject in front of the new bride. Forget I said anything, he will, Su Qingyi replied, not a trace of sorrow or grievance on her face. Her laughter was vibrant, her voice filled with life. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere of the Pingyang Marquis residence, she was a breath of fresh air. Qingyi believes the young master will awaken, thus, grandmother, you must take good care of your health, live a long life, and continue to receive Yunji as filial piety upon his return. The matriarch, momentarily taken aback, finally comprehended why Su Qingyi was so endearing. Her Hungur fixated on his mother's abdomen, lost in thought. Would his mother soon have her own child? Would she still treat him with such affection? Silently, Hungur slipped from his great-grandmother's embrace and nestled back into Su Qingyi's arms, his small hands wrinkling her dress. What is the matter? Su Qingyi inquired, noticing Hungur appeared discontented. He wished to smile at her but found himself unable, ultimately shaking his head. Are you feeling jealous, Hungur? Su Qingyi teased, pinching his little face. Hungur did not deny it, instead clutching Su Qingyi tighter. There is no need to feel jealous. Even if I have another child, I will never forget you. Su Qingyi said playfully yet earnestly. I truly adore Hungur. Seeing him still frowning, she leaned down to kiss his brow. At last, Hungur beamed, the warm atmosphere flowed gently, and Xie Yunji, too, felt his spirits lift. After dining, on the way back to Danhui courtyard, Lin Gur informed Su Qingyi that he had acquired a young attendant skilled in martial arts. He detailed this to ensure Su Qingyi would not send anyone to follow him. Su Qingyi, catching the underlying meaning in Lin Gur's words, chuckled as if unaware. That sounds splendid. Let us arrange for him to be next to Master Pei. He can also seek Master Pei's guidance. You may decide. Lin Gur, reserved and discreet, said little more. If necessary, he could later have Abai handle matters concerning that scout. Abai, having spent 2 days in the Marquis residence, soon discerned that his young master was not the pitiful victim he had initially presumed. Although his origins were unfortunate, being adopted with a paralyzed foster father, his foster mother treated him with utmost kindness. This kindness extended to Abai, who received several gifts from Su Qingyi, items he had never encountered in his life. Observing Abai's joy, Lin Gur coldly reminded him, she is merely trying to buy your loyalty. Abai, unconvinced, replied, the young mistress is so kind to you. She is not that sort of person. Lin Gur rolled his eyes, you have already been bought. Abai protested, hastily declaring, I have not, my heart remains with you. Seizing the moment, Lin Gur cautioned him, if she inquires about me, you must not divulge anything. Of course, Abai promptly agreed, while secretly pondering whether the young mistress would truly act in such a manner. After all, she currently had no children of her own. What conflict of interest could arise between a foster mother and her adopted son? The individual Su Qingyi had dispatched to watch over Lin Gur had not gathered any significant news after several days. Lin Gur's life continued as normal, with only Abai's whereabouts occasionally shrouded in mystery. Today, after school, Su Qingyi summoned Abai and straightforwardly asked with a smile, what tasks has Lin Gur assigned you in recent days? Abai started, finally beginning to believe his young master's words. Yet, he still could not fathom that the young mistress harbored any ill intentions toward his master. Regarding that, it is difficult for me to say, he appeared troubled, hoping Qingyi would not place him in a difficult position. I do not wish to monitor him. I merely worry that he is still young and might encounter situations beyond his capacity to handle, which could lead to calamity, Qingyi explained. I see, Abai felt relieved, realizing the young mistress meant no harm toward his master. I will give you a few more days to contemplate. Assess the gravity of the situation and decide whether you wish for me to intervene. Although her words seemed directed at Abai, they were truly intended for Lin Guo's ears. Abai, not grasping the nuance, recounted this to Lin Guo, who understood immediately that it was merely puzzling how Qingyi knew he had encountered trouble. Perhaps she meant well, but he was not ready to allow her to meddle in this matter. Should Qingyi seek out that scoundrel, Lin Guo could easily predict the latter's insatiable greed. Nothing good would come of it. Young Master Lin, I believe the young mistress speaks wisely. Abai had already been dispatched to deliver silver, and from the scoundrel, he learned that the man was indeed the biological father of his master. Dealing with such a person cannot be done with leniency. He must be suppressed by authority. You do not understand, Lin Guo replied that he did not desire for this affair to become public knowledge, as it would bring shame upon Xie Yun. News concerning Xie Yun would undoubtedly be magnified, and he would merely serve as a stain upon his character. He wished to avoid subjecting Xie Yun to public censure due to his own actions. The young master was quite stubborn, and Abai dared not contradict him, yet, after a few days, the scoundrel returned once more, demanding money. Watching the gleaming silver being handed over to the scoundrel, Abai felt a deep conflict within, sensing he was on the brink of betraying his master at this time. When Lin Guo provided him with silver, he instructed to inquire where he usually resides. If he lacks accommodations, I will arrange one for him. Abai, exasperated, exclaimed, My young master, why are you still being so kind to such a wretched man? Well. A wild smile flickered in. Indeed, it was true, but this would be the last time he extended such kindness to that scoundrel. He concealed his murderous intent and coldly ordered Abai. After all, he is my biological father. You must follow my instructions without question, and do not inform the young mistress. Abai was profoundly disapproving but could only comply. Yes, young Master Lin. Chapter 035. An old couple. Qingyi instructed someone to bring a pot of chilled sour plum soup to the sun-drenched martial arts training ground. The arduous nature of martial arts training reminded Qingyi of her military training during her university days, an experience she had no desire to endure again in this lifetime. Her gaze shifted to Xie, who was also clad in sweat-soaked attire, a bandage wrapped around his head to cover his damaged eye. His imperfection did not detract from his brilliance. He remained strikingly captivating. One could only imagine how mesmerizing this Master Pei would appear in battle armor. Master Pei, you've worked hard. I've brought you some sour plum soup, Qingyi said with a smile as she approached, signaling Luer to pour a cup for Xie. Sister-in-law, Xie wiped his brow and respectfully called out, accepting the sour plum soup and adding, Thank you. Jin Gur also caught sight of Qingyi and wished to greet her, but recalling his unfinished task, he merely gazed longingly in her direction, enduring his struggle. How is it? Does Jin Gur exhibit any talent? Qingyi inquired with a smile. Xie took a hearty gulp of the soup, nodding as he replied, The second young master possesses talent. A tiger begets no dog. Given time, he will surely achieve great things. That is good to hear. Qingyi felt a profound sense of identification with her role as mother. The praise for her son brought her immense joy. Xie noticed the contentment in Qingyi's eyes, feeling a wave of emotion. It is well known that being a stepmother is fraught with challenges, yet this lady before him unreservedly treated her stepsons as her own. Moreover, with General Xie's circumstances, the bitter reality was all too predictable. Thus, Xie held great admiration for this sister-in-law. Only a woman of such caliber deserved a man. Xie nodded, taking a cup of sour plum soup from Luer. Qingyi sheltered herself under an umbrella as she walked towards Jin Gur, who had been eagerly awaiting her approach. Upon reaching him, he exclaimed, Mother, what did you discuss with Master Pei? I've been waiting for you for ages. Surely you were longing for the sour plum soup in my hand? Qingyi teased him with a playful glare, extending the cup towards him. Jin Gur grinned and eagerly drank from Qingyi's hand. You've lost weight, Qingyi observed closely. Indeed, he had slimmed down a bit, most noticeably tanned, yet his spirit was no longer as despondent as before. Jin Gur now radiated confidence and vigor. Really, I love hearing that, Jin Gur replied with pride after finishing the soup. Is the training arduous? Qingyi asked, with sweat dripping from his chin. Are you truly not returning to the academy? Qingyi nodded, granting him one last opportunity to decide. Despite the evident hardship, Jin Gur stubbornly shook his head. I won't go even if you ask me 1,000 times, my answer remains the same. Such determination. Qingyi smiled, patting his shoulder, then focus on perfecting your horse stance. Mother! Jin Gur shot her a reproachful glance. Her playful slap nearly toppled the already wobbly Jin Gur, who was at his limit. I apologize, Qingyi was not intentional, yet her expression bore little regret. Given that Jin Gur chose this path, enduring hardship was inevitable. After all, one must endure suffering to rise above the rest. What was this? Not attending the academy was indeed a significant matter. After some contemplation, Qingyi decided to inform the Marquis. Jin Gur is truly not adept at studying. The Marquis seemed already aware of Jin Gur's capabilities and did not react strongly to Qingyi's decision. If he can, it would be unacceptable for all three of his sons to lack martial prowess. With the Marquis's support, Qingyi sighed in relief. Indeed. In the heiress chamber, the dim light flickered. Due to numerous trivial matters, Qingyi had not visited in several days. Upon her return, she felt an unexpected shift in her mindset. It was as if she and the heir had known each other for ages, creating an air of familiarity akin to that of an old couple. No wonder it is often said that familiarity breeds comfort. Indeed, it proved to be true. Your Grace, Qingyi said while drawing back the bed curtains, I visited the training ground today and saw Xinggur practicing. He enjoys it immensely and has decided to completely abandon his studies at the academy. I have agreed to his wishes, and the Marquis has no objections. Though she knew it was likely futile to express this, the surrounding silence felt awkward without some conversation before commencing their tasks. In truth, not only Qingyi felt the sensation of an old couple, Xie Yun experienced it as well. During these recent mornings and evenings, Qingyi would push his wheelchair, accompanying him on strolls around the estate. The feeling of companionship was quite extraordinary, and it seemed to nurture their marital bond. When Qingyi once again drew close to him, Xie Yun felt a genuine joy, as if he began to grasp why the union of spouses was referred to as the joy of fish and water. In a moment of passion, Qingyi kissed his cheek. Thus, Xie Yun understood yet another term, close intimacy. Unfortunately, he was unable to reciprocate. Then came the worry, would Qingyi grow weary of this one-sided performance over time? Surely, she would, Xie Yun mused. The fervor engulfed his thoughts, leaving no room for further contemplation. He attuned himself to Qingyi's breath, his heartbeat racing to an extreme. A scent reminiscent of musk wafted gently within the tent. Afterward, Qingyi rested atop him, their hearts beating in close proximity. Listening to the rhythmic sound, Xie Yun felt a pang of tenderness, the origin of which he could not quite articulate. Perhaps it was the solitude of lying down all day that rendered him lonely. Regardless, he wished for Qingyi to linger by his side a little longer. Qingyi remained quietly for a moment, then her eyes widened in surprise, for the air had once again stirred with desire. Clearly, his energy was abundant after her absence of several days. However, she felt utterly fatigued and could no longer attend to him. This time, it's not my fault, Qingyi murmured. If I leave now, you must not take offense. Xie Yun had long since grown accustomed to her ineffectiveness and could hardly muster the energy to reproach her. Qingyi, rather ineffectual, remained oblivious to the heiress' indulgence. She had indeed taken her time, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally concluded her duties and sluggishly returned to her own chamber to rest. Upon waking the next day, she experienced some discomfort in her abdomen. Upon relieving herself, she discovered her monthly cycle had arrived. Qingyi was not particularly disappointed. Even with two healthy individuals, good news did not necessarily come swiftly. Moreover, given the heiress condition, becoming a father was likely not an easy feat. The maidservants and matrons surrounding her, however, were more disappointed than the young mistress herself, as they were anxious. Only by swiftly bearing an heir could the young mistress's position in the Marquis's household be solidified. Without offspring, no matter how excellent the three stepsons were, they remained inconsequential. Chapter 036 Preparing to act. Perhaps it was the chill in her body that made the arrival of Xie Huai'an particularly uncomfortable. Qingyi lay flat for 2 days, oblivious to the world outside her window. Until Abai came to seek her out. Madam, I have something to report. He appeared quite anxious. As a close attendant of young Master Ling, any matter he needed to discuss was undoubtedly related to it. Qingyi shook off her lethargy and immediately inquired, what is it? It concerns young Master Ling. Abai hesitated, sensing that speaking would spell disaster for him, leading to his potential sale, yet refraining from revealing it could lead to greater. Speak plainly, Qingyi urged. If he were to be sold, so be it. Abai steeled himself and said, you know young Master Ling has a biological father, right? Qingyi nodded, and Abai spat dismissively, he is not a good man. He extorts money from young Master Ling, threatening to proclaim that the Marquis's residence has abducted his son, seeking reparation from the household. Qingyi was already aware of this situation, but feared Abai had more to say. In the past few days, young Master Ling has prepared a house for that scoundrel. Abai paused, swallowing hard. I suspect young Master Ling is about to act irrationally. Qingyi thought to herself that it was not merely a suspicion, but a certainty. Where is the house located? She asked urgently. After Abai provided an address, a wave of relief washed over her. She instructed, keep a close watch on him and report back to me promptly with any developments. Understood, Abai replied. Still feeling uneasy, Qingyi summoned the maidservants attending young Master Ling, instructing them to remain vigilant and report any occurrences. Once she had given these orders, she fell into deep contemplation, sensing something amiss. In the original narrative, young Master Ling had discreetly eliminated his biological father without anyone being the wiser, revealing his meticulousness and caution. Yet now, he had involved Abai to such an extent, which seemed to leave him vulnerable. Or was it possible that he had devised another plan? Qingyi rubbed her aching forehead, uncertain whether to have an open dialogue with young Master Ling or to bide her time and observe the situation. For 3 consecutive days, Qingyi remained confined within her chambers. This meant she had not attended the young master's residence for 3 days. After all, feeling unwell, she deemed it reasonable to grant herself a respite. Xie Yun learned from the servants that Qingyi was unwell since arriving at Xie Huai'an, and he understood the situation. Although he had never seen Qingyi's appearance or physique, he could sense her frail and delicate nature, which explained her discomfort in Xie Huai'an. Given this, she ought not to indulge in the cold, especially with so much ice around. Unfortunately, no one in the household seemed capable of managing Qingyi. This was the impression Xie Yun had after visiting Yi in courtyard with her. Clearly, the old lady trusted Qingyi immensely, believing her to be a composed individual. The Marquis, too, showed no inclination to concern himself with such trifles. As for the Marquise, she was even less inclined to intervene. Indeed, Qingyi found herself in this lawless predicament. Had it not been for the semblance of freedom, why would she have married Xie Yun in the first place? On the fourth night, after taking a bath, Qingyi felt considerably more at ease and thought perhaps she might visit the young master for a conversation. Suddenly, Ling Guo's maid, Dongqing, arrived, reporting, "Madam, young Master Ling has left the courtyard." It was quite unusual for him to venture out at such an hour, causing Qingyi to feel a surge of anxiety. She promptly sent someone to the outer courtyard to inquire if Abai had seen young Master Ling. Upon hearing this, Abai exclaimed, "Young Master Ling must have left the residence. What had he been thinking?" The suspense was unbearable. Qingyi's heart raced, and she declared, "Let us go, I will accompany you to that house, quickly." Unsure of how far young Master Ling had proceeded, she dared not act ostentatiously. She quietly slipped out with Abai. Young Master Ling's biological father, Lu Gui, was a failed individual from the countryside. The proudest moment of Lu Gui's life was purchasing a madwoman from a tooth collector, who bore him an exceptional son. Now, that son had become a foster child of the Marquis's household and was studying at an academy reserved for the elite. Before Xie Yun's troubles arose, Lu Gui had not dared to intrude, but now, with the absence of the boy's father, it was only natural for him to reclaim his son. Initially, young Master Ling refused to acknowledge him, provoking Lu Gui's wrath, leading him to utter threats in hopes of coercing young Master Ling into submission. Having been raised in a wealthy family, young Master Ling was evidently aware of the importance of reputation, unlike his mother, whose madness he had inherited. Young Master Ling provided Lu Gui with a residence, somewhat remote from the city but spacious and tranquil. Lu Gui had never lived in such a fine house and was quite satisfied. He understood that young Master Ling possessed wealth, thus he frequented the brothels even more, boasting to anyone who would listen about his dutiful son. That night, Lu Gui squandered a considerable amount of money and sent someone to the Marquis's residence to seek out his son. However, he was aware enough to send someone with a respectable identity, so as not to reveal his own. Lu Gui certainly wished to reclaim young Master Ling, but he also understood that doing so might invoke the Marquis's ire, potentially jeopardizing young Master Ling's future, an unwise trade-off. When Lu Gui dared to seek him out at the Marquis's residence, young Master Ling anticipated rage but found himself surprisingly calm, even taking his time to bathe and change into a clean outfit. The old clothing was a dark blue, stained with blood but not conspicuous. Lu Gui, having been ejected from the brothel without receiving his due, returned home, cursing young Master Ling as he went. Thankfully, he had a home to return to, otherwise, he would have had to reside in a dilapidated dwelling. Upon reflection, he could hardly blame young Master Ling stumbling home in a drunken haze. Lu Gui hummed a tune, only to suddenly notice someone in his house, prompting him to question warily, "Who was in my home? Had he attracted thieves?" "It is I," came a calm voice from the dimly lit room, the moonlight streaming through the "Have you come to bestow silver upon your father?" Recently, young Master Ling had been generous with both money and housing, leading Lu Gui to become complacent, believing that his son had finally recognized his paternal worth. He had never considered that young Master Ling might come seeking vengeance. "Indeed," young Master Ling replied, suppressing the hatred within him, "I thought I might join you for a drink." Despite Lu Gui's robust stature, young Master Ling was merely 12 years old and slender. He feared that if he intoxicated Lu Gui too thoroughly, it could backfire. "That sounds splendid," Lu Gui exclaimed, glancing at the table laden with food and drink, his happiness increasing as he rushed to sit down. "Come, let us drink together." Young Master Ling lowered his eyes, concealing the murderous intent within. He could easily poison Lu Gui's drink, ensuring he would perish without a clue, yet that would be too merciful for Lu Gui. Thus, he resolved to keep Lu Gui aware yet immobile, methodically delivering each fatal blow. Chapter 037. A discouraging Lin Gur. Lu Gui had indulged himself to the point of inebriation, completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Gur, who had ostensibly come to share in a drink, had not touched a drop of alcohol. As the wine cup slipped from Lu Gui's grasp, signaling his waning strength, Lin Gur recognized that the moment to act had arrived. With a resounding thud, Lu Gui tumbled from his chair, his eyes widening in terror as he beheld Lu Gui, after all you've done, did you truly believe I would honor you? This brute, devoid of any wit. Lu Gui's eyes bulged as the gravity of his predicament dawned upon him. You have always hated me, wanting to kill me? Lin Gur did not deny it. Why? Because, in his childhood, Lu Gui had slain Lin Gur's mad mother and frequently subjected him to beatings and scorn. As Lu Gui recalled his nefarious deeds, the realization of his impending doom struck him, prompting a frantic attempt to flee, though his intoxicated limbs betrayed him. Lin Gur swiftly muffled Lu Gui's cries, and without hesitation, plunged the sharp blade into Lu Gui's thigh, withdrawing it only to drive it into other parts of his body. Each thrust was deep, yet not fatal. Lu Gui writhed in agony, blood gushing forth, desperate to scream yet rendered voiceless. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Gur's expression remained impassive. He felt neither the exhilaration of revenge nor the panic of a murderer. He was eerily calm. Beneath that calm, however, a tempest brewed, tugging at his thoughts. Blood was spattered everywhere, and Lin Gur lost count of how many times he had stabbed Lu Gui. It likely did not exceed the number of times Lu Gui had struck that madwoman with a stone, he mused. Lin Gur? Qingyi finally arrived, immediately detecting the pungent scent of blood, which made her acutely aware that she had arrived too late. Lin Gur raised his hand, poised to deliver a final blow, but Qingyi, quicker than Abai, dashed forward and seized Lin Gur's wrist. "Stop, don't do it." Abai, witnessing the scene with bated breath, shouted, "Madam, be careful." He understood all too well the irrationality of a killer caught in the throes of passion. Qingyi's approach could lead to her being inadvertently harmed. In a moment of clarity, Qingyi recognized the danger posed by the knife-wielding assailant. Moreover, Lin Gur was not her own son. Having had scarcely half a month's acquaintance with him, he harbored no emotional ties to her. Yet the urgency of the situation left her no time to ponder such matters. She rushed forward without hesitation, embracing Lin Gore and simultaneously wresting the knife from his grasp. Su Qingyi hurled the bloodied blade far away and urgently instructed Abai, quickly, fetch a doctor. Abai took off running, though a sense of dread gnawed at him. If the scoundrel were to die, would they not be ensnaring themselves in a web of trouble? He shared Su Qingyi's apprehensions, but the decision to send for help stemmed from observing that Lu Gue was still moving and had not lost consciousness. Should Lu Gue prove irretrievable, perhaps she would assist in concealing the truth. Fortunately, that necessity had yet to arise. Lin Gore, are you hurt? Su Qingyi inquired anxiously. Lin Gore stood immobilized, having relinquished the knife, adopting a silent demeanor without resistance. I am asking you. Are you injured? Su Qingyi pressed, her tone laced with concern. No, Lin Gore replied coldly. Su Qingyi exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, stay put and do not act rashly, I will tend to his wounds. As she released Lin Gore, she attempted to rise, only to have her wrist firmly grasped by a bloodstained hand. This scoundrel's death is no loss, yet you still wish to save him? Lin Gore spat through gritted teeth. Yes, he is no loss, but he cannot die at your hands, Lin Gore. Su Qingyi asserted. You have a bright future ahead of you. It is not worth sacrificing your life for his. Lin Gore fell silent at her words. Seizing the moment, Su Qingyi freed herself from his grasp and added, you know what is of greater importance. Do not complicate matters for me. Lin Gore leaned against the wall, motionless, his bloodied face betraying a sense of detachment. Su Qingyi was correct, he possessed a promising future that should not be marred by Lu Gue's transgressions. Deep within, he still hoped for someone to intervene, evident in his reluctance to deliver a fatal blow, a hesitation known only to himself. Or fortuitously, Su Qingyi arrived in time. He sat nearby, coldly observing as she staunched Lu Gue's bleeding. Su Qingyi tore a strip from her skirt to fashion a tourniquet, checking Lu Gue's wounds and discovering they were all on his limbs, which alleviated her anxiety. Abai had expended considerable funds to summon a physician, accompanied by 2 assistants, who transported Lu Gue back to the medical facility for treatment. Su Qingyi and Lin Gore followed to await the doctor's diagnosis. Lin Gore was covered in blood, a sight that horrified Su Qingyi, prompting her to lead him to the courtyard and personally fetch well water for him to wash. Clean yourself thoroughly. Once they emerged from that room, Lin Gore remained silent, complying with Su Qingyi's every request. The blood mixed with the well water, and it took numerous washes to cleanse him, yet a lingering metallic scent pervaded the air. Initially unafraid, Su Qingyi grew increasingly anxious as she regarded Lin Gore's emotionless visage. Are you calm now? Are you afraid? She queried. Lin Gore neither shook his head nor nodded but merely picked up his robe to dry his hands. This state of being was deeply concerning. Su Qingyi feared he might carry a psychological scar. Do not dwell on it. It has passed, she reassured him. Lin Gore replied in a muffled tone. Upon returning indoors, the doctor soon informed them, it is merely some external wounds, none are life-threatening, so there is no need for concern. He will recover. That is a relief, thank you, doctor. Su Qingyi let out a great sigh of relief, hastily providing ample silver to ensure Lu Gue received proper care. Lu Gue lay unconscious on the bed, having lost too much blood. To prevent him from speaking erratically upon awakening, Su Qingyi instructed Abai to remain by his side while she escorted Lin Gore back to the estate. He will be fine, you need not worry. I will handle everything from here, Su Qingyi said, her voice weary yet determined as she guided Lin Gore back to his room. You knew all along, didn't you? Lin Gore lowered his gaze, fixating on Su Qingyi's tattered skirt. Yes, Su Qingyi admitted without concealment. The chaos of the night had left her fatigued, prompting her to sit down and explain. A few days ago, while out with your third brother, I caught sight of you in the alley through the tavern window and inquired with the attendants, thus learning of your whereabouts. I then questioned your father's associates and discovered you have a biological father. Suspecting he meant you harm, I became vigilant, worried that you might suffer, yet unwilling to disclose anything to your family. Lin Gore clenched his freshly washed hands, remaining silent. Thus, Su Qingyi had suddenly gifted him 300 taels of silver. I understand. You have not regarded the Marquis's residence as home, and with your father in a coma, you have no one to confide in, and I do not blame you. Su Qingyi continued, your father is a hero revered by all. You fear Lu Gue may, in a moment of desperation, tarnish his name and cause him trouble, hence you sought to placate Lu Gue with silver, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate him. Yet it is not worth it. He is scum, beyond redemption, but you have a new life ahead of you, you cannot live in the past. Let go of him from now on, will you? Su Qingyi urged, taking Lin Gore's knife-wielding hand in hers and gently patting the back of his hand. She feared that such an incident might adversely affect Lin Gore's psyche. As a mature adult in her 30s, she found the experience disconcerting, how much more so for a 12-year-old child. Lin Gore confessed, I have always wanted to kill him, that is a vow I have made, to spare him would not suffice to quell my hatred. Because he killed your mother? Su Qingyi could empathize with the desire for vengeance but still advised, those who commit unjust acts inevitably meet their end. Even if you do not act, such a person will not live long. I do not wish for you to soil your hands. Lin Gore remained silent. You have avenged yourself by inflicting such serious injuries tonight. If you trust me, leave the rest to me. I will ensure he pays dearly, Su Qingyi implored, invoking the memory of Lin Gore's mother. If your biological mother were here, she would undoubtedly advise you to protect yourself. She would not blame you for failing to take revenge. Lin Gore scoffed, she is a madwoman, what does she know? The beatings from Lu Gue were scarcely more than the torment inflicted by that madwoman, yet, after all, she is your mother, Su Qingyi remarked. Take a day to rest tomorrow. Go visit her, and tell her this matter is settled from now on, focus entirely on your studies. She smiled with anticipation. You are set to take the exam this year, I hope you will achieve the rank of scholar. Do not let this affect you. Chapter 038 Returning to the village for a grave relocation. No need. Lin Gore coldly turned his face away, feigning indifference. She doesn't even have a grave. I've forgotten where she was discarded. Was he truly unconcerned? Su Qingyi thought otherwise. A mother was still a mother. If you don't remember, then perhaps you should go back and search. Surely you recall the approximate location. If she wasn't properly buried at the time, we could at least gather her remains now. It wouldn't be too much trouble to send someone to handle it. No necessity, Lin Gore replied, perplexed by Su Qingyi's insistence on such matters. But she is your mother, how can it be unnecessary? Su Qingyi disagreed, acknowledging her intent to win people's hearts, yet she genuinely cared. Regardless, I have time on my hands, so if you're reluctant to go, just point me in the right direction, and I shall go alone. Seeing her determination, Lin Gore hesitated, then spoke. I truly do not care for her. She was never kind to me. Unsure why he was confiding in Su Qingyi, he frowned and continued, if she were still alive, I doubt I would bother with her, but she is dead, isn't she? What reason do you, a living person, have to hold grudges against her? Su Qingyi asked. She could somewhat empathize with Lin Gore's feelings. There was a flicker of kinship towards his biological mother, yet he had never received any positive affirmation from her, leaving him with a sense of grievance. This grievance could not remain bottled up, it needed to be released, lest he become ensnared in his own thoughts. Just try to understand, she was ill, yet we are still well, aren't we? Su Qingyi offered gently. The pain of emotions in this world is profound, whether it be familial or romantic. Lin Gore's mother was like a dull blade embedded in his heart, long since decayed. If he did not untangle this knot, he would forever remain trapped in the past, unable to relinquish his mother and equally unable to let go of his hatred for Lu Gue. Do as you wish. Lin Gore pondered for a moment, ceasing his resistance. Since Su Qingyi was willing to endure the toil, he saw no point in arguing further. The next day, Lin Gore did not attend school. Upon seeing him, Su Qingyi assumed he would accompany her, and her mood lifted as she smiled. At the dining table, she announced, I will be going out with your elder brother shortly and may be occupied all day, so I shall not take Hung Gore with me. She then gently patted the obediently eating Hung Gore. You stay at home with grandmother, alright, why can't mother and elder brother take Hung Gore with them? Hung Gore immediately stopped eating and leaned into Su Qingyi's embrace. We are going to your elder brother's hometown, which is too far for you to accompany us, Su Qingyi explained. It was not suitable to bring a child to gather remains. She added, moreover, you need to focus on your studies and cannot continue being your mother's little shadow as before. Alright then. Although Hung Gore wished to go, he complied obediently. Then I shall stay behind. Mother, what are you and elder brother going to his hometown for? Xie Huai'an, with his head buried in food, remained oblivious to his elder brother's unusual demeanor. Or perhaps his elder brother had always been like this, and he simply failed to notice any difference. Su Qingyi glanced at Xie Huai'an, wondering why he suddenly addressed her as mother today. Xie Huai'an, feeling Su Qingyi's gaze, became unexpectedly perceptive and grinned, saying, Master said that calling you mother sounds more affectionate than mother, and since you were so wonderful, better than our birth mother, it makes sense to call you mother. He added, I think so too, you taught me martial arts and even found Master pay for me, so you are indeed my true mother. Su Qingyi's heart swelled with joy at his words. It seemed her efforts had not been in vain. If you are willing, that is all that matters, Xie Huai'an sweetly replied. Of course, I am especially willing, I am willing too. Hung Gore clung to Su Qingyi's arm, eagerly chiming in, I want to call you mother as well. Oh, my dear son. Su Qingyi smiled broadly, reflecting on how it seemed not too difficult to win over the adopted son of Xie Yun. Lin Gore cast a sidelong glance at his younger brother, who was always so smooth-tongued, adept at charming his elders. While filial piety was commendable, excessive displays could come off as insincere. Since hearing Xie Huai'an's previous advice, he had come to understand that Xie Huai'an was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Xie Huai'an also glanced at his elder brother, curious about Su Qingyi's purpose in visiting the elder brother's hometown, especially since he was not particularly favored. Was it to return him for care? He quickly dismissed that unlikely thought. The elder brother was the most exceptional among the three of them. It was inconceivable that anyone would send him away. After the meal, Su Qingyi took Hung Gore to Qingyi Jie's place, then instructed the driver to prepare the carriage, taking a few people with her as they set out. Before departing, she informed the old matriarch, who, upon learning that they were going to relocate Lin Gore's mother's grave, remarked to her attendant, Qingyi truly treats these children as her own. The attendant chuckled and replied, indeed, Lin Xiaoyi is the most aloof of the lot. It seems he has taken a liking to the young mistress. If he did not, he would not accompany her on this journey. The old matriarch had spent 5 years trying to warm Xie Lin, yet had never managed to break through his cold exterior. Inside the house, Xie Yun also learned of Su's plan to take Lin Gore back to his hometown, feeling both puzzled and anxious, fearing they might encounter that scoundrel Lu Gue. 20 miles beyond the capital lies Yangshu village, where Lin Gore was born, yet he had not returned in 5 years. As he beheld the village of his childhood memories, a chill crept into his heart. The noblest carriage rolled into the village, quickly drawing the attention of the villagers. Su Qingyi thought it necessary to inform the village chief about their purpose. Ma'am, please go speak with the village chief and let him know we are here to relocate Lin Gore's mother's grave. Understood. The village chief, upon hearing the attendant's words, was taken aback. Did Lu Gue's mad wife even have a grave? They had never heard of such a thing. The only thing they knew was that Lu Gue's son had been adopted by a wealthy family, and that scoundrel often boasted in the village, claiming that one day, his son would return with riches to honor him. Yet, no one believed his tales. Now it seemed to be true. Lu Gui's son had indeed been adopted by a noble family. Following the threads of his memory, Lin Guo led the group up the mountain. After Lu Gui had killed his mad mother, he had fled, leaving the 7-year-old Lin Guo to confront a disfigured corpse alone. He had gone out seeking help, pleading with others to carry the body up the mountain, but no one was willing to assist. Thus, Lin Guo had to dismember the body with a hatchet, transporting it in several trips before digging a shallow grave to bury it. His recollection of the burial was vague, as he had been too frail and small to dig deeply. He wondered if wild dogs had unearthed her remains. Lin Guo, you were so handsome. Your mother must have been beautiful as well. The road was too silent, and Su Qingyi sought to break the ice, genuinely curious how someone as unremarkable as Lu Gui could have produced such a child. It seemed he had indeed won the genetic lottery. Beautiful, Lin Guo recalled his mad mother, always disheveled and with rough skin, and replied honestly, she was very ugly. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. Then she understood. Lin Guo's mother had been unwell and could not care for her appearance. With a gentle sigh, she defended the woman. She simply didn't groom herself. Surely, if she had, she would have been lovely. You likely resemble her more than you think. And what of it? Lin Guo retorted unhappily. Do not presume. I do not wish to be like her. Lu Gui was a blemish on his life, as was his mad mother. He held no fondness for either. If possible, he would never want to see them again. Coming here today felt like a decision made in folly. Indeed, you are one of a kind, resembling no one else. Su Qingyi understood the rebellious nature of youth. A little coaxing would suffice. I believe Lu Gui was merely fortunate. You should never have been his child. Su Qingyi fanned herself, sincerely lamenting, if only you had been born from my womb. Chapter 039 Extortion. Lin Guo cast a sidelong glance, realizing that the individual before him could not possibly be the mother of a son as large as himself. Curiously, Su Qingyi, who was undeniably still a girl of not yet 20, appeared wholly fitting as the adoptive mother of the 3 brothers without any sense of incongruity. This was, of course, quite understandable. Su Qingyi's essence was already in her 30s. Having lived through the trials of life, she had matured into a rational and composed woman, more than capable of being Lin Guo's mother. Do you recall roughly where it might be? Su Qingyi inquired. Lin Guo looked up and pointed toward a tree ahead. It should be around that tree. The matron immediately instructed those accompanying them, saying, Did you all hear what young Master Ling said? Dig around that tree, but be gentle. The group acknowledged her command and dispersed. Soon, the hillside was filled with the sounds of shoveling. If we find it, we shall take it back first, then find a serene and picturesque spot to bury it on an auspicious day, Su Qingyi remarked, fanning herself as she stood nearby. She glanced around. Yangjia village was indeed quite scenic, yet it seemed Lin Guo's mother would not wish for her remains to linger in this sorrowful place. Lin Guo felt as though he had been coerced into this, his tone thick with resentment. As long as you are pleased. After all, he had no authority to decide. Just as Su Qingyi was about to speak, a servant suddenly exclaimed, It seems we've unearthed something. Quick, cover it with an umbrella, we mustn't damage the remains. She promptly abandoned Lin Guo and approached, watching intently as the workers excavated the entire skeleton. However, she felt a pang of confusion, for the bones were haphazardly piled together rather than lying in a complete form. Could it be that someone had come to rearrange the remains afterward? Alternatively, it was also possible that the body had never been whole to begin with. Su Qingyi pondered this and was momentarily taken aback, casting a furtive glance at Lin Guo. If this was yet another misdeed by Lu Gui, it would certainly explain Lin Guo's animosity toward him. He was indeed deserving of scorn. As the servants meticulously cleaned Lin Guo's mother's remains, coating them in oil before placing them into a jar, Su Qingyi addressed the jar, saying, Lin Guo's mother, though I do not know your name, I shall refer to you as sister. I am Su, Lin Guo's adoptive mother. I apologize for the delay in coming to retrieve you. Please accompany your child home now. At her words, the onlookers regarded Su Qingyi with a mixture of complexity. Her attentiveness to her adopted son was truly remarkable. Lin Guo shot her a glance and muttered, Such strange beliefs. Though he spoke softly, Su Qingyi caught his words and promptly tapped him on the head with her fan. As his own son, you may not wish to call for the spirit, but you ought to show respect to me, who is trying to do so. What sense does that make? Lin Guo fell silent. It was not that he disrespected Su Qingyi, rather, he harbored little affection for that mad woman. Su Qingyi was aware of this but found it impossible to chastise her eldest for being cold-hearted. They were all victims in their own right, so she let the matter rest. Let us depart, perhaps we can still return in time for dinner. As the group descended the mountain, they encountered a few villagers ahead, 3 men and 2 women, one of whom appeared to be a young girl, seemingly approaching them. Recognizing one of them as the village chief, the matron stepped forward to inquire, Village chief, may I ask what brings you here? The village chief stared at Su Qingyi in astonishment until one of her maidservants positioned herself protectively in front of him, prompting him to regain his composure. He glanced at Lin Guo beside her and exclaimed, You are Lu Gui's son, I recognize you, you look just like you did as a child. Though now he appeared even more handsome, dressed as if from a wealthy household. Lin Guo remained silent, his demeanor unreadable. Whether it was disdain or disinterest, it was unclear. Regardless of the past, young Master Ling is now a gentleman of the whole residence. You must show him the respect he deserves, the matron interjected, her brow furrowed. She then asked, Village chief, may I inquire why you have obstructed our path? Upon hearing the mention of the whole residence, the village chief felt a twinge of unease and turned to the man beside him. Daon, you may explain. My name is Lu Daon. Lu Daon stepped forward, visibly anxious yet gathering his courage to say, Lu Gui once took 10 taels of silver from my family, promising to sell his son to us as a son-in-law. We even signed a contract, and the village chief can attest to it. Such a matter had transpired. Qingyi immediately turned to Ling Gor and asked, "Do you have any recollection of this?" Ling Gor replied coldly, "I do not know." That was a substantial sum of 10 taels. Lu Dayong grew increasingly agitated. "It is true, you cannot deny it." "Please, my good man, do not be hasty," Qingyi smiled. 10 taels is not an exorbitant amount, the whole residence can certainly afford it. Although it was indeed Lu Gui's wrongdoing, she regarded it as merely a means to avert disaster. "That contract is binding, and this is no longer just about 10 taels," Lu Dayong's wife chimed in from behind, wrapping an arm around her daughter's shoulders. "The entire village knows that my daughter has taken Lu Gui's son as her man. Do you think simply returning 10 taels will suffice?" Qingyi maintained her smile, responding, "Madam, if you believe 10 taels is insufficient, we can certainly negotiate further, as long as it remains reasonable. Please, name your price." Her forthrightness left Lu Dayong and his wife momentarily speechless before their expression shifted to one of delight. Qingyi had originally considered offering 100 or 200 taels, adhering to her principle of spending to avert misfortune. "However, wife, you speak." Lu Dayong, feeling uncertain, feared his wife would be displeased if he offered too little. Lu Dayong's wife harbored a number in her mind, but upon seeing Qingyi adorned in jewels and fine silks, and observing Ling Gor's striking appearance so different from his previously disheveled state, she suddenly no longer wished to be simply compensated with money. "No, we do not want money," Lu Dayong's wife stated. "A woman should not serve 2 husbands. Even if we accept the money, my daughter's reputation will be irreparably damaged." Qingyi sensed their intentions and sighed inwardly, understanding but unable to concede. "Then what do you propose?" As expected, Lu Dayong's wife cast a glance at Ling Gor and declared, "We want him to marry my daughter. Being a concubine would suffice." She was self-aware enough to know her daughter could never be the legitimate wife of a gentleman from the whole residence, thus, becoming a concubine was the best outcome. Rather than seeking a sum of silver, she yearned to forge a connection with the whole family. It was an opportunity for her daughter, a chance at a life of luxury. Her calculations were astute, yet Qingyi shook her head in refusal. "That is not possible. Your daughter cannot enter the whole residence." It was not that she held disdain for village girls, but this marriage was fundamentally unfeasible given Ling Gor's hatred for Lu Gui. How could he accept such a demeaning union? Lu Dayong's wife, feeling justified, retorted, "We have a contract. Are you suggesting you wish to take us to court?" Qingyi inquired, not wishing to use her power to intimidate, but feeling compelled to remind them, "Do you truly believe you can prevail against the whole residence with a contract signed by a scoundrel?" The mention of a lawsuit caused Lu Dayong's wife to hesitate. After all, the highest official she had ever encountered was merely the county magistrate. The whole residence was an entity beyond her comprehension, and she bit her lip in uncertainty. "Let us settle this with money. We can find another suitor for your daughter later. My son Ling Gur is simply not suited for her," Qingyi suggested, glancing at the young girl, who appeared clean and delicate but was truly incompatible with the temperamental Ling Gur. Lu Dayong and his wife hesitated before tentatively asking, "How much can you offer us?" Qingyi countered, "Your initial investment was 10 taels, how much do you hope to multiply that by?" She refrained from providing a definitive answer, knowing Lu Dayong and his wife would fear they might ask for too little and regret it later. Still unwilling to accept money? Qingyi sensed their intent to demand an exorbitant sum but did not wish to give them too much time to deliver it. "Very well, then we shall take this matter to court." With that, she turned to leave. "Hey, wait!" Lu Dayong exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. "We want money. And how much do you wish for?" Qingyi pressed. 800 taels. Lu Dayong initially intended to ask for 500 but hastily changed it to 800. Qingyi scoffed, multiplying 10 taels to 800 was nothing short of extortion. "There is no such sum, I will give you 100 taels at most, otherwise, we will see you in court." Lu Dayong's wife gritted her teeth. Compared to facing the court, 100 taels was preferable, so she conceded, 100 taels will suffice. Such a splendid opportunity, yet they settled for only 100 taels, leaving her feeling quite discontented. "Very well, go and fetch the contract." "I will provide you the money," Qingyi instructed. "It is already here." Lu Dayong's wife, fearing they might not recognize it, produced the document from her bosom, only to accidentally drop a silver lock as she did so. She quickly bent to retrieve it, eager to tuck it back away, but Ling Gur suddenly interjected, "That belongs to her." "Her?" Qingyi immediately understood and said, "Ah, a token, then let us take that along as well." Lu Dayong's wife shot Ling Gur a furious glare, initially intending to keep the silver lock for herself. Yet, it seemed the one who remembered nothing was precisely the one who recalled this particular item. They exchanged money for the contract and token. Apart from that single remark, Ling Gur had remained uninvolved in the negotiations, and once the couple departed, he voiced his distaste. Greedy and repulsive. Qingyi found herself both amused and exasperated, casting him a bemused glance. "You did not speak up earlier. Why now do you choose to voice your disdain?" Ling Gur simply remained silent. He merely wished to avoid conversing with those individuals. Reflecting on the matter of the 100 taels, he still felt unsatisfied. "You need not have given them so much silver," Ling Gur remarked with a disdainful glance. "Do not be fooled into thinking they are good people. Bringing me back was merely for the purpose of servitude. In more flattering terms, he was to be a son-in-law, but in reality, he was viewed as little more than labor, akin to a slave. Thus, Ling Gur believed Su Qingyi was excessively kind-hearted. Let it be, consider it a small price to pay to avert calamity. If spending 100 taels can secure tranquility, why not? Su Qingyi replied, seizing the opportunity to impart wisdom to her son, whose standard of living had improved yet whose mentality had not. Engaging with despicable individuals will only drain your energy. If a matter can be resolved with money, do not exhaust yourself over it. Remember, you are valuable, no one is worthy of your concern. Chapter 040. Her charm. Hearing this, Ling Gur looked at Su Qingyi in astonishment, not anticipating such words from her. In his impression, elders never instruct their children to prioritize themselves. The notion of one's own value being paramount is, in essence, selfish, yet, it resonated with Ling Gur, for humanity is inherently self-serving. Su Qingyi's words merely provided him with further justification to equally disregard everyone around him. Let us go, Su Qingyi declared, swiftly lifting her skirt and striding away before Ling Gur could regain his composure. Lest we return late, your third brother, that clinging child, will surely be in tears. Ling Gur came to his senses, subtly furrowing his brow. He merely felt that Su Qingyi was overly indulgent towards his younger brother, remarking, he is a boy, you ought not to spoil him so. I understand, rest assured, Su Qingyi replied without looking back. Knowing she would not heed his advice, Ling Gur chose to remain silent, for he held little concern over whether Han Gur turned out well or not. His thoughts were solely focused on himself. I truly have it in mind, your third brother will be formidable in the future, Su Qingyi said with a smile. A touch of indulgence is beneficial, she mused, to prevent him from becoming a pirate at sea when faced with disagreement. Ling Gur remained non-committal. Of course, you are even more formidable, Su Qingyi remarked, observing the tension in the eldest's face, offering him a compliment. Such patronizing flattery was beneath Ling Gur's notice as he hastily boarded the carriage. By the way, do you have any recent writings? Upon returning home, as dusk began to settle, Su Qingyi recalled something and inquired of Ling Gur. What for? He asked. Isn't your examination approaching? I thought to have Xie Huai'an provide some critique, Su Qingyi explained. After all, he is a teacher we hired, it would be a shame to let such an opportunity go to waste. Ling Gur's expression turned subtle upon mentioning Xie Huai'an and Su Qingyi's high regard for him. After a moment's thought, he responded politely, the title of Huai'an is not as rare as you imagine. He felt somewhat awkward regarding Su Qingyi's casual reverence for a mere Huai'an, with a smile that was neither full nor genuine. Su Qingyi understood Ling Gur's pride, a mixture of arrogance and insecurity, as he navigated the world alone. She countered, but you are not even a Xiaotsai yet. And what of it? Ling Gur replied dismissively, confident that he would eventually attain it, yet unwilling to elaborate further with Su Qingyi. Xie Huai'an possesses genuine talent and knowledge. How about a wager? I bet he will achieve the top honor, Su Qingyi declared with unwavering confidence. Ling Gur was too disinterested to respond, thinking, is the top honor akin to common cabbage at the market? It sounded utterly implausible that he made his way to the study, with Su Qingyi trailing behind, insisting, oh, it won't cost you anything to let me see, just hand it over. Her incessant chatter irked Ling Gur, who furrowed his brow. He cared little for Xie Huai'an's critique but did not wish to be bothered by Su Qingyi, so he casually grabbed a few of his writings from the table and handed them to her. All right. Su Qingyi beamed, and as she departed, she reminded him, by the way, you've been busy all day. Don't rush into studying after dinner, rest early. Was Ling Gur's only response. With the eldest's writings in hand, Su Qingyi left, admiring the future official's calligraphy. She could not help but feel a twinge of inadequacy. His handwriting was truly impressive. Suddenly inspired, she made her way to the heiress' quarters. Though she was certain the heir would awaken eventually, she worried that her presence might trigger a butterfly effect, inadvertently sabotaging the chance of his awakening. She pondered that the opportunity for a comatose person to regain consciousness often stems from external stimuli. The heir had once enjoyed poetry and literature. Perhaps having those around him read Ling Gur's writings would serve as a beneficial choice. Having not visited the heir for several days, she found Qi and Mo Yan assisting him in a wheelchair. Su Qingyi greeted them with a smile. Is the heir preparing for a stroll? The two young servants looked up in surprise. Madam, you have returned. Yes, I returned as soon as my matters were settled, Su Qingyi said, moving closer to the heir as she affectionately touched his face, signaling her closeness. Then, lifting the rice paper in her hand, she asked, which of you can read? All of us can, they replied, their faces reflecting confusion. This is Ling Gur's writing, Su Qingyi said, her enthusiasm palpable. I worked hard to procure it and intended to show it to Xie Huai'an. Then glancing at the heir, she continued, however, I recall that you, too, have a love for reading. So, I thought I would let you peruse it first, as I suspect you have not had the chance to fully appreciate Ling Gur's work amidst your busy schedule. I see, you are quite considerate. Qi and Mo Yan carefully accepted the writings, their hearts warmed by her thoughtfulness. The young madam had never regarded the heir as a mere shell, she always considered him in her actions. Yes, let the heir listen soon. Ling Gur will participate in the autumn examinations, and I must urgently seek Xie Huai'an for insights, Su Qingyi remarked, feeling anxious despite knowing Ling Gur would undoubtedly succeed. The assurance of a future top scholar would ease her mind considerably. Indeed, they nodded in agreement. Since reading was such an elegant affair, they conferred and decided to push the heir towards the waterside pavilion, lighting incense and listening to the flowing water while reading Ling Gur's writings to him. Xie Yun shared a reaction akin to that of the eldest, finding it perplexing why Su Qingyi held Qingyi in such high regard when he was merely a Juren. Ling was undeniably talented. With the right guidance from a good teacher, he could easily pass the imperial examinations. Xie Yun could only hope that Su Qingyi would proceed with caution and careful consideration. As he contemplated this, a pang of guilt washed over him. Su Qingyi was right. He had previously been too preoccupied to pay attention to Ling education. Now, this burden had fallen squarely on Su Qingyi's shoulders. Arriving at the waterside pavilion, Qi began to read the writings, prompting Xie Yun to collect his thoughts and listen intently. Compared to half a year ago or even a year ago, he could not recall the last time he had read Ling writings, but he sensed a remarkable improvement in the current pieces, which had grown increasingly polished and mature, bringing him satisfaction. He could not help but think, had he not married Su Qingyi, he might still be languishing in bed, counting the days, deprived of the opportunity to hear Ling work. His younger brother was truly foolish to neglect such a considerate fiancé. As the night deepened, the reading reached its conclusion, and the Marquis gradually approached from a distance. A few days prior, he had heard that his son frequently ventured out for walks, and after dinner today, he could not resist coming to see for himself. Marquis? The servants, startled by the arrival of the Pingyang Marquis, halted their reading, bowing in surprise. We pay our respects to the Marquis. It had been quite some time since the Marquis last visited the heir, which explained their astonishment. What are you reading? The Marquis's gaze fell upon his eldest son, sweeping over the closed eyes of his face, an involuntary wave of sorrow washing over him. Your Excellency, we are reading Ling Xiaoyi's writings to the heir, Qi replied, holding the rice paper. It was given to us by the young madam, instructing us to read it to the heir, Mo Yan added. Seeing that the Marquis did not appear displeased, they eagerly showcased the wheelchair the heir was seated in, saying, this chair was also made at the behest of the young madam. As you can see, it can be pushed around. He demonstrated, wheeling the heir a little closer to the Marquis. How convenient, the Marquis remarked, inspecting it for a moment before smiling. Your young madam is indeed multi-talented and industrious. He had heard that today she even went to the countryside to relocate Ling mother's grave, which was quite astonishing. Indeed, Marquis, the servants responded. Now, they held a deep respect for the young madam, and seeing the Marquis in good spirits, they boldly suggested, would you like to take the heir for a short walk? The Marquis's expression grew complex, revealing his hesitation. For the past 6 months, he, like the old madam, had been unwilling to accept the reality of Xie Yun's condition, which led to his infrequent visits. Unlike Su Qingyi, who treated the heir as a normal person, he, as the father, found it difficult to overcome his inner turmoil and accept the current state of Xie Yun, which was why he had refrained from visiting. Very well, the Marquis felt a sense of shame wash over him and ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 041. The scheming woman. For several days since Xie Yun regained consciousness, he had not seen his father. He understood this and had even grown accustomed to the absence. After all, whatever transpired within the residence, his father likely knew about it and harbored affection for him. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced to such an absurd arrangement as a marriage exchange. It was likely that his younger brother and mother would once again accuse his father and grandmother of favoritism. This may well be the reason why his younger brother never visited him. Xie Yun felt no sorrow. He did not possess a temperament prone to sentimentality. To be honest, he resembled Ling in some aspects. Both father and son shared a certain aloofness. When it came to many matters, it was less about emotion and more about a sense of duty. Protecting the family and the nation was a responsibility, as was fulfilling the expectations of one's elders. This was the guiding principle behind Xie Yun's actions. Suddenly, his father arrived, and he felt somewhat uneasy, fearing that his presence would cause his father distress. Yunji, it has been several days since I last visited you. The Marquis forced a smile, only to realize that he had little to say. Xie Yun had always been his pride, bringing glory to the Marquis to the extent that even he, as a father, felt overshadowed by his brilliance. The father-son bond between the Marquis and Xie Yun was unlike that of other families. He relied on Xie Yun for his own sense of worth, laden with dependency, and now that Xie Yun had fallen ill, the complexity of the Marquis's emotions was overwhelming. It was not that he did not care, but rather that his concern was not as profound as one might imagine. His current favoring of Xie Yun was, in part, an attempt to mask the guilt he felt within. The first half of Xie Yun's life had brought him immense honor, while he relegated the latter half to Su Qingyi and the servants. The Marquis's reticence was unexpected for Xie Yun, yet it made sense. After lying in bed for over half a year, there was little left to say. His father merely pushed his wheelchair around the lotus pond for about a quarter of an hour before returning him to the care of the servants. I have matters to attend to, so I shall return to the study. Please take good care of the young master, the Marquis said, casting one last glance at his eldest son as he instructed the servants. Yes, my lord, Qi and Mo Yan replied in unison. After the Marquis had left for some time, the two exchanged a knowing glance, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness, as they hesitated to speak. What do you wish to say? And you? With no one else around, Mo Yan summoned his courage and boldly remarked. The Marquis left rather swiftly. Does he no longer regard the young master as important? Otherwise, why would he have stayed away for so long and been so perfunctory upon his return? I was just thinking the same thing, Qi quickly agreed. The conversation between the two servants slightly displeased Xie Yun, for he did not believe his father undervalued him in his current state. Seeing him would only evoke sorrow. It was better that he did not come at all. Unfortunately, the servants could not hear his inner thoughts and continued their hushed discussion. Initially, the Marquis visited infrequently as well, but at that time, we had no basis for comparison, so we thought little of it. Now that the young mistress has arrived, she treats the young master with such kindness, not dismissing him merely because he is bedridden. Mo Yan's tone grew increasingly aggrieved, and his words became sharper. Surely, the roles of a wife and a father were not interchangeable, Xie Yun thought. Indeed, if the marquis is busy, how could the young mistress not be? Guanxi counted on his fingers, saying, "Consider how many significant matters the young mistress has managed since she entered the household." There were indeed many, almost surpassing the marquis himself. First, on the night of the wedding, she decisively exposed the second young master's infidelity, promptly demanding that the young master be married instead, and she dealt with the second young master with great resolve. Secondly, on the day of the tea ceremony, she took the 3 young masters back to Danhui courtyard, arranging everything meticulously and avenging young master Jin. Thirdly, she single-handedly brought young master Hung back to her family home. According to the nurse, the young mistress had always been overshadowed by the daughter of the duke, yet upon returning home, she encountered her again. How could that be? Mo Yan exclaimed passionately. They specifically went back to bully the young mistress, but fortunately, she has a silver tongue and praised our 3 young masters so thoroughly that no one could find an opportunity to ridicule them. Just a mere daughter of a duke's son. Guanxi scoffed. Xie Yun thought similarly. What was there to be so proud of being merely the daughter of a duke's son, especially to intrude upon her sister's homecoming with ill intentions? Mo Yan continued to enumerate. Fourthly, she arranged for tutors for the 2 young masters. Take young Master Heng's education for instance. The marquis had dithered over it for so long without implementation, yet the young mistress accomplished it all in a single day. Fifthly, when it came to our young Master Lin, it is no wonder the young mistress inquired about him recently. She was concerned about his upcoming examinations and wanted to help him resolve a lingering worry so that he could focus on his studies. Guanxi sighed. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe anyone could be so meticulous. The young mistress exemplifies a blend of thoroughness and decisiveness, Mo Yan added. Indeed, Su Qingyi was a career-driven woman of strength, emphasizing efficiency. She would never delay a task that could be completed in a day until the next. Speaking of which, we have yet to mention the most significant thing the young mistress has accomplished. Mo Yan smiled, seeing Guanxi's curiosity piqued, before stating, and that is the young master himself. Guanxi pondered for a moment, then burst into a laugh, somewhat mischievously agreeing, "You are quite right. Xie Yun." The 2 scheming servants behind his back deserved to be reprimanded. "What are you 2 doing here?" a voice suddenly rang out, startling Guanxi and Mo Yan, who then noticed it was Xie and breathed a sigh of relief. "You nearly scared us to death. We thought the young mistress had come." Mo Yan patted his chest. Xie asked, puzzled, "What is there to fear about the young mistress's arrival?" "Nothing at all." Guanxi shook his head, neatly putting away Lin Xiao's writings. "We shall leave the young master in your capable hands." Ever since the young mistress allowed them to take turns leaving the residence, they had eagerly anticipated the chance to step out, enjoy a stroll, sip a little wine, and return revitalized to attend to the young master. After Xie's arrival, Su Qingyi also came with young Master Han, her little shadow. She had a habit of taking a walk after meals, and since she was going to walk anyway, she might as well accompany the young master, which would also enhance her reputation. Now the entire household was aware of her virtues, a testament to her intentional cultivation of her public image. "Are you preparing to return, young master?" Su Qingyi asked with a gentle smile, naturally shifting the fan that was previously in front of her face to the young masteress. Of course, the young master would not respond, and Xie quickly replied with a smile, "If the young mistress wishes to continue walking, the young master will certainly stay to accompany you." Xie Yun. As he felt a gentle fragrance wafting over him, more soothing and delicate than the breeze from the lotus pond, Xie Yun suddenly understood why everyone praised Su. It became increasingly clear to him that she was no ordinary person. A truly simple individual could never achieve such finesse. Chapter 042 of the background of Xie Lin. Xie Yun did not mind if his legitimate wife was somewhat formidable. After all, if she were not sufficiently capable, how could she manage their household effectively? It was merely a surprise to him. Initially, he had assumed that Su Shi was a frail and naive girl, impulsive in her actions, but he had misjudged her. Su Shi was far more mature and worldly than he had anticipated, exhibiting a shrewdness that was hard to overlook. Despite her keen intellect, she left no room for reproach. Her kindness extended not only to those in power but was also genuinely bestowed upon the servants. At this juncture, Xie Yun regarded Su Shi's behavior merely as a means to survive in the inner chambers, without delving deeper into her motives. Little did he know that Su Qingyi's ambitions reached beyond mere survival. She sought not to live in subservience within the household but to become a significant force in her own right, the one who would allocate resources. The first step towards becoming a leader was to cultivate allies. The following day, Su Qingyi submitted Lin Guo's SSA to Qinji before departing the residence to ascertain the condition of Lu Guo, who lay in the medical clinic. Lu Guo's spirits had improved considerably, and he gazed at Su Qingyi with excitement, his voice hoarse as he uttered, report to the authorities, he tried to kill me." "You wish to report him for attempting to murder you?" Su Qingyi regarded the scoundrel with a leisurely glance, her expression void of amusement. Lu Guo, wrapped tightly like a dumpling, nodded in fear and trepidation, clearly still shaken from the events of that fateful night. Although Lin Guo had not killed him, he had indeed tormented Lu Guo's psyche, rendering him unable to eat or sleep in peace. "Do not harbor such delusions. You possess no evidence to prove that Lin Guo harmed you," Su Qingyi replied coolly. "In fact, it is you who has behaved improperly, repeatedly extorting money from Lin Guo. Do you believe the authorities would side with a model student or with a wretch like you?" While her words bore a hint of legal contempt, in the face of someone like Lu Gui, Su Qingyi had no hesitation in aligning herself with Lin Gur. Lu Gui glared at her in fury, yet found himself at a loss for words, for he indeed lacked any proof that in the darkness of that night, there had been no witnesses. With this realization, Lu Gui finally understood that Lin Gur had deliberately arranged for him to occupy such a secluded residence, with the intent to discreetly eliminate him. However, a report must be made, for the matter of your wife's murder cannot simply be overlooked, Su Qingyi asserted, having promised Lin Gur to deal with Lu Gui. She believed in the principle of retribution. Since Lu Gui had committed murder, the world must be made aware of his crimes. Lu Gui's eyes widened in alarm, panic evident as he stammered, "What murder of a wife? Do not slander me. You have no evidence." "Lin Gur is your evidence, as well as every person in Yangshu village. They all know of your abuse towards your wife." Su Qingyi was confident that should Lin Gur go to the authorities on behalf of his mother, Lu Gui would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned. Ideally, he would attain the status of a scholar first, for such was the harsh reality of this feudal age. Upon hearing this, Lu Gui's face turned increasingly pale, and he swallowed hard, replying, "She was purchased from a trafficker. I have a deed of sale. It was her weak constitution that led to her death. It has nothing to do with me." A trafficker, more likely, a human trafficker, Su Qingyi mused. Although she was not privy to the exact details, it did not hinder her from fabricating a tale to intimidate Lu Gui. Lin Gur's mother was a lady from a prominent family. They had not yet reached the point of relying on selling their daughters for survival. This is the sin wrought by those vile traffickers. Casting a cold glance at Lu Gui, she continued, "You are a habitual offender in the trade of humans. You would even sell your own child for 10 taels of silver to be used as a beast of burden." "How do you know?" Lu Gui asked, astonished. "Not only that, but I am also aware of your cruel methods, murder and dismemberment." Su Qingyi sought to provoke him further. Lu Gui immediately retorted, "You slander me. I have not dismembered anyone." "Do you admit to murder then?" If he had not dismembered the body, it could only mean another was responsible. Su Qingyi, without a moment's hesitation, sneered, "Yesterday, Lin Gur and I returned to Yangshu village to relocate his mother's grave, and in the process, I uncovered every detail about you. Just wait for your incarceration." Lu Gui was horrified, his gaze fixed on Su Qingyi in disbelief, questioning, "Who are you, and why do you assist that bastard child?" "I am Lin Gur's adoptive mother." For the first time, Su Qingyi formally introduced herself, standing a little taller as she furrowed her brow. "What do you call Lin Gur?" The term she used evoked further contemplation. After all, a father, no matter how much he despised his son, would not refer to him as a bastard child unless, "Bastard child, what of it? I call him a bastard child because he is one." Lu Gui, feeling cornered and embittered, erupted, "I paid a hefty price for that woman, providing her with the best of everything to continue my lineage, only to discover she was not a pure maiden and was already with child. What was I to do?" The wretched woman had endured a difficult pregnancy, giving birth to Lin Gur had drained her health, and she had never conceived again. Lu Gui had squandered a fortune and continued to abuse her daily. He had even contemplated strangling the newborn Lin Gur, but had ultimately spared him for the sake of appearances. From the information gleaned from Lu Gui's words, Su Qingyi quickly pieced together a rough outline of events. Her immediate reaction was that it was indeed a miracle Lin Gur had grown up healthy simultaneously. She understood the coldness of Lu Gui. It was not an innate cruelty, but rather a product of circumstance. Su Qingyi sighed. Given this context, Lin Gur's act of patricide in the original story could hardly be deemed as such. A mother perished, and the son avenged her. This had been a righteous cause since time immemorial, even before the law. Save these words for the authorities, she said, yet she still wished to keep Lin Gur untarnished by the blood of murder. It would be better for Lu Gui to spend the remainder of his days in prison. "Please, no, noble one, I beg you," Lu Gui cried out in desperation. Su Qingyi turned to leave, calling for Bai to inquire, "How is his injury?" Bai replied, "Young Master Lin severed his Achilles tendon. He will only be able to crawl for the rest of his life." He had been present during the treatment, and the sight of the wound was truly chilling. Su Qingyi shuddered at the thought. It was unfathomable that Lin Gur was only 12 years old and had been so ruthless. "Well, since he is incapacitated, you need not remain here, simply hire someone to keep watch," she instructed. Bai, feeling relieved, replied, "Understood, young mistress." He had grown weary of waiting there all day and preferred to accompany young Master Lin for a more vibrant existence. "Do not mention what you heard earlier to your young master. I will speak to him personally," Su Qingyi added, to prevent any miscommunication that might lead to unnecessary complications. Yes, Bai nodded vigorously, fully compliant. After that night, he had complete faith in Su Qingyi. Anyone could pose a threat to young Master Lin, but he was certain that the young mistress would never do so. Su Qingyi returned to the residence, while Bai went directly to the academy, resuming his duties as a servant to fetch tea and water for his master. Upon his arrival, Lin Gur frowned and asked, "Did she not instruct you to guard Lu Gui?" Bai, well aware that she referred to the young mistress, could not help but grumble inwardly. Young Master Lin was indeed a peculiar character, lacking the sweetness of young Master Jin and the charm of young Master Hang. Such a demeanor would lead to no promising future. The young mistress said Lu Gui is incapacitated and need not be guarded, and since you have no one to attend to you, she sent me back to serve you, he explained, proving himself quite adept at delivering messages. Chapter 043 Sweet Nothings. Upon hearing this, Lin Gur ceased his words, dipped his brush, and immersed himself in his writing. This was a new piece of classical prose. The previous essay he had casually presented to Su Qingyi had been penned some time ago, and he was not particularly satisfied with it.
Ling Gur was indifferent to Qingyi's opinion of him, however, he did not wish for Su Qingyi to perceive him as inadequate, for that would greatly vex him. After completing his composition and concluding his studies for the day, he resolved to personally deliver the essay to Qingyi. As he approached the vicinity of the outer courtyard study, he unexpectedly spotted Su Qingyi and Qingyi standing in the corridor, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. This scene compelled Ling Gur to halt in his tracks, instinctively furrowing his brow. He had never encountered Qingyi before, only heard from the servants that he was quite handsome, and now, witnessing him in person, it was undeniable that he possessed an elegant demeanor and striking charm. Su Qingyi was not standing too close to him, and their discussion seemed to pertain to literature, which, by all accounts, should be unobjectionable. Yet, Ling Gur felt a twinge of discontent, finding the sight rather glaring, for Su Qingyi was his father's wife. Given his father's current state, if ahem. He quickly made a noise, hastening his steps toward them. Upon noticing his arrival, Su Qingyi's smile blossomed even brighter. Ling Gur, you finished school so early today? Ling Gur donned a sullen expression, responding curtly, the teacher let us out early today. Only when he stood before Qingyi did his demeanor soften somewhat, and he respectfully inclined his body, saying, you must be Xie, correct? I am Xie Ling, the elder brother of Hong Gur. Qingyi promptly returned the courtesy, replying, greetings, young Master Ling. Ling Gur presented the essay he held, stating, yesterday, my mother took one of my compositions from the table, which has been written for some time. Today, I have crafted a new piece, and I would be grateful for your critique, Xie. Too kind, too kind. Qingyi received the essay with both hands, humbly adding, I merely dare to offer a few humble opinions, having had the fortune of some examination experience. Su Qingyi, standing nearby, wore a look of exasperation. Oh. Perhaps this was the nature of scholars, a sentiment she did not fully comprehend. Thank you for your efforts. Ling Gur spoke politely before turning his gaze to Su Qingyi, inquiring, what brings you here, mother? Su Qingyi, fanning herself, paused at the implied reproach in her son's tone. What was the source of his ire? Then, glancing at Qingyi beside her, she suddenly understood what was troubling him. Truly, I came to fetch your younger brother from school and to inquire how Xie assessed your writing. What of it? Is that not permissible? Su Qingyi retorted. Ling Gur maintained his stern expression, countering, if you are here to fetch Hang Gur, then you should call for him to come out. The palpable tension between mother and son was not lost on Qingyi, who felt somewhat bewildered by the exchange. He quickly interjected with a smile to diffuse the situation. Hang Gur still has one last stroke to complete. Madame Xie is waiting for him. Indeed. This reasoning was quite sound, and Su Qingyi nodded in agreement. She and Qingyi were merely engaged in a normal conversation, yet Ling Gur had made it seem as though they were committing some indiscretion. In truth, she harbored no such thoughts toward Qingyi. At most, she appreciated his handsome appearance and found their dialogue enjoyable. Seeing her unwavering confidence only deepened Ling Gur's displeasure. I shall go take a look. Qingyi, uncertain if he was implicated, deemed it prudent to excuse himself, retreating into the building and leaving the space for the mother-son duo. Once he departed, Ling Gur immediately turned his face away, letting out a huff. What is it with you? Su Qingyi feigned ignorance, chuckling as she waved her fan, finding her eldest son's reaction quite amusing. Frivolous, Ling Gur muttered. Having reached the point of jest, Su Qingyi adopted a serious tone, insisting on her integrity. In what way am I frivolous? It is you who harbors impure thoughts. My interactions with Xie are perfectly normal. Even if your father were present, I would remain unashamed. Ling Gur hesitated, at a loss for words. Speak your mind, Su Qingyi commanded, hands on hips. Ling Gur quietly remarked, while you may be unashamed, others may not share that sentiment. If Qingyi were to misconstrue the situation, how might he perceive Su Qingyi? This was why Ling Gur cared. Even if Su Qingyi was unconcerned about her reputation, she should still regard her husband's standing eye. In that moment, Su Qingyi felt a swirl of emotions. She chose to interpret Ling Gur's words as a compliment. She touched her own face, acknowledging that indeed, she possessed a beauty worthy of admiration. However, it was of little consequence. Reflecting on the current circumstances, she sighed, do not worry, your mother has a husband who is bedridden and 3 children to care for. My prospects are not so bright. After all, Xie was a paragon of talent and looks. Once he achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, what woman would not be at his beck and call? It was unlikely he would take notice of a married woman with children. Ling Gur spoke in a low tone, you sound rather disappointed. Not at all. Su Qingyi hastily extinguished her son's doubts, asserting with gravity, I remain steadfastly loyal to your father, and besides, even without him, I have you too. Meeting Ling Gur's scrutinizing gaze, she smiled brightly, adding, what need have I for a man? I shall spend the rest of my days cherishing you both. Though her words seemed like mere flattery, Ling Gur was somewhat reassured, his expression softening considerably. At that moment, Qingyi emerged with Hang Gur. Teacher, I take my leave, Hang Gur said with decorum, then turned and rushed to Su Qingyi's side, reaching out for an embrace. Mother. Ah. Su Qingyi responded joyfully, bending down to lift her youngest son into her arms. The scene of maternal affection was one Ling Gur found tedious, and he turned away, retreating back to the courtyard. He felt a twinge of concern. Would he go and report to his father again? After observing for a while, thankfully, he did not. It seemed that amidst their interactions, a semblance of camaraderie had indeed been established that evening. Su Qingyi received word from the Marquis that she was to accompany the Marchioness to a banquet the following day. The invitation came from the esteemed maternal aunt of Xie Yun, a woman of high standing and favored by the current emperor, the renowned concubine Xue. Recalling concubine Xue, Su Qingyi remembered her and her sister, the mother of Xie Yun, who were once celebrated as stunning beauties. It was no wonder that such lineage had produced Xie Yun, a paragon of male beauty. Concubine Xue had two princesses, who had established a princess's residence outside the palace. The banquet was to be held there. She held great regard for her sister's only son, and since Xie Yun had been in a coma for 6 months, he had been posthumously honored by the emperor twice, largely due to her influence.
It was only natural that Xie Yun would wish to meet his new bride. Thus, the following day would mark Su Qingyi's first public appearance since marrying Xie Yun.
Thinking of her husband's popularity, Su Qingyi felt an unusual sense of trepidation. What sort of scene would unfold? Logically, since Xie Yun had been bedridden, it was unlikely anyone would harbor jealousy toward the woman who had married him, was it? As Su Qingyi walked back to the courtyard, she mused that if anyone were indeed envious, she, as the matriarch, would graciously extend an invitation for her husband to take a concubine on a later date. After all, having more sisters to care for the heir would be no burden to her. Chapter 044. A dazzling debut. Xie Qingyi, having indulged in a bout of self-deprecation, felt her nerves dissipate. However, the maids and matrons surrounding her were fraught with anxiety. Who in the realm was unaware of the illustrious reputation of Xie Yun as the future daughter-in-law of the family? It was imperative that she made a flawless first impression. Consequently, the entire entourage worked tirelessly through the night, preparing exquisite adornments, garments, and footwear for Su Qingyi, experimenting with various hairstyles and makeup, all in anticipation of the morrow's event. In the adjacent quarters, Xie Yun had also learned of his aunt, the noble Xue Guifei, summoning the Su family for an audience. A sense of unease tightened within him. While the princess's residence was not a den of peril, it was certainly no safe haven either. He worried that the Su family might find themselves overwhelmed. The gossipy young servants, oblivious to the weight of the moment, chatted amongst themselves. The capital is rife with noble ladies eager to wed our esteemed heir.
Will our young mistress face undue scrutiny on her debut? Surely not. With the Guifei's protection, others would not dare to impose.
Indeed, the Guifei regards our heir as her own. Mingyu, ever the optimist, chimed in. With the young mistress's charm, the Guifei will likely extend her favor.
Yet Xie Yun remained less sanguine.
He recalled his aunt's previous suggestion that he wed his second cousin. Without hesitation, he had declined, citing his disinterest in marriage, let alone to his second cousin. This forthrightness had ignited considerable ire from her. Tomorrow, Su Qingyi would be visiting the residence of Princess Xie Yun, his second cousin. Their encounter could very well spark jealousy. However, given the passage of time and his diminished status, perhaps his second cousin had moved on, he mused with a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was being pampered by her maids, submerged in a milk bath, receiving massages, and having her nails tended to. They were in a frenzy, preparing her for her grand debut, leaving Su Qingyi no opportunity to engage in the customary meeting with the heir. To clarify, this meeting was indeed a formal affair, but she had just completed her monthly cycle and was not inclined to engage in such trivialities. After a restful night, Su Qingyi emerged the next day, radiant as she boarded the carriage. Upon noticing the Marchioness already present, she smiled warmly. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I hope I have not kept you waiting, my lady. Not at all, I have only just settled myself, replied the Marchioness, adorned in her finest attire, her face showcasing a benevolent smile while discreetly assessing the young woman who had married her paralyzed stepson. To her surprise, she noted how Su Qingyi seemed to radiate with an almost ethereal beauty, blossoming like a flower in full bloom. Previously, the Marchioness had scrutinized Su Qingyi through the lens of a critical mother-in-law, deeming her an acceptable, if not remarkable, future daughter-in-law, graceful yet unremarkable. However, now, having wed her son, Su Qingyi appeared to grow increasingly resplendent, captivating in her allure. A pang of envy struck the Marchioness. Her son, though incapacitated, still possessed the ability to nurture a woman's beauty. Fortunately, Xie Huai'an had recently resumed his studies, displaying maturity and ambition, while Xie Yun had settled down, lifting the Marchioness's spirits. Thus, she regarded Su Qingyi with a more favorable disposition, kindly advising, do not feel anxious, my dear. The Guifei is Yunji's beloved aunt and has always treated our family with kindness. She would not cause you distress. Yet, her thoughts betrayed her. With so many noble ladies vying for Xie Yun's affection, she feared Su Qingyi might face challenges at the banquet. As her mother-in-law, she felt powerless, attributing the difficulties to her son's own fame drawing attention. Thank you, I understand, my lady, Su Qingyi replied with a graceful smile. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, Xue Guifei had opted to meet Su Qingyi there rather than summon her directly to the palace, a decision influenced by Princess Xie Yun's entreaties. The princess had long harbored affections for her dashing cousin, Xie Yun, yet sadly, he did not reciprocate. Now, at 20, she remained unwed, having established her own residence outside the palace, leading a life of freedom, albeit tinged with unfulfilled longing. Regardless, she consoled herself with the notion that if Xie Yun would not marry her, he would not wed another, a promise he had made. This understanding softened her heart, allowing her to endure the years without bitterness. However, when Xie Yun fell into a coma on the battlefield, Princess Xie Yun was devastated, defying royal decorum to weep at his bedside for days until her mother, in a fit of anger, ordered her back to the princess's residence, forbidding any further visits to the Pingyang Marquis estate. A princess was a symbol of royal dignity. How could rumors of scandal be tolerated? Yet Princess Xie Yun remained undeterred. The world knew she remained unmarried at 20 solely for the sake of Xie Yun. Upon hearing of the Marquis' intent to find a wife for Xie Yun to continue the family line, her heart ached anew, knowing that the chosen bride could never be her. Regardless of the emperor's favor, she would never be bestowed upon the now paralyzed Xie Yun. It was an impossibility. When that fateful day arrived, and she learned of his impending marriage, she nearly fainted, slipping into a daze, neglecting food and drink. The sorrow weighed heavily upon her. Xie Yun had overlooked her when he was well, and now, even in his diminished state, she was still deemed unworthy. Rumors spoke of Qingyi, a seemingly inconsequential figure, originally betrothed to Xie Huai'an, yet inexplicably designated for Xie Yun instead. How absurd! The illustrious Xie Yun was to marry such a commoner. Countless individuals across the capital shared Princess Xie Yun's sentiments, fervently seeking to uncover the true nature of Qingyi, only to discover her unremarkable ordinariness, hardly a match for Xie Yun's grandeur. Most of their information came from Su Tingjun, the elder sister, who, without embellishment, merely conveyed the truth. In her recollection, her younger sister Qingyi was reserved and unassuming, despite a fleeting moment of brilliance during a recent family visit. Years of ingrained perceptions were not easily shattered. Perhaps Su Tingjun harbored an unconscious desire for her sister to remain unchanged, even if it meant enduring ridicule from others who deemed Qingyi unworthy of even serving Xie Yun. It could only be said that the Pingyang Marquis estate had underestimated Xie Yun's allure. Had the Marquis and the matriarch not hastily acquiesced to Qingyi's proposal, they might have found a more suitable match. However, whether Qingyi could coexist harmoniously with the members of the Marquis family remained uncertain. After all, the psychological fortitude required to navigate 3 adopted sons was no trivial matter. News of Qingyi's appearance at the princess's banquet had everyone eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the woman now known as Madame Xie Yun. As Qingyi disembarked from the carriage, she immediately sensed the palpable tension in the air. While maintaining her smile, she couldn't help but notice the scrutinizing gazes directed at her from all corners, critical, doubtful, disdainful. Few appeared to harbor goodwill. Had she been a naive young girl of 17 or 18, such scrutiny might have shattered her composure. Yet, she felt fortunate to have endured life's harsh realities for over a decade, developing thick skin resilient to harmed eye in this grand spectacle. As the Marchioness desired, the audience's disdain for Qingyi was evident. She turned her head, smiling gently at her elder sister-in-law, hoping to extend a gesture of kindness, embodying maternal compassion. To her surprise, Qingyi remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the scrutiny. Chapter 045. Is it really not a big deal that there are so many female admirers? For a moment, Madame Ho could not discern whether Qingyi was genuinely indifferent or simply oblivious to the unkind glances directed her way. After some contemplation, she cautioned, "Qingyi, you are aware that Yunji has quite a number of admirers in the capital. Those young ladies are utterly besotted with Yunji. Once, they even fought publicly over a flower that he had discarded." Madame Ho regarded Qingyi with a look of schadenfreude. "If someone were to make things difficult for you later, do not take it to heart. It is not your fault, merely a reflection of their excessive affection for Yunji." Qingyi responded with a polite "oh," her outward demeanor serene while inwardly she rolled her eyes in exasperation. "If you were truly concerned, dear mother-in-law, you would advise me to seek your support should I be bullied, rather than reveling in the anticipated drama." As Qingyi entered the room, the number of scrutinizing gazes upon her significantly increased. Some observed her in silence, while others openly critiqued her in hushed tones.
This Su lady is indeed quite ordinary in appearance.
Her looks are passable, but her figure is rather unimpressive.
She seems unremarkable.
I truly wonder how she was chosen.
Perhaps she resorted to some unscrupulous means?
One ought to inquire with Tingjun. She should know something about her sister's circumstances.
So, Su Tingjun has arrived as well?
The voices behind her were too loud for Qingyi to ignore. It can only be said that jealousy distorts one's perception. How could these individuals brazenly utter such fabrications? Her figure was hardly lacking. She was distinctly curvaceous. She had simply opted for a looser fit today to maintain a modest and dignified appearance. As for her face, Qingyi believed it to be quite beautiful, far from merely adequate. However, they were not entirely mistaken. The circumstances surrounding this marriage were indeed less than honorable. Qingyi discreetly glanced at Madame Ho, only to observe the smile vanish from her face. She began to worry. Did Qingyi's elder sister know of the scandal involving Xie Huai'an and that maid? In any case, the truth of the matter must not be disclosed, which meant Qingyi would have to endure some indignity. "Qingyi, do not heed their nonsense. They are merely envious." Madame Ho promptly brightened her smile, now imbued with genuine warmth. "You and Yunji are indeed a match made in heaven, and his 3 brothers all hold you in high regard. There is no couple more fitting than you two. Those infatuated individuals outside are of little consequence." Her voice was pitched just right, allowing a few to overhear, inciting their ire. What of their infatuation? Being enamored with Xie Yun was hardly a disgrace. In fact, they could coexist amicably amongst themselves, for none could possess Xie Yun. Hence, they were no rivals. Yet suddenly, someone shattered this equilibrium, causing the admirers of Xie Yun to become intolerable. Qingyi nodded. "Rest assured, mother-in-law, their words are not grounded in truth, and I shall not be disheartened by them." This served as a subtle reminder to Madame Ho that the reality lay firmly within her grasp, prompting her to consider the need for protection when venturing outside. Madame Ho discerned the implication. Qingyi's reputation was synonymous with the Ho family's esteem. What benefits one, benefits all, and what harms one, harms all. She subsequently abandoned her earlier glee and shot glances of warning at those nearby, suggesting that if they wished to wed Xie Yun, they should do so themselves rather than sulk in envy. Listen, how protective the Madame of Pingyang Ho is of her." The crowd was taken aback. They had assumed that since Xie Yun was to marry the biological daughter of Madame Pingyang Ho, there would be some familial discord. Could it be that Madame Pingyang Ho disdains the Su family and is merely passing her off to her stepson? Speculated a young lady enamored with Xie Yun. The assembly exchanged glances, bemused. Although love may blind one's eyes, dismissing the Su family in such a manner was unwarranted. Xie Huai'an was merely a good-for-nothing scion. The Su family was more than a suitable match for him. As long as Madame Ho was not foolish, she would tightly grasp this daughter-in-law. Thus, what had truly transpired, curiosity about Su Qingyi swelled among them, prompting them to seek out Su Tingjun. Tingjun, since Lady Xie is your biological sister, we have yet to make her acquaintance. Please, summon her to speak with us. Su Tingjun smiled and gently declined. She is currently a distinguished guest of the Empress, and I fear my status as her elder sister may not suffice to invite her. She was privy to the secrets surrounding her younger sister's impending marriage to Xie Yunji, but had never divulged them, knowing it would be to her detriment. If word got out that she had shared this information, the whole family would be the first to exact retribution. Do go, I implore you, the young ladies urged, granting Su Tingjun a considerable amount of respect. Su Tingjun relished this attention, feigning reluctance before conceding. Very well, I shall see what I can do. After all, the favored consort had yet to make her entrance, and Su Tingjun hastily pursued Su Qingyi and Madame Ho, exclaiming, Sister, Madame Pingyang Ho, it has been a long time. Madame Ho turned and, upon seeing Su Tingjun, smiled warmly. Ah, it is Qingyi's elder sister. How delightful to see you. This address caused Su Qingyi to momentarily falter, before she smiled and remarked, Indeed, I came at the behest of the princess. Elder sister, it has been quite a while. Su Qingyi turned to face her, smiling. Her elder sister remained as radiant as ever, resembling a peony, though a hint of fatigue lingered in her features. Was it that the household's concubines were once again causing unrest? Managing a large household must be quite taxing. Su Qingyi secretly felt grateful, being the heir had its benefits. Su Tingjun, unaware of her younger sister's thoughts, smiled and said, You seldom venture out, and the ladies of the capital are quite unfamiliar with you. Would you like me to introduce you to them? Madame Ho immediately became wary, fearing that the gossipy crowd might extract something from Su Qingyi. She smiled and gently declined, but Yunji's aunt awaits a chance to meet Qingyi. Perhaps another time? Su Tingjun countered, The Empress has not yet arrived, so there is no need for concern. Dear madam, I would not allow my sister to be at a disadvantage. With that, she took Su Qingyi's hand and led the way. It seemed that she simply had to meet Xie Yunji's legion of female admirers. Thus, Su Qingyi relaxed her demeanor, donned a smile, and assumed the poise of a matron as she prepared to face the discontented throng of admirers. My younger sister has arrived, Su Tingjun announced warmly, beaming at the gathering. I know you are all quite curious about her, but I ask you to promise me to tread lightly in your inquiries. Do not frighten her. Greetings, Lady Xie, the assembly offered with insincere smiles, each extending their greetings. Greetings to you all, Su Qingyi responded with a smile and a nod. Lady Xie, I have heard you are timid? A young lady scrutinized her from head to toe, feigning jest, Yet I find it rather bold of you to marry the heir of Pingyang Ho. Her words carried a double entendre, laced with condescension. Is marrying the heir indicative of boldness? I find it rather unremarkable. After all, the heir is not frightening, Su Qingyi replied with a gentle laugh, deftly deflecting the jab. The young lady faltered, her confidence shaken. She could not believe Su Qingyi was oblivious to her insinuation. Indeed, Su Qingyi was well aware, but so what? She was resolute and intended to leverage it. By the way, how is the heir faring these days? Someone eagerly inquired, their curiosity piqued more about Xie Yunji than about attacking Su Qingyi. These details were shrouded in secrecy. Unless the whole family divulged them, they remained in the dark about their beloved's condition. Finally, with the heir's wife present, they suppressed their jealousy and pressed for clarity. The heir is well, Su Qingyi replied cheerfully, aside from being in a deep slumber, everything else is normal. This statement, however, met with skepticism. Someone probed further, the heir has been in a coma for over half a year, surely there must have been significant changes? It was precisely because the heir could continue the family line that the whole family had arranged for him to marry. The crowd bristled at the thought. Did that not mean Su Qingyi would gain an advantage? Understanding their unspoken concerns, Su Qingyi spoke candidly, he is doing well, merely a bit thinner, yet he eats heartily and sleeps soundly. He still appears quite handsome and poised. His vitality remained intact. Chapter 046 Envy beyond measure. How remarkably handsome Xie Yunji is. Does it even require Su Qingyi to articulate? Every individual present is acutely aware. He is a paragon of desirability, an unattainable figure whom one can only cherish in silence, unlike Su Qingyi, this fortunate woman, who is destined to see the heir every single day. Will you personally attend to the heiress' daily needs? Inquired a noble lady, biting her lip. Such questions tread upon delicate boundaries. Nevertheless, Su Qingyi remained magnanimous, responding with an amiable demeanor. Indeed, as the heiress' wife, it is my duty to care for him, thus, I shall be hands-on in my responsibilities. The countenances of those present darkened instantly, consumed by jealousy. They wanted to chastise Su Qingyi for her apparent lack of shame, for taking advantage of an opportune moment. Surely, if the heir were awake, he would not deign to look upon her. Yet the undeniable truth remains, Su Qingyi indeed bears the title of the heiress' wife, sanctioned by the esteemed Pingyang Marquise and blessed by the emperor himself. No one can dismiss this union. Even the fervently enamored and highest-ranking Princess Xie Yun has no choice but to acquiesce to this reality. I have heard that the heir desires offspring? As Su Qingyi engaged in the conversation, her gentle disposition seemed to invite further inquiries, prompting the others to become increasingly intrusive, even delving into matters of the marital chamber. Offspring, Su Qingyi smiled, it all depends on fate. The heir already has 3 sons, should we be blessed with a daughter, I would be utterly content. What hypocrisy, the others thought to themselves, if she were to conceive, she would undoubtedly wish for a son.
Then it struck them, could it be that the heir is indeed capable of consummation?
Su Qingyi seemed to hear the collective intake of breath and the sound of handkerchiefs being torn apart. They had initiated the inquiry, she felt no blame could be ascribed to her. Which lady is the wife of the Pingyang Marquis heir? A palace matron approached to ask.
I am, Su Qingyi replied. Greetings, madam.
The noble consort requests your presence, the matron said with a bow. Very well, I appreciate your guidance, Su Qingyi said, gracefully departing under the myriad complex gazes of the noble ladies. Upon reuniting with the Marquis's wife, she quietly inquired, did they make things difficult for you?
This remark was directed at the matron, intending to bolster the Marquis's standing with consort Xie.
Not at all, merely some inquiries regarding the heir, Su Qingyi shook her head in response.
The Marquis's wife frowned. What right do they have to pry into our family matters? In the future, keep your distance from them. They approach you solely due to the heir, so do not foolishly seek their favor.
Yes, dear mother, I understand, Su Qingyi smiled, content to maintain her mother-in-law's dignity before the matron.
The matron noted that this heir's wife indeed possessed a gentle and poised temperament, consistent with the rumors.
Madame Pingyang Marquis, please hold on.
Upon reaching the outer chamber, the matron politely remarked, the noble consort wishes to speak with the heir's wife privately.
Please rest here for a moment. The Marquis's wife showed no surprise, as consort Xie had never been particularly warm toward her. In truth, her visit was not to see consort Xie, but to seek a suitable spouse for Xie Huai'an. So she smiled, very well. Su Qingyi continued to follow the matron further inside, arriving at the audience chamber of consort Xie. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze filled with envy fixed upon her. She looked up to see a haughty young noblewoman in her teens. This is the noble consort and Princess Xie Yun, the matron discreetly informed her. Su Qingyi quickly paid her respects. Su Qingyi greets the noble consort and Princess Xie Yun.
May the noble consort enjoy longevity and the princess good fortune.
There is no need for such formalities. Lift your head and let me see you, consort Xie said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi raised her gaze, noting that consort Xie was a strikingly beautiful woman with an assertive demeanor, bearing some resemblance to the heir. In contrast, Princess Xie Yun seemed to have inherited less of her mother's beauty, leaning more towards her paternal lineage. While Su Qingyi scrutinized consort Xie, the consort also measured up this unexpected daughter-in-law. The young woman appeared adequate in appearance and background, and it was said her temperament was agreeable, just barely passable. Having assessed her, consort Xie smiled. Please, have a seat, matron, serve the tea. Thank you, noble consort, Su Qingyi replied with another bow, taking her seat with decorum. No need for such politeness, as Yunji's wife, you may simply refer to me as aunt in private, consort Xie thought to herself, observing that Su Qingyi seemed soft and understanding, yet she still harbored an unspoken dislike. This was not directed at Su Qingyi personally, it was simply that Xie Yunji was too exceptional, and her own daughter was hopelessly infatuated with her cousin. Even knowing that Su Qingyi was innocent, it was difficult to foster any fondness for her.
Indeed, Su Qingyi replied with a gentle smile.
Yet she remained resolute in not addressing her as such, sensing that consort Xie did not hold her in high regard. However, why was Princess Xie Yun so averse to her? It struck her as peculiar. Surely not every woman in the world could be enamored with Xie Yunji. If that were the case, she must have committed some grave sin.
What precisely transpired regarding your union with Yunji? Consort Xie inquired, feigning warmth. Were you not to be the fiancée of Yunji's younger brother? How did you suddenly come to be designated for Yunji by the emperor?
She had already posed this question to the emperor, who indicated it was the will of the Pingyang Marquis. Because my birth chart aligns harmoniously with the heir's, capable of bringing him good fortune, my father made the decision for me to marry him, Su Qingyi explained.
Is that so?
Consort Xie scrutinized Su Qingyi with piercing eyes, skepticism evident. Yet Su Qingyi stood unflinching, appearing calm and respectful in the presence of the two noble women, devoid of any signs of fear or nervousness, leaving them uncertain.
Indeed, Su Qingyi replied with unwavering confidence. It seems you are quite pleased with marrying my cousin for good fortune? Princess Xie Yun glared fiercely at Su Qingyi, her voice laced with animosity. Her assessment of Su Qingyi mirrored that of the other noble ladies, merely an ordinary woman unworthy of even lacing Xie Yunji's shoes. Why do you ask such a thing, your highness?
Su Qingyi replied, her composure intact, it is a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking. Regardless of whom I marry, I shall honor my husband and fulfill my duties as a wife. Princess Xie Yun retorted, sharp-tongued. Su Qingyi promptly shifted from her chair, bowing low, I beg your pardon, please do not be angry, your highness. Enough, Xie Yun, consort Xie cast a sidelong glance at her daughter and turned to Su Qingyi with a smile, there is no need for such formality. Xie Yun simply has a straightforward temperament, concern for her cousin, that is all. Please, sit. Yes, Su Qingyi responded softly, resuming her seat, her demeanor still gentle. Princess Xie Yun's eyes burned with resentment, her nails digging into the armrest to the point of near splintering. She had loved this man for 5 long years, only to see him wed another.
How is Yunji faring lately? Consort Xie inquired, taking a sip of tea.
Your highness, the heir is doing well, Su Qingyi relaxed, reiterating her earlier words spoken outside.
That is good to hear.
Since you have become Yunji's wife, you must take good care of him, consort Xie advised. Though she did not particularly favor Su Qingyi, she bore no animosity. After all, whoever married Xie Yunji was considered to have climbed a high ladder in her eyes.
The conversation then took a turn. Have you and Yunji consummated your marriage?
As his aunt, Consort Xue was indeed concerned about Xie Yunji's progeny. At the same time, she wished to dissuade her daughter from harboring any further thoughts of Xie Yunji, urging her to find a suitable husband and live her own life. Su Qingyi felt the atmosphere thicken, the daggers of Princess Xie Ning's gaze sharpened further upon her, yet she remained unaffected, responding softly, "Yes, we have." Suddenly, the teacup beside Princess Xie Ning crashed to the ground with a resounding smash, shattering into countless pieces. Chapter 047 In jealousy. The atmosphere abruptly turned peculiar. After a few seconds, the matron hurriedly stepped forward to clear away the remnants of the shattered cup.
Xie Ning, how careless of you.
The noble consort Xue cast a fleeting glance at Princess Xie Ning, her heart aching yet tinged with a perverse delight. Her daughter had become ensnared far too deeply, a potent remedy was required, and the consummation between Su Qingyi and Xie Yunji was precisely that remedy. Princess Xie Ning's face drained of color as she bit down hard on her lip, seemingly in agonizing torment. Clearly, consort Xue's intentions had been fulfilled. Very well, you are a good one, may you soon bear fruit for Yunji, consort Xue said, her smile growing ever more radiant. Casually, she removed a pair of exquisitely jade bracelets from her wrist and instructed the matron to present them to Su Qingyi.
Accept these, will you? Thank you, your highness, for your generous gift, Su Qingyi replied, rising to perform her courtesy. Family, after all. What need for such formality? Consort Xue said, though inwardly she was quite pleased with Su Qingyi's perceptiveness. Ultimately, she did not regard Su Qingyi as Xie Yunji's legitimate wife, merely a reluctant choice. Su Qingyi smiled in silence. Are you currently overseeing Yunji's children?
Consort Xue suddenly inquired, recalling Xie Yunji's several adopted sons, intending to remind Princess Xie Ning that Xie Yunji had not only taken a wife but had also acquired multiple heirs. Indeed, I am overseeing them, Su Qingyi replied, her countenance brightening as she spoke of the 3 children. All 3 boys are exceptionally sensible and clever. It appears you have gotten along quite well. Perhaps there is a bond there, Consort Xue remarked, nodding her head, not particularly invested, but simply making conversation. Indeed, your highness, Su Qingyi responded with a smile, fully aware that the question was merely a courtesy, and thus refrained from elaborating further.
How is the health of the old matriarch? Still vigorous? Consort Xue inquired again. Quite well, Su Qingyi answered gently. Since entering summer, grandmother has faced some discomfort, but otherwise, all is well. Consort Xue acknowledged this with a simple good, engaged in a few more pleasantries, and then dismissed Su Qingyi. Now, you must have given up hope, haven't you? Once Su Qingyi departed, Consort Xue cast a disdainful glance at her daughter, who appeared lost in thought, feeling a pang of frustration at her inability to steer her daughter right. She frowned and chastised, it's just a man, why must you let it consume you? Princess Xie Ning replied with profound lament, why can she have him, yet I cannot? Because you are a royal princess, Consort Xue replied coldly. The emperor has already shown you considerable favor. You would do well to refrain from any further outrageous actions, such as causing trouble for Xie Yunji's wife. In her jealous fury, Princess Xie Ning had indeed entertained such thoughts, wishing to humiliate that woman. Yet her mother's words fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her malicious intent. To strike at Su Qingyi would be to strike at Xie Yunji. Should the Ho residents pursue the matter, there would be no need for the emperor's intervention. The scorn of the populace alone could drown her, a princess, in disgrace. No wonder Su Qingyi exuded such confidence. She understood that bearing the title of Xie Yunji's wife afforded her a moral high ground. As a woman alone, any grievance she voiced could easily rally public sympathy to her side. Outside, the whole lady had vanished, likely engaged in socializing. Second sister, have you met with the noble consort? It was Su Tingjun, standing outside, her sharp and worldly eyes appraising her, finally resting on the exquisite jade bracelets. What are those? Gifted by the noble consort, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. She received a reward. Su Tingjun was taken aback. Despite Princess Xie Ning's fervent infatuation with Xie Yunji, she had not made things difficult for Su Qingyi. Did you not see the princess? She inquired further. I did, Su Qingyi replied with an air of nonchalance. Su Tingjun appeared slightly disappointed. Su Qingyi discerned this and was left speechless. What was her sister disappointed about? Did she wish for her to endure humiliation? Elder sister seems a bit exhausted. Have you encountered difficulties of late? Su Qingyi asked sweetly, adhering to her principle of probing where she sensed discomfort. Su Tingjun choked on her words, recalling the troublesome maids in her own courtyard, her eyes instantly brimming with irritation. Yet she quickly suppressed it, forcing a smile as she said, nothing serious, just that the children are a bit unruly, and I haven't had a moment's peace. Su Qingyi merely responded with an "oh," content to smile and keep her silence. Su Tingjun found the situation peculiar, suspecting her sister was intentionally reminding her of something, yet unable to find proof. She could only conclude that this sister had changed significantly. It seemed that after marrying Xie Yunji, the once pitiful girl had straightened her back overnight. Second sister, is the whole lady seeking a wife for your little uncle? Su Tingjun, suppressing her enigmatic gaze, broached a serious topic. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi glanced toward the distant Ho lady, who was engaged in lively conversation, and nodded. That seems to be the case. My mother-in-law mentioned wanting to find a suitable match for the second brother soon. I see, Su Tingjun hesitated. I wonder what requirements the Ho lady has. That I cannot say, Su Qingyi replied. She silently prayed that Su Tingjun would not seek her assistance in matchmaking, as Xie Huai'an was akin to a quagmire. Playing matchmaker for him would be a disservice to herself. Yet, as fate would have it, I have a younger sister, perhaps you could inquire? Su Tingjun suggested. If it succeeds, the Duke's household would be grateful to you for your matchmaking. Does the Duke's daughter truly fear not finding a match? Su Qingyi queried in astonishment. Su Tingjun's face flushed with embarrassment. She is a concubine's daughter, yet she has been raised alongside the legitimate daughter, and the family dotes on her, making her no different from the legitimate miss. No wonder she wanted me to ask. Her elder sister was rather cunning. The whole lady was proud. Would she truly introduce a concubine's daughter as a legitimate wife? That would be sowing discord. Do not deceive me, elder sister, there is a vast difference, Su Qingyi replied sternly. I cannot broach such a topic with my mother-in-law. If you dare to pursue it, do so at your own risk. She would not take on such a burden. Su Tingjun was momentarily speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief at her sister's newfound shrewdness. Do not misunderstand, second sister. I merely thought the whole lady held you in high esteem and would grant you some consideration, she flattered. And if she does not? Su Qingyi countered. If my mother-in-law were to grow to dislike me because of this, what do you think I should do? Su Tingjun was left speechless, stammering, it seems I did not think this through. Su Qingyi mused to herself that it was precisely because her sister had considered it too thoroughly that she sought to reap rewards while avoiding offense. What a naive notion. Perhaps you should contemplate further. My mother-in-law has exceedingly high standards, she suggested. Very well. Just as they were conversing, Su Qingyi suddenly noticed an object hurtling toward her, prompting her to swiftly sidestep. It turned out to be a rattan ball that crashed behind her. Apologies, we were playing kuju and accidentally kicked it this way. A brazenly clad young woman approached, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she regarded Su Qingyi. Did we hit you? Su Qingyi responded with silence. Ah, was this the consequence of marrying the national heartthrob? You startled me, I thought it was aimed at me, Su Qingyi said, patting her chest. The young woman raised an eyebrow, offering no explanation. She had indeed aimed for Su Qingyi, but regrettably missed. Had she struck, with her 10 years of martial training, she would have sent this delicate lady tumbling into the dust. Chapter 048, The Scoundrel's Marriage. Excuse me. The arrogant woman, who nearly struck someone, uttered with little sincerity before proceeding to retrieve the ball. Subsequently, Su Qingyi inquired of Su Tingjun, who was that person? Su Tingjun, aware of her younger sister's limited exposure to the world, replied, she is Princess Xie Yun, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Su. With this revelation, Su Qingyi comprehended the situation. She was the offspring of a failed contender for the throne. Contemplating the fate that awaited the other party, her initial frustration transformed into sympathy. The current emperor, aged 53, remained vigorous and had 5 adult sons. The Duke of Su, as the emperor's eldest illegitimate son, had long been a formidable contender in the succession race, which explained Princess Xie Yun's haughty demeanor. Another prominent candidate for succession was the crown prince. However, his frail health and the weakness of his legitimate son, who had inherited his father's frailty, only bolstered the Duke of Su's standing. In the original narrative, the Pingyang Marquisate initially supported the crown prince before switching allegiance to the Duke of Su. Ultimately, the crown prince failed to ascend the throne, and the Duke of Su also did not succeed. The imperial seat fell to the low-profile Duke of Gong. This Duke of Gong had maintained a discreet presence, solely focusing on his duties, embodying a prudent and composed character. The emperor had intended for him to assist the crown prince, so unfortunately, the crown prince's paranoia and burdensome thoughts led to his untimely demise. Left without a counterpart to support, the Duke of Su sought to eliminate him, which prompted the Duke of Gong to take matters into his own hands. Thus, the current Duke of Gong remains merely a subordinate to the crown prince, lacking significant influence. Do not take it to heart, second sister, Princess Xie Yun has always been this way, Su Tingjun advised. Naturally, if Su Qingyi were to foolishly provoke Princess Xie Yun, Su Tingjun would be more than willing to observe the spectacle, as long as she was not implicated. Sister, you jest. How could I take it to heart? Su Qingyi replied, eager to dissociate herself from Princess Xie Yun. She pondered how to persuade the Pingyang Marquis not to support the Duke of Su. However, in the blink of an eye, she noticed the Marchioness conversing amiably with Princess Xie Yun, both sharing laughter. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, her mind reeling from this surreal development. Could it be that the Pingyang Marquisate desired to be exiled? Su Tingjun followed Su Qingyi's gaze, also witnessing the harmonious scene, and shared her thoughts. What does Princess Xie Yun intend? Surely, she does not have an interest in your uncle? If Xie Yunji was the nation's beloved, then Xie Huai'an was merely an obscure figure. In comparison to the princess, he was indeed a far-seer. In the original text, she showed no interest, yet Su Qingyi was gripped by fear. What if her little butterfly wings disrupted the narrative, causing Princess Xie Yun to pursue love and end up living under the same household registration as her beloved? That would be quite troublesome. Alas, one could only say that the pursuit of love by women in ancient times was somewhat fanatical. Given her noble stature, Princess Xie Yun would undoubtedly look down upon him, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. Su Tingjun concurred and dismissed the matter, pulling Su Qingyi towards the banquet to enjoy the delicacies. You should venture out less, these are palace delicacies not typically available. No, thank you, Su Qingyi politely declined, I am neither hungry nor thirsty. She dared not touch anything presented at this gathering. You are overly cautious, Su Tingjun remarked, her feelings complex. She considered that if she were to marry such a husband, she too would need to tread carefully. Unfortunately, she had ended up marrying an unworthy, roguish character, never having the fortune to experience such caution.
Once the banquet concluded, Qingyi brushed off her skirts as she returned home. The servants from the princess's residence delivered a gift, reportedly for everyone. Qingyi instructed the matron to receive it while maintaining her distance, even removing the pair of jade bracelets bestowed by concubine Xue for safekeeping.
Mother, how was your conversation with Princess Xie Yun?
Qingyi abruptly inquired. She holds a favorable impression of Huai'an, the Marchioness inadvertently revealed, then looked at Qingyi in surprise. How did you know?
Qingyi feigned innocence. Know what? She pretended to be astonished. Oh, she actually takes a liking to my second brother? The Marchioness's face soured at her words. What of it if the princess favors Huai'an? Not every woman in the capital must adore Yunji.
It was evident that the Marchioness harbored resentment towards her excellent stepson. Qingyi was not intentionally dousing cold water on the matter. She merely spoke the truth. Before conversing with you, Princess Xie Yun deliberately made things difficult for me. Mother, think for yourself. If she intends to marry my second brother, why would she create obstacles for me, the elder sister?
The Marchioness's face turned pale, clearly recognizing Qingyi's implications.
Yet, she was unwilling to accept. Do not speak nonsense. Could it be that you cannot bear to see Huai'an do well? Qingyi felt speechless, thinking to herself that if she truly wished ill upon him, she wouldn't bother caring. Let the whole family be exiled. After all, her household would not be affected. The Duke of Gong was also an admirer of Xie Yunji. It was simply a matter of admiration for strength, as every man has fantasized about being a hero on the battlefield. Xie Yunji served as their idealized figure. Alas, one could not deny the advantages of having a spouse who was adored by both genders. It certainly had its perks. I merely speak pragmatically, concerned that Princess Xie Yun's intentions may not be as they appear, Qingyi remarked, maintaining her favorable impression of the Marquis, hoping he would not have to endure hardship at his age. Thus, she added, mother should consult with father before making a decision. After all, Princess Xie Yun's status is quite significant. Of course, I would not dare act without the Duke's consent, the Marchioness retorted, casting a disapproving glance at her daughter-in-law, clearly miffed by her interjection. Such an obvious matter, must I be taught by you, the elder? It seems that the future daughter-in-law of the princess hadn't even married yet and was already becoming quite arrogant. As the saying goes, good advice is often disregarded by the foolish. Given this, Qingyi chose to remain silent. It was not her fault for not intervening. Perhaps everyone has their own destiny. Upon returning to the Pingyang Marquisate, the Marchioness immediately discussed Xie Huai'an's marriage with the Marquis, displaying great enthusiasm.
How could Princess Xie Yun possibly take an interest in Huai'an?
The Marquis's immediate reaction left the Marchioness feeling utterly disheartened. Your words are rather biased, she retorted, visibly displeased. Princess Xie Yun explicitly told me she admires her.
Could that be false?
It could very well be. The Marquis had always been objective in his assessment of his second son. If you claim she seeks to win over the Pingyang Marquisate, I might find that more believable.
That makes no difference. She wants to marry Huai'an. The Marchioness boldly asserted. Consider it, the Crown Prince has been ill several times since spring. She let her statement trail off. Moving on, if we refuse, we risk offending His Highness the Duke of Su, which would be unwise. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince ultimately ascended the throne, it would not warrant any repercussions for the Pingyang Marquisate. However, offending the Duke of Su could lead to uncertain consequences. Should the Duke of Su ascend, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards the Pingyang Marquisate for their current refusal. The stakes were high, and the Marquis hesitated to make an immediate decision. If they made the right choice, it could elevate the status of the Pingyang Marquisate. Conversely, a wrong decision could lead to dire consequences. Allow me to ponder further, the Marquis stated cautiously. The Marchioness urged, time is of the essence, you must decide quickly. After much contemplation, the Marchioness found little to dissuade her from the match. Regardless of who ultimately ascended the throne, the Pingyang Marquisate stood to gain. Chapter 049. A frenzied revenge. Qingyi took a leisurely stroll, gathering an abundance of inspiration to share with the young master. Initially, she found it peculiar to converse with someone in a comatose state, yet over time, it became rather soothing, as though she had acquired an additional confidant. In the dimly lit chamber of the young master, she remarked, my dear young master, you truly attract a multitude of admirers. This evening, Qingyi resolved to be particularly proactive, dismissing her attendants and speaking with increasing casualness. Having just bathed and with her hair still damp, she sat at the edge of the bed in light attire, gently running her fingers through her long locks as she continued, today, I nearly fell victim to a covert scheme. Xie Huai'an, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety. What had transpired? Who had troubled the X family? Was it her second cousin or someone else? Surely, it could not be his aunt, the revered consort Xue, who held a genuine affection for him. Even if she were not fond of Qingyi, her loyalty would ensure she would not make things difficult. There are indeed far too many who hold affection for you, Qingyi sighed, expressing her grievances. Xie Huai'an remained silent, feeling a twinge of guilt, realizing that it was likely the handiwork of his admirers. As for Princess Xie, she is inconsequential, with the consort watching over her. Aside from throwing a teacup in my presence in a fit of frustration, she is unlikely to stir any significant trouble. After all, as a royal princess, she was mindful of her reputation. Upon finishing her thought, Qingyi's mind drifted to the audacious Princess Xie, and she began to rub her temples in exasperation. That bold princess actually intends to marry my second brother, employing a roundabout method to secure her position. Her expression turned grave. If she truly enters our household, it wouldn't surprise me if she climbed into your bed one day. Xie Huai'an nearly jolted awake at her words. Was she serious? He had no affection for Princess Xie, whose tenacity rivaled that of Princess Xie. He hoped that Qingyi would prevent the princess from marrying into the Marquisate, for it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. However, he was acutely aware that decisions within the Marquisate were not solely in Qingyi's hands. The intricacies involved were too convoluted and delicate. With the current crown prince frail and the Su family dominant, it was inevitable that if the crown prince were to perish, the Su family would ascend to power. Should his second brother have the opportunity to wed Princess Xie Huai'an, their father and mother would undoubtedly consider it with utmost seriousness. Realizing this, Xie Huai'an felt a heaviness settle in his heart. On one hand, he understood the likelihood of the Su family's ascendancy. His father aimed to seize the opportunity to forge ties with them, ensuring the longevity of the Pingyang Marquisate. As a man rendered powerless, he had no position to interfere, yet, he was resolutely opposed to the idea of Princess Xie Huai'an entering their home. If she pursued him, he might endure it, but his greater concern lay with the safety of his wife and children. Lost in thought, a fragrant kiss from Qingyi gently brought his attention back. Occasionally, she would kiss his lips passionately, especially when her emotions were stirred. Why do you look so alluring, attracting all these admirers? Qingyi mused. Having just returned from an outing where she felt targeted, she scrutinized his handsome features anew and realized that the allure he possessed was indeed captivating. Rest assured, Qingyi vowed, even if Princess Xie Huai'an does marry in, I shall guard you fiercely, ensuring she does not lay a finger upon you. She had no intention of engaging with a man who had been touched by others, thus her resolve to protect him remained steadfast. Xie Huai'an found her jealousy unexpectedly endearing, providing him with a peculiar sense of reassurance. He believed in Qingyi's capabilities. She would undoubtedly thwart Princess Xie Huai'an's advances. Following the routine meeting, the capable Qingyi began to remove his clothing. In such sweltering weather, he was bound to perspire, which would be uncomfortable if left unaddressed, so she deemed it prudent to undress him for convenience. Do you have any idea how many envy me today? She whispered, kissing his ear as she spoke to herself. Initially, I felt I had gained nothing, but after my outing, I suddenly felt quite fortunate. Let them envy, let them fume, she declared with a playful defiance. If they hurl things at me, I shall simply sleep with you, infuriating them further. Xie Huai'an found himself at a loss for words, yet he couldn't help but wonder if Qingyi's ire stemmed from having been wronged. The throng of admirers he attracted indeed had a tendency to overstep boundaries. Embracing her vengeful spirit, Qingyi exerted herself notably that night, her energy corresponding with her indignation. As the target of her emotional release, Xie Huai'an dared not breathe too heavily, fearing he might provoke her. To be honest, he hoped she would maintain this fiery disposition in their future encounters. He had no qualms about bearing the brunt of her wrath. That night, Qingyi surpassed her usual fervor, her eyes glazed as she bit gently at his chin, whispering, let us take revenge once more, to truly vex them. Having consumed nourishing tonics for several days, Xie Huai'an mused that whether the vengeance was delivered once or thrice depended solely on her prowess. If she had the capability, he would willingly indulge her tenfold. Due to a slight indulgence the previous night, Qingyi awoke with aches in her waist and legs, remaining in bed until the sun was high the next day. During this time, her third brother, Qing, returned from skipping class to check on her. Having heard her complain of feeling unwell while lounging in bed, he felt her forehead and urged her to continue resting, even pouring her a cup of tea himself. Eventually, the maidens attended to her needs. Qingyi felt somewhat embarrassed but chose to dismiss it, relishing the unexpected leisure. What brings you back? She queried, still somewhat dazed as she regarded her brother. Leaving your tutor unattended in class is quite rude. Do remember to apologize to him upon your return. Her tone was not harsh, she merely reasoned with him. Qing, displaying genuine concern, inquired, is mother feeling any better? It turned out he had returned to check on her, and Qingyi's heart softened as she smiled. I'm fine, no need to worry. It was merely an excuse to relish in a bit of idleness. Oh, he replied, relieved, explaining, the teacher was instructing my second brother in reading, and I only finished my writing before coming out. I see, mother misjudged you, she said, affectionately patting his small face. Oddly enough, he seemed to have grown a shade fairer. This realization prompted her to consider that Mr. Shen was tutoring all three children. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Qingyi summoned a maid and instructed, Lear, please fetch the nurse and have her select some nourishing medicine to send over to Mrs. Shen, and inquire about her condition. Of course, Lear quickly departed and returned shortly with news that Mrs. Shen's health had improved. She was quite grateful and intended to visit Qingyi once she regained her strength. Before long, the Marquisate received a generous gift, explicitly designated for Qingyi. It was said to have been sent by Consort Shuet. The nurse inspected the contents and reported, Madam, these are nourishing remedies, such as bird's nest, honey, abalone, and so forth. All of exceptional quality. Even the nurse, accustomed to fine goods, was taken aback. Naturally, items from the palace were of high caliber, yet Qingyi hesitated to use them. After much contemplation, she decided, let us store them in the pantry. It is best to procure consumables ourselves. The nurse paused, understanding her intent. Yes, I comprehend. It was not that Qingyi was overly suspicious, rather, she adhered to the adage that caution paves the way for longevity. Besides, she had no shortage of provisions. By the way, when storing them, remember to emphasize that these are gifts from the palace. Should anyone fall ill after consuming them, we shall not bear the blame, she cautioned. The nurse chuckled, I will make a note of that. It became common knowledge throughout the Marquisate that Qingyi had received a generous reward from Consort Shuet, a personal gift. However, the generous young mistress chose to store it, treating it as public property, thereby allowing everyone access. Xie Huai'an had recently been suffering from severe morning sickness, unable to keep down anything, and had lost considerable weight. Upon hearing that palace delicacies were being stored, she immediately summoned Xie Huai'an to retrieve some. He was quite forthright, returning with a considerable bounty. Bird's nest and abalone were in abundance, and she instructed the servants to prepare them daily for Xie Huai'an's nourishment. She certainly knows how to flaunt her wealth, bringing such fine goods into storage, Xie Huai'an remarked sourly as she indulged in the tonics provided by Qingyi.
Let it be, if you can eat it, indulge yourself, the maid, encouraged. She was a new maidservant New York had acquired, loyal to a fault. After finishing her meal, she divulged, "Madam, I've heard that the Marquis's wife visited the princess's residence yesterday to select a wife for the second master." Upon hearing this news, New York felt a wave of nausea wash over her. It is only a matter of time before the second master marries. Her complexion paled as she gently caressed her belly, praying that the future mistress would possess a gentle disposition, treating both her and her unborn child kindly. Chapter 050 Coveting the Princess Xie. Please go out and inquire which noble lady the madam of the Marquis has taken a liking to. Xie Yun expressed her lingering unease. The temperament of the future mistress, whether benevolent or harsh, would significantly influence her life in the inner courtyard. Thus, she urged Xie to hasten her investigation. Understood, Xie replied, daring to remind her mistress, if you wish to know more details, you could actually ask second master. Xie Yun understood this logic well, casting a sidelong glance at Xie.
The autumn examination is approaching, and second master has been diligently studying. I cannot rely on him for everything and disturb his studies.
It turned out that Xie Huai'an, like Lin Gur, was also preparing for the upcoming scholar examination. Lin Gur, at the tender age of 12, aiming for such a title was not remarkable, as the world abounds with prodigies. Xie Huai'an, at 20, aiming for the same was also within the realm of reason. If fortune smiled upon him, he could sit for the next examination for the Jinshi degree at merely 23 or 4, a perfectly acceptable age. However, the juxtaposition of the uncle and nephew during their examinations inadvertently created a sense of contrast, rendering Xie Huai'an somewhat dull by comparison. This, perhaps, was why he harbored an unusual disdain for Lin Gur. As fellow scholars, Lin Gur's presence served to highlight his own shortcomings. Recently, he had buried himself in his books, regaining a modicum of favor from the madam of the Marquis. The madam, while aware of Xie Yun's indiscretions, turned a blind eye, merely reprimanding the audacious Xie Huai'an for being so short-sighted as to demand all the rewards intended for Qingyi. It was evident that Qingyi intended those gifts for the entire household's benefit, yet she, emboldened by her pregnancy, acted with reckless abandon, forgetting that the matriarch, at her advanced age, should be the first to enjoy such privileges. If the matriarch voiced her disapproval, the younger generation ought to refrain from using them. Nevertheless, the madam of the Marquis felt a surge of relief whenever she contemplated a daughter-in-law from the royal family. The prospect of an alliance with a princess, whose noble stature was unquestionable, prompted her to overlook Xie Yun's affairs. To her surprise, the princess was remarkably magnanimous, asserting that a few concubines were of no consequence, and that she would simply be granted the status of a secondary wife. This was one of the reasons the madam was overjoyed and placed great importance on Princess Xie Yun. Should she genuinely dismiss the princess, she would be at a loss for a daughter-in-law who was both noble and generous. Most crucially, this daughter-in-law could serve to keep Qingyi in check, a veritable boon. Qingyi, too, had heard that the gifts intended for the storeroom had been taken by Xie Huai'an. There was little doubt they were meant for Xie Yun. She inwardly prayed that nothing unfortunate would arise from it, placing the blame squarely upon herself. Find an opportunity to let Xie Yun know that the madam of the Marquis is considering marrying second master to Princess Xie Yun. Qingyi contemplated that, compared to herself, Xie Yun and her husband would likely be more apprehensive about the princess's entrance into their lives, so she let them stir the pot.
Understood. Lu'er promptly set off. Just as Xie was gathering information, the two crossed paths and successfully completed their respective tasks. What, Princess Xie Yun? Xie Yun was taken aback, exclaiming, impossible, how could second master marry a princess? It was not that she lacked faith in her beloved, but rather the stark reality. Xie Huai'an held no official title. What could he possibly offer to win the hand of Princess Xie Yun? The madam of the Marquis was indeed audacious to think her son was a prized catch. It is true, Xie affirmed. Princess Xie Yun has taken the initiative to propose marriage, and the madam of the Marquis is currently considering it. Xie Yun was momentarily stunned. The princess had indeed proposed. This was even more extraordinary. Not one to be naive, she pondered and gradually grasped the princess's intentions. The princess was not enamored with Xie Huai'an, rather, it must be Xie Yunji who had captured her interest. Surely, the Duke of Su would never consent to a princess marrying a man who was paralyzed. However, marrying Xie Huai'an could yield some benefit to it. Was absurd that this matter, which should have been Qingyi's concern, had now fallen upon her in second master. Enraged, Xie Yun hurled insults at Princess Xie Yun, deeming her actions utterly intolerable. I must speak with second master. In a flurry of anxiety, Xie Yun rushed to Xie Huai'an's study. He immediately set down his brush, concern etching his features. What is it? You appear flustered. Has Qingyi been troubling you again? It is not her, Xie Yun replied, frowning and shaking her head, though she knew it was indeed connected to Qingyi. Worry seeped into her voice as she continued, Second master, if you were to marry a wife of higher status, would you come to love her? Xie Huai'an's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Xie Yun, we have endured so much together. How can you still doubt my sincerity towards you? For Xie Yun's sake, he had even picked up books he found distasteful. Heaven knew how torturous reading was for him. I apologize, second master. Xie Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am merely too anxious. I heard, Xie Huai'an pressed, what did you hear? Xie Yun bit her lip, Princess Xie Yun wishes to marry you, and the Marquis and Madame are contemplating it. What? Xie Huai'an was equally taken aback, his reaction mirroring that of his beloved, disbelief washing over him. How could this be? She is the daughter of the Duke of Su.
The Duke of Su was currently in a position of great power, and it was possible he might ascend the throne, which would make Princess Xingyang a princess in her own right. In truth, becoming the imperial son-in-law was not as oppressive as it seemed. One could still attain titles and positions of power. Indeed, one might even ascend the ranks with the emperor as their father-in-law, achieving rapid success. As he contemplated this, Xie Huai'an momentarily lost himself in thought. It is true, Xie Yun was oblivious to the ambition flickering in her beloved's eyes, continuing with her own concerns. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the Madam of the Marquis. She will undoubtedly confirm it. Xie Huai'an snapped back to reality, gently patting the back of Xie Yun's hand. Do not worry, regardless of who I marry as a legitimate wife, my heart belongs solely to you. But the princess wields considerable power. How will you manage her? Xie Yun furrowed her brow in distress. Second master, for the sake of our child, you must refuse the princess's hand. This was a valid point. Should the princess harbor ill intentions towards Xie Yun and their offspring, they would likely find themselves defenseless. After some contemplation, Xie Huai'an replied, I will first verify the truth with my mother. Soon, Xie Huai'an received confirmation from the Madam of the Marquis that Princess Xingyang had indeed expressed her desire to marry him. Furthermore, the Madam presented him with a thorough analysis of the pros and cons, advising, My son, this is a rare opportunity. Should you miss out on Princess Xingyang, you may never find a wife of such high status again. She feared that Xie Huai'an might once more act foolishly for Xie Yun's sake. However, mother, it is clear that she is not interested in me. If she is pursuing my elder brother, bringing her into our home would only create chaos. Xie Huai'an scoffed. The Madam paused for a moment before instructing her son, You need not worry about that. Women are fickle, they will align themselves with whoever treats them well. Her gaze turned icy. Given your elder brother's current state, she will soon lose interest. Once she bears your child, she will inevitably lean towards you. Perhaps this was true for most women, but could it be said of Princess Xingyang? When faced with a rival like Xie Yun, Xie Huai'an did not believe he possessed the charm to win the princess's heart. He had enough self-awareness to recognize that. Honor, broaden your horizons and consider the good women outside. What is Xie Yun in comparison? Seeing him silent, the Madam assumed his reticence stemmed from thoughts of Xie Yun, and thus began to scold him vehemently. To speak plainly, while I may not hold your sister-in-law in high regard, her upbringing and status are evident. A lady of the Marquis's household is infinitely preferable to that shallow-minded harlot. Xie Huai'an felt a headache coming on. Why had his mother suddenly exploded in anger again? Moreover, she continually belittled his taste. Enough, this has nothing to do with Xie Yun. You should not blame her for everything, he argued. True, the Madam huffed in response. It is not her fault, it is yours. You are the source of the frustration. Xie Huai'an gritted his teeth, pressing on with the matter at hand. The issue of marrying the princess is of great significance and may involve the court. You and father must tread carefully. One wrong move could implicate the entire clan. Of course, the Pingyang Marquisate enjoyed certain privileges, and regardless of who ascended as the new emperor, they would likely be treated with leniency. We understand this. Though the Madam was anxious, she retained her composure and recognized the risks involved in choosing sides. Thus, your father intends to summon several clan uncles to deliberate on whether to proceed with this course of action. With Xie Yun providing support, they were not overly concerned. Meanwhile, the mother and son deliberated, while Su Qingyi and Xie Yun awaited news in their respective quarters. Upon learning that no discord had arisen between Xie Huai'an and the Madam, both women felt a wave of disappointment. Why does second master not refuse? Xie Yun's disappointment was laced with fear, an unsettling premonition looming over her. Sheer, standing nearby, struggled to find words of comfort. Perhaps, second master is merely considering the greater good? After all, this was a matter of considerable importance. Xie Yun shook her head. Had Xie Huai'an been a man of foresight, he would not have conspired with her against Su Qingyi in the first place. That scoundrel. Su Qingyi's disappointment was tinged with disdain. She surmised that Xie Huai'an's reluctance to vehemently reject the marriage proposal stemmed from his attraction to the princess's illustrious family background. After all, he was an ambitious man. If he could reject a lady from the Marquis's household for Xie Yun, it was likely due to the lack of formidable backing behind the former. If a princess had set her sights on him, well, the outcome was all too apparent. Chapter 051 The princess intervenes. One cannot blame Xie Huai'an for feeling a stir within his heart. Regardless of the motives of the princess, securing a marriage is indeed a fortuitous event. Xie Huai'an aspires to grasp both career and love simultaneously. Xie Yun represents his affection, while the true Sun Princess embodies his ambitions. In pursuit of a brighter future, he believes that Xie Yun will comprehend his choices. Second master, what do you think? Upon Xie Huai'an's return, Xie Yun inquired. Xie Yun, my parents are still deliberating and plan to discuss it with the clan uncles, Xie Huai'an replied, his gaze flickering. Thus, I have not made any definitive statements. Perhaps they will ultimately abandon the idea? Is that so? Xie Yun replied skeptically, her eyes darkening. An instinct within her as a woman warned that her man might have developed an inclination. After all, who wouldn't wish to marry a royal princess? A wave of sorrow washed over her, tears cascading down her cheeks. Could a man's sincerity truly be so unreliable? Xie Yun, Xie Huai'an, noticing her distress, gently wiped her tears away. It is not that I do not refuse, but rather that I am unable to refuse, unless we leave the Marquis's residence and flee far away.
Du Yun was taken aback. Would you truly be willing? Xie Huai'an, indeed loving her, contemplated before offering her a choice. Yun, let us elope? We could live far from the capital, leading a simple life with our children. Du Yun was momentarily bewildered. How could that possibly work? They could take some money with them, but no amount of money could sustain them for a lifetime, and their child would still require sustenance. What would they do when the funds ran dry? If they chose not to leave, at least she would still be a concubine in the Marquis's residence, and their child would be a master there far superior to an ordinary existence. She could certainly calculate this, otherwise, why would she have chosen Xie Huai'an in the first place? Would it not have been better to select a man of equal standing as a legitimate husband? Yun? Xie Huai'an said, in the Marquis's residence, I am constrained. My parents will not allow me to act recklessly once we are outside, we would be free. As long as Du Yun was willing, he would be as well. However, he candidly informed her of the drawbacks, but without the identity of a young master of the Marquis's residence, I cannot provide a good life for you and our child. Two paths lay before her, and Xie Huai'an allowed Du Yun to choose. Second master, are you jesting? How could I possibly permit you to sever ties with your family? Du Yun immediately responded. No, she could not leave the Marquis's residence, doing so would spell disaster. Having worked so hard to reach this point, how could she return to a life of hardship? Both paths seemed fraught with difficulty, yet remaining in the Marquis's residence meant living in luxury, with a glimmer of hope. Moreover, she reasoned that since Xie Huai'an was willing to elope for her, his feelings were genuine. Even if he married the princess, it would not threaten her position in the future. Xie Huai'an's connection to the princess could lead to promotions, ultimately benefiting her and their child. Clearly, when faced with the prospect of benefits, Du Yun, having tasted hardship, leaned toward the advantageous path. I understand your predicament, second master, and I do not oppose your marriage to the princess. I only worry for the safety of myself and our child, Du Yun said, cradling her belly. Seeing her understanding, Xie Huai'an reassured her, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect you and our child. Nothing will happen to you. If Su Qingyi were aware of this development, she would surely exclaim in admiration at Du Yun's astuteness, as she cleverly maneuvered to secure her husband's position with the princess. Yet, the princess, who had captured Xie Huai'an's heart, might not necessarily be inclined toward him. Her affections clearly lay with the heir. Numerous clan uncles had gathered at the Marquis's residence to discuss Xie Huai'an's marriage. Su Qingyi wished to attend and enlighten the Marquis on the pros and cons of aligning with the wrong factions, yet her humble status rendered her voice insignificant. She could only remain in her small courtyard to care for her child. Meanwhile, she took the opportunity to express her anxieties to the heir. Alas, with so many clan uncles present, we shall likely reach a conclusion today, Su Qingyi remarked while cracking sunflower seeds. With such a grand assembly, I suspect my second brother is destined to become a prince. What shall we do? Oh dear. Seeing Su's distress, Xie Yun surmised that she truly cared for him. Unfortunately, he could not voice his thoughts nor offer her comfort. If the Prince of Su fails, the consequences could be dire. How can the Marquis resist the temptations before him? Indeed, Xie Yun had fallen, and the Marquis of Pingyang was on the verge of decline. As the one steering the ship, the Marquis's desire to board the Prince of Su's vessel was not without justification. Xie Yun, relying on his knowledge of the unfolding events, sought to safeguard himself from missteps. Consequently, Su Qingyi refrained from speaking too freely in front of the Marquis, fearing that her words would be dismissed due to her lowly status, and she might be deemed a madwoman. The unfolding events were not absolute. Should she say the wrong thing, she would bear the consequences. Managing her own fate was already challenging enough. She had no desire to entangle herself in the lives of others. Yet, Su Qingyi felt a sense of suffocation, a longing to express her frustrations, and thus sought the heir to vent her feelings. In light of this, did the Su family not harbor doubts regarding the Prince of Su? This surprised Xie Yun, who was even more taken aback to discover her concern for court affairs and her clear stance. However, upon reflection, he concluded that their reservation was not entirely unfounded. The Prince of Su's momentum was well known, and the Su family had no reason to dismiss him. It was likely their inherently cautious nature, believing that the Marquis of Pingyang could thrive even without taking sides. Indeed, Xie Yun felt his father was overly zealous, perhaps out of fear that without him, the Marquis's residence would inevitably decline, prompting his urgency. He understood. Bah! Su Qingyi spat out 2 sunflower seed shells. Let me state this clearly. I do not support any association with the Prince of Su. It is easy to board the ship, but difficult to disembark. Xie Yun sensed her displeasure but felt powerless to respond. Their branch of the family had lost the privilege to speak. Thus, if trouble arises in the future, do not expect me to share in your misfortunes, Su Qingyi said coolly. Relying on your reputation, our family should be spared. When that time comes, let us part ways. She cast a sidelong glance at the handsome man who would inevitably awaken, issuing a somber warning. If you agree, then all is well. If you do not, prepare to accompany them on their journey. Xie Yun felt a chill run down his spine. What agreement or disagreement was there to discuss? Given his current state, did he still have a voice? Su Qingyi's words were indeed harsh. Moreover, the likelihood of choosing between 2 options meant that the Marquis of Pingyang would not be so unfortunate as to select the losing proposition. After venting her frustrations to the heir and delivering a few stern words, Su Qingyi felt somewhat relieved. As she prepared to leave, a smile crept onto her face as she affectionately stroked the heir's cheek. Of course, if you remain clear-headed, there will be blessings in store. Xie Yun could only remain silent.
Meanwhile, while the Marquis of Qingyang had yet to reach a decision, news of the potential union between the two houses had already spread like wildfire. Crash! Princess Xie Yun smashed another cup in her palace, her face contorted with jealousy, for she was acutely aware of her niece, the true Sun Princess's intentions. What a wretched woman! Upon hearing that Xie Yun could produce an heir, she was eager to act. After venting her frustration, a twinge of envy crept in. The audacity of the true Sun Princess was something she too had once desired, yet she ultimately valued her dignity too much to engage in such sordid affairs. No, she could not allow the true Sun Princess to succeed. Princess Xie Yun could tolerate Su Qingyi bearing Xie Yun an heir, for Su Qingyi was, after all, his legitimate wife. But the true Sun Princess, what worth did she hold? The next day, Princess Xie Yun entered the palace to meet the emperor, addressing him directly. Father, I have heard that elder brother intends to betroth the true Sun to cousin Yunji's brother.
You must not agree. Oh, is that so? The emperor, whether feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware, frowned and inquired. Indeed, Princess Xie Yun replied, curling her lip. Moreover, it was the true Sun herself who sought this out. Do you not find it peculiar? She has always been proud and haughty. How could she possibly take an interest in an ordinary, frivolous young master?
The emperor paused. So, your implication is, she fancies cousin Yunji, Princess Xie Yun stated bluntly, her disdain evident.
If she truly marries into the Marquis of Qingyang, chaos will surely ensue. Chapter 052. The considerate son. Upon hearing these words, the emperor did not exhibit the anger that Princess Xie Yun had anticipated. She felt a flicker of doubt. Did her father not comprehend her meaning? Father? This matter, so evidently clear, was indeed understood by the emperor. He simply was not incensed. Xie Yun, this is merely your conjecture. The Duke of Su has yet to broach the subject with me. That is because the Marquis of Qingyang has not yet relented.
Princess Xie Yun, seizing the opportunity before matters were finalized, hastened to intervene, stating, Father, should my elder brother mention it, you must promise your daughter that you will never consent.
The emperor was already aware of her sentiments towards Xie Yun and did not conceal his disdain for Xingyang at this moment. How do you know that Xingyang has affections for Yunji?
The emperor cast a glance at his daughter, his brow slightly furrowed in warning.
Yunji is now married, while Xingyang remains an unmarried lady.
Refrain from speaking such words in the future to avoid tarnishing her reputation. Princess Xie Yun silently scoffed, dismissing the notion that Xingyang's pursuit of a man to the point of marrying her beloved younger brother held any merit for reputation.
Father, do not evade the issue. Grant me a straightforward answer.
In the realm, only the favored Princess Xie Yun would dare speak thus. However, the emperor, who typically indulged her, refused her this time, stating, Let us see what your elder brother intends.
Father!
Princess Xie Yun exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Very well then, the emperor, feeling cornered by his daughter, posed a challenge of his own. If you are willing to seek a consort and bear children, I shall acquiesce to your request. Princess Xie Yun, now 20 years of age, had long been a source of consternation for the emperor as she continuously delayed marriage. If this matter could compel her to yield, he was prepared to make concessions. Upon hearing this, Princess Xie Yun's expression darkened. Her profound love for Xie Yun rendered the thought of marrying another man utterly unacceptable. Simultaneously, she found it perplexing that her father, fully aware of her feelings, would impose such a dilemma upon her. In Princess Xie Yun's perception, her father held the Marquis of Qingyang in high regard, and if he were aware of Xingyang's intentions, he would certainly not permit her to marry into that family. While her speculation regarding the emperor's sentiments was not entirely off the mark, she erred in one crucial aspect. The emperor never prioritized emotions in his decisions. Furthermore, his regard had never been for the Marquis of Qingyang. Xie Yun's reputation had ascended to dizzying heights, thereby lifting the Marquis of Qingyang along with it. Constrained by the scrutiny of the populace, the emperor could only acquiesce to the Marquis. Yet, he had no desire for the Marquis to continue its pristine fade. Chaos within their ranks would serve him better. Think carefully, and once you have reached a decision, provide me with a response. I shall select the consort for you, the emperor declared. This meant that the selection of a suitor would not be left to Princess Xie Yun's discretion. She could only choose from a few candidates favored by the emperor, leaving her no opportunity for deception. Princess Xie Yun gritted her teeth and replied, Yes, I shall contemplate carefully. Within the palace where concubine Xue resided, the dilemmas that perplexed Princess Xie Yun were crystal clear to her mother, who enlightened her daughter. The royal family is most heartless. Do you truly believe His Majesty values the Marquis of Qingyang? Should Yunji falter, the emperor would eagerly seize the opportunity to hold the Marquis accountable, thus shielding himself from public scrutiny. What could be more advantageous in controlling the Marquis than marrying a scheming princess into their fold? Is it so? Princess Xie Yun felt a chill run through her heart. Indeed, while the emperor cherished Xie Yun, he was not inclined to indulge the Marquis. Mother, what should I do now? She asked, a note of frustration in her voice. Concubine Xue believed that even if her daughter consented to seek a consort, the emperor would likely still approve the marriage between the Duke of Su and the Marquis of Qingyang. However, she, too, hoped for her daughter's marriage, advising, the choice is yours. If you do not wish for Xingyang to wed into that family, then seek a consort, and thereafter focus on living a good life. No, I cannot accept that, Princess Xie Yun resolutely refused. Her heart belonged solely to Xie Yun, and she would never entertain the idea of taking a consort. Concubine Xue, exasperated, suddenly felt her daughter's obstinacy was futile. Despite the severity of the situation, her daughter remained infatuated. Why can you not let go? He does not value you, your lifelong devotion is in vain. That is not for you to dictate. I shall leave the palace, Princess Xie Yun declared defiantly, her resentment towards Qingyi palpable. She now found her niece Xie Yun, who lurked like a predator, even more detestable. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since her endeavors with the emperor bore no fruit, she could only endure her jealousy and join forces with Qingyi to resist Xinyang's advances, preventing her from causing havoc. Contemplating Qingyi's gentle demeanor, Princess Xie Yun felt an inexplicable anxiety. Could such a mild temperament truly withstand Xinyang's boldness and aggression? In the evening, Qingyi received an invitation from the princess's residence, beckoning her to visit the following day. An unsettling feeling gripped her heart. Was the dreaded banquet finally upon her? Consumed by thoughts of the princess's impending confrontation, Qingyi barely touched her dinner, drawing concerned glances from the children around her.
Mother, what is wrong? Are you not hungry?
The sweetest, most food-conscious of them, Xinggu'er, was the first to express his concern following him. Xinggu'er, noticing their mother's lack of appetite, offered her half of his hawthorn ice, saying, "This is sour. You should eat it." Sour foods, as she had taught him, whetted the appetite, and he had memorized this wisdom. Xinggu'er remained silent, observing quietly, seemingly curious about his mother's distress. In the presence of her children, Qingyi would naturally refrain from voicing her troubles. In truth, she was not particularly afraid of the princess, merely reluctant to face the complications that had arisen after living a comfortable life for so long. Who would wish to strive when one could languish in ease? Of course, Qingyi would not burden her children with her worries. Instead, she smiled and reassured them, "It is nothing, I am simply enduring the summer heat, so do not fret." At that moment, the rest of the household noticed that, unbeknownst to them, Xinggu'er and Xinggu'er had begun to call Qingyi mother. To her astonishment, they truly got along well, which only exacerbated the Marquis's jealousy, leaving her with mixed feelings. Nevertheless, she consoled herself, at least there is still Xinggu'er. He was as unyielding as a stone, indifferent to anyone, a true ingrate. No matter how well Qingyi treated him, she could not capture the eldest's heart. After the meal, Qingyi, devoid of any desire to savor the delicacies, took the essays reviewed by Xinjie and headed to Xinggu'er's study, presenting both pieces to him with a smile. "Xinjunren has penned comments for you. I have yet to read them, so you may peruse them yourself." As a layperson in scholarly matters, she saw no need to interfere. Xinggu'er accepted the essays, casually placing them on the table, seemingly indifferent to Xinjie's critiques. Instead, he glanced at Qingyi and inquired, "What is the matter?" He sensed something amiss with her, as if she were troubled by an issue, not one to meddle in others' affairs. He recognized that if Qingyi were entangled in a predicament she could not resolve, they were likely to be affected as well. Thus, it was prudent to inquire. Qingyi was taken aback by Xinggu'er's perceptiveness. After all, he was destined for greatness, and such keen observational skills were to be expected. In that instant, she instinctively regarded him as a child, unwilling to divulge her concerns, yet, Xinggu'er's dark, focused gaze upon her made her feel as though he had matured beyond his years, perhaps even possessing a sharper intellect than her own. "Yes, I am facing a minor issue," Qingyi replied with a hint of exasperation, settling into a corner with a furrowed brow.
"It concerns your father."
Xinggu'er paused his writing, his ears perked in attention.
"You are aware that your father has many admirers, correct?"
Qingyi presumed Xinggu'er was already informed. After all, the boy had a knack for gathering intelligence. Though he appeared taciturn, he was, in fact, quite inquisitive. She continued, "The favored Princess Xie Yun is among them. She once sought to marry your father but was unsuccessful. Unlike her, who had swiftly arranged her own marriage. Thus, the matter of love was contingent upon timing, circumstance, and mutual affection. Even a slight misalignment could spell disaster."
"The daughter of concubine Xue?"
Xinggu'er furrowed his brow, indeed recalling his father's cousin, the princess. "Yes," Qingyi nodded, adding, "When I encountered her at the princess's residence, your father's cousin expressed some discontent towards me. Fortunately, concubine Xue was present, so no trouble ensued." Xinggu'er responded coldly, "She is envious of you." "That seems to be the case. Today, the princess sent me another invitation, summoning me to the palace for a discussion tomorrow." Qingyi clutched her heart, feeling a wave of anxiety about the impending encounter. However, she had resolved that if Princess Xie Yun were to overstep her bounds, she would overturn the table and retreat to the city walls to weep with Xinggu'er in her arms. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly offend concubine Xue, a course of action she wished to avoid unless absolutely necessary. "It sounds like a banquet rife with treachery. I shall accompany you," Xinggu'er declared after a moment of deliberation. Though he was merely an adopted son, of little standing, it would be preferable for him to accompany Qingyi rather than allow her to face the princess alone.
"Oh, no need.
I can take your third brother with me," Qingyi replied, surprised yet smiling as she declined. Xinggu'er was her trump card, and she did not wish to reveal him just yet. There would surely be opportunities to leverage his assistance in the future. Chapter 053 The mobilization of the eldest. The reserved eldest had finally extended a gesture of goodwill towards herself, and the thought of being rejected might cause him distress. Qingyi pondered for a moment and then gently elucidated, "Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You are the strongest pillar for mother. In the future, when we establish our own household, it will rely on you. For now, a mere princess of Xie Yun is inconsequential, and there is no need for you to intervene. Focus on your studies. Once you succeed, you shall no longer be subjected to bullying."
In her concluding remarks, she subtly instilled a sense of animosity, ensuring that Xinggu'er understood their current predicament more clearly.
Xinggu'er felt genuinely displeased after Qingyi's rejection. He surmised that she favored his second and third brothers, and after mustering the courage to be proactive, he was met with a closed door. Yet, upon hearing her explanation, surprise replaced his earlier discontent. Establish a separate household. Qingyi observed Ling Guo's reaction with amusement. From the original narrative, she knew this young man harbored ambitions of achieving academic success and establishing his own household. The residence of the Pingyang Marquis was never meant to be his final destination. The grand vision she painted aligned perfectly with his aspirations. Indeed, Ling Guo, biting his lip, tentatively inquired, "Are we to establish a separate household alongside father?
Do you think that's feasible?"
He found it almost insurmountable. Even if he were to achieve academic success in the future, it seemed implausible to extricate himself and Xie Yun from the confines of the Pingyang Marquis. However, Qingyi confidently reassured him, "Of course it is feasible. Your father holds his own title and has the general's residence. Why would it not be possible?" Recognizing his concerns, she continued, "Given the current trajectory, the Pingyang Marquis is destined to belong to your second uncle.
Once your second uncle inherits the title, would we not relocate to the general's residence, instead of lingering here and becoming a nuisance? Moreover, there was no need to wait until Xie Huai'an inherited the title.
The Pingyang Marquis would inevitably disband. It appeared logical to Ling Guo, yet he remained uneasy, frowning as he remarked, "Great-grandmother and grandfather would never agree. Unless Xie Huai'an were to establish himself, they would not be able to dispense with his father."
"Fear not.
Concentrate on your studies. I will take care of this matter," Qingyi declared, her demeanor and visage exuding a non-threatening aura, yet her words were filled with unyielding determination. "You focus on achieving academic success, and I shall ensure we bring your father over." With a smile plastered across her face, she internally mused that if he refused to come, it was entirely his prerogative. Ling Guo, having received Qingyi's promise, was aware that it might be mere bravado, yet he accepted it, nodding in agreement.
"You believe that Scholar Shen will achieve the top position in the examinations? On what grounds?"
He abruptly changed the subject, fixing his gaze upon Qingyi, seemingly invested in her response. "Naturally, it is due to his talent," Qingyi replied, striving to sound credible. "I have perused Scholar Shen's writings. They are indeed superb, making him a prime candidate for the top position."
"You have also reviewed my writings. What do you think my chances are?"
Ling Guo queried, attempting to gauge Qingyi's esteem for Xie, discerning whether it was based on superficiality or genuine merit.
Qingyi chuckled, "You, too, could achieve the top position."
Rather than feeling elated by the compliment, Ling Guo's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Qingyi was merely flattering him, believing that her praise stemmed solely from admiration for Scholar Shen's appearance. Suppressing his displeasure, he brusquely stated, "You may leave now." Qingyi, what was wrong with the eldest? She felt she had not misspoken. Thus, being a mother was no easy task. When the child was pleased, they used honorifics, but when displeased, they dispensed with them entirely, resorting to dismissals. Yet, given the tumultuous nature of adolescence, particularly during examination preparations, such eccentricities were to be expected. "Very well, I shall not intrude upon your studies any longer. Rest early and do not write too late, lest you strain your eyes." In those days, there were no glasses for myopia, and for a scholar, eye strain could lead to significant troubles. After imparting a few considerate words, Qingyi exited the eldest's study uncertain whether their conversation had made an impact. She gazed at the night sky over Danhui Courtyard, feeling a considerable amount of her pent-up frustration dissipate. As she had stated earlier, she was not alone in her endeavors. Each person around her was capable, albeit the time for their contributions had yet to arrive. Regardless of the heir's attitude upon awakening, Qingyi remained confident that, despite Ling Guo's awkwardness, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable ally in the future. Suddenly, she recalled the adage that children are akin to nuclear weapons. While one may not rely on their use, their existence is indispensable. Qingyi did not entirely endorse this notion, but at that moment, she truly relished the benefits of having support behind her. The following day, she requested a day off for Hang Guo, adorning the little one in a charming manner before taking him out. This served two purposes: to act as a lubricant, warning Princess Xie Yun that they were a vulnerable duo not to be trifled with, and to let Hang Guo experience the outside world. Since beginning his education, the little fellow rose earlier than the rooster and did not retire later than a dog, exhibiting remarkable diligence. Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy. Children of ancient times endured far greater hardships in their studies compared to their modern counterparts. Ling Guo's exemplary calligraphy was the result of relentless practice through both scorching summers and frigid winters, and he did not limit himself to learning only one style of calligraphy. Suddenly, Qingyi felt a sense of ease in her role as a mother. At least she did not have to assist with homework. Both the older and younger siblings were self-disciplined, and the middle child, who had forsaken literature for martial pursuits, was equally diligent. Her husband was even more obedient, hardly uttering a word. At the princess's residence, Qingyi held Hang Guo's hand as they were led inside by a matron.
"Madam of the heir, this little master is the heir's child, is he not?"
The matron, presumably a trusted confidant of Princess Xie Yun, wore a congenial expression and spoke with a smile. Qingyi, puzzled, responded, "Indeed, this is my third child, Hang Guo." Typically, the demeanor of servants towards guests reflects their master's attitude towards those guests. Given Qingyi's status as a thorn in Princess Xie Yun's side, one would expect the matron to be less than cordial.
Could it be a case of feigned civility?
Such an adorable child, the matron praised, and her compliment was sincere rather than a mere formality. Recently, Hang Guo had indeed become fairer, his cherubic face gaining a bit of plumpness, and with Qingyi's deliberate embellishment, it was hardly an exaggeration to call him cute.
"Hang Guo is indeed charming," Qingyi affirmed, eschewing any notions of false modesty.
Children ought to be lauded with fervor. Meanwhile, her curiosity grew regarding the matron's intentions, or rather, what schemes Princess Xie Yun might be concocting. Hung Gore smiled broadly, walking alongside his mother with an increasingly proud posture, keen to uphold her dignity. The matron cast a surprised glance, having never encountered such unabashedly proud parents before. Upon reflection, it made sense. Qingyi was merely the child's adoptive mother, and if she were excessively humble, it could be perceived as undermining her adopted son. Upon reaching the meeting chamber, Princess Xie Yun was already awaiting their arrival. The room was adorned with an abundance of ice, offering a refreshing coolness that provided a sharp contrast to the oppressive heat outside, a clear indication of opulence. The table was laden with fruits and delicacies for the guests. Greetings to Princess Xie Yun. I apologize for keeping your highness waiting. Qingyi performed a graceful bow. With the Empress Dowager absent today, she felt less compelled to observe excessive formalities. Greetings to Princess Xie Yun, Hung Gore echoed, mimicking the bow with youthful innocence. Princess Xie Yun, resplendent in her finery, exuded an aura that made it difficult for others to meet her gaze, even in a casual setting. I have always shared a close bond with my cousin. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take a seat, she instructed. Her tone was not particularly gentle, and there was an underlying stiffness. However, compared to the resentment of their initial encounter, the atmosphere had improved significantly. Thank you for your gracious invitation, Your Highness, Qingyi replied, keeping her demeanor amiable while internally remaining vigilant. You need not be so tense. I shall not make things difficult for you, Princess Xie Yun remarked coolly, noting Qingyi's rigid posture. While it was true that she harbored jealousy towards the woman who had captured Xie Yunji's affections, and even entertained violent thoughts, her rationality and upbringing prevented her from descending into madness. Understood, Qingyi responded with a gentle smile, simultaneously patting Hung Gore's slightly anxious hand to help him relax. The purpose of your visit today is to discuss the marriage between Xinyan and the Pingyang Marquis. You must have heard some whispers regarding this matter. What is the Marquis's stance? Princess Xie Yun inquired directly, scrutinizing Qingyi once more. This woman possessed almond-shaped eyes and willow-leaf brows, her countenance soft and graceful, radiating a beauty that was not ostentatious. Her demeanor exuded a refreshing charm, akin to an unobtrusive orchid nestled in a corner. If Princess Xie Yun were to accept that any woman could possess Xie Yunji, it could only be the gentle and unassuming Qingyi. Chapter 054 Strategic Partners. In response to the princess's words, the elders of the Marquis' residence have yet to reach a consensus, but it seems they are inclined to facilitate this marriage, Qingyi remarked with a smile. How can you still smile? Once Xinyan enters the Marquis' residence, your days of bliss will come to an end, Princess Xie Yun retorted with a cold snort. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Qingyi feigned ignorance. Although she was aware of Princess Xinyan's interest in Xie Yunji, such matters were not for her to declare. That wretched girl does not wish to marry Xie Huai'an, she yearns for your husband, do you understand? Princess Xie Yun pointedly clarified. This, Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Hong raised his head to look at his mother, finding her expression overly dramatic, almost as if she were performing. If Xinyan, that insufferable girl, marries into the Marquis' residence, you can forget about bearing your husband's offspring. Not only will she harm you, but she will also usurp your husband, Princess Xie Yun stated. The notion of a sister-in-law bearing a child by her brother-in-law was utterly ludicrous and scandalous. Yet, Xinyan was a princess. If it were to happen, it would happen. The Pingyang Marquis' household would merely cover up the scandal. It was entirely possible that Xinyan's offspring might even inherit the Marquis. This calculation was alarmingly astute. Princess Xinyan harbors such intentions, what shall we do? Qingyi asked, genuinely concerned. What else is there to do? If she seeks to take your husband, you must adopt a firm stance and deny her any opportunity to succeed, Princess Xie Yun advised. Indeed, Qingyi contemplated, realizing that Princess Xinyan's greatest adversary was not Du Jinyun and his wife, but rather Princess Xie Yun herself. After all, as the legitimate wife, it was one thing for her to lay claim to Xie Yunji. What right did Xinyan have? However, she is a princess. If she were to leverage her status against me, even as the elder sister-in-law, it would be difficult to resist, Qingyi cautiously probed, testing whether Princess Xie Yun genuinely wished to ally with her. Princess Xie Yun dismissed her concerns with disdain, scoffing, what of being a princess, can she disregard propriety and honor? It was quite a commendable rebuke for a royal princess to chastise another royal princess. Qingyi, being an ordinary person, chose to remain silent, merely smiling. If she dares to act shamelessly, feel free to slap her. Should any trouble arise, this princess will take responsibility, Princess Xie Yun said unceremoniously. Qingyi's expression turned to one of astonishment, followed quickly by a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. With your support, I feel reassured. Indeed, Princess Xie Yun regarded Qingyi, uncertain whether this gentle-natured sister-in-law could truly be resolute. She felt compelled to offer more advice. Do not be timid, act with conviction. Yes, Your Highness, Qingyi replied. Rest assured, she is merely a junior. You must uphold the dignity of an elder sister-in-law. Besides, you have me, this royal aunt, can she truly cause a stir? Princess Xie Yun reassured her, wishing she could personally confront Xinyan at the Marquis' residence. Qingyi smiled softly in gratitude. Thank you for having my back, Your Highness. It was all for her cousin, after all. Princess Xie Yun felt a mix of emotions and hesitantly asked, is my cousin truly as well as you say? Knowing that Princess Xie Yun harbored feelings for her husband, Qingyi did not mind and smiled. Yes, recently a carpenter crafted a wheelchair, and the heir goes out for strolls every day. Princess Xie Yun found herself momentarily lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing about the past, tenderness flickering in her gaze. Su Qingyi sighed. Throughout history, there has always been infatuation. Her heart stirred, and she began recounting the heir's daily life in detail.
Are you pitying me?
Princess Xie Yun suddenly realized that Su Qingyi was deliberately speaking for her benefit, shooting her a fierce glare, and replied haughtily, "This princess needs no pity from you."
"I would not dare.
I merely feel that there are few who sincerely care for the heir, and in a moment of weakness, I let my tongue run. I hope the princess does not take offense." Su Qingyi quickly apologized. Only then did Princess Xie Yun's expression soften slightly. Although she knew Su Qingyi was flattering her, it was nonetheless a pleasant sentiment to hear. Being smooth-tongued was indeed one of Su Qingyi's virtues. She was a person of grace. The princess's residence graciously hosted Su Qingyi and her son for a sumptuous luncheon, replete with delicacies. Upon departing, they even packed a generous gift for them. This time, Su Qingyi felt emboldened to accept it, for she and Princess Xie Yun were now strategic partners. She reflected on how unexpectedly fruitful her visit to the princess's residence had been. She had anticipated a treacherous banquet but had instead brokered a collaboration. In the afternoon, during their leisure time, mother and son strolled about, indulging in food and drink until it was time to collect the eldest from the academy. This was perhaps the first time Lin Gur was picked up by a parent. Upon seeing Su Qingyi and her son, he greeted them while munching on fried dumplings. Lin Gur, big brother. The future power broker's expression was difficult to decipher, likely caught between embarrassment and annoyance. After a moment of hesitation between feigning ignorance and acknowledging the past, Lin Gur ultimately approached with a stiff face. He was immediately handed a skewer of fried lotus root by Su Qingyi, who smiled brightly. "Here, since you don't like meat, have some lotus root." Lin Gur hesitated, feeling that eating at the academy's entrance was rather improper. However, he suppressed the urge to admonish his elder and said nothing.
"Delicious, eat up." Su Qingyi encouraged. Gur nodded in agreement. "Big brother, eat quickly while it's hot."
Thus, the three of them sat in the carriage, doors wide open, indulging in their fried treats.
"Oh dear, I finished it all without realizing," Su Qingyi exclaimed, wiping her hands with a handkerchief. "Don't mention this to Gur. He'll make a fuss."
Gur lifted his head, pouting for his mother to wipe his face. "Look at you, you resemble a little calico cat," Su Qingyi chuckled, then used her handkerchief to clean him up. Seeing them so joyful, Lin Gur deduced that he had not been bullied and chose not to inquire about events at the princess's residence. However, Su Qingyi remembered and took the initiative to inform her eldest, saying, "The princess did not trouble us. She is even willing to assist us in dealing with Princess Xie Yun." Pausing, her tone suddenly brightened. "By the way, do you know who Princess Xie Yun is? She is also your father's admirer." "Let me tell you," Lin Gur glanced sideways. Typically, a wife would be enraged by such matters, yet Su Qingyi not only remained unfazed but responded with such lively interest that he sensed something amiss. It was as if she were not particularly concerned about his father. Thus, Lin Gur's gaze toward Su Qingyi grew more scrutinizing and inquisitive. It was not that he was overly suspicious. It was merely that Su Qingyi showed kindness to those she favored without any pretense. If one were to rank the family of four, Lin Gur felt that he held a more significant position in Su Qingyi's heart than his father did. Oh well, it was not as if his father would ever know. Lin Gur took a bite of the fried lotus root, contemplating that as long as Su Qingyi cared for him and his brothers, she would not go anywhere. Meanwhile, in a secluded private room of a tavern, Princess Xie Yun had arranged a meeting with Xie Huai'an to further her outrageous scheme.
Second Master Xie?
Upon their meeting, she discreetly assessed him, only to reveal her disappointment. After all, they were not of the same mother. Xie Huai'an's looks were hardly a fraction of Xie Yunji's. Xie Huai'an noticed Princess Xie Yun's discontent, freezing in place, his expression darkening. He had long understood that Princess Xie Yun was after his elder brother, and thus comprehended the implications of her disappointment. He was furious. This woman was exceedingly insulting, yet, due to her status as a princess, he could only endure. Princess Xie Yun, uninterested in idle pleasantries or sparing his feelings, came straight to the point. "Marry me, and I shall assist you in soaring to great heights." Xie Huai'an thought of the possibility of the Duke of Su ascending the throne, his heart racing, but he feigned calmness, asking, "Why would you insist on marrying me when it is clear you do not harbor any affection for me?"
"That is none of your concern. Simply tell me whether you will marry me or not," Princess Xie Yun replied.
"I do not like you, hence after our marriage, I shall not interfere with your other affairs. You may dote upon whomever you wish." She then added, "Conversely, you cannot meddle in my affairs. I shall do as I please." As a princess from the Duke of Su's household, she regarded Xie Huai'an with disdain. The very fact that she had forewarned him could be considered a courtesy. Xie Huai'an recognized that this was indeed a lucrative arrangement, prompting him to contemplate for a moment before conceding. "I hope you will keep your word."
"Of course," Princess Xie Yun affirmed. Xie Huai'an probed further, "Do you have feelings for my elder brother?" Princess Xie Yun shot him a sharp look. "I mean no offense, if that is the case, I could assist you," Xie Huai'an offered. He had already vowed to take revenge on Su Qingyi if she desired to bear Xie Yunji's child. To solidify her status, he would ensure she did not succeed. He wanted Su Qingyi to realize that her initial choice had been a grave mistake. The astuteness of Xie Huai'an delighted Princess Xie Yun, prompting her to respond joyfully, "If you truly wish to help, then finalize the marriage quickly so that I may enter the household without delay." Chapter 055. Unraveling the knot on the other side, after careful consideration, the Marquis resolved to decline the marriage proposal. While seeking fortune in risk is not without merit, he was unwilling to take this particular gamble.
However, before he could formally refuse the Prince of Su's offer, Xie Huai'an rushed in to inform him, "Father, I have already agreed to marry Princess Xie Yun. The prince will soon seek the emperor's decree." The marquis was taken aback, and then filled with fury. "Xie Huai'an, you scoundrel!
Who gave you the right to agree to this?" Xie Huai'an, puzzled by his father's ire, retorted, "Did you not wish for me to wed the princess?"
He continued, "The crown prince is frail. The likelihood of Prince Xie ascending the throne is quite high. Regardless, marrying the princess is undoubtedly a fortuitous event." The marquis replied, "It is your mother who desires this union. She is short-sighted."
"Are you also so myopic as to be unaware of the princess's true intentions?"
Xie Huai'an scoffed inwardly, unconcerned. "I have already committed to the princess. It is too late to backtrack now." His father simply could not stand to see him thrive, even attempting to strip him of this opportunity. The marquis realized that his second son was intent on pursuing wealth and status, indifferent to other considerations.
"You are gambling with the fate of the entire family." Xie Huai'an dismissed his concerns of father. "You are overreacting. It is not so dire." "Humph," the marquis retorted, "if calamity befalls us in the future, will you bear the consequences alone?" Xie Huai'an mused, if he were to become the emperor's son-in-law, would the marquis not bask in his glory? Yet, at this moment, he refrained from voicing such thoughts to his father, knowing it would only inflame his anger further. Upon her return, Qingyi learned that Xie Huai'an had once again been punished by the marquis, sent to kneel in the ancestral hall for agreeing to the marriage with Princess Xie Yun without permission. The marquis, reluctantly becoming kin to the Prince of Su, was incensed. It appeared that he had no desire to be related to the prince, which was indeed sensible, yet he found himself ensnared by his son's actions. Meanwhile, the marquise was delighted to fulfill her wish of becoming the princess's mother-in-law. The royal household acted swiftly. The following day, a decree arrived from the palace, scheduling the wedding for 2 months hence, a rather hasty arrangement. After emerging from the ancestral hall to receive the decree, Xie Huai'an returned to kneel once more. In stark contrast to the marquise's jubilance, Xie Yun found herself enveloped in gloom. The marquise intended to clear Xie Huai'an's courtyard of her presence, forbidding her from remaining there as a concubine. "What a disgrace, the princess has yet to enter the door, and you already act as if you are a concubine, unworthy of residing in Huai'an's courtyard," the marquise scolded. "I refrained from expelling you before, and yet you have so audaciously taken root? Which well-bred young lady behaves so shamelessly?" Xie Yun's face flushed crimson with humiliation. This marquise knew precisely how to belittle her, yet, was it wrong for her to wish to be with her beloved? A concubine must adhere to the proprieties of a concubine. "Do not make me find an opportunity to deal with you," the marquise coldly warned, commanding her servants to relocate Xie Yun to the quarters designated for concubines. What an absurd notion of a well-bred young lady! The very existence of this woman was a detriment to her son's standing. Cast from the main residence to the side courtyard, Xie Yun felt deeply humiliated. Was it truly so distressing to be a concubine, even with Xie Huai'an's affection? Upon seeing her mistress dejected, she cautiously suggested, "Lady Yun, you ought to curry favor with the marquise. She holds sway over this courtyard, why provoke her displeasure?" Xie Yun bit her lip, fully aware of the necessity to gain the marquise's favor. However, the marquise was exceedingly difficult to please. Xie Yun shook her head. "You do not understand, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have been adversaries since time immemorial. As long as second master favors me, the marquise will undoubtedly despise me." Xie hesitated to speak. Having been with her mistress for some time, she sensed that the issue lay not in the traditional enmity between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but rather in her mistress's inability to ingratiate herself. Moreover, to put it bluntly, her mistress relied too heavily on the second master's affection, failing to recognize her own position. A concubine should establish her own standards and strive to please the lady of the house, rather than clinging to the man. It was hardly surprising that she found herself at a disadvantage. "What, do you think I am wrong?" Xie Yun, agitated, directed her frustration at the maid. Xie quickly replied, "I would not dare." "You are entirely correct." To avoid inciting her mistress's ire, she wisely chose to remain silent. In Danhui courtyard, Qingyi had sampled some fried skewers from outside and found them lacking compared to the delights of the modern world. Thus, she plunged into the kitchen to discuss with the cooks how to recreate the barbecue experience. It proved not to be a daunting task, as they had ready access to charcoal and tools. The cooks promptly discerned the effect she desired. Soon, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of freshly grilled skewers. Generous as ever, Qingyi invited everyone in the courtyard to partake in this delightful feast, especially as the night coincided with a full moon, providing the perfect opportunity for relaxation and revelry. However, someone had to remain behind in the heir's quarters. Xixiao, the one left to guard, anxiously wondered, why has Mingyu not returned yet? Suddenly, he heard a noise and brightened Ming, only to see the figure of young Master Lin stepping around the screen, quickly suppressing his playful demeanor. "Young Master Lin. Go on.
I will keep watch," Lin Guru assured him. After a long time without a private conversation with his father, he seized the opportunity, as the night was devoid of others, to share a few words. "Thank you, young Master Lin," Xixiao replied with a smile. With the eldest son present and having sent everyone away, Xie Yunji could not help but recall the time when this child had come to him with every minor grievance. Was he now here to complain about Su's shortcomings? Yet, young Master Lin was not there to speak ill of Su Qingyi, even though he had uncovered her secret. He had no intention of divulging it to his father. "Father," Lin Guru approached his father's bedside, his tone relaxed. "Tonight is the full moon, and everyone is enjoying themselves in the courtyard, drinking and celebrating. I came to see you and share this happiness." Drinking and celebrating, Xie Yun could easily envision it. It sounded delightful, reminiscent of his days in the military, where he too had engaged in such carefree camaraderie. Lin Gur hesitated for a moment, recalling the grilled mushrooms he had just enjoyed, which Su Qingyi had presented to him, claiming they were made especially for him. Mother values the three of us greatly. She may be busy at times, but if she has not attended to you, please do not feel disheartened, he said. Xie Yun, surprised yet gratified, realized that Lin Gur had finally lowered his guard and was getting along well with Su. This had been his greatest concern, and now it seemed resolved. As for Su's apparent indifference towards him, Xie Yun did not mind. After all, his primary responsibility was to care for the 3 children. He was a useless man, and to desire that affection would feel sinful. Father, Lin Gur fell silent for a moment, then awkwardly continued, she has done much. When I called her meddlesome, that was not entirely fair. Xie Yun had been lost in thought. At the sound of his son's voice, he returned to the present, hearing Lin Gur softly state, I feel much lighter now that I have properly laid Mother's remains to rest. It was something I wanted to do when I was 7 but never accomplished. I always felt indebted to her, but now that the debt is settled, I neither hate nor love her anymore. This was the first and last time Lin Gur would refer to the madwoman as mother. Xie Yun felt a warm tear fall onto his hand. Was Lin Gur crying? Lin Gur, would you like more grilled mushrooms? I just made 2 more skewers. Su Qingyi's voice suddenly came from outside the screen. Lin Gur replied, I am speaking with father. I will be out shortly. All right. Su Qingyi turned to leave. She had come to surprise the eldest, fearing he might be secretly speaking ill of her, and nearly ended up in tears upon overhearing the conversation. Chapter 056 The Master of Balancing Water. Su Qingyi has always maintained a reserved attitude towards Lin Gur, engaging in a conscious effort to draw him closer, yet refraining from investing excessive expectations to avoid the pain of disappointment should the outcome be unfavorable. However, she did not anticipate that beneath the elder brother's cold exterior lay a heart that radiated warmth. Lin Gur lingered in his father's room for a brief moment, and only after Mingyu entered to take his place did he nonchalantly return to the courtyard, accepting a plate of roasted vegetables from Su Qingyi to continue his meal. Jin Gur's gaze was captivated by the scene, and he muttered, Mother is biased, she only roasts for elder brother and not for us. Having witnessed Su Qingyi diligently preparing so many dishes, he initially assumed they were for someone else, only to discover they were exclusively for elder brother, leaving even the 3rd brother without a portion. He found it curious, when did mother become so fond of elder brother? Were she aware of the second son's doubts? Su Qingyi would undoubtedly respond with a smile. Just now, a monumental reconciliation occurred. I can now love elder brother without reservations. Nonsense, how could mother be biased? Su Qingyi, unperturbed by the accusation, offered a logical explanation. Roasting vegetables requires no particular skill, it's the only thing I know how to prepare. You and the 3rd brother do not enjoy vegetables, so who else should I roast for if not your elder brother? Her reasoning was sound, yet Jin Gur, pouting with greasy lips, still felt that mother favored elder brother. Throughout the exchange, Lin Gur, the object of the second son's jealousy and the subject of discussion, maintained an air of indifference, as if Su Qingyi's favoritism towards him was a matter of course. After all, the 2nd and 3rd brothers struggled with their studies, and he alone would be the one to establish a household in the future. What was wrong with mother showing him preferential treatment? Alright, truly no favoritism exists. If you enjoy it, I will roast some for you as well. Su Qingyi promptly took a skewer of roasted vegetables from her plate and handed it to Jin Gur, bringing this silent skirmish to an end. It seemed the old adage was true: with more children in the family, one must collect enough dog feces, at least 3 piles. Jin Gur finally appeared somewhat satisfied. This was not out of malice towards Su Qingyi, but as the unremarkable second son, he was particularly sensitive to the attitudes of his elders. The elder brother was talented, and the 3rd brother was young. He felt caught in the middle, lacking any notable strengths, inevitably leading him to feel somewhat superfluous. Observing the second son's discontent, Su Qingyi swiftly reflected on whether she had been neglectful of him. You also haven't had a good rest in a while. Tomorrow, inform Mr. Pei that you all should take a couple of days off, she gently suggested to the second son. Remembering that she had taken the elder brother out recently and the 3rd brother today, she realized she had indeed overlooked the second son. Really? Jin Gur, easily appeased, instantly brightened up. Really, here is 10 taels of silver for you, go out and enjoy yourself. Su Qingyi affirmed. She believed that children should not be completely shielded from money, they must learn to spend wisely. Upon hearing this, Jin Gur's little grievances evaporated, and he immediately reached out for the silver, exclaiming, Thank you, mother, you can collect it tomorrow morning. Su Qingyi chuckled, playfully swatting his hand. The second son cast a proud glance at the elder brother, seemingly flaunting his 10 taels of silver, while Lin Gur remained unmoved, for he had acquired 300 taels long ago and had little regard for the second son's paltry sum. The following day, Su Qingyi, uneasy about the second son venturing out alone, decided to accompany him. You don't resent my strictness and lack of freedom, do you? She voiced her concern, fearing that her overprotective love might foster resentment in her child. Jin Gur shook his head. Who would resent you? Only elder brother might. This inconspicuous second son was more than happy to be under his mother's watchful eye. Su Qingyi, nearly choking on her drink, sighed. You truly are a plastic brotherhood, where they jibe at one another. Your elder brother does not resent me, he was merely sulking before, but that is past. Su Qingyi felt it necessary to clarify, ensuring that the second son did not continue to harbor grievances that could affect the brotherly bond. Oh, Jin Gur responded flatly, seemingly skeptical of Su Qingyi's reassurances, well aware of his elder brother's character. Mother treats you all equally, it's just that depending on your different personalities, there may be varying ways of interaction, she explained as she took Jin Gur out to dine, ordering his favorite braised pork. With heartfelt earnestness, she added, while you may play and bicker, you brothers must not let your hearts drift apart, you must unite your efforts for a brighter future. With Su Qingyi's endorsement, the second son felt a wave of relief wash over him, grinning widely as he declared, do not worry, mother. I merely jest about elder brother, but I hold him in high esteem in my heart. That is good. I know you are a well-behaved child, you are the most filial of them all, Su Qingyi exclaimed, filling Qingyi's bowl with food. When children begin to voice grievances about parental favoritism, it is crucial to address those feelings promptly and reel them back in. Nijin beamed, blissfully unaware that just days prior, his mother had confided in elder brother that their future depended on him establishing a household, and before that, she had mentioned to the third brother that he would be relied upon for her old age. Regardless, he was thoroughly enjoying his outing, having selected a beautiful peace charm from the market to bring back and hang above his father's bed. Father, mother, and I went out to play today, and I chose a peace charm to hang above your bed to bless you with safety and swift recovery. Xie Yun felt a warmth in his heart. The second son was indeed a dutiful child, always mindful of him. After Xinggur departed, Su Qingyi hung up another charm. This was a symbol of many children and blessings. Here, there is no science, one can only trust in metaphysics, Su Qingyi murmured, hoping that with the charm's auspices, she might strike it rich that night. Later, in a teasing tone, the servants recounted that Xie Yun learned that Su Qingyi had also purchased one for herself, representing many children and blessings. This revelation left him feeling anxious. The fact that Su Shi had not conceived yet made him feel inadequate to it. Seemed these little gifts were in abundance. Even Lin Gur, who was preparing for exams, received one, symbolizing wishes coming true. Superstition, perhaps. Nonetheless, the charms were small and easily stored, so he casually hung his on the pen rack. Later, when Lin Gur sought out Scholar Shen to review his writings, he discovered that Shen also possessed an identical charm. He turned back to Su Qingyi, displeased, exclaiming, how could you give Scholar Shen such a thing? Su Qingyi, taken aback by the question, countered, what kind of thing? She had not given anything to Scholar Shen recently, as far as she recalled. Lin Gur clarified, the one you gave me. What? Su Qingyi pondered for a moment before realizing what he meant, hastily disassociating herself. That was not from me, it must have been from your second brother. Ah, I see, Lin Gur acknowledged, turning to leave. Su Qingyi inquired with the second son and confirmed that indeed, it was a gift from him, a wish for fulfillment. Oh no, the elder brother had a character akin to Lin Dayu. Receiving an identical gift seemed to lack sincerity and likely left him feeling vexed. In a flurry, Su Qingyi, a novice in crafts, spent the night learning from the maidservants to weave a new blessing gift for the elder brother. Chapter 057. The second son has slimmed down this year. Two young masters from the Ho residence are preparing for the imperial examination, and the usually stern marquis is quite invested in their success. He even goes so far as to lavishly hire a renowned master to conduct a blessing ceremony at the estate. All members of the household are welcome to participate and receive blessings. This esteemed master is not easily summoned. Upon hearing about the ceremony, Xie Yun wishes to join in to pray for the child she carries. However, Su Qingyi is displeased at her presence, feeling it brings ill fortune to Lin Gur. Taking advantage of the fact that the ceremony has yet to commence, she approaches the marquis and says, Marquis, this ceremony is primarily for the candidate's blessing. My second brother's concubine is with child. Her inclusion would only complicate matters and could potentially disrupt the candidate's fortunes. The marquis had not noticed Xie Yun's presence until Su Qingyi pointed it out, and his expression darkens. Who permitted her to be here in such a gathering? The blessings are intended for the masters of the house, and Xie Yun is merely a concubine. She certainly ought not to be present. The Marchioness, now having a daughter-in-law of noble rank, has also diminished her regard for Xie Yun's unborn grandchild. She furrows her brow and commands, send her back. There is no place for her here. A matron with a round face approaches Xie Yun. Miss Xie Yun, the masters are here to receive blessings from the esteemed master. Why have you come? Come now, I shall escort you back. In an attempt to remain inconspicuous, Xie Yun intentionally distances herself from Xie Huai'an, yet, she is still dismissed, and her frustration boils over. The child in my womb is also a master of the Ho residence. The matron regards her coldly, unmoved. If the child is born, then naturally, but you have yet to give birth, have you? Her tone is firm. Please. Xie Yun glares at the matron in indignation but realizes she has no choice but to leave. Just then, Xie Huai'an approaches, and her heart leaps with joy as she quickly adopts a pitiful expression. Second master. He takes her hand and asks, what is the matter, who has wronged you? Xie Yun glances at the matron and replies, I merely wish to remain and observe the ceremony. Is it so wrong to stand a little further away? Why must they be so harsh with me? Who says you cannot stay? Xie Huai'an also casts a glance at the matron, feeling that Xie Yun's presence would not hinder anyone. Xie Yun is merely standing at the side. The matron is incensed on behalf of the Marchioness, feeling that the second master is far too indulgent toward this concubine. What sort of decorum is this? Second master, this is the marquis's wish, I am merely following orders, please do not complicate matters. The matron refuses to relent. Upon hearing that it is the marquis's decision, Xie Huai'an hesitates. He has already angered his father too many times recently. However, he does not wish to see Xie Yun saddened. Xie Yun, please wait a moment, I shall inquire with my father. Gathering his courage, he approaches the marquis. His reasoning is sound. Father, she is, after all, carrying my child, surely you would not be so unyielding. Unyielding? What sort of nonsense is this? The marquis retorts. What kind of Buddha do you think you are? Is there such a reckless Buddha? Xie Huai'an hangs his head in reprimand, catching sight of Su Qingyi fanning herself nearby, and suddenly snaps back. It is merely a matter of observing. I believe father is not so unforgiving. Could it be that elder sister-in-law cannot tolerate Xie Yun and is still harboring jealousy toward her?
This accusation hits the mark indeed. Qingyi cannot abide the thought of Du Jinyun interfering with Lin Guo's examination prospects. What if it disrupts his chances? Who would compensate her dear son for failing the examination?
It has nothing to do with your sister-in-law. Before Qingyi can respond, the Marquis's voice rises in anger. A mere concubine has no place here. You ought to manage your household properly. If there are further disturbances, I shall let your mother handle it. The Marchioness is equally vexed. Why must she be so restless? She has no sense of propriety. What if she truly disrupts the candidate's fortunes? The parents' attitudes toward Du Jinyun are overtly antagonistic, and their talk of disruption is alarming. Should anyone among them fail the examination, they would surely lay the blame at Du Jinyun's feet.
Xie Huai'an feels a pang of anxiety, realizing he can no longer speak freely and must hasten to persuade Du Jinyun to leave.
I have not considered this thoroughly, he admits. Lin Guo observes how effortlessly Qingyi has managed to resolve the situation with the Marquis and feels a sense of admiration. Furthermore, Qingyi's insistence on expelling Du Jinyun is surely for the sake of his examination, is it not?
Jinyun, it would be best to return home quickly, Xie Huai'an says as he approaches her. Today is for the candidate's blessing.
If you remain and something goes awry, the blame will fall upon you, and it simply is not worth the risk. Upon hearing this, Du Jinyun pales with fear, yet, at the heart of the matter, it is the whole residence that deems her unworthy. She forces a smile. You are indeed considerate, second master, then I shall take my leave. Once back in her quarters, Du Jinyun collapses onto the couch, weeping bitterly. She even takes a pair of scissors to vent her frustration. They are far too overbearing.
This is outrageous, woe is me.
In her lamenting, she fails to reflect on her own transgressions. Having clandestinely engaged with her master and his betrothed while bearing a child is, in itself, an egregious act.
Qingyi rushes in to snatch the scissors away. Madame Yun, be careful not to hurt yourself. If you won't think of yourself, at least think of the child in your womb.
They do not care about this child at all, Du Jinyun realizes, coming to terms with the harsh truth. The entire household is eagerly awaiting the birth of the legitimate heir from the noble daughter-in-law. Thankfully, the relationship between the second master and the noble daughter-in-law is merely transactional. She only needs to bide her time until the noble daughter-in-law arrives, and then she will be able to contend with Qingyi until they are both at a loss. As the autumn examination approaches, Qingyi becomes increasingly attentive to Lin Guo's daily needs, ensuring he has the best of everything, even controlling the temperature of his room as much as possible. She instructs the servants to keep an eye on him at night so that he does not kick off his blankets. In ancient times, a mere cold could linger for a long time, and in severe cases, it could even be fatal. Lin Guo feels that Qingyi is overly anxious, making him uncomfortable. He finds himself longing for the carefree days when no one was watching over him. In early August, after a heavy rainstorm, the sweltering heat dissipates. As Qingyi walks back to the courtyard with the other women, her eyes are filled with satisfaction as she observes the eldest son, who has grown significantly taller. She admonishes, eldest, the temperature has dropped.
Do not be greedy for coolness tonight, make sure to cover yourself well.
The servants will naturally ensure the windows are tightly closed to guard against the wind and rain in the middle of the night. Understood, Lin Guo replies. In truth, it is the second son who has undergone the most transformation during this time. He has diligently practiced martial arts without fail, shedding nearly 30 pounds. His once round face has become sculpted, and his stature continues to rise. He has become a tall and well-proportioned young man, yet, the second son still possesses the temperament of a child and continues to compete with his older brother, complaining, "Why doesn't mother care about me?"
Qingyi shifts her gaze to him, smiling warmly. Gur, remember to take a medicinal bath when you return.
The herbal bath prepared by your master will benefit you, helping to open your meridians and strengthen your body.
I know, the second son grins, and suddenly struck by inspiration, he exclaims, Mother, since the medicinal bath is beneficial for opening the meridians, why not let father take one as well? Qingyi pauses, finding this suggestion quite reasonable.
The young master has been bedridden for so long, perhaps a medicinal bath would do him good. She nods in agreement. You are correct. Tomorrow, I shall discuss it with Dr. Chen. Chapter 058. Arranging the medicinal bath. The following day, the heir requested a pulse check from Dr. Chen, and Qingyi was also present, during which she broached the subject of the medicinal bath.
Dr. Chen, do you believe it is appropriate for the heir to partake?
Dr. Chen pondered momentarily before responding. Indeed, a medicinal bath possesses its benefits. However, given that the heir is unable to communicate, should any discomfort arise during the process, unforeseen complications may ensue. Hence, I refrained from making such a suggestion. One must commend Dr. Chen's meticulousness. His treatment approach for Xie Yun leans towards the conservative. A single misstep could tarnish his reputation. Qingyi comprehended Dr. Chen's caution, yet as a family member, she aspired to pursue beneficial treatments for the patient rather than resign herself to inaction. In that case, I shall discuss it with the Marquis.
If he has no objections, I will instruct you to prepare the medicine, Qingyi declared. Understood, Dr. Chen nodded. By the way, how is Madame Shen's condition? Qingyi inquired further.
It has yet to be completely cured, but she is nearly recovered. Careful nurturing is all that is required, Dr. Chen replied, his status as a master physician lending weight to his words. Qingyi promptly expressed her gratitude with a smile and instructed Su Yi to present Dr. Chen with a pouch containing a monetary reward. She then proceeded to confer with the Marquis. With the second son's wedding date approaching, the Marquis was in a rather somber mood. Upon seeing Qingyi, his expression softened, and he remarked, You have always been attentive to Yunji.
Do as you see fit.
Yes, Qingyi replied. I apologize for the trouble caused regarding Princess Xie Yun, the Marquis said, a hint of guilt evident in his gaze towards his eldest daughter-in-law. He knew full well that Princess Xie Yun harbored ulterior motives, yet he had been unable to intervene. It is of no consequence. Father, you two are constrained by circumstances. Qingyi smiled, her emotions somewhat complex. The Marquis was indeed considerate, having been inadvertently embroiled in the situation. However, rest assured, as long as I am here, I shall protect Danhui Courtyard, the Marquis assured Qingyi, promising, you need only focus on caring for Yunji and the children. Yes, Qingyi replied gently. The Marquis recalled the academic pursuits of Lin Gur. How has Lin Gur been faring in his studies lately? Is he confident about the upcoming autumn examination? At this mention, Qingyi's face lit up with a radiant smile, filled with pride. Lin Gur is quite confident in himself. I believe he will succeed. It was certainly unthinkable for a future top scholar to falter at the level of a Shotsai. She continued. Mr. Shin has also commented on Lin Gur's essay, stating it is well structured and unlikely to encounter any surprises. The Marquis, upon hearing this, felt a surge of happiness. That is splendid. I have heard that the heir is also exceptionally knowledgeable. It is truly a pity he did not partake in the imperial examinations. Let Lin Gur compensate for his father's lost opportunity, Qingyi remarked cheerfully, her optimistic demeanor contagious. One can only hope, the Marquis replied, feeling considerably lighter. However, upon recalling the wayward Xie Huai'an, his brow furrowed once more, hoping that his nephew would indeed succeed in the examinations. It would be quite the embarrassment if his 12-year-old nephew triumphed while he himself faltered. After bidding farewell to the Marquis, Qingyi instructed someone to notify Dr. Chen to prepare some mild medicine for the heir, proceeding with caution. The heir had always been accustomed to mere sponging. This was his first experience with a bath. The sensation of bathing was undoubtedly comfortable, as the moment he settled into the tub, the warm water enveloped his skin below the chest. Xie Yunji could not help but sigh. It was indeed thoughtful of the Su family. Had they not taken the initiative, he would have never enjoyed such a pleasant bath. Yet, as Dr. Chen had cautioned, there were inherent risks associated with the medicinal bath. Therefore, Qingyi remained close by, prepared to make decisions as necessary. Should any mishap befall the heir, she would bear full responsibility. Upon realizing Qingyi was present, Xie Yunji felt a twinge of unease at the notion of being attended to by his wife during the medicinal bath. The servants had mentioned he had lost considerable weight, indicating his health was not as robust as it once was. Nighttime had concealed much, with the room lacking brightness, but in the daylight, his ailing visage and gaunt form were undeniably exposed. Indeed, this was the case. However, Qingyi observed him with keen interest, showing no signs of disdain. Had she been aware of the heir's concerns, she would surely have reassured him that there was truly no need for worry. There existed a rather popular archetype known as the sickly handsome man. Provided one possessed charm, a hint of frailty mattered little. After all, with a countenance as striking as that of the heir, Qingyi harbored no aversion whatsoever. That should suffice, she declared after he had soaked for a while. Given that it was the heir's first experience with a bath, she had refrained from allowing him to remain submerged for too long. It had only been 5 minutes or so. Those with delicate constitutions should not soak for extended periods. The heir may begin to feel discomfort, Qingyi advised, instructing the attendant to check the heir's pulse, which was likely racing. Xie Yunji indeed began to feel fatigued, surprised at how weak his body had become. Yet, it was evident that the Su family was attentive, never neglecting his needs. After the medicinal bath, Xie Yunji reclined languidly on a chaise, feeling a newfound lightness envelop him. Someone lifted his hand, meticulously drying the water from his fingers, and began to trim his nails with great care. The familiar fragrance wafting through the air indicated it was Qingyi's handiwork. This scene radiated warmth. The servants, having completed their tasks, exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter before discreetly excusing themselves. Qingyi had been engrossed in her meticulous work, and upon lifting her gaze, she found herself alone. Understanding the playful intentions of the mischievous servants, she could not help but display a hint of exasperation. Looking at the heir's pale yet strikingly handsome face, she mused, since they have created such an opportunity, would it not be a waste not to seize a moment of advantage? What advantage? Xie Yunji was momentarily bewildered, only to feel a warmth upon his lips. So this was the nature of the advantage. In broad daylight, it was quite unbecoming. However, as that fleeting scent dissipated, he found himself replaying the moment in his mind for quite some time afterward. Qingyi had merely intended a light kiss, then called for the attendants to come in and massage the heir. A systematic approach to massage, complemented by acupuncture every few days, ensured the heir's health would not deteriorate too rapidly. Subsequently, every 3 days or so, Qingyi arranged for the heir to enjoy a medicinal bath, gradually extending the duration. Before long, the wedding day for Xie Huai'an arrived. The Pingyang Marquisate was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with activity. Only Danhui Courtyard continued its simple existence, unperturbed by the surrounding commotion. Today, the second master weds. What an extravagant affair! 2 young servants in the heir's chamber exchanged comments, their voices tinged with awe. The princess is indeed remarkable. I hear her dowry stretches for several miles, drawing the attention of the entire capital. I can hardly believe it was merely yesterday when the second master last wed, remarked Gu Nq, only to be met with a stern look from Myn, who corrected him that was not a wedding for the second master. It was a ceremony in place of the heir. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances where a groom, unable to attend for various reasons, was substituted by a brother. Thus, when the emperor bestowed marriage upon them, the populace accepted it as a matter of course. However, Xie Huai'an's decision to relinquish his fiancée to his elder brother and marry the princess did raise eyebrows, leading many to suspect that this imperial decree was born from prior affection between Xie Huai'an and Princess Xie Yun. Su Qingyi's marriage to Xie Yun was merely a means to make way for the princess, only those in the know were aware of the more sordid truth. Indeed, I misspoke, Gu Wenqiu said, lightly slapping his own face, though his mouth remained busy. It seems our young mistress's dowry is rather meager.
The Yong'an Marquise is quite stingy.
Indeed, it is said that when Miss Su married, she nearly depleted the Yong'an Marquise's resources, leaving little for the two young masters, so what could possibly be left for our young mistress? Myn expressed, his tone rife with indignation. The speaker may have been careless, but the listener was attentive as Xie Yun too felt a pang of regret. Su Qingyi had been forced into marriage with him, deprived of even a proper wedding. Alas, he was unable to take action at present, otherwise, he would have sought to reclaim his mother's dowry from his grandmother to entrust to Su Qingyi. His grandmother had once stated that once he married, she would bestow his mother's dowry upon his wife to manage. Yet now, he wondered why it had not been given. Perhaps it was a matter of insufficient trust in Su Qingyi. Chapter 059 The grand wedding of the princess. On the other side, in Xie Huai'an's courtyard, the bride, having paid her respects to heaven and earth, was ushered into the bridal chamber. Within the princess's chamber, no one dared to disturb the peace, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Before the groom could arrive to partake in the ceremonial wine, the bride herself lifted the red veil, revealing a strikingly beautiful face brimming with ambition. At long last, she had married into the Pingyang Marquise, and soon she would be reunited with the one she adored. As Xie Huai'an entered, he noticed that the true young princess had already changed into her everyday attire.
With her chin raised in anticipation, she eagerly inquired, "Xie, may I visit the heir tonight?"
A shadow crossed Xie Huai'an's eyes. The audacity of the true young princess was quite excessive. On their wedding night, she was already so impatient to encroach upon his elder brother, she truly lacked any sense of propriety. Nevertheless, considering the potential benefits she could bring him, he chose to speak gently. "Princess, today is a momentous occasion. Any unforeseen incident would not bode well for you. It would be wiser to plan for another day." The true young princess understood this reasoning, but her inquiry had merely been casual. Since Xie Huai'an could not facilitate her request, she said nothing further. "There is ample time ahead, it is I who am being hasty," she conceded, trying not to lose face in front of Xie Huai'an. Adopting a regal demeanor, she declared, "Then tonight, I shall impose upon Xie to sleep on the couch. After this evening, I shall claim that I am unaccustomed to sharing a room and will relocate to another chamber." With a pause, she regarded Xie Huai'an with a knowing smile. "This would also allow you to maintain your clandestine visits with your beloved concubine." "Your command is my wish," Xie Huai'an replied, feigning obedience. The true young princess was pleased and then turned her thoughts to Xie Yun, who had already retired for the night. In the side courtyard, Xie Yun, however, found it impossible to sleep. Although she knew that Xie Huai'an and the true young princess were merely engaging in a mutually beneficial arrangement and would not consummate their marriage, she was still filled with frustration and discomfort.
"Xie, why don't you inquire about the situation?" Xie expressed her concerns. "Madame Yun, today marks the joyous occasion of Iri and the princess's wedding. There can be no room for error. If the madam were to send someone to spy, it would surely draw her ire." The marquis's wife hoped Xie Yun would remain compliant, yet Xie Yun had never been one to follow the rules and had yet to accept her position as a concubine. Xie Yun replied with annoyance, "It's merely an inquiry, can't you manage that?"
Xie protested, "I would not dare, I only wish for your safety."
"Then go quickly," Xie Yun insisted, forcing Xie to comply.
Unbeknownst to them, the true young princess had anticipated that someone would try to gather information that night. She had already instructed the matron that if they caught anyone acting suspiciously, they were to be dealt with harshly without question. Regardless of their allegiance, they would be met with punishment. Meanwhile, the marquis's wife also contemplated sending someone to investigate but was indecisive. She decided to consult the matriarch at Yian courtyard.
She thought that since the matriarch was the esteemed elder of the household, if she approved of sending someone, the princess would have to save face should anything untoward occur.
"You decide for yourself. I am too old to meddle in such matters," the matriarch responded dismissively, seemingly still irked by the trouble caused by the true young princess. The marquis's wife's face fell, feeling somewhat wronged. While she indeed harbored thoughts of the princess as a daughter-in-law, it had initially been the true young princess who had extended the invitation, and she had merely failed to decline in a timely manner. Anyone in her position would have found it difficult to refuse outright, as it would have been disrespectful to the princess. As for the marquis's later decision to reject the offer, she lamented but had no words of protest. Little did she know that Xie Huai'an had secretly acquiesced to the princess's wishes, a turn of events she had not anticipated.
"Surely you jest, mother, who else in the Pingyang Marquise could oversee matters if not you?"
The marquis's wife smiled ingratiatingly, lowering her tone to explain, "This situation was truly unforeseen. It is our fault for not communicating with Huai'an in a timely manner, allowing him to fall into the princess's trap." "Humph, it seems you are eager to fall into this trap, yearning to bring in a princess of noble birth," the matriarch retorted, displeased. The affection held by both Princess Xining and the true young princess for Xie Yun was no secret within the Marquise. The distinction lay in one being overt and the other covert. Now that the Su wine was gaining power, the true young princess had devised a plan that was nothing short of disgraceful. What further infuriated the matriarch was that the Qing mother and son were well aware that the true young princess was a predator yet still invited her into their midst. It was utterly absurd, and now they sought to manipulate her authority over the princess. How could she possibly agree to that? "Leave, the ruckus has persisted all day. I need to rest," the matriarch declared, waving her hand to dismiss them. With no recourse, the marquis's wife left in dejection. She dared not send anyone to spy, knowing that time was on their side. It would be prudent to first gauge the princess's temperament. Xie thus became the sole individual tasked with gathering information. She was unaware that the princess had already positioned many guards, lying in wait. The moment she stepped into their territory, she was seized by two towering matrons, who offered her no opportunity to speak before delivering two resounding slaps. After the blows, the matrons harshly demanded, "Which courtyard do you belong to, on the princess's grand day? What business do you have loitering here?" Dazed and reeling from the strikes, Xie, with a bleeding lip and stars in her eyes, dared not reveal her status as a concubine's maid and hastily fabricated a story of no consequence. Only then was she released. With a face marred by injury, she sobbed her way back to the side courtyard. Xie Yun was startled upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Xie, how did you end up in such a state? What transpired?" Xie, feeling exceedingly aggrieved, recounted, "The princess had set matrons to guard the area. As soon as I drew near, I was captured. They struck me without a word and only then inquired which courtyard I belonged to." The implication was glaringly clear. She clenched her teeth, warning, "Madame Yun, the princess is establishing her authority. Sending me there was akin to walking into a trap. You must keep your distance from the princess in the future."
Xie Yun's heart tightened at this revelation.
She wanted to ask if Xie had divulged her name but feared it would incite Xie's anger, leading her to be less diligent in her duties. "My dear Xie, it is I who failed to consider the situation thoroughly. I have wronged you," Xie Yun said, suppressing her own turmoil and offering some comfort, followed by a promise of reward, before asking, "What did you tell the princess's people?"
Xie replied, "Of course, I did not mention that I was from your courtyard." Xie Yun sighed in relief.
It was dark outside, and surely the princess's guards would not remember Xie's face.
"What did you claim was your courtyard?" She secretly hoped Xie would say she was from the Danhui courtyard, shifting the blame onto Qingyi. Xie replied, "I said I was from the kitchen."
Xie Yun felt a pang of disappointment but knew that it would not be easy to pin the blame on anyone. The individuals from the Danhui courtyard had not attended the wedding banquet, each claiming to be unwell. Moreover, the Marquis did not seem to mind. Xie Yun was filled with resentment, questioning why no one had taken action against Qingyi. Chapter 060 Deliberate delays. The esteemed royal princess, upon her marriage, is still obliged to serve tea. The members of the Marquis appear to have anticipated her tardiness, thus proceeding with their affairs at a leisurely pace. The four members of the Danhui courtyard took their time over breakfast before finally setting out. Only Xie Huai'an rose early, yet the Truyang princess kept him waiting, much to his growing impatience. Reluctantly, he called upon the matrons to urge her along. However, the matrons serving the Truyang princess were as arrogant and overbearing as their mistress, showing no deference to Xie Huai'an. "The princess is in a foul mood this morning. We dare not disturb her. Please wait, sir, until the princess awakens," one matron said, utterly unperturbed, indicating that they held the Pingyang Marquis in little regard. Xie Huai'an was incensed, foreseeing that when the princess neglected to pay her respects to the elders of the Marquis, he would inevitably be the one to face reprimand. He hastily dispatched someone to inform the various courtyards that the princess had yet to rise, and there was no need for anyone to rush. As for himself, in a fit of anger, he left the courtyard to visit Xie Yun. By the time the Truyang princess finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and she felt a twinge of guilt as she inquired of her matron, "Why was I not awakened?" The matron silently lamented her predicament, for it was the princess who had declared the previous evening that she was exhausted and wished to sleep undisturbed. Yet, fearing to shift blame, she humbly accepted responsibility, saying, "It was my oversight, please punish me, your highness." The Truyang princess was well aware of her own directive. With a dismissive wave, she ordered, "Send someone to convey my apologies, stating that I was unwell and rose late, but shall arrive shortly."
"Yes," the matron replied, turning to hasten on her errand.
While the princess need not concern herself with the opinions of the Marquis, it would be unwise to overstep her bounds as the Marquis's daughter -law. As the matron walked, she pondered over the words she would use to apologize on behalf of the princess. Upon arriving at the hall, however, she was met with an unexpected sight. There was not a soul in attendance. Stunned, she pulled a cleaning maid aside to inquire, "Is the tea ceremony taking place here?"
"Could there have been a miscommunication?"
"Indeed, it is here," the maid confirmed.
"Then where is everyone?"
Was today not the day for the tea ceremony? The matron mused, wondering if the Marquis's members had grown weary of waiting and dispersed. The maid, with a cheerful round face, replied, "It is still early. The masters have yet to arrive." What? The matron instinctively looked up at the sky, the sun hanging high overhead. How could it still be considered early? The Marquis appeared to lack proper decorum.
Had it not been for the princess's late rising, would they not have wasted their time?
The mistress instructed that since the princess was tired after yesterday's exertions, she would surely not rise early today. Thus, everyone need not wait here unnecessarily, the maid explained. Upon hearing this, the matron's expression flickered between shades of green and red. She had no desire to scold the Marquis at that moment and promptly returned to the courtyard. "How goes it?" the Truyang princess asked as she adorned herself. The matron replied, "Your highness, it seems the Marquis anticipated your late rising, as there is no one waiting for the tea ceremony in the hall." No one waiting. The Truyang princess, while applying her brow makeup, momentarily lost focus, causing her strokes to go awry. The maid quickly knelt in fear, exclaiming, "Your highness, do not be angry, it was not my intention." "Humph," the Truyang princess glared at the maid, then turned to the matron, asking, "Where are the members of the Marquis?"
The matron responded, "The maid said they have yet to arrive."
"What time is it now?" the Truyang princess began, but swallowed her words, visibly frustrated, and commanded, "Inform the courtyards that I shall arrive in 15 minutes. She could tolerate slighting others, but when she realized she was being slighted herself, her displeasure grew.
"Yes. Upon receiving the notification, the ladies of the various courtyards leisurely began their preparations.
15 minutes later, everyone sat decorously in the hall, awaiting the arrival of the newlyweds to serve tea. The princess initially considered delaying further to assert her dominance over the marquisate, as a form of retribution for their earlier neglect. However, after some thought, she reconsidered. Her scheme had yet to bear fruit. Offending the elders of the marquisate would yield no benefit to her. It was more prudent to cultivate favorable relations with them, ensuring their support while isolating Su Qingyi, the marquis's new daughter-in-law. Dressed in resplendent attire, the true Yang princess set forth alongside Xie Huai'an. Su Qingyi and her children had also arrived recently. Su Qingyi's status within the marquisate had risen significantly, earning her the respect of all. Even the aunts from adjacent households were eager to engage her in conversation. When initially motivated by social niceties, they soon discovered Su Qingyi to be amiable, composed, and gentle, making familial interactions all the more enjoyable.
Qingyi, what is the name of that chair you made for the heir?
My elderly mother has difficulty with her legs. If it is not too much trouble, could you craft another one? My second aunt will pay you, second Aunt Zhou said, smiling.
Second aunt, you are too kind.
It is merely the work of our family carpenter. He can make as many as you wish, no need for you to offer payment, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. While it may be the carpenter's handiwork, it is your ingenuity that truly matters, the old matriarch interjected, having already benefited from her granddaughter-in-law's chair for several days. She praised it, saying she enjoyed being taken out for a stroll each day. She then turned to second Aunt Zhou and added, second daughter-in-law, offering payment would create distance between us.
The marquisate is not so petty.
Indeed, mother is right, second Aunt Zhou replied with a smile.
Then I shall not be polite and will thank you, Qingyi. Then why does second aunt still express thanks?
Su Qingyi feigned displeasure. Laughter erupted among the gathered company. A's second sister requested a chair, third Aunt Yang followed suit, recognizing that every family had elderly members who could benefit from such a convenient item. Only the marquis's wife remained uninvolved, her thoughts focused on her daughter-in-law, pondering the significance of a wheelchair when her son had married the daughter of the Duke of Su. Once the Duke ascended to the throne, she would be the mother-in-law of a princess, truly a member of the royal family. When the true Yang princess arrived at the hall, she was met with a scene where nearly all the womenfolk were engaged in jovial conversation with Su Qingyi. The princess and the second master have arrived, a maid announced. The members of the marquisate resumed their positions, adjusting their hair and attire, and then, in unison, turned to regard the true Yang princess, who, as expected of a royal, exuded grace and grandeur. She evoked memories of Princess Xie Yun, as if royal women were always endowed with such commanding presence. However, in comparison, whether in beauty or demeanor, Princess Xie Yun seemed to surpass the true Yang princess, who appeared more domineering yet lacking in dignified composure. Forgive us for our tardiness. We have kept you waiting, Xie Huai'an immediately addressed the assembly, feeling thoroughly exasperated by the true Yang princess's antics. My apologies, it is entirely the fault of the true Yang, the princess retorted sarcastically, thanks to your foresight, my transgressions have been mitigated. There is no need for such formality, princess. We are all family now, the marquis's wife quickly interjected, eager to smooth over the situation. She understood that, apart from the two of them, few harbored genuine hopes for the princess's entrance into the family. It fell to her to play peacemaker. Indeed, we have only just arrived ourselves, the old matriarch added, wishing to avoid any further tensions now that the marriage had taken place. There is no need for formality among family, the marquis stated, sharing a similar sentiment, hoping the true Yang princess would conduct herself with more propriety in the future. Then, with a steady voice, the marquis declared, it is getting late, let us commence with the tea ceremony.
Yes, Xie Huai'an replied.
Indeed, the true Yang princess's response was lackadaisical, her gaze drifting over Su Qingyi's composed countenance, where a faint smile lingered. She then observed Xie Yunji's three adopted sons seated comfortably around Su Qingyi, each embodying a serene demeanor, as if her entrance had not stirred even the slightest ripple in their emotions. Chapter 061 of the initial confrontation. Subsequently, Princess Xie Yun graciously served tea and exchanged pleasantries with the esteemed members of the marquis's household. She had heard that Su Qingyi and Xie Yunji's adopted sons were getting along quite well. Naturally, this was not the scenario she wished to witness, prompting her to deliberately stir the pot. Thus, she presented a rather lavish gift. To her surprise, the three children responded with indifference and promptly handed the expensive gift over to Su Qingyi. Mother, please accept this. The eldest, Hung Gu'er, was the first to do so. With his lead, the other two hastily followed suit, fearing that their mother would shower affection solely on the youngest, who was adept at ingratiating himself.
Princess Xingyang felt a surge of frustration, never anticipating that her offering would ultimately benefit Su Qingyi.
However, it mattered not, this was merely the beginning, and she could bide her time now that we have all met. When may I have the honor of meeting General Xie? Princess Xingyang inquired without hesitation, stating, my father holds General Xie in the highest regard and insisted that I must meet him upon my arrival at the marquis's residence. This reasoning was quite legitimate, invoking the authority of the Prince of Su, which, in theory, should compel the marquis's household to comply, yet, the expressions of those present were subtly nuanced, as they collectively turned their gazes towards Su Qingyi, seemingly awaiting her reaction. After all, matters concerning the heir were predominantly under Su Qingyi's purview. Even the matriarch and the marquis merely played the role of echoing her sentiments. This was not merely a matter of hierarchy but a reflection of Su Qingyi's exceptional care for the household, rendering their obedience entirely justified. Princess Xingyang noted this dynamic, her countenance darkening considerably. Was it possible that her desire to see Xie Yunji required Su Qingyi's approval? Qingyi, do you find it convenient?
The matriarch inquired gently.
Princess Xie Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it indeed necessary to consider Su Qingyi's opinion? She fixed her gaze on Su Qingyi, as if silently warning her that a negative response would have repercussions. Why does the princess regard me with such intensity? Su Qingyi replied with a smile. You make me hesitant to refuse. At this, Princess Xie Yun tempered her demeanor, thinking to herself that Su Qingyi better not dare to deny her. My dear sister-in-law misinterprets my intentions. I am merely hopeful, fearing that you may decline, she said with a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. Su Qingyi sensed the hostility emanating from Princess Xie Yun, yet she remained unfazed. One must uphold a modicum of decorum. How could a mistress be threatened by a concubine? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. My dear sister-in-law is indeed eager to acquiesce, but alas, the timing is quite unfortunate, Su Qingyi responded with an apologetic smile. The heir is currently undergoing special treatment, and the physician has advised against any disturbances, lest it jeopardize his recovery, a risk none of us can afford. This explanation was rather far-fetched. However, the members of the household remained silent, allowing Su Qingyi to weave her narrative. As the rightful wife of the heir, she had every right to prevent the scheming Princess Xie Yun from seeing him. It was a matter of principle, and no one was entitled to override her authority. What sort of treatment is this? Princess Xie Yun questioned, her skepticism palpable, her eyes burned with anger, convinced that Su Qingyi was deliberately obstructing her from seeing Xie Yunji. An incompetent physician, we might as well invite a royal physician to attend to him, she asserted, then turned to the Marquis. I could arrange for a royal physician to reside here. What do you think, my lord? The Marquis, typically decisive, hesitated, deflecting. Well, the heiress' daily affairs have always been managed by Qingyi. I have not been involved for quite some time and thus it would be inappropriate for me to interfere. Princess Xie Yun could hardly believe her ears. In such a short span of months, Su Qingyi had firmly established herself within the household. Remarkable. Indeed, I have come at my father's behest to visit General Xie, yet my sister-in-law is doing everything in her power to hinder me. It seems she does not regard my father with due respect. Princess Xie Yun's voice dripped with cold disdain, her anger unmistakable. How could that be? The Prince of Sue's intention to visit the heir is undoubtedly well-meaning, and he surely wishes for the heiress' swift recovery. If he is aware that the heir is undergoing special treatment and cannot be disturbed, I trust he would not persist in his insistence, Su Qingyi responded, her smile fading, unless, of course, the Prince of Su harbors other intentions and does not wish for the heir to recover. How dare you? Princess Xie Yun trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Qingyi. Where did she find the audacity to slander a royal prince? The other members of the Marquis' household were equally taken aback. Good heavens, that was the Prince of Su. The Marquis' household could not afford to offend him. Princess, do not misconstrue, your sister-in-law surely does not mean it that way, the matriarch quickly interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Su Qingyi. She is merely anxious for Yunji. After all, the entire realm awaits his awakening. Any sign of change in his condition is known far and wide. Su Qingyi stifled a laugh, appreciating the matriarch's effort to quell Princess Xie Yun's ire. She softened her stance, smiling. What my mother-in-law says is quite right. That is precisely my sentiment. The entire world awaits his recovery. I would not dare to err in any respect. In the end, it was apparent that this woman was simply obstructing her, and Princess Xie Yun seethed with frustration, momentarily at a loss for an effective retort. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to her silent husband. Xie Huai'an, my dear husband, what do you think? Xie Huai'an flinched slightly and then sulked. This was hardly a matter for him to voice his opinion. Sister-in-law, may I inquire how long my brother's treatment is expected to last? He asked, resorting to trivial small talk. The Prince of Sue's good intentions cannot be disregarded. It is only fair to provide an accurate timeframe. An accurate timeframe. Su Qingyi, while feigning cordiality towards Princess Xie Yun, had no intention of extending the same courtesy to Xie Huai'an. I am no oracle. How could I possibly know when the heir shall awaken? Upon hearing this, Princess Xie Yun's expression shifted dramatically, her teeth clenched in fury as she pressed. Are you suggesting that until the heir awakens, I am forbidden from seeing him? Indeed, Su Qingyi replied matter-of-factly, as long as the heir remains unconscious, his treatment shall continue, and we shall not abandon him. Dojin Gur could no longer contain his laughter and quickly covered his mouth. Lin Gur, too, struggled to suppress a smile, though he discreetly raised his teacup to mask his amusement. You, Princess Xie Yun fumed, pointing at Su Qingyi with a terrifying expression, as if she were about to devour her whole. Do not point at my mother. Hung Go leaped from his seat, spreading his arms protectively in front of Su Qingyi. His small face radiated a fierce determination that rivaled that of Princess Xie Yun, his gaze resolute. This scene melted Su Qingyi's heart. She quickly scooped Hung Gur into her arms, saying, Mother is fine, do not be afraid. She then turned to Princess Xie Yun. The child is still young and does not comprehend. Please do not hold it against him. Realizing that all eyes were upon her, Princess Xie Yun suddenly regained her composure, suppressing her anger, and reluctantly conceded, it is of no consequence. I was merely too agitated. She took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain calm. During their previous encounter, Su Qingyi had left her with the impression of being weak and easily cowed, leading her to underestimate her. Yet, it appeared that this woman was not as easily intimidated as she had presumed. However, this did not entirely add up. A strong disposition required a robust foundation. Su Qingyi came from humble beginnings. What could she possibly leverage? Was it merely her status as Xie Yunji's wife that rendered her untouchable? Indeed, that seemed to be the case, yet, it was not solely that. Su Qingyi had evidently weighed her options. The Prince of Su, being a man of significant stature, would hardly indulge the whims of a daughter intent on usurping another's husband. Securing a marriage for his daughter was likely the extent of the prince's paternal indulgence. Thus, why should Su Qingyi fear a concubine who had no sense of propriety? As noon approached, the ceremonial tea offering finally came to a close. Meanwhile, at Danhui courtyard, the household remained on high alert, anxious that Princess Xie Yun might make an unexpected entrance, collectively bracing themselves and waiting for Su Qingyi's return. Xie Yun too was on edge, fretting that the Su family might be bullied by Princess Xinyang, although the Su family had informed him that Princess Xining had reached an understanding with them to confront Princess Xinyang. Speaking of which, he found it hard to grasp how the Su family had formed such an alliance with Princess Xining. Was there no discomfort on their part? It was said that Princess Xining had recently invited the Su family to enjoy a pleasure boat ride on liquid lake. To his astonishment, the Su family had accepted the invitation without a second thought, seemingly unperturbed by the potential repercussions. Xie Yun was certain that this was Princess Xining's strategy to ensnare the Su family, with the next step being a deeper entanglement. As he lay at home, fretting over the situation, the Su family, in their naivety, displayed no semblance of caution, much to his exasperation. Chapter 062. A brief meeting. Qingyi was entirely oblivious to the criticisms directed at the crown prince. She instructed her attendants to meticulously inspect the gifts sent by Princess Xinyang and, upon learning that there were no issues, began to ponder the implications of such lavish offerings. Was it possible that the sender wished to undermine the nascent bond between the children and their mother by employing monetary allure? The three children were quite perceptive. Upon receiving their gifts, they promptly surrendered them. However, over time, coupled with other temptations, it was conceivable that some of the less steadfast children might be swayed. Qingyi resolved to have an earnest discussion with them, choosing the eldest study as the venue.
Come, let us converse, my dear children.
The gravity in Qingyi's demeanor rendered the three children equally serious.
Mother, what is it? Inquired the second child, unable to restrain his curiosity.
First, I wish to know your thoughts about Princess Xinyang, Qingyi prompted, seeing it as an opportune moment for education and understanding the children's perceptions of people and events.
Should there be any misunderstandings, she intended to guide and correct them promptly.
Mother, she is unkind, I do not like her, was the immediate response from Hongor. Qingyi was not at all surprised by the youngest's sentiment. Very well, I understand, she replied with a gentle smile, stroking the child's hair. At 4 years old, he was still too young to engage in thoughts beyond mere sensory impressions. Xingor, with his strikingly bold brows, scowled. I also do not like her, she behaves as though she is above us, showing no respect for our family, not even for our great-grandmother.
Indeed, Qingyi nodded in agreement.
After Xingor had lost some weight, his face had taken on a youthful appearance, yet his age still limited his understanding of matters to a rather superficial level, akin to an upgraded version of Hangor.
She gazed expectantly at the eldest, Lingor. What do you think?
Lingor, well-versed in the Confucian classics and preparing for the scholar's examination, had acquired a certain social acumen outside the home. His words diverged significantly from those of his younger siblings. The princess does not genuinely wish to marry our second uncle. Her relentless pursuit of entry into our household serves, in part, the interests of my father. At this point, he glanced at Qingyi, only to find her unfazed, and thus continued, moreover, she is a pawn in the hands of the emperor, and a tool handed to him by the Duke of Su. Recently, the Duke has grown excessively powerful and fears the Emperor's suspicion. Marrying the princess into our family represents a form of self-sabotage on his part.
The second and third children were taken aback. What?
What did any of that mean? They comprehended each word Lingor uttered, yet the entire assembly eluded their understanding. Noticing their bewildered expressions, the eldest rolled his eyes, thinking how futile it was to expect them to grasp such nuances. Indeed, my eldest, your observations are remarkably astute, Qingyi beamed, secretly wishing to commend him for his unique method of gathering information. Lingor remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. Within the context of the situation, ignorance of such matters would be sheer folly.
Did you hear what your elder brother just conveyed?
Qingyi addressed the two younger ones with a serious tone.
Princess Xinyang is an adversary.
She clearly harbors affections for your father yet chose to marry Xie Huai'an, indicating that she has entered into some form of transaction with him. Though I am unaware of the specifics of this transaction, it certainly does not bode well for us. Therefore, it is imperative that you remain vigilant against her.
We must not allow her the opportunity to harm us, do you understand?
The second and third children wore expressions of indignation upon realizing that this Princess Xinyang was attempting to usurp their father, explaining her aggressive demeanor and her insistence on visiting him despite their mother's refusal.
How dare she try to take our father? How shameless!
Xingor exclaimed disdainfully. Suddenly, he regretted accepting her gifts. They now felt repugnant.
What does it matter? Qingyi mused aloud. There are countless individuals vying to claim your father as their own.
One could say they were as numerous as the fish in the river. Just consider, even now there are so many, and in the future, there will undoubtedly be even more when he awakens. Thus, Qingyi had a clear plan in mind. Once the national idol regained consciousness, she would simply dismiss him, unwilling to remain a target. In time, as her children prospered, wealth would flow abundantly from all directions. Once she became a wealthy and powerful matron, she would only entertain romances with younger suitors under the age of 25. How delightful that thought was.
Rest assured, mother, I shall not allow her to take our father. Hongor declared, clenching his small fist. Very well, I have faith that you will indeed accomplish this.
Qingyi was always deeply moved by her child's protective sentiments, and she smiled, weaving a benevolent fib. The matter of dismissing their father could wait. There was no need to burden the children with it just yet. However, she is still a princess. You must maintain a certain level of decorum when interacting with her. We must not provide her with any opportunities to exploit our missteps, Qingyi advised. Understood, mother, we shall not cause you any trouble. The second child nodded, the third child chimed in affirmatively, yes. It will not be easy for her to see me, the eldest interjected, responding to Qingyi's curious gaze. I must prepare for my examinations and will refrain from dining in the main hall. Su Qingyi was taken aback but smiled. Very well, I shall instruct the kitchen to arrange something for you.
Lin Gore nodded appreciatively. Thank you, mother, for your consideration.
Ah, that phrase was like music to Su Qingyi's ears, leaving her momentarily dazed. It was the second child who waved his hand in front of her face. Mother, return to your senses, do not let me be the source of your embarrassment. Su Qingyi shot the second child a glare, swatting his hand away before laughing. All right, let us return to our respective rooms and not disturb your elder brother's studies.
Mother, may I go and pick lotus pods to eat?
Han Gore inquired, eager for the delicacies that awaited him in the pond.
Have your second brother row a small boat to accompany you.
He is not afraid of the sun, Su Qingyi laughed, taking his hand as they headed outside. The second child patted his chest in assurance. All right, I shall gather a large basin of lotus pods to make lotus seed soup for mother. After a pause, he added, and I will share some with great-grandmother. Your father would also enjoy some, Su Qingyi casually remarked. The two children were further invigorated, excitedly rushing off to gather provisions for their father's meals. Concerned for their safety, Su Qingyi naturally ensured that there were attendants to watch over them. That evening, Xie Yun was treated to a fresh lotus seed soup, lovingly fed to him by Su Qingyi herself. Young master, this was personally gathered by the second and third children. They insisted on having you taste it, Su Qingyi remarked, smiling as she fed him. They are truly filial. The accomplishments of her tenure would eventually be recounted to Xie Yun by others. All she needed to do was to fulfill her role. Xie Yun felt a surge of surprise upon learning that the second and third children had personally collected the lotus seeds. The soup tasted even sweeter to him. His palate craved variety, but he had been subjected to bland fare, primarily gentle and nourishing dishes. The occasional change in menu thrilled him immensely. Ever since the Su family had entered his life, the culinary offerings had expanded significantly, with the kitchen striving to prepare more delectable dishes. Fresh fruits were also included from time to time, and he had savored a few of the newly ripened lychees this year. In moments of solitude during the night, Xie Yun would involuntarily wonder how wretched his existence would have been had he regained consciousness before the Su family arrived. Previously, he had viewed marriage as an unnecessary burden, often believing that most women were overly emotional and oblivious to the bigger picture. Yet, he was aware that there were indeed many remarkable women. Su Qingyi, bold and meticulous, was certainly one of them. Princess Xie Yun had learned that Xie Yun was taken for evening strolls in the garden by the servants. She was overjoyed but remained patient, instructing her attendant, keep a discreet watch for a few days without alerting anyone. Her immediate priority was to win over the members of the Marquis' household.
Though Princess Xie Yun did not possess an ingratiating disposition, her wealth allowed her to curry favor through generous gifts, wielding a mix of benevolence and authority. No one dared refuse the princess's offerings. They graciously accepted. The happiest of all was the Marquis' wife, who had received a jade statue of Guanyin, beaming with delight and promptly seeking a master to consecrate it. She flattered, surely, the Guanyin sent by the princess will be most efficacious. You may simply call me Xie Yun, mother, the princess replied with a feigned smile, seizing the opportunity to inquire, why does the Marquis' household so readily heed your sister-in-law? The Marquis' wife was displeased by this line of questioning, maintaining her false smile as she corrected, that is not what I meant. Your sister-in-law only manages her own courtyard, I still oversee the other affairs of the Marquis' household. That is precisely what I meant, the princess asserted seriously. General Xie is such a pivotal figure. How could the Marquis' household assign his care to a new bride? In the past, if anyone had praised Xie Yun in her presence, the Marquis' wife would have been incensed. Yet, with Xie Yun now a shadow of his former self, she merely smiled. Your sister-in-law is Yunji's wife, who else could manage him if not her? Reflecting on the princess's intentions, she inwardly scoffed. How absurd to think of managing someone else's husband. Each party sought to fulfill their own desires, and the Marquis' wife understood that her interest lay in the princess's status. Princess Xie Yun furrowed her brow. Given the importance of General Xie, the entire family should be vigilant regarding his treatment. In any case, she had not relinquished her desire to interfere. Mother, I can procure a better physician. Why would the Marquis' household refuse? Surely, all of you wish for General Xie's recovery. The Marquis' wife rolled her eyes inwardly, her heart secretly mocking. Did the princess truly believe that the household would refuse her help? If they were to invite a new physician, would it not lead to an attempt to invade Danhuai courtyard under the pretense of concern? Princess, you may not be aware, but Dr. Chen is the physician appointed by the emperor. The Marquis' wife sighed, carefully explaining, if we were to hastily replace Dr. Chen, would it not imply that we consider the emperor's choice a quack? Moreover, Dr. Chen was currently providing satisfactory care, and the young master's condition was stable. Should a change lead to a deterioration of his health, who would bear the responsibility? The Marquis' wife sought only stability, desiring nothing more than to avoid blunders. As long as the blame did not fall upon her, she would be content. Chapter 063. The brazen and unashamed Princess Xie Yun was acutely aware that Madame Ho, as Xie Yun's stepmother, harbored no intentions for Xie Yun's well-being. Engaging Madame Ho would yield no fruitful results. It was imperative to persuade Lord Ho instead. Very well, since the Ho residence has its considerations, I shall refrain from meddling further, she informed Madame Ho as she prepared to take her leave. By the way, I find that I sleep poorly when there are others nearby, hence I have chosen to reside apart from my husband. Madame Ho's expression shifted subtly, her heart filled with discontent, yet she maintained a facade of patience as she soothed Princess Xie Yun, saying, it matters not if you dwell apart. We cannot allow Huai'an to disrupt your peaceful slumber. She then deftly shifted the conversation, adding, however, we must not neglect the matter of offspring. The Ho family is rather sparse in numbers, and we all eagerly anticipate the arrival of your child with Huai'an. Princess Xie Yun dismissed this notion, thinking to herself, does not your son's favored concubine already carry one? She desired to conceive, but not a child of Xie Huai'an, rather, she yearned for a child of Xie Yun with such striking features as Xie Yun possessed. She envisioned that their offspring would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Understood, dear mother-in-law, she replied with a smile, her heart brimming with hope for the future. Meanwhile, the time had come for the heir to take his daily stroll. The young servants attending to him were uncertain, for a woman with a predatory gaze had recently entered the residence, leaving them to ponder whether they could still escort the heir for his walks. Upon hearing their concerns, Xie Yun felt a strong urge to declare aloud that he would prefer to remain indoors, avoiding the potential contamination of his spirit by Princess Xie Yun's gaze, and would rather languish in his chambers.
Mo Yan sought counsel from Su Qingyi.
Go on, why not? Su Qingyi had contemplated this issue as well. Although Princess Xie Yun was indeed formidable, the quality of the heir's life must not be compromised.
Moreover, in a public setting, under the broad daylight, there was little risk of him being sullied. Why should they fear? Noticing Mo Yan's hesitation, she added, how small is Danhui courtyard? A day or two may become tedious, but what of 10 days, or a month?
Why should our heir cower before her? Mo Yan nodded, beginning to grasp her reasoning.
If she wishes to gaze from afar, let her do so, but she must not lay a hand on him, Su Qingyi asserted, outlining her boundaries. She could observe, but not touch, and furthermore, she must refrain from uttering nonsensical remarks to avoid tarnishing the heir's ears. Understood, I comprehend, Mo Yan replied, his eyes gleaming. Let her see but not touch.
Let her languish in desire.
Su Qingyi nearly burst into laughter at this notion. While it had not been her intention, it certainly sounded like a rather vicious scheme. She nodded in approval. Go then. Thus, the unwilling Xie Yun was forcibly ushered outside by the young servants, leaving him increasingly perplexed by Su's intentions.
Having previously attempted to prevent Princess Xie Yun from visiting him, why had they now relaxed their vigilance?
The young mistress has instructed that she may look but not touch, and let her suffer in longing, Mo Yan conveyed, his words laden with personal bias. Su Qingyi had no intention of encouraging Princess Xie Yun's desires. It would be best if she did not disturb the heir. Xie Yun remained silent, inwardly cursing Su Qingyi. Fortunately, Princess Xie Yun did not make an appearance that day. Only 2 nurses lingered nearby under the pretense of familiarizing themselves with the environment. Daring not to intrude upon the heir, they gazed at him from a respectful distance, captivated by his beauty. After a prolonged period of admiration, they found themselves astonished, realizing that the heir's renown was indeed not unfounded. They were utterly enraptured, their thoughts swirling with admiration. Despite having been ill for half a year, he retained his striking elegance and charm, leaving them to ponder how radiant he must be when fully awake. The nurses marveled at the heir's allure, understanding why their princess was so infatuated, willing to devise any means to wed into the Ho family. Such a man was indeed impossible to resist. After being thoroughly awed by his beauty, the nurses hurried back to report to Princess Jianyang. As she listened to their descriptions of her beloved, Princess Xie Yun could not help but clutch her heart, her emotions swelling with excitement.
My Yun, she murmured dreamily. Although her encounters with Xie Yun had been few, those fleeting moments had ensnared her heart completely. She yearned to rush to him and gaze upon him closely, but then, a frown creased her brow as she recalled that Su Qingyi, as Xie Yun's wife, had the privilege of caring for such a dashing and captivating man daily, igniting her jealousy. Is she accompanying the heir? She inquired.
No, only 2 young servants are by the heir's side, one nurse replied.
Poof. Princess Jianyang felt somewhat reassured.
Had she heard that Su Qingyi was strolling with the heir, it would have infuriated her, yet, simultaneously, she felt even more discontent. How could Su Qingyi be so indifferent to the man she yearned for? If she were married to Xie Yun, she would wish to be by his side every moment of the day. Had Su Qingyi been aware of Princess Xie Yun's sentiments, she would have surely chuckled, recognizing that only an untroubled young girl would immerse herself so fully in love. As a mature woman, Su Qingyi's priorities lay with her future and daily sustenance, leaving little time to revolve her world around her husband. Having not accompanied the heir the previous day, she had intended to observe Princess Xie Yun's reaction. To her surprise, the princess had remained composed, not rushing over in a fit of impatience. However, Su Qingyi had not anticipated that Princess Xie Yun's composure would dissipate so swiftly. Upon hearing the nurses relay their accounts, her heart fluttered, her calm shattered. The next day, Princess Xie Yun resolved to forego sending nurses and decided to visit the heir herself, determined to see him at all costs. Coincidentally, Su Qingyi was present as well. With her graceful figure standing beside the heir's wheelchair, she leisurely fanned herself. Upon witnessing this scene, Princess Xie Yun was overwhelmed with jealousy, her eyes burning with envy as she strode over, her skirts swirling. No matter how Su Qingyi attempted to obstruct her, it was in vain. She could not be deterred. Older sister. Princess Xie Yun called out, her gaze bypassing Su Qingyi entirely, fixated intently on Xie Yun in the wheelchair. The nurses had spoken true. Even in a state of unconsciousness, the heir remained captivating. Princess Xie Yun had not seen Xie Yun in what felt like an eternity, and upon laying eyes on him, she found herself momentarily entranced, unconsciously drawing nearer.
Ah, princess, are you seeking me?
Su Qingyi inquired with a smile, positioning herself to shield the heir from the princess's unabashed gaze.
I merely wish to see General Xie, Princess Xie Yun replied dreamily.
At that moment, her focus was solely on Xie Yun, and she paid little heed to Su Qingyi's discomfort. Stepping aside to continue her observation, she had countless words she wished to share with the heir, but with Su Qingyi and the servants present, she found no opportunity to voice them. Mo Yan and Guan Qi were exasperated. This Princess Xie Yun was utterly shameless, daring to gaze at the heir with such desire. Xie Yun, being a martial artist, sensed the imminent danger in Princess Xie Yun's voice. Soon enough, an unwelcome gaze indeed fixated upon him. Thankfully, a wave of fragrant air enveloped him, obscuring the princess's brazen stare. The scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. It was undoubtedly Sue's sandalwood fan. She had taken to carrying it since the onset of summer, and he had grown accustomed to its presence. Yes, to resolve the issue, one must address the root cause. Su Qingyi was clear-minded. She could not shield Princess Xie Yun's eyes directly, so she would simply have to obscure the face that attracted such attention. Princess Xie Yun glared at Su Qingyi in discontent, furrowing her brow as she demanded, "What are you doing?" "Princess, I have long heard of your affections for my husband." "It appears to be true," Su Qingyi replied, no longer inclined to extend any courtesy given the princess's shamelessness. She felt no obligation to hold back any longer. Chapter 064 The Price of Honesty. Mo Yan and Guanqi were both incensed, momentarily taken aback by Su Qingyi's words. Was it truly permissible to speak so candidly? Princess Xinyan was equally astonished. This woman was exceedingly forthright, leaving her unprepared and momentarily speechless. After regaining her composure, she indignantly retorted, "What is my sister-in-law saying? I merely admire General Xie, just like everyone else." Though she harbored affection for Xie Yunji, she could not openly confess it. To do so would be tantamount to handing Su Qingyi a lever to humiliate her, an act both disgraceful and disadvantageous. Su Qingyi shared the sentiment. No matter how profound her affection, a modicum of decorum was still necessary. With a knowing smile, she regarded Princess Xinyan. "It appears I have misinterpreted the situation. The way you gaze at the young master, one could easily mistake you for a love-struck maiden." "You!" Princess Xinyan's face flushed crimson as she retorted angrily, "If you are aware it was a misunderstanding, why persist in bringing it up?" Her voice turned cold. "Surely you are not intent on slandering me? Do not be upset, Your Highness." "That was not my intention," Su Qingyi hastily replied. "I am simply a person who speaks my mind, a trait I must work on to avoid further misunderstandings with you." Princess Xinyan gritted her teeth in frustration. Su Qingyi's tongue was far too sharp, and her every utterance seemed to be a veiled jab at her. Were it not for her father's ascension still pending, Princess Xinyan would have relished the opportunity to have her maids restrain Su Qingyi and deliver a sound reprimand. "My sister-in-law must truly amend this flaw of hers," Princess Xinyan remarked, her gaze piercing as if laced with venom. To so openly malign a woman could tarnish General Xie's reputation. Before Su Qingyi could respond, she continued, "You take advantage of General Xie's current state of unconsciousness, reveling in your position. But should he awaken one day, do you truly believe you will still be worthy of being his rightful wife?" Su Qingyi blinked, feigning innocence. "Are you suggesting that once the young master regains consciousness, he will cast aside his devoted wife who has cared for him during his illness?" A gentleman of Xie Yunji's caliber would not act thus, unless she were to initiate such a request herself. Princess Xinyan realized this too, and her expression soured instantly, yet she did not wish to grant Su Qingyi the satisfaction. "You rely on that notion alone, otherwise, what makes you deserving of General Xie?" Su Qingyi replied, "It seems you imply that among all women, only you alone are worthy of the young master." Princess Xinyan harbored this belief but could not admit it, dismissing Su Qingyi's assertion with, "You are overthinking it." "Well then," Su Qingyi smiled, "since you hold no feelings for my husband, I shall not hesitate to express my affection for him in your presence." With that, she leaned down and bestowed a kiss upon the young master right before Princess Xinyan's eyes. The familiar warmth enveloped Xie Yunji's face as Su Qingyi's soft lips barely brushed against his skin, leaving him both amused and inexplicably elated. It was as if he had discovered the missing piece of a puzzle. What had been lacking was an element of possessiveness. Witnessing this scene, Princess Xinyan nearly lost her composure, her expression one of fury as if she wished to claw Su Qingyi's face to shreds. "In broad daylight, you." Her gaze seemed to accuse Su Qingyi of shamelessness. Su Qingyi surveyed her surroundings and laughed lightly. "There are no outsiders present. Is it not permissible for me to kiss my husband within the confines of our home?" "Indeed, it is not inappropriate." Mo Yan and Guanqi chimed in enthusiastically from the side. They relished witnessing the tender display of affection between the young master and his wife. This was a manifestation of their love. How dare Princess Xinyan slander their young master with claims he would abandon his wife upon awakening? Such a notion was ludicrous. The young master was not of such character. He was a paragon of virtue and integrity. Furthermore, they were certain that given time spent together, the young master would inevitably grow to cherish his wife, just as the three young masters had. "Let us take our leave and enjoy a stroll elsewhere with the young master," Su Qingyi instructed the attendants, then turned to Princess Xinyan, saying, "Your Highness, I must excuse myself." Still reeling from her anger, Princess Xinyan clenched her palm tightly, resisting the urge to strike Su Qingyi. As Su Qingyi and Xie Yunji departed, they appeared to be a genuinely affectionate couple. That brought Princess Xinyan a modicum of solace. After all, if Xie Yunji were conscious, he would surely not deign to notice a woman as ordinary as Su Qingyi. Once they were a distance away, Su Qingyi exaggeratedly patted her chest's goodness. This was the first time she had confronted a member of the royal family so boldly, and it had inadvertently escalated. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have kissed Xie Yunji, while it had felt gratifying. Provoking Princess Xinyan was ill-advised. "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Mo Yan inquired with concern upon noticing her demeanor. "What is the matter with Madam?" Guanqi added, his expression tense. Their worry was palpable, and even Xie Yunji found himself uneasy, pondering what had transpired. Surely she had not been distressed by Princess Xinyan's outburst? "It is nothing," Su Qingyi replied with a smile, brushing her fingers along her hairpin. "Perhaps the heat has yet to dissipate, and I feel a tad stifled." She mused, reflecting on the previous exchange, knowing she had to temper her enthusiasm next time. Was it truly hot? The evening breeze was quite refreshing, and those around her felt no discomfort, yet, if Madame claimed to feel stifled, it surely warranted concern. The attendants immediately urged, then please return and rest. You need not trouble yourself with the young master's company. We are more than capable.
Mo Yan glanced toward Princess Xie Yun's direction before asserting, rest assured, madam, we are wholly committed to safeguarding the young master's honor. Xie Yunji remained silent. There is no need for that.
I shall stay with the young master, Su Qingyi replied, not genuinely feeling stifled. The evening breeze was gentle, and after a day spent indoors, she wished to relish the moment a bit longer. The attendants ceased their insistence, recognizing that with Madame present, their duties were significantly eased. However, Xie Yunji remained concerned that Su Qingyi might overexert herself. In truth, it would be best for her to rest.
In these tumultuous times, should Su Qingyi fall ill, the very foundation of Danhui courtyard would be compromised. The following morning, Lin Gur prepared to board the carriage en route to the academy.
He maintained this routine daily, and few in the household rose earlier than he did. At that moment, a familiar matron approached him, smiling apologetically.
Good morning, young Master Lin. I am a matron in the princess's service, sent at her behest to deliver a gift.
Lin Gur furrowed his elegant brows, maintaining a cold demeanor as he prepared to decline. It is a set of exquisite seasonal flower and bird paintings by Master Lu Kaifeng, worth a fortune, she continued, beaming. The princess learned of your love for literature and painting, thus selecting this specifically for your enjoyment.
Valued at a fortune?
Lin Gur, who had initially ignored the matron, now turned his gaze towards her. Indeed, it is exceptionally rare, the matron replied, her smile radiant as she sensed a favorable outcome. Lin Gur, lost in thought, suddenly altered his stance and reached out to accept the gift.
Well then, please extend my gratitude to the princess. Of course.
The matron beamed with delight. The young master, the eldest son, graciously accepting the princess's gift and displaying such amiability, suggested he would be relatively easy to win over.
I shall return to inform the princess and not delay young Master Lin any further, she said. Very well, Lin Gur nodded in acknowledgement.
From early summer to early autumn, he had grown taller. At this moment, dressed in a sky-blue long robe, he stood beside the carriage, exuding an elegance akin to a tall bamboo. Once the matron had departed, Lin Gur did not immediately board the carriage but instead took the precious painting back to Danhui courtyard.
Young Master Lin, why have you yet to depart?
Su Qingyi, just rising to prepare her meal, noticed her eldest son and inquired with a bright smile. I was just about to leave when I encountered someone from the princess's entourage who delayed me. Lin Gur paused, placing the received item upon the table. It is said to be a famous painting worth a fortune, and I thought it might be unwise to refuse. Su Qingyi, as a daughter of the marquis, undoubtedly lacked for nothing, and Lin Gur was uncertain whether his actions were appropriate. The unabashed Princess Xie Yun had presented him with a gift, and he worried that Su Qingyi might disapprove. Oh, how splendid!
Su Qingyi exclaimed, her face lighting up. What a wonderful stroke of fortune!
Days like this, where money seems to flow effortlessly, are truly delightful. Lin Gur twitched his lips, perhaps he had underestimated Su Qingyi's character. Your happiness is what matters, time is of the essence, so I shall take my leave now, he said, turning to depart. Very well, take your time, Su Qingyi replied, rising to see him off. Once he had disappeared from view, she returned to admire the priceless painting. The son was commendable, he understood the importance of contributing to the family, a sign of filial piety for the future. Chapter 065 The Enlightenment. On the same day at the martial arts arena, Young Jin received a gift from the Duchess's second aunt.
I do not want it.
However, he was rather forthright, or perhaps it could be said he had a clear sense of preference and aversion, firmly refusing the offering. Ever since he learned of the Duchess of Xinyang's feelings for his father, he felt disgusted, and has since reduced his intake by 2 large bowls during the last 2 meals.
My young master, why refuse?
Our Duchess is aware of your fondness for martial arts and has specially procured this century-old Tang sword, forged from high-quality steel, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly, the old woman said, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment, forcing a smile.
Could it be that Su Qingyi had incited some mischief, or perhaps spoken ill of their Duchess?
The sword is indeed a fine one, but I believe in the principle of no reward without merit. Please take it back and do not disturb my training, Young Jin replied with a cold expression, contrasting sharply with his usual jovial demeanor. The allure of the ancient sword, capable of slicing through iron with ease, did indeed tempt him, yet he could not bring himself to accept it from the Duchess of Xinyang. At this point, the old woman was convinced that Su Qingyi had influenced a few of the children. The difference lay in the fact that while some children were swayed, others were not easily led astray. The eldest, Lin, was one who remained unperturbed by such temptations. The old woman reflected on this and no longer felt disheartened. After all, the eldest was the most outstanding of the lot. As long as she could win him over, that would suffice. The second son appeared to have mediocre potential, having only begun his martial training at the age of 8, and his future prospects seemed limited.
Since young Master Jin is not appreciative, then let it be.
I shall return to report to the Duchess, the old woman said, rolling her eyes in silence and muttering a curse under her breath before departing.
Is that indeed the Duchess of Xinyang's doing? Pei Che approached Young Jin and inquired, glancing at the old woman's retreating figure. Is she attempting to win you over? He had already heard from his rather loquacious student about the entangled affections and grievances between the Duchess and General Xie. The content was nothing short of eye-opening.
Yes, she wishes to draw me to her side. Youngjin nodded in affirmation, then grimaced in distaste, adding, but she thinks too highly of herself.
How could I betray my mother for personal gain?
Pei Che chuckled, admiration evident on his face. Asa mentor, he understood the irresistible allure of that ancient sword to Youngjin. Yet, Youngjin did not bat an eyelash, rejecting it decisively. After classes, Youngjin encountered his elder brother Lin on the path back to their courtyard. Feeling a sense of pride for having accomplished something significant that day, he eagerly shared with his brother, today, the second aunt sent someone to deliver a century-old sword to me, which I turned down. Before he could revel in his own triumph, he noticed Lin regarding him with an expression of disbelief, as if he were a fool. This made him question his own judgment. What is it? Youngjin asked, visibly perturbed. Did he act incorrectly? Why refuse it? Lin replied, incredulous. A century-old sword was undoubtedly a valuable item. He shot a look at his younger brother, exasperated.
Why would you turn down free wealth? It requires no repayment from you.
Did accepting it really cost him anything? Youngjin's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, but she's so repulsive. Accepting her gift would be tantamount to betraying mother, wouldn't it? After a moment's pause, he narrowed his eyes and asked, brother, she didn't send you anything as well, did she? Have you accepted it? If Lin had accepted it, he would have to reprimand his brother for it. Lin could tell that his younger brother was struggling to articulate his feelings, and replied coolly, I did accept it. Before Youngjin could admonish him, Lin added, I gave it to mother, and she was quite pleased, hoping for more such good fortune. Youngjin was momentarily taken aback, preparing to scold his elder brother, but then swallowed his words.
After all, it's free money.
Do you think you can go about without spending for daily necessities? In the future, when you pursue your own path, expenses will only multiply, Lin advised.
The teacher mother hired for you, Mr.
Pay also requires a fee, and later on, when you marry and have children, the expenses will only increase. The more Youngjin listened, the more regretful he became, his face paling. Indeed, his elder brother spoke the truth. One should seize opportunities when they arise, especially when there is no obligation to repay. Seeing that his younger brother grasped the lesson, Lin fell silent. He was a reflective individual, often overthinking matters. If Youngjin didn't bring it up, he would not elaborate. If he sensed his brother didn't comprehend, he would not repeat himself. Youngjin, now fully aware, felt a twinge of pain in his chest and could not help but ask, brother, how much do you think that century-old Tang sword could fetch if sold? A few thousand taels, perhaps even tens of thousands, Lin replied. He was not exaggerating, antiques were priceless, and selling it for several 100,000 taels was not out of the question. Youngjin was left in shock, his mouth agape, struggling to process the information. Consequently, feeling the weight of a significant loss, Youngjin appeared somewhat dejected. Su Qingyi quickly noticed this and looked at him with concern, surveying him from head to toe.
What's the matter? You ate so little at the dining table just now, are you unwell? Youngjin shook his head, remaining silent. Was your training today not fruitful? Did Mr. Pei reprimand you? Su Qingyi guessed, reasoning that if he wasn't physically unwell, then it must be something troubling him emotionally. It was difficult to think of anything that could dishearten Youngjin, so passionate about martial arts. No, Youngjin replied, looking listless as he met his mother's gaze, becoming increasingly despondent. I'm fine, mother. I just don't have an appetite today. He then turned toward his room. Mother, I'll go rest for a while. He felt utterly useless, merely a consumer with no intellect. Su Qingyi glanced at Lin and asked, have you noticed anything off about your younger brother? Not having an appetite was not a trivial matter for Youngjin.
Lin replied, no need to worry yet, he simply lost out on several tens of thousands of taels.
What?
Su Qingyi's heart, which had just settled, surged with concern once more. She was about to inquire further when suddenly a thought struck her, and she surmised, he turned down the gift from the Duchess? Yes, Lin confirmed, then excused himself, mother, I shall return to my studies.
Su Qingyi smiled, very well.
After watching Lin depart, she followed suit into Youngjin's room, finding him sulking at the table.
What did the Duchess send you?
Su Qingyi asked, taking a seat with a curious smile. You know already. Youngjin lifted his eyes, heartbroken, and lamented, it was a century-old Tang sword that slices through iron effortlessly. That indeed was a valuable item. No wonder Youngjin was so preoccupied. Su Qingyi offered consolation, you rejected it, and that is commendable. It shows your great character. Youngjin merely stared in silence, realizing that his virtue had stemmed from ignorance of its worth. He had no idea one could be as cunning as his brother, accepting money without fulfilling any obligations. Had he known, he would not have felt so magnanimous. Generosity did not put food on the table.
Don't worry, dear.
I will get you a sword. While it may not possess the same historical significance, it will certainly be of good quality, Su Qingyi assured him. Weapons held an irresistible allure for those passionate about martial arts.
Although Youngjin was still laying the groundwork and not yet ready for weaponry, having one to handle would still be beneficial.
Really, can I choose it myself? I want a spear, just like my father, Youngjin exclaimed, his spirits lifted. His idol was his father, followed closely by his master, Pei Che. Both were exceptional wielders of the spear. To be a great general, one must master the spear. Of course, Su Qingyi replied readily, considering that a spear was safer compared to a sword.
My father has a fire cloud spear.
It is incredibly powerful, and I've seen it before, but alas, my grandfather has put it away, so I've never touched it, Youngjin lamented, his eyes gleaming with hope as he looked at Su Qingyi, his thoughts laid bare.
Su Qingyi chuckled and did not refuse. I will ask your grandfather if it can be retrieved.
Looking at the ecstatic expression on his younger brother's face, she added a caveat, however, you can only handle it. If you wish to wield it, that will depend on your own skills, without practice, you wouldn't be worthy of it. Yes, Youngjin nodded eagerly like a small puppy. In his heart, his mother had become an omnipotent entity. As long as she asked, his father's spear would surely be returned. Indeed, that spear, which had accompanied Xie Yun through life and death, was currently in the hands of the Marquis. The Marquis believed the weapon had claimed countless lives and harbored too much malevolence. If left in Danhui courtyard, it would hinder Xie Yun's recovery. However, Qingyi thought differently. That weapon, having accompanied Xie Yun in protecting the home and nation, through life and death, if it bore any malevolence, was certainly protective in nature. Separating them would likely leave both master and weapon reluctant to part. Father, perhaps if you handle the spear, the heir might feel a sense of connection? Qingyi suggested earnestly in front of the Marquis. The spear was indeed of great importance to the heir, and it could very well serve as a catalyst for awakening. After all, no opportunity should be overlooked. It was worth a try. Chapter 66 A heart full of malice. You have a point, the Marquis replied, harboring a lingering hope for his eldest son's recovery. Without hesitation, he handed the weapon of his son to his daughter-in-law. Thank you, father. Qingyi beamed with delight, finding the spear quite understated compared to the large sabers and tridents commonly wielded by warriors. However, as she reached out to take it, she nearly lost her grip, realizing just how heavy the long spear, favored by the young master, truly was. The Marquis smiled kindly, but then his expression turned serious as he inquired, has the second daughter-in-law troubled you again? Replying to father, I encountered the princess in the garden earlier. It seemed she came specifically to see the young master, uttering vague insinuations that suggested I am unworthy of him. Qingyi sighed, feeling that since the Marquis had broached the subject, she might as well share her grievances. Do not heed her nonsense, the Marquis said darkly. Humph, she is the last person who should marry into this household. It was rumored that Princess Xie Yun and the second son had already separated their chambers, an audacious act that treated the Marquis' family as fools. In recent days, the Marquis had faced no small amount of teasing from others during social gatherings, his reputation tarnished by Xie Huai'an. He could only hope that his wayward son would perform well in the upcoming courtyard examination at the end of the month. Qingyi returned to Danhui courtyard with the long spear. Upon entering the young master's room, the servants exclaimed in surprise, the young master's spear. Their sudden excitement startled Xie Yun, who wondered what was amiss with his weapon. Madam, why have you brought back the young master's spear? Wasn't it taken by the Marquis? Mo Yan asked, visibly agitated. This revelation surprised Xie Yun as well. Qingyi had retrieved her husband's weapon? Indeed, the Marquis said the spear possesses a fierce aura and feared it might hinder the young master's recovery, Qingyi explained with a smile, approaching the young master's bedside and running her fingers over the spear's surface. But I thought, since it is the young master's weapon, any fierce aura must serve to protect him. Perhaps if he touches it, he might feel a connection. The servants nodded in agreement, feeling Qingyi's reasoning was sound. I thought the same, the young master must be longing for the fire cloud. Then let us present it to him, Qingyi said, offering the spear. However, the servants dared to refuse their mistress's request, chuckling, the young master does not like others to handle his weapons, he prefers to care for them himself, so it would be best if you did it, madam. Such a peculiar custom. Very well, Qingyi laughed. Not wanting to insist, she took the spear to Xie Yun herself. It felt almost superstitious as she placed his hand upon the weapon, murmuring, young master, this is your spear, do you feel anything? Upon touching his weapon, Xie Yun's excitement was palpable. Of course, he felt something, yet he struggled to express it. Under Qingyi's hopeful gaze, he made a determined effort to grasp the weapon, only to ultimately fail, as expected. Looking at the young master's serene face, Qingyi felt little disappointment. It was the servants who appeared more troubled, accustomed as they were to disappointment, now worried about the young madam's emotional state. Do not fret. It seems good things take time, and the moment is not yet upon us. We shall wait patiently, the young madam consoled them instead, her radiant smile devoid of any shadow of despair. Instantly, they felt comforted, their spirits lifting in response. They were also greatly impressed. The young madam's composure was truly remarkable, steady as a rock, reminiscent of the unyielding young master indeed, like mother, like daughter. At the residence of the Duke of Su, Princess Xie Yun returned home. Mother and I shall converse in the back courtyard, you may make yourself comfortable, she stated dismissively before departing with the Duchess. Xie Huai'an seized the opportunity to engage the Duke of Su in conversation, recognizing that he was, after all, the nominal son-in-law of the Duke, having shielded his daughter, and thus could reap some benefits from this relationship. What troubles you? Did you not achieve your desires? Why the glum demeanor? The Duchess of Su inquired, perplexed. Is the young master's condition truly that dire? The celestial beauty of her daughter seemed to have dimmed, causing her concern. Mother, do not speak in haste. The young master is well, Princess Xie Yun replied, her gaze softening at the mention of him before sharpening again as she coldly remarked, I must admit, I misjudged, his wife is quite formidable. Oh? In what way is she formidable? The Duchess of Su asked, though inwardly she dismissed the notion, viewing the young lady from the Marquis' household as nothing more than an insignificant figure, unworthy of comparison to her own daughter. Having grown up in the back courtyard of the royal residence, Princess Xie Yun had seen enough of such tactics to believe she could easily outmaneuver a mere Marquis' daughter. I know not what means she employed, but the Marquis' household is utterly devoted to her. Just after her arrival, they entrusted her with the young master's affairs completely. Princess Xie Yun seethed, recalling their earlier confrontation.
Even I, a princess, must seek her permission to see the young master.
Remembering the confrontation, she added indignantly, moreover, she shows me, a princess, not a shred of respect, relying on her title as the young master's wife.
It is infuriating. The Duchess of Su frowned, recognizing that this young lady possessed some measure of skill and audacity. She had already inquired about Su Qingyi and discovered she was no remarkable figure, yet it appeared they had underestimated her. She was a hidden threat. It seems she is aware of your intentions, which is why she treats you with such disdain, the Duchess chided. You should have kept your affections quieter, why draw attention to yourself? Had she been more discreet initially, her actions would have been far less complicated, and perhaps the Marquis's household would not have grown so wary. Regardless of how ostentatious I may be, I could never match my royal aunt's flair, Princess Xie Yun countered defiantly.
Yet your royal aunt harbors no such ambitions, the Duchess retorted, having never agreed with her daughter's approach. It was a ludicrous situation, yet her daughter's tears and tantrums had compelled both her and the Duke of Su to relent.
At least she is not without vulnerabilities, Princess Xie Yun mused.
Among the young master's 3 adopted sons, the eldest and this adoptive mother share little genuine affection.
I believe they can be easily swayed.
The Duchess nodded, dismissing Su Qingyi as a threat, and instructed her daughter, in the inner quarters, one must not be overly compassionate, some matters require decisiveness for a lasting resolution.
This, Princess Xie Yun looked at her mother in astonishment, her expression wavering as she probed, are you suggesting, killing her? Fool, why kill her? Do you wish for everyone to know it was you who did the deed? The Duchess set down her teacup. What I meant by a lasting resolution is to have her dismissed. The Marquis's household would not dare to marry the young master again. This outcome thrilled Princess Xie Yun, who eagerly pressed, Mother, please tell me what to do. Quite simple, the Duchess replied with a cold smile. All that is required is to tarnish her reputation, spreading rumors of her infidelity. The Marquis's household will naturally seek to divorce her, and they will not dare to marry the young master again. A man of dubious character cannot hold on to a wife, any subsequent marriage would meet the same fate. The Marquis's household would not wish to endure such disgrace again. Chapter 067 The scheming of the second aunt. Upon hearing this, Princess Xie Yun displayed a thoughtful expression. Indeed, nothing could be simpler and more effective in dealing with the women of the inner quarters than this approach. Mother, I understand, she replied, pondering for a moment, her mind seemingly formulating a plan. The Princess of Su nodded, apprehensive that her daughter might not execute this task with sufficient decisiveness and clarity, advising, remember, it is crucial to strike decisively, leaving no room for retreat. Understood, Princess Xie Yun acknowledged. Aside from this matter, how have you been faring at the Marquis's residence? The Princess of Su inquired further. Not much to report, Princess Xie Yun replied dismissively, Xie Huai'an is quite compliant. I have already taken to residing in separate quarters from him. The Marquis's wife is rather opportunistic, she feigns respect towards me, yet deep down, she likely harbors resentment, hoping that I will bear her son a legitimate heir. What a fanciful notion. Princess Xie Yun held the Marquis's wife in low regard, perceiving her as someone of modest origins with limited vision. Only the stern and fiery Marquis Pingyang proves challenging to manipulate. Princess Xie Yun was aware that the other party had initially intended to refuse the marriage proposal, but fortunately, she had discreetly negotiated with Xie Huai'an beforehand, thus securing the union smoothly. No matter, once your father will surely support you, the Princess of Su remarked, believing that her daughter would become the most esteemed noblewoman in the realm, and thus deserving of living life with a bit of indulgence. After their conversation, with a clear course of action in mind, Princess Xie Yun felt considerably uplifted. The thought of Su Qingyi soon being dismissed from her position brought a smile to her face, restoring her previously imperious demeanor. Xie Huai'an also sensed the change in Princess Xie Yun's mood, though he speculated, he dared not inquire further. His recent conversation with the Prince of Su had been cordial, and the prospects of his promising future filled him with optimism. At the Pingyang Marquisate, Ling Guo received yet another generous gift from the second aunt, and he continued to accept them without hesitation. This time, he even offered a faint smile, saying, Thank you, second aunt. I appreciate your kindness. His warm address thrilled the matron, who beamed, Young Master Ling, you are too courteous, our princess has stated that it is only natural to care for the younger generation. Ling Guo maintained a facade of mild amusement. Had the matron observed closely, she would have realized that only the corners of his mouth moved, while the rest of his expression remained unchanged. Ling Guo found himself somewhat perplexed. Once accustomed to a life of hardship, he had never desired to lower his pride to appease anyone, yet now, in order to placate Princess Xie Yun and acquire those invaluable gifts from her, he found himself engaging in this charade with ease. Perhaps it was because he had once been a lone commander, solely responsible for his own interests. Now, he had consciously begun to consider the needs of others. By the way, young Master Ling, the matron suddenly said, will you be available to meet tomorrow afternoon after school? She had come not only to deliver gifts but also with a mission. What is it? Ling Guo asked, puzzled. Aren't you preparing for the courtyard examination? The princess wishes to see you and discuss matters pertaining to your career, the matron hinted, believing that Ling Guo would grasp her intent. Indeed, Ling Guo paused momentarily, then showed signs of understanding, responding, I am free. Where does the second aunt wish to meet me? The matron smiled in satisfaction and provided him with a location. Very well, I shall arrive punctually, Ling Guo affirmed. After seeing the matron off, his demeanor shifted, and he adopted a colder expression, shedding the cordiality of their earlier interaction.
It was evident that Princess Xie Yun had ulterior motives. Ling Gur had long recognized that her intentions were not benign. She could not coexist amicably with their family. This was the primary reason for his feigned cordiality towards Princess Xie Yun. If it were merely for a few gifts, he would not have gone to such lengths. With his thoughts focused, he made his way to Su Qingyi's quarters, waiting in the outer room. Upon hearing that her eldest son had arrived, Su Qingyi promptly came out to greet him. Noticing the items in his hands, she raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Has the princess sent you gifts again?" Ling Gur nodded. "She has also invited me to meet tomorrow." Su Qingyi's expression turned serious, and they sat down to discuss the matter in detail. After Ling Gur shared his thoughts, Su Qingyi sighed, regarding him with an incredulous gaze, eager to understand how his mind operated. Was this what childhood was like for the children of powerful officials? To know how to turn passivity into initiative at such a tender age, engaging in Machiavellian schemes? The last time she felt such shock was during a video explanation of the Battle of Qishui, deeply impressed by Chairman Mao's military acumen. Although Ling Gur was far from comparing to Chairman Mao, it was indeed rare for someone so young to possess such weighty thoughts. What unsettled Su Qingyi even more was her inability to discern whether Ling Gur was ultimately on her side or Princess Xie Yun's, or perhaps, he was merely seeking power for himself. Su Qingyi shivered at her own overactive imagination, feeling a chill run down her spine. "Mother?" As Ling Gur continued speaking, he noticed his mother lost in thought, likely worried about Princess Xie Yun's potential schemes. He reassured her, "There is no need for concern. Once I meet her, I will gain her trust, ensuring she relies on me to accomplish her goals. If an opportunity arises, I will outmaneuver her." Su Qingyi snapped back to reality, realizing that her true concern was not for Princess Xie Yun but for him. After all, he was the antagonist of the original narrative, far more formidable than the princess. Very well, but do not act too impulsively. Given that Princess Xie Yun still held significant power, Su Qingyi worried that Ling Gur might act rashly and take extreme measures. First, listen to what she intends to do. We shall observe the situation and wait for her to reveal her vulnerabilities. "Yes, I shall heed your advice," Ling Gur replied. The eldest son's aggression was too pronounced. While he possessed both courage and strategy, Su Qingyi felt the need to remind him, "Though your father provides a safety net, we must not take undue risks, acting preemptively. If we can leverage opportunities, we shall, if not, we must wait." Ling Gur understood the importance of not squandering the reputation his father had built, using it only in crucial situations. "Of course, I do not mean to act in this manner perpetually. It is simply that we currently lack an advantage and must proceed accordingly. In modern terms, it is about survival. Only in unfavorable circumstances should one tread carefully. Once one has developed strength, there will be no need for such caution." "Indeed," Ling Gur nodded again. "Remember to bring Ah Bai when you go tomorrow, and be mindful of your safety." Although Su Qingyi felt confident that her astute son did not require her concern, she still felt compelled to impart this caution. Certainly, Ling Gur was about to take his leave when he heard movement from within and casually inquired, "Is the third brother resting with you again?" "Yes," Su Qingyi replied sheepishly. She felt that since Hung Gur had grown up without a mother, she should spend more time with him. However, she sensed her eldest son's disapproval and hastily assured him, "All right, I will be mindful. Once he turns 5, I will certainly send him back to his own quarters." The words Ling Gur had yet to voice were swallowed back, yielding to the circumstances. Chapter 68 Deception and Pretenses in the Realm of Familial Bonds. The elder brother often assumes the role of a father. Ling Gur, who is not particularly inclined to meddle in trivial matters, occasionally finds himself compelled to voice his dissent when confronted with situations he cannot abide. In the past, Su Qingyi would challenge him, but she has since learned to acquiesce. Otherwise, given Ling Gur's temperament, it is likely that a single rebuttal from Su Qingyi would render him mute forevermore. The following noon, after the school day had concluded, Ling Gur, accompanied by Abai, made his way to the designated meeting place with Princess Xie Yun. Abai was obliged to remain outside, unable to accompany his master within. Upon entering the elegant chamber, Ling Gur greeted Princess Xie Yun with a simple bow. "Second aunt." "Ah, Ling Gur has arrived." Princess Xie Yun beamed, surveying the son of her beloved. Indeed, he possessed rosy lips and pearly teeth, a clean and handsome lad, already exuding an air of scholarly refinement at such a tender age. "Please, have a seat," she said warmly. "I understand you have just come from the academy, so I took the liberty of preparing a feast for you. Let us allow you to dine well before we converse." "Thank you, Second Aunt Da. I shall indulge without reservation," Ling Gur replied, settling down amiably. "Indeed, no need for formality. Please, eat," urged Princess Xie Yun. "Very well." Ling Gur picked up his chopsticks and began to eat with unguarded enthusiasm. Observing this, Princess Xie Yun smiled with satisfaction. It was evident that the child was not overly attached to Su Qingyi. After all, how long had it been? He was already 12, it was no small feat to cultivate such familiarity. Once Ling Gur had satisfied his appetite, Princess Xie Yun spoke slowly. "So, how do you find the dishes? Are they to your liking?" "Delicious, thank you for the generous hospitality, Second Aunt," Ling Gur nodded. To showcase her prowess, Princess Xie Yun had selected an array of exquisite delicacies for Ling Gur. "They are merely ordinary dishes. I am glad you find them agreeable," she responded with a smile. After a brief pause, she transitioned to more serious matters. "Ling Gur, I shall not beat around the bush. As a scholar, you undoubtedly aspire to pursue a career in public service, correct?" "Of course," Ling Gur affirmed with a nod. "Ah, the path of public service is fraught with challenges.
Without support, you may struggle even to pass the preliminary examinations, Princess Xie Yun cautioned. Noticing Lin Gore hesitating to speak, she added with a chuckle, are you thinking to assert that your abilities are not lacking? Indeed, Lin Gore believed in his own capabilities. But what if someone seeks to thwart your ambitions? Princess Xie Yun hinted, and this individual possesses the means to ensure your failure. Lin Gore furrowed his brow. Second aunt, you exaggerate. I have not offended anyone. It is unlikely that someone would wish for my failure. That may be true. What harm could a child like you cause? I merely wish to remind you to tread carefully and avoid making enemies, she advised, leaving the remainder for Lin Gore to contemplate. Yes, thank you for the warning, second aunt. Lin Gore paused, adopting a respectful demeanor. Princess Xie Yun was pleased, lifting her teacup to take a sip. Lin Gore, you are a clever child. You should realize that only your second aunt can provide assistance along your path. She then thought of Su Qingyi, her tone turning dismissive. As for your foster mother, she hails from a lesser noble family and will not be able to offer you anything of value in the future. These were undeniable truths. Lin Gore merely nodded in agreement. It seemed he understood the implications, and Princess Xie Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Among you three brothers, you alone have accepted my gifts. It is clear you stand with me. Even aware of the insincerity, Lin Gore hesitated momentarily before adjusting his mindset and affirming, yes, I recognize that only second aunt can assist me. His brief hesitation did not arouse Princess Xie Yun's suspicion. Rather, it reinforced her belief that Lin Gore was indeed loyal. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child, navigating the complexities of benevolence and coercion with utmost sincerity. Had Su Qingyi not read the original text, she might have thought the same. Princess Xie Yun smiled as if basking in spring's warmth. Excellent, I shall assign you your first task, which is not particularly difficult. Lin Gore regarded her attentively as she continued, you need only find a way to coax her to visit the temple to offer incense. Lin Gore immediately inquired, what is your intent, second aunt? If it involves harm or violence, I cannot comply. Rest assured, it is not so severe, Princess Xie Yun replied, withholding specifics, as trust had not yet been fully established. You are a scholar. Why would I ask you to engage in actions that would jeopardize your future? Noticing Lin Gore hesitating, she reassured him, you need not worry, I promise no harm will come to her, merely a slight reprimand. Lin Gore appeared conflicted, grappling with the notion of opposing his foster mother. At this moment, Princess Xie Yun gently reminded him, consider carefully, what is more important, an outsider or your own future? I understand, second aunt. Lin Gore seemed to awaken from a fog, resolute as he declared, I will speak to my mother and relay your message. Wait for my news. Very well. Princess Xie Yun raised her brows and smiled, I shall await your good news. That evening, upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Lin Gore promptly sought out Su Qingyi to discuss matters. Upon hearing the details, Su Qingyi sighed, she wishes for your mother to perish. Lin Gore contemplated earnestly, it should not come to that, she has stated she would not resort to violence. I suspect she has alternative methods in mind. Su Qingyi remained silent, recognizing the exaggeration in his expression. Yet, she followed up with, what do you believe we should do, should we take the bait or not? Of course, we must take the bait, Lin Gore asserted as he rapped the table confidently, how can one catch a big fish without bait? Su Qingyi stifled a wry smile, realizing that Lin Gore's mother was being likened to bait. Do not fear, mother. You must go, but not in your true guise. Lin Gore seemed to have formed a plan. This sparked a thoughtful expression from Su Qingyi. Before she could inquire further, Lin Gore added, please lend me Mr. Pei Che for a brief while. Pei Che, Su Qingyi was taken aback, you wish for Pei Che to impersonate me? Considering Pei Che's robust physique, it seemed a rather arduous task. Not at all, Lin Gore rolled his eyes, clearly finding her assumption far-fetched. A bite can suffice. Mr. Pei Che is merely to ensure his protection. Su Qingyi chuckled awkwardly, that could work. After a moment's thought, she continued, but I still wish to make a grand entrance, so the other party knows I have arrived. She believed Princess Xie Yun would not be easily convinced of Lin Gore's sincerity. Lin Gore hesitated, if Su Qingyi truly ventured out, it could indeed pose risks, especially if Princess Xie Yun had set traps along the way. Caught in his indecision, he heard Su Qingyi remark, you are being overly simplistic. One must be willing to take risks to capture the wolf. Do not underestimate the opponent's intelligence. If the adversary sought to test Lin Gore, her absence would expose him. She did not wish for Lin Gore's covert endeavors to come undone. Lin Gore's gaze shifted, reluctantly admitting that he had indeed been too hasty. Seeing his lack of opposition, Su Qingyi beamed and instructed, inform your second aunt that I shall visit Beima Temple to offer incense in 3 days. Understood. Lin Gore agreed verbally, yet unease simmered within him. This undertaking was perilous, even with the possibility of being discovered. He felt Su Qingyi should not embroil herself in his reckless schemes. What if, in his pursuit of a successful career, he genuinely turned against Princess Xie Yun? Had she considered this question weighed heavily on Su Qingyi's mind as well. In truth, she felt quite apprehensive. Was it wise to place her trust in Xie Lin? Chapter 069 The goddess of childbearing. 3 days later, under the pretense of seeking blessings for fertility, Su Qingyi made a grand exit to the temple to pay her respects. She was well aware of how to provoke Princess Xie Yun. Upon learning of this news, the princess was infuriated, throwing numerous objects around her chamber in a fit of rage. She even regretted not setting a trap that day.
Indeed, Su Qingyi was not mistaken. Princess Xinyang's intention this time was merely to test Ling Gur. She had heeded the words of the Princess of Su, deciding that if she could not strike with certainty, she would hold back for the time being. Thus, Su Qingyi's journey went remarkably smoothly. Upon arriving at the temple, her disguised maid, Abai, donned a veil and entered to light incense in her stead. Even though Abai was aware of the potential dangers of this endeavor, she approached the Buddha with utmost reverence. Once outside, she hurriedly inquired, "Madam, I offered incense to the goddess of childbearing in your name and added extra oil for the lamps. Surely that must be effective, right?"
This matter, governed by divine will, left Su Qingyi uncertain.
However, not wanting to disappoint Abai, she nodded, "It should be effective." The entire household was aware that the young madam had paid respects to the goddess of childbearing that day, though only a select few knew that it was Abai who had entered the temple on her behalf. Upon returning home, the maids and matron attending Su Qingyi prepared hot water as dusk fell, urging their mistress to bathe.
"So early?" Su Qingyi glanced sideways. "It is better to be early than late," the matron replied, glancing at her mistress with earnest concern. "Since you visited the goddess of childbearing today, we must not squander the auspicious timing. Perhaps destiny awaits this very night."
Su Qingyi remained speechless, realizing it was difficult to explain the situation. After all, she would inevitably have to visit again in due time. She simply nodded, "Very well, let us seize this opportunity." The matron then smiled with satisfaction. Following the visit to the goddess of childbearing, it seemed universally accepted that she would share a chamber with her husband that evening. Consequently, Princess Xie Yun was once again driven to madness that night.
Wretched woman.
Su Qingyi, that wretched woman, she cursed incessantly, suspecting that her rival was deliberately trying to provoke her. Truly shameless. Having refrained from taking action during the day, Ling Gur understood that his mother had hit the nail on the head. The other party was indeed testing him. After this, the next encounter would likely be more serious. He patiently awaited the events to unfold, though he did not anticipate they would transpire so swiftly. The following day, after a sleepless night, Princess Xie Yun could hardly contain her impatience and sought out Ling Gur, urging him to arrange another meeting with Su Qingyi.
"Yesterday was my oversight.
I allowed you to toil in vain," she explained.
"No matter," Ling Gur replied calmly. "What do you plan to do this time, second aunt?"
It was only now that he grasped the brilliance of his mother's decision to pay respects to the goddess of childbearing, which could easily provoke Princess Xie Yun into losing her composure. This would inevitably lead her to reveal weaknesses. "In a few days, I will have mother host a banquet. You are to persuade her to accompany you," Princess Xie Yun commanded, her eyes glinting with malicious intent.
"Is that all?" Ling Gur feigned confusion. "For now, yes." She shot him a glance. "If there are any further instructions, I will have someone find you at the banquet."
"Understood," Ling Gur replied, refraining from further inquiries. As expected, invitations from the Duke of Su's residence swiftly reached the Pingyang Marquisate, and nearly everyone received an invitation, save for Du Jinyun, who had yet to be formally acknowledged as a concubine.
Moreover, with her pregnancy, it was deemed inappropriate for her to attend the banquet. "Your second aunt has invited so many people. What is her intention for the banquet?" Su Qingyi muttered, though regardless of the purpose, she resolved to be cautious, avoiding any questionable food or drink. Ling Gur shook his head, echoing Su Qingyi's sentiments, advising, "Remember, there are those who wish you harm, remain vigilant and observant." Su Qingyi sighed, realizing her eldest son fancied himself far too astute. Had she possessed such abilities, she would have long since dispatched Princess Xie Yun without a trace. "I cannot shake this sense of unease. We should enlist external assistance to safeguard us," Su Qingyi mused, patting her chest in determination. Ling Gur looked at his mother curiously, asking, "What external help?"
He could not fathom who they could possibly call upon, certainly not his father. "Princess Xining, your maternal cousin," Su Qingyi replied, hastily dispatching someone to the princess's residence to explain the situation. Princess Xining had not received an invitation from Princess Xie Yun, likely because the latter recognized her formidable nature and opted to exclude her. However, it mattered little. Princess Xining assured the envoy, "This princess will attend, so tell your mistress to rest easy." Should concubine Shui learn of this, she would undoubtedly rage, "Unfilial daughter. I ordered you to abandon him to seek a consort, yet you dare to support his woman." With Princess Xining's response, Su Qingyi felt a measure of relief, smiling as she reassured her eldest son, "Fear not, with your cousin's support, there should be no major upheaval." Ling Gur was left somewhat speechless. Did his father know of his mother's plans? No, he likely remained in the dark. On the day of the banquet, mother and son dressed appropriately and set out together, accompanied by the entire family of the Marquis. The male members traveled in one carriage, while the female members occupied another. Naturally, Princess Xie Yun traveled alone, while Su Qingyi shared a carriage with the Marquis's wife. Ever since the Marquis's wife had gained the esteemed daughter-in-law of a princess, she had shown little interest in Su Qingyi. Even when speaking, her words dripped with veiled boasts about how devoted Princess Xie Yun was, showering her with lavish gifts. Despite being a daughter-in-law herself, Su Qingyi was deemed a miserly iron rooster, never having given the Marquis's wife so much as a token gift, let alone a substantial one. The more the Marquis's wife pondered this, the more discontented she became, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingyi's flat abdomen, remarking, "You have been married for some time. It is indeed time to pay respects to the goddess of childbearing, lest the old matriarch grow impatient." Su Qingyi remained unfazed, smiling as she replied, "You speak truly, mother. Now that my sister-in-law has also entered the family, let us see who bears a child first, myself or her." Who was unaware that Xie Huai'an and Princess Xie Yun were a mere facade of a marriage, with the princess having no desire to bear children for him? The Marquis's wife, frustrated at her failed attempts to belittle Su Qingyi, fell silent, her face turning a shade of anger. At the Duke of Su's residence, the atmosphere was bustling with visitors. As the carriage from the Pingyang Marquis arrived, the carriage from the princess's residence followed closely behind.
Her Royal Highness Princess Xie Ning has arrived, announced the eunuch with a raised voice. Princess Xie Yun's face fell in surprise. She recalled that the royal residence had not extended an invitation to Princess Xie Ning. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Su Qingyi, who was alighting from her carriage, suspecting that Su Qingyi had summoned the princess. Yet, what of it, summoning reinforcements would be futile. Su Qingyi, upon hearing of Princess Xie Ning's arrival, quickly led Ling Guo over to greet her. She contemplated that this was the true princess. Even if Prince Gong ascended to the throne in the future, it would not diminish the princess's status. If Ling Guo caught Princess Xie Ning's attention, he would likely be less susceptible to Princess Xinyang's manipulations. That would be a path leading to perdition. She hoped her beloved son would comprehend this. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Qingyi respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to Princess Xie Ning, may your highness have endless blessings." Receiving a nod from Princess Xie Ning, she eagerly ushered Ling Guo forward, instructing, "Ling Guo, quickly greet your cousin." Turning back to Princess Xie Ning, she enthusiastically introduced, "Your highness, this is Ling Guo, the eldest son of Yunji. He possesses considerable talent and is set to participate in the imperial examinations at the end of the month." Ling Guo felt as though he were being marketed by his mother, wondering if it was merely his imagination. He hesitated, yet outwardly maintained composure as he bowed. Ling Guo pays his respects to his cousin. Whom? Princess Xie Ning appraised Ling Guo, noting his decent appearance and demeanor, just sufficient to be deemed worthy of being Xie Yunji's foster son, and offered a rare smile. "This princess has heard your father mention that you enjoy reading." Indeed, it is quite the honor that the princess remembers. Ling Guo truly possesses a remarkable talent for study. Su Qingyi beamed radiantly, completely oblivious to the fact that she was conversing with her husband's admirer. This scene prompted Ling Guo to glance sideways repeatedly, a familiar feeling of his mother being unconcerned about his father resurfacing. Chapter 070 of The Dragon's Lair and the Tiger's Den. However, the pressing issue confronting Ling Guo is not the loves and hates of the previous generation, but rather the incessant praises of his mother, whose words are as exaggerated as a vendor selling melons. In this day and age, it is rare for anyone to boast so shamelessly about their offspring. He hastily remarked, "Cousin, please do not take offense, my mother is merely trying to encourage me, it is not that I possess any true talent. It is of no consequence, do not be so anxious. This princess is not meeting your mother for the first time," Princess Xie Ning responded, her words implying a familiarity and cordiality with Su Qingyi. Ling Guo thought to himself, very well, he had worried for nothing. Su Qingyi cast a knowing glance at her eldest son, as if to say, "See, your mother has secured us a formidable ally." "Your highness." Just as they were conversing, the rather unpleasantly smiling Princess Xinyang approached, this time targeting Princess Xie Ning with her remarks, "I did not expect you to be here as well. Had I known you would come, I would have arranged a seat for you in advance." Implicitly, she was insinuating that the princess had intruded uninvited. "I have heard that the eldest royal sister is hosting a banquet, inviting half the capital, yet I was not among those invited. Could it be that the eldest royal sister harbors some grievance against me?" Princess Xie Ning was not intimidated by her niece's words. With a forced smile, she retorted, "If that were the case, I would have to enter the palace and weep before the Empress Dowager." Not only was she favored by the emperor, but she was also the apple of the Empress Dowager's eye. The wife of the Duke of Su, a mere granddaughter-in-law, could never compare to her own blood granddaughter. If she truly went to the palace to complain to the Empress Dowager, it would undoubtedly be the wife of the Duke of Su who would suffer the consequences. Princess Xinyang, who fancied herself as an imperial princess, was still very much not one. Faced with a genuinely favored princess, she could only swallow her pride and force a smile. "I was merely jesting with you, your highness. Why take it so seriously?" Su Qingyi rolled her eyes discreetly. Princess Xinyang was indeed one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Just as she was contemplating this, the latter hastened to validate her thoughts, frowningly addressing her, "Elder sister-in-law, you have kept the princess here for quite some time. Is there not a more appropriate place to sit and converse? It is hardly proper to block her in this manner." Su Qingyi was not an imperial princess, and thus lacked the confidence to retort as Princess Xie Ning had. Therefore, she could only cast an indignant glance at Princess Xie Ning. "Xinyang, is this how you treat your elder sister-in-law on a regular basis? Do not forget, she is not only your elder sister-in-law but also the princess's cousin." Princess Xie Ning stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Qingyi with an expression of displeasure. Her sudden confrontation startled Princess Xinyang, causing a look of astonishment to cross her face. How strange it was that her beloved royal aunt would stand up for Su Qingyi so ardently. Has she lost her senses? Ling Guo was equally taken aback. Given that Princess Xie Ning was fond of his father, he had speculated that she might show some favor towards him, but he never expected her to be so protective of his mother. "Your highness exaggerates. Where is the bullying? I simply have a loud voice." Princess Xinyang forced a smile, attempting to explain, before turning to Su Qingyi, "Elder sister-in-law, you do not misunderstand me, do you?" She presumed that Su Qingyi would wish to avoid conflict. Indeed, Su Qingyi smiled brightly and shook her head. "I harbor no misunderstandings. I am well aware of what sort of person you are, princess." Princess Xinyang, stung by the veiled sarcasm, was infuriated. This Su Qingyi would not concede an inch, always having something disparaging to say about her. "Let us proceed inside," Princess Xie Ning declared with satisfaction, observing that Su Qingyi was not one to suffer in silence, which reassured her. "Yes," Su Qingyi replied, closely following Princess Xie Ning.
Sensing that the princess had something to communicate, she led the mother and son to a somewhat secluded corridor. Su Qingyi expressed her gratitude with a warm smile. Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. Noting her anxious demeanor, Princess Xie Ning was genuinely curious. Su
Lin Guo's mother.
Calling her by name felt somewhat disrespectful, and not daring to refer to her as cousin, she settled on this form of address. From your expression, it seems you are quite certain that Xinyan will take action against you? Su Qingyi nodded, her heart still trembling at the memory. In truth, she has already made an attempt.
She once lured me to the temple under the pretense of offering incense, but that was merely a test.
She refrained from disclosing that it had been Lin Guo who had led her there, to avoid tarnishing his image in Princess Xie Ning's eyes. Princess Xie Ning furrowed her brow in distress. Her niece was indeed reckless and audacious in her misdeeds. Be cautious, in the future, avoid such gatherings whenever possible, she advised, fully aware that while one might steal for 1,000 days, there would never be a day when one could guard against a thief. Understood, Your Highness, I am grateful for your counsel, Su Qingyi affirmed, feeling immensely thankful towards the princess. Had she been even slightly malevolent, she feared she would be caught in an inescapable predicament. Lin Guo stood quietly behind, saying nothing. The mother and son were discreet enough not to reveal that they had come with intentions of seeking an opportunity to retaliate against Princess Xinyan. At that moment, a maid from the Duke of Su's residence approached. After greeting Princess Xie Ning respectfully, she smiled and said, I am here on the orders of the Duchess to invite the Lady of Pingyang and young Master Lin to discuss matters. The Duchess certainly had the authority to summon Su Qingyi, yet Princess Xie Ning disliked such overtly manipulative invitations, which seemed to be a blatant act of bullying.
Where are they?
This princess shall accompany you, Princess Xie Ning declared before Su Qingyi could respond. The maid's expression grew troubled, as the Duchess had specifically instructed to invite only the mother and son. Given the gravity of the situation, she was wary of failing her task. Your Highness, the Duchess wishes to meet with the two esteemed guests privately. If you wish to see her as well, might you wait until she has concluded her meeting with them before arranging another? The maid dared not jeopardize the Duchess's significant matters and thus cautiously smiled at Princess Xie Ning.
How dare you? Does this princess require your assistance in arranging her schedule?
Princess Xie Ning's voice boomed with royal authority. The maid turned pale and hurriedly knelt, saying, Your Highness, please do not be angry. I certainly meant no offense, I am merely following the Duchess's orders. With her forehead on the ground, she did not dare to raise her head, hoping the princess would not make things difficult for her.
It is merely a conversation.
There is nothing to hide. Get up and lead the way, Princess Xie Ning commanded, having just heard Su Qingyi's concerns, and with her suspicions mounting regarding the Duchess's insistence on a private meeting with Su Qingyi, she was not inclined to grant her wish. The maid had no choice but to stand and lead the way, replying, yes. Meanwhile, the Duchess of Su had already set a trap for her daughter, waiting for the maid to bring the guests so she could commence her scheme. To her utter surprise, the first to arrive was Princess Xie Ning, followed by Su Qingyi and her son. She was momentarily taken aback, her icy gaze falling upon the inept maid. The maid felt a pang of guilt. She dared not disobey the princess's orders. Dear eldest royal sister, I hear you wish to meet Xie Ning's cousin. I have brought them to you. Princess Xie Ning strode in confidently, observing the Duchess's disgruntled expression, her smile growing ever more radiant. What is with that expression?
Does the eldest royal sister only welcome my cousin and her son, but not this royal sister?
The Duchess momentarily lost her composure but quickly regained her demeanor, responding with a polite smile. How could that be?
Who would dare to not welcome you in this world? That is good to hear.
Ignoring the Duchess's double entendre, Princess Xie Ning turned back to Su Qingyi and her son, stating, the eldest royal sister wishes to see you, so do have a proper conversation, and then you may go about your business. Certainly, Su Qingyi replied with a smile, stepping forward to bow respectfully to the Duchess, saying, Qingyi pays her respects to the Duchess.
May the Duchess be blessed with longevity.
You are too courteous. The Duchess raised her hand slightly, her gaze keenly focused on Su Qingyi as she smiled. You are the sister-in-law of Xinyan.
We are all family here, please take a seat and converse.
Yes, Su Qingyi responded gently, and next, Lin Guo approached to pay his respects, mature and composed, saying, Thank you, Lin, for your audience with the Duchess.
I pay my respects to you.
Good boy, come sit with your mother. The Duchess had heard of Lin Guo's situation and couldn't help but observe him more closely, as if assessing his trustworthiness. Ultimately, she found his demeanor to be rather reserved, with nothing overtly revealing on the surface. Su Qingyi, the gentle and graceful wife of Xie Yun, also appeared utterly harmless. Chapter 071. Coercion and temptation. After the mother and son took their seats, the servants promptly presented tea and delicacies of Princess Xie Ning, however, did not require any invitation. She had already found a chair to settle in, unwilling to endure the penalty of standing.
Here is the finest Huangshan Maofeng tea, do indulge,
remarked Princess Su with a smile. On such a sweltering day, having traveled by carriage, the princess was indeed parched, so she lifted the cup and took a few sips. Young Lin also partook, yet Su Qingyi refrained from touching her teacup. This immediately caught the attention of Princess Su, who paused in her tea sipping and, with a slight smile, inquired, What troubles you, Qingyi? Are you unaccustomed to this Maofeng? If so, I can have the servants fetch you something else. No, my apologies for troubling the princess, Su Qingyi replied somewhat bashfully. I have a sensitive palate and cannot drink tea that is too hot. I shall wait until it cools. I see, Princess Su observed, her gaze shifting slightly. Then do let it cool before you drink. You may enjoy some pastries or fruits in the meantime. Princess Xie Ning genuinely believed Su Qingyi was indeed sensitive to heat and considered calling for some cool tea. However, upon reflecting that this was Princess Su's domain, she refrained from doing so. Thank you, Your Highness, Su Qingyi expressed, her demeanor impeccable, yet she remained unmoved. This clearly indicated her extreme caution. Princess Su had noticed this but chose to remain silent. Princess Xie Yun also recognized it and promptly set down her teacup, attempting to smooth things over for Su Qingyi by saying, young Lin's mother has always been rather sparing with her food. During her last visit to my residence, she hardly touched anything. Is that so? No wonder Qingyi is so slender, Princess Su responded, still smiling pleasantly. Perhaps it is merely the trials of a scorching summer. Once this period passes, it shall improve, Su Qingyi readily agreed. Princess Su nodded, suddenly exhaling a sigh, and continued, I wish to meet with you alone today primarily to discuss that child, Xinyan. She has been spoiled by her father and me, and her temper leaves much to be desired. If she has offended you in any way during these days, I apologize on her behalf. That is indeed the case. Just a while ago, Xinyan was out there shouting at her sister-in-law, which was quite unbecoming. Although she is a princess, she ought not to behave in such a manner due to her status. The eldest sister-in-law ought to discipline her, Princess Xie Yun reported. Listening nearby, Su Qingyi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her decision to seek Princess Xie Yun's assistance had proven exceedingly wise. Of course, now that she is married, both the prince and I shall ensure she is well disciplined, Princess Su replied, her internal irritation towards Princess Xie Yun palpable, yet she maintained a cordial facade. Simultaneously, she mused that today's endeavor was unlikely to succeed. Being young and newly married, such behavior is to be expected, Su Qingyi remarked with a smile. When I first married, I too lacked maturity, but it improved with time. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own fortunes, and the princess clearly possesses a bright future. There is no need for you to worry excessively, Your Highness. Princess Xie Yun's remarks were undeniably unflattering. Every word seemed to carry a note of discord. It was truly a pity she bore a countenance that suggested amiability. Let us hope for the best, replied Princess Su, her smile failing to reach her eyes. She then turned her gaze to young Lin, gently inquiring, I hear you will be participating in the imperial examinations this year, alongside your uncle. Do you feel confident? As a younger member of the family, young Lin stood to respond, stating, I shall do my utmost. Barring any errors, I should be able to pass. Very well, may I extend my wishes for both you and your uncle to achieve success? Princess Su nodded approvingly, before instructing a nearby wet nurse. I recall that not long ago, His Majesty rewarded the prince with a box of imperial Meixiang ink, correct? Please fetch a portion of that along with 2 lake brushes for young Lin to take back. Imperial Meixiang ink, Su Qingyi thought to herself. Princess Su and Princess Xie Yun truly shared a knack for winning people over. Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself. Wealth and power could easily sway hearts. If she were in young Lin's position, it would indeed be difficult not to be tempted. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous regard towards young Lin, Su Qingyi said with a warm smile, her gaze shifting to young Lin. Although she worried that the bond between mother and son might falter under the weight of wealth and influence, she felt powerless. Being devoid of both, she could only resign herself to fate. Young Lin, do express your gratitude to the princess for her generosity. Thank you, Your Highness. Young Lin bowed deeply. We are family, there is no need for formality, Princess Su replied, pausing momentarily before adding, it is time. There are many guests outside. I shall not keep you further. We can converse again when time permits. Indeed, Su Qingyi stood to bid farewell. Throughout the visit, she had not touched a single item from Princess Su's collection. After they departed, Princess Xinyan emerged from behind, her expression dark as she exclaimed, that meddling aunt of mine, has she lost her mind, protecting that woman so fiercely? She is not mad. She merely does not wish for you to succeed, Princess Su replied, her smile vanished, her well-laid plans disrupted by Princess Xie Yun. It appears today's efforts have come to naught. Mother, it took great effort to bring her here, and next time she will only be more vigilant. Princess Xinyan, having spent days at the Pingyang Marquis's residence, had learned just how reclusive Su Qingyi was, making the opportunity to strike exceedingly rare. What do you propose instead? Princess Su regarded her daughter, noting her already heightened caution, evident in the untouched tea and delicacies. Have young Lin do it, Princess Xinyan suggested with a frenzied look. No, you are being too hasty, we must wait, Princess Su insisted, believing young Lin was not yet trustworthy. They needed to ensure they had complete control over young Lin's vulnerabilities first. Mother, Princess Xinyan protested, how much longer must they wait? She could hardly endure the torment of the previous night again. Listen to me. Princess Su shot her daughter a warning glance, exuding authority. Princess Xinyan, though outwardly obedient, could not help but simmer with defiance, but she reluctantly fell silent. Yet she was never one to follow orders blindly. Her obedience was merely superficial, and beneath it, she was still scheming. Ultimately, Princess Xinyan, without her mother's knowledge, sent someone to find young Lian. At the banquet, young Lin no longer lingered with Su Qingyi and Princess Xie Yun but instead approached the male guests. When the envoy from Princess Xinyan made contact with him, he followed the individual through a maze of corridors to a secluded room where they awaited further instructions. Before long, Princess Xinyan entered. Young Lin, she wasted no time, instructing, your second aunt has a task for you. If you succeed, she will ensure your career flourishes, allowing you to rise swiftly. Young Lin hesitated momentarily. You must be aware of the current circumstances, Princess Xinyan pressed, using both coercion and temptation. If you are oblivious, let me be clearer, this realm will eventually belong to my father. Therefore, she paused, locking her gaze onto young Lin's eyes, seducing him further. You must choose to stand with me or with your foster mother. You know which side to take. Young Lin's eyelashes fluttered. I understand, you are granted one chance. Should you dare betray me, even if your father awakens, he will not be able to protect you, Princess Xinyan declared, producing a porcelain vial from her robes. Young Lin hesitated before accepting it with both hands. Inside appeared to be a single pill. Rest assured, this is merely a hallucinogenic pill. It dissolves in water and will not harm her, Princess Xinyan assured him. But how can I administer it under everyone's watchful eyes? Young Lin expressed his distress. Could you send someone with me? I will go directly to the kitchen to add the drug, marking the cup, and then persuade my mother to drink it. Princess Xie Yun pondered this, recognizing it would indeed be easier. As long as Young Lin was the one to administer the drug, it would not implicate her. Agreed. Princess Xie Yun consented, subsequently dispatching a wet nurse to assist Young Lin. Thus, Young Lin, in possession of the hallucinogenic pill, ventured alongside the wet nurse to the kitchen. With the banquet about to commence, the kitchen was bustling with activity. Please inquire which dishes are for the guests. To avoid any mix-up, Young Lin whispered to the wet nurse. The wet nurse nodded and proceeded to ask. Once she was gone, Young Lin asked about the meals designated for the nobility. The servants, recognizing him as the princess' favored companion, treated him with utmost respect and divulged the information. Naturally, the dishes prepared for the princess were of a different caliber. Upon the wet nurse's return, Young Lin requested her assistance in keeping watch. Once the coast was clear, he seized the opportunity to administer the drug and mark the cup. The wet nurse instructed the servants responsible for serving, pay close attention. This particular dish is specially selected by young Master Lin to present to his mother. It must be delivered directly to the table of the Pingyang Marquis's wife. Should anything go awry, all blame would be placed squarely on young Lin's shoulders. If he dared to implicate the princess, who would believe him? Chapter 072 Reaping what one sows. To err on the side of caution, after Lin Gur departed, the matron added a dose of medicine to the marked stew pot. Unbeknownst to her, just as the dishes were being served, Lin Gur returned. He sought out the maidservant previously instructed by the matron and remarked, I just recalled that mother has not been fond of fish maw lately. A lighter alternative would be preferable. The maid, having no reason to disagree, sweetly flattered him. Young Master Lin is truly filial. Lin Gur nodded and chose another pot. For the marked one. He suspected that the true young county princess had tampered with it and thus sought an excuse to dispose of it, to avoid implicating the innocent. Never mind, I shall personally deliver it to mother, Lin Gur declared, as this was indeed his intention. He preferred not to entrust it to another. Very well, the maid replied, hastily arranging a tray for him. Such a dutiful young master was indeed a rarity. Before long, Lin Gur emerged from the kitchen, carrying the stew pot as he made his way to the ladies' quarters in search of Qingyi. Upon entering, he surveyed the room and noted that Qingyi's dining table was neither too far nor too close to that of the true young county princess. The ladies present were momentarily taken aback at the sight of the fair-skinned, red-lipped young master entering, for all the dishes served thus far had been attended to by trained maidservants, making his sudden appearance particularly jarring. Only the true young county princess remained unfazed. Upon catching sight of Lin Gur, a knowing smile briefly flitted across her lips before she quickly suppressed it, resuming her discreet observation. Is that not Lin Gur? What brings you here? Inquired the Duchess of Pingyang. Her brow furrowed. Lin Gur was rather lacking in decorum, concerned that he might bring her shame at the banquet of the Duke of Su. She felt compelled to reprimand him. Grandmother, Lin Gur called out, before explaining, I sampled a delightful stew at the banquet that mother enjoys, and I came specifically to bring it to her. Gasps of surprise rippled through the room as all eyes turned towards Qingyi. It was well known that she and Lin Gur shared a foster-mother-son relationship, rather than a biological one. Yet, none had anticipated Lin Gur's profound filial piety towards his adoptive mother. The Duchess's expression turned peculiar. She had not expected the usually cold-hearted Lin Gur to exhibit such kindness towards Qingyi. However, while filial piety was commendable, it seemed inappropriate to showcase it at another's banquet, making her appear unsympathetic. Thus, the Duchess, feeling displeased, prepared to chastise Lin Gur before offering her apologies to the Duchess of Su. But to her surprise, the Duchess of Su was the first to smile, praising, this child, Lin Gur, is indeed very filial. She then turned to Qingyi with a look of delight. Qingyi is truly fortunate, how enviable. With the Duchess of Su's endorsement, the other guests began to shower Lin Gur with compliments, and in that moment, no one questioned the propriety of his abrupt entrance. Seeing this, the Duchess of Pingyang awkwardly swallowed her words simultaneously. She was filled with confusion. Were not the true young county princess and Qingyi adversaries? Why then did the Duchess of Su extend her goodwill towards Qingyi? Lin Gur is indeed filial, all thanks to the young masteress' exemplary parenting, Qingyi remarked, caught off guard by the scene before her. As she faced the myriad of praises and envy directed her way, she calmly replied, I must credit the young master for blessing me with 3 dutiful children. Understanding dawned upon the assembly. It seemed that the Lady Xie, brought in to bring joy, had formed a harmonious bond with her family and her 3 foster sons. Lin Gur placed the stew pot before Qingyi, stating, Mother, please enjoy. You've worked hard, making such a long journey, Qingyi said, her smile unwavering, though her thoughts were somewhat conflicted as she regarded Lin Gur. Should she trust him, or not? The probability remained a precarious 50-50. It is what a son ought to do, Lin Gur replied, casting a glance at Qingyi as he added, once it cools a bit, you may partake. I have tasted it, and it is quite pleasant. Ah, Qingyi acknowledged, her mind racing. Was Lin Gur reassuring her that it was safe to eat, or was he subtly lowering her guard, persuading her to indulge? After delivering the stew pot, Lin Gur took his leave. The true young county princess felt a pang of urgency, believing he had departed too soon. Why did he not persuade Qingyi to drink before leaving? As the host, the Duchess of Su naturally took the lead in partaking of the meal, encouraging others to join her. Let us not stand on ceremony, let us begin, she said with a smile. She then lifted the lid of the stew pot, stirring it with a porcelain spoon. The guests, no longer feeling restrained, eagerly began to eat. The true young county princess also sampled a couple of spoonfuls. However, her thoughts were entirely focused on Qingyi, rendering her oblivious to her own meal, let alone discerning any flavors. She could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, Why does my sister not drink? The Duchess of Su cast her a sidelong glance, suspecting that she had interfered with the soup. Although she deemed her daughter overly hasty, she had no choice but to cover for her, smiling as she said, "You are mistaken, my dear, your sister has a sensitive palate and cannot tolerate hot foods."
The true young county princess followed suit. "Then how do you know?"
"Your sister and nephew were just having tea with me," the Duchess of Su replied with a smile. "It is a pity the time was too short for a longer conversation."
"Indeed, your grace even remembers such trivial matters," Su Qingyi responded, appearing somewhat flattered.
While she said little, the others sensed her respect towards the Duchess of Su. The true young county princess silently noted her mother's duplicity, recognizing that she was not so kind-hearted in private. Su Qingyi ultimately drank a few sips of the stew. If it was to be her demise, so be it. After all, Lin Guo possessed a multitude of schemes, rendering it difficult to discern reality from illusion. This unexpected intruder, should she perish at Lin Guo's hands, would not be unjustly dealt with. Fearing that Su Qingyi did not consume enough, the true young county princess began to extol the virtues and rarity of the soup, urging everyone to partake further. It was indeed unusual for the proud true young county princess to be so accommodating, and the guests obliged her request. Su Qingyi also complied, thinking that if the soup bore any ill effects, a few more sips would not matter. Seeing Su Qingyi consume a considerable amount, the true young county princess finally relaxed, contemplating that before long, the effects of the medicine would manifest. The alluring potion she had given to Lin Guo was a potent aphrodisiac. Without an antidote, it could only be released through indulgence. Should it remain pent up, it could spell disaster. The journey from the royal residence back to the Duchess of Pingyang's estate was of a considerable distance. By the time the effects took hold, Su Qingyi would likely be in a state of disarray, unable to return in time. At that juncture, arranging for a man to enter would seal the deal. As the true young county princess contemplated this, she suddenly felt unwell, as if she were being scorched from within. This even without prior experience, she vaguely understood the symptoms. It was a reaction to the drug. But how could this be? The signs that should have manifested in Su Qingyi were now afflicting her. In that moment, it dawned upon the true young county princess that she had likely been outmaneuvered by that little rascal Lin Guo. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she shot a venomous glare at Su Qingyi, marking her for vengeance. She would ensure that this mother and son duo met their demise. The effects of the drug were swift and overwhelming, leaving the true young county princess in a state of panic as she urgently commanded the matron beside her, "I am feeling unwell. Assist me to rest." The Duchess of Su, taken aback, expressed her concern, "What is the matter with my child?" "Quickly summon the county horse to see me," the true young county princess commanded. Her sudden malaise drew the attention of all the guests, who paused their meals, casting concerned glances her way. Su Qingyi, however, was not genuinely concerned. She was merely curious. What could be the matter? Surely she hadn't suffered from a bout of indigestion. Chapter 073. A narrow escape. Before the Princess of Xinyan was assisted away, she cast a fierce glare at Su Qingyi, leading Su to believe that the situation was far more complex than mere indigestion. It seemed she had ingested something laced with nefarious intent. Su Qingyi lowered her gaze, stealing a glance at the stew before her. After a moment's contemplation, she began to piece together the unfolding narrative. It was likely that the Princess of Xinyan had instructed Lin Guo to enhance her own soup, only for Lin Guo to turn the tables and add the ingredients to the princess's broth instead. Su Qingyi's immediate reaction was one of relief. Lin Guo had proven himself to be a loyal son, impervious to the princess's threats and temptations, unwavering in the face of power and wealth. She patted her chest, reassured that their mother-son bond had withstood the test. However, she could not help but marvel at Lin Guo's audacity and ruthlessness. Was he not afraid of the repercussions from the Princess of Xinyan? Meanwhile, Xie Huai'an, the royal groom, was engaged in a convivial exchange at the banquet. Upon hearing that the princess required his presence, and noting the urgency in the nanny's demeanor, he rose and followed her hastily. Upon entering the princess's boudoir, he was immediately enveloped by the flustered figure of the princess. Her cheeks flushed. Startled, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, what is the matter?" "I have been poisoned," the princess gasped, tugging at Xie Huai'an's collar, her final vestiges of reason slipping away as she implored, "You are my husband. You must come to my aid and help me antidote this." Xie Huai'an, taken aback, pondered how the princess could have fallen victim to such a fate at her own banquet. "Please hurry," she urged, the poison wreaking havoc on her body. The sooner it was expelled, the better. But Xie Huai'an hesitated, his heart belonging to Xie Yun. He proposed, "Could we not summon a physician?" "Absolutely not, this poison cannot be delayed." The princess, perplexed by his reluctance, thought, could it be that he was guarding his beloved concubine? With her life hanging in the balance, the princess resorted to manipulation. "Do you not desire a legitimate heir?" Xie Huai'an's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the prospect of a legitimate son could only benefit him. The opportunity lay before him, too precious to squander. Yet, thoughts of Xie Yun tugged at his heart, for she had sacrificed so much for him. Thus, he found himself wavering. "Xie Huai'an, are you willing to offend me for the sake of a woman?" The princess glowered at him with venomous ire. "Very well, then, you shall see." "No, your highness, do not misunderstand. That is not my intention." Xie Huai'an regained his clarity, realizing he had no option to refuse. To incur the princess's wrath would yield dire consequences. It would be wiser to seize the moment and father a legitimate son. For the greater good, Xie Yun would surely comprehend his predicament. Today's banquet concluded far earlier than anticipated, seemingly due to some disturbance within the royal household that rendered the Duchess of Su disinterested in continuing the festivities. Indeed, something significant had transpired, and Su Qingyi's heart raced with trepidation, fearing the royal decree would lead to Lin Guo's apprehension. She had mentally prepared herself with an array of desperate pleas, fully intending to create a scene should the royal household attempt to seize her son. Thankfully, the banquet ended without incident, likely because the princess was still preoccupied and had not yet turned her attention to Ling Gur. Upon stepping outside, Qingyi encountered Ling Gur standing amidst the crowd, his demeanor intact, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her unharmed, he too felt a weight lift from his shoulders, for he had not been present to witness the commotion among the female guests. Had the princess chosen to act against him then, the outcome could have been dire. As it was not the time for conversation, the mother and son exchanged a glance that spoke volumes. On the carriage ride home, Lady Ho lamented, "I wish to converse more with the princess. I wonder what could have transpired to render her so distracted." Qingyi, burdened with her own thoughts, had little interest in sparring with Lady Ho, merely echoing, "Indeed, it is a mystery. Xie Huai'an, too, has behaved rather foolishly, getting intoxicated at the Yu family's gathering. It appears he will not return home until tomorrow," Lady Ho complained, though inwardly, she reveled in the notion. Today, it seemed, the Duke and Duchess of Su held a favorable impression of Xie Huai'an, refraining from chastising him for his indiscretions and even arranging a guest room for him to rest. Perfect timing, as the princess remains at her maternal home. They will return together tomorrow. Yes, indeed. Qingyi remained preoccupied. Upon returning to the Ho residence, she promptly retreated to her quarters, with Ling Gur following closely, both instinctively gravitating toward the study. Upon seeing Qingyi present, he appeared unfazed, greeting her with a simple, "Mother," before lowering his gaze and awaiting her reprimand. It seemed he was aware of the recklessness of his actions that day. "Ling Gur, you have succeeded." Qingyi's first words to him were unexpectedly positive, a smile gracing her features. Though her delight was feigned, she could not afford to dampen his spirits immediately. Such parental behavior was most detestable. Setting aside her initial shock, she found herself filled with admiration for Ling Gur, likening it to a river that flowed unrestrained. She continued, "However, you also frightened your mother terribly. I feared you might be apprehended by the royal household." She placed a hand over her heart, embodying a semblance of lingering anxiety. Ling Gur, astonished that Qingyi refrained from scolding him, quickly masked his surprise, returning to his calm demeanor as he responded, "I saw an opportunity and thought to give it a try." When the princess mentioned a hallucinogenic pill, he had already surmised her intentions, filling him with indignation. Such treachery was more sinister than outright murder. It was intolerable. In a moment of impulsivity, he acted. "It was my fault, I was too rash." Ling Gur, now apprehensive of the potential fallout from the princess, felt a twinge of concern. "As long as you can reflect upon your actions, I shall refrain from further chastisement," Qingyi sighed, having surmised the motivation behind his impetuosity. The princess's tactics had indeed been foul, tarnishing not only her own dignity but also that of Ling Gur as father. Contemplating the challenges that lay ahead, Qingyi steeled herself to reassure him. "Fear not. She will not dare to act openly. At worst, she may attempt to undermine us covertly." Calculating her own leverage, she continued to console her eldest, "When she returns, I shall present my grievances. Should she dare to lay a finger on you, I will ensure she regrets it." Qingyi was not jesting. To touch her eldest son was tantamount to striking at her very lifeblood. She would make certain the Princess of Xinjiang understood the gravity of her actions. Very well. Ling Gur found solace in his mother's words. Though he himself was unafraid, he worried about implicating others. Noticing his diminished spirits, Qingyi felt she had said enough and gently urged, "You have had a long day, rest well, leave the remaining matters to me, and do not fret." With that, she stood to depart, eager to check on her youngest, the little Qingyi hanger. "Mother, was today's fish gelatin soup tasty?" Ling Gur suddenly inquired as Qingyi passed by. Qingyi paused, responding, "What fish gelatin soup? Did you not serve me pigeon soup?" This child, even now preoccupied with discussing the meal from earlier, amused, she replied earnestly, "It had a rather fishy taste. However, if you enjoyed it, I can ask the kitchen to prepare it for you separately, and I shall forego it myself." Upon hearing this, Ling Gur's expression turned peculiar as he hurriedly declined, "No need for you to go to such trouble, mother. I do not fancy it." He then swiftly retreated to the inner chamber to rest, eager to avoid Qingyi's insistence on consuming meat and soup. Chapter 074 of the universe within the sleeve. It was not until Qingyi exited Ling Gur's room that the realization dawned upon her. Just now, the elder brother had not merely misremembered the soup he had served her at noon, he had deliberately asked the question incorrectly. She pondered whether she had indeed consumed the soup he offered. If she had, it would signify her trust in him. Conversely, if she had abstained, he would surely perceive it as a lack of faith, thereby creating a rift between mother and son. Upon grasping this nuance, Qingyi felt a lingering unease. She could not shake the impression that the elder brother was exceedingly cunning, and that she had unwittingly fallen into his trap. After a moment of inwardly chastising herself, Qingyi returned to the small study in the main house and summoned a maid to grind ink. With her reasonably commendable calligraphy, she penned a letter to Princess Xie Ning. "Su Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. This letter must not fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, the scandal surrounding Princess Xinjiang would be laid bare for all to see. In her letter, Qingyi vehemently condemned Princess Xinjiang's vile actions, detailing how she had threatened the helpless Ling Gur, forcing him, in a moment of desperation, to resort to poisoning one of the dishes. By sheer misfortune, it was Princess Xinjiang who consumed it. This has stirred a tremendous hornet's nest, and I am filled with trepidation should the other party retaliate. I implore the princess to extend her protection." Despite her fears, Qingyi could not resist adding a final thought. Perhaps this was simply poetic justice, a manifestation of the heavens' retribution. The letter was swiftly delivered to the princess's residence. Upon reading it, Princess Xie Ning was incensed, utterly unreasonable. She had believed that Princess Xie Yun would exhibit restraint in her presence, unaware that she had not only failed to do so but had resorted to such despicable tactics. It was truly unheard of for a royal princess to stoop so low. As a woman of refinement, Princess Xie Yun held Princess Xie Yun in contempt, grateful that, as Su Qingyi had suggested, the wicked often meet their just deserts. She replied to Su Qingyi, rest assured, should she shamelessly blame Lin Gur, I shall reveal her malefactions before His Majesty, ensuring her disgrace. With the princess's assurance, Su Qingyi felt a sense of relief and composed another letter, brimming with heartfelt gratitude, stating, without the princess's intervention, we, as a mother and son, would be at a complete loss. As Lin Gur's mother sought assistance repeatedly, Princess Xie Yun felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, despite not yet being married. As Su Qingyi dispatched her final letter, night had fallen, she went to fetch Hung Gur for their meal. Having not seen his mother all day, Hung Gur maintained his composure in front of Scholar Shen, but upon seeing Su Qingyi, he broke into a joyous smile. Mother, the little boy rushed into her embrace, nuzzling against her, causing Su Qingyi, a mother so accustomed to her role, to feel an overwhelming surge of maternal affection. You little rascal, my arms have become muscular just for you. Su Qingyi playfully lifted him, chuckling. Just one hug, then no more. Hung Gur obediently dismounted and even patted Su Qingyi's arm. He was no longer a mere featherweight, and her arms were certainly not without strain. All right, let us go. As if sensing that Xie Huai'an and Princess Xie Yun were absent tonight, Lin Gur had also arrived, and the family basked in a rare moment of warmth and harmony. In stark contrast, the atmosphere was entirely different elsewhere. After having consummated her union with Xie Huai'an, Princess Xie Yun, while her life was spared, found her composure shattered. She erupted in fury, demanding the demise of Lin Gur as a means to alleviate her wrath. Mother! He has humiliated me to this extent, I must kill him. Princess Xie Yun lay on the couch, her condition deteriorating, while Xie Huai'an had vanished, leaving the Duchess of Su at her bedside. He is indeed detestable, scheming at such a young age. The Duchess of Su was equally furious, shocked that Lin Gur had managed to outmaneuver them. They had been too complacent, believing that with the Duke of Su's prominence, no one would dare provoke them. Kill him. Princess Xie Yun spat, her face haggard and her expression twisted with rage. The Duchess of Su understood her daughter's anguish, yet hesitated to voice her thoughts, pondering, after all, he is Xie Yun's adopted son, creating a scandal at this juncture would be detrimental to your father's ascension. This realization brought a moment of calm to Princess Xie Yun, forcing her to gather her wits. Her ability to act with impunity in the capital was contingent upon her father's rise. Should he fail to ascend, all would be lost. Then let us sever his hands, thus thwarting his path to the examination. Princess Xie Yun suggested with malice. The Duchess of Su's expression darkened, filled with doubt as she deliberated, you have just encountered a misfortune, if they retaliate, the Pingyang Marquis' household will surely know it was you. Enraged, Princess Xie Yun protested, none of that will do. Am I to swallow this humiliation without recourse? Xie Yun, calm yourself, the Duchess of Su quickly soothed her daughter, adding, we must not act openly against him, but you are right, we can indeed obstruct his path to the examination. How do we do that? Princess Xie Yun pressed. A moment of silence enveloped the room. I will first inquire about the examiners for the upcoming imperial examination. After considerable reflection, the Duchess of Su estimated, leaking questions is a grave offense, and they would not dare risk their necks in such a manner. However, it should not be too difficult to dismiss one or two promising candidates. Princess Xie Yun nodded, urgency flooding her thoughts. With less than half a month until the examination, she urged her mother, Mother, please hurry. Such a significant matter requires your father's consent, yet he may not agree. The Duchess of Su patted her daughter's hand reassuringly. I will do my utmost to persuade him. Indeed, the Duchess's apprehensions proved justified. Upon hearing that his wife and daughter intended to meddle in the examination process, the Duke of Su's countenance darkened with fury. How dare you entertain such thoughts regarding the examination? Whose audacity emboldens you? Faced with his wrath, the Duchess of Su fell silent, refraining from further discussion, instead offering a conciliatory smile. If your grace finds it inappropriate, I shall abandon this notion. It is indeed inappropriate, the Duke retorted. With the current turmoil, you must advise Xie Yun to temper her ambitions. In due time, she will have everything she desires. Can she not endure this brief moment? Yes, I understand, the Duchess of Su quickly replied, yet, the Duke's words rang true. Could she not endure even this fleeting moment? Alas, she sighed, her brow furrowed as she returned to her daughter's chamber to relay her husband's sentiments. Is there truly no way? Princess Xie Yun lamented, feeling utterly powerless in her role as a princess, unable to exert control even over a mere marquis' daughter? But he is indeed Xie Yun's adopted son. Had it been anyone else, the Duke of Su's household would not have feared. To act against them, we must possess tangible evidence, the Duchess of Su advised. Princess Xie Yun gritted her teeth, feeling despondent. Could she ever win Xie Yun's favor in her current state? Princess, the medicine is ready. At that moment, the wet nurse entered cautiously, carrying a bowl of medicine. Bring it here, Princess Xie Yun commanded immediately. The Duchess of Su glanced at the wet nurse and inquired, what kind of medicine is this? The wet nurse hesitated, glancing at Princess Xie Yun with trepidation, unwilling to divulge. Thus, the Duchess of Su turned her gaze to her daughter, frowning, is it an abortifacient? Indeed, Princess Xie Yun confirmed, taking the bowl and, without waiting for the Duchess's objections, drank it in one gulp. The birth of an heir was merely a ruse to deceive Xie Huai'an. You very well, do as you wish, the Duchess of Su sighed, powerless to intervene. Su Qingyi feared that Lin Guo's daily comings and goings to the Marquis's residence might provoke Princess Xie Yun's vengeance. Thus, she resolved to request a leave of absence from the academy, allowing Lin Guo to study at home instead. He readily agreed. After all, the academy's instructors could only teach so much.
Persisting in attendance would yield little benefit.
Very well, let us spend more time reviewing the exemplary essays I have gathered for you, Su Qingyi suggested. Lin Guo replied nonchalantly, not taking it to heart. Observing his demeanor, Su Qingyi surmised that he likely dismissed her advice, thinking it was merely an examination. With a smile, she earnestly explained, I am not suggesting that the candidates write better than you.
I merely wish for you to understand the examiner's preferences, do you comprehend?
True talent must be complemented by strategy, navigating the officialdom requires a certain finesse, and being overly proud is inadvisable.
Yes, Lin Guo acknowledged, glancing sideways.
In truth, the Academy's instructors had also mentioned this, but he had not paid it much heed. He had not anticipated that Su Qingyi was well versed in such matters. After all, she was one of the survivors who had battled through the rigors of the imperial examination. Su Qingyi, reflecting on her experiences, remarked, talent is merely a stepping stone. Lin Guo studying is not solely for the sake of recognition, those are mere illusions. It is not enough to be well read to ensure a prosperous life. Education is merely a tool to achieve one's objectives, and you must learn to wield it. As the saying goes, the universe lies within the sleeve. When the time comes to display your talents, do so with confidence, but when it is not required, let us keep our abilities in reserve. If her instincts were correct, Lin Guo likely believed that his talents would easily win over the examiners. However, examiners are not to be conquered, they are to be managed. Su Qingyi continued, as for when to reveal oneself and when to hold back, that is a lifelong lesson, one I am also learning.
Let us encourage one another.
As Lin Guo listened, he became entranced, nodding unconsciously, as if he found wisdom in her words. He possessed talent, but it was not necessary to showcase it all. He merely needed to present that portion which would achieve his objectives.
Mother, what were you and elder brother whispering about?
Jin Guo returned from the training grounds, ravenous, and upon not finding Su Qingyi in the main house, he deduced she must be with his elder brother. I was whispering about things you would not find interesting, Su Qingyi replied. True to form, the second son did not press further. He had come to inquire about his weapons, stating, Mother, have you procured the gun you promised me? Will it be custom-made or off the shelf? It had been some time since she had agreed to buy him a weapon, and the lack of any follow-up had compelled him to ask. Su Qingyi inwardly cursed, with so many matters at hand, she had entirely forgotten this. Nevertheless, it was no issue, a little white lie would suffice. I initially planned to purchase one off the shelf, preferably one with a bit of history.
Su Qingyi feigned seriousness, pausing for effect. However, upon further reflection, I believe a custom-made one would be better. How about this? Let us seize the day. Tomorrow, we shall go together to find a craftsman, and you can dictate your preferences. Jin Guo harbored no doubts, his spirits soaring. Excellent, it is settled then. Chapter 075.
The imbalance of the scales. Lin Guo had long discerned that his mother had likely forgotten her promise to his second brother, and her words were evidently a mere attempt to placate him. Unfortunately, the second brother remained blissfully unaware, completely enchanted by their mother's words. Foolish child. Naturally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead sought out the excellent examination papers prepared by their mother, quietly engrossed in them. Upon noticing this, Su Qingyi discreetly led the second brother away. Jin Guo, let us partake in a modest meal, so as not to disturb your elder brother's studies.
Oh.
Jin Guo followed closely behind his mother. Remembering something, he remarked, it seems uncle has returned.
And what of the princess? Su Qingyi inquired. Jin Guo shook his head, I have not heard.
Consequently, Su Qingyi specifically sent someone to inquire, and the result revealed that Xie Huai'an had returned alone, while Princess Xie Yun, citing her ill health, continued to remain at her maternal home. It appeared she would not be returning for several days. Nonetheless, before Su Qingyi and the second brother departed, she carefully admonished the eldest to prioritize his safety and not to venture out recklessly. Should anyone intrude upon the courtyard, he was to alert her immediately.
Understood, Lin Guo replied. Jin Guo, oblivious to the underlying tension, curiously asked, Mother, what has transpired? Su Qingyi instinctively replied, such matters are not for children to hear.
Jin Guo, feeling slighted, pouted, convinced that his mother only treated his elder brother as an adult.
In truth, he too was quite mature and perceptive. What is it?
Su Qingyi, noticing his expression, felt a twinge of guilt. After a moment of consideration, she succinctly recounted, your mother and elder brother are merely attending a banquet at your second aunt's home. Your second aunt intended to poison the food prepared for your mother, but alas, she ended up consuming it herself, a case of her own folly.
How could she have ingested the poison herself? Jin Guo queried, perplexed.
Because the poison was administered by your elder brother, Su Qingyi explained. Jin Guo's mouth fell agape in astonishment. This reaction could only be likened to an abrupt transition from the carefree innocence of childhood into the complexities of adulthood.
Now do you comprehend why your mother consults your elder brother regarding matters, rather than you?
Su Qingyi observed his expression and stifled a chuckle. Indeed, Jin Guo acknowledged, his foolish demeanor vanishing as he touched his nose, I too am capable. His elder brother was indeed formidable, but he was no fool. He had perused many tales of martial heroes and was well aware of the treachery that lurked in the world. Of course, given your current rate of growth, it is merely a matter of time, Qingyi affirmed with a smile, though she was referring to his martial prowess. As for cunning, he would likely never surpass his elder brother Xinggur, filled with concern, asked, Mother, do you think my second aunt will harm elder brother? Qingyi shook her head, I cannot say for certain. We shall deal with whatever comes our way, should she attempt anything, we shall not cower. Very well. Xinggur nodded absently, resolved to devote himself more earnestly to martial training, so as not to be bullied and left powerless. Qingyi led Xinggur to a renowned weapons forge, seeking out the most esteemed craftsmen. Ultimately, based on Xinggur's preferences, they commissioned a long spear, spending a sum neither too great nor too small, 500 taels of silver. The second brother, however, was deeply pained, feeling he had squandered money and recalling the gifts he had previously declined with regret. 500 taels, my father has never bestowed such a sum upon me. He meant no offense. He was merely stating a fact. Indeed, when you were younger, expenses were minimal, Qingyi replied. It is only as one matures that substantial expenditures become necessary. I understand, Xinggur said, his mood weighted. His elder brother had informed him that adulthood required financial resources, and that marriage and raising a family necessitated even more, yet, he currently felt utterly bewildered regarding the concept of earning money. Could one become wealthy as a great general? This line of thought led Xinggur to ponder, did his father possess wealth, and if so, where was it? Xinggur, are you still worried about your elder brother? Qingyi, noticing the second brother's distracted demeanor, inquired. Xinggur shook his head, honestly confessing, Mother, I was pondering whether father is wealthy or not, and where his money might be. Qingyi was taken aback. He furrowed his brow, continuing to calculate in his mind, you married your father, becoming his wife, and now you must support us. Therefore, father's wealth should rightfully belong to you. Have you received any funds? Only with money can mother provide for them. Chuckling, Qingyi thought to commend him for his astuteness, yet reality was not so straightforward. She mused that to obtain any of Xie Yun's wealth from the marquise, she would likely have to wait until after her pregnancy, otherwise, it would be quite difficult. Your father's money, your mother has yet to access. Perhaps the elders have their own considerations, nevertheless, it matters not, Qingyi said with a gentle smile, even if we cannot secure your father's wealth, it remains my duty to care for you both. As long as you grow up well, I shall not feel regret. Xinggur felt a lump in his throat at her words simultaneously, he harbored resentment towards his grandfather and great-grandmother, believing they hoarded his father's wealth without offering a single coin to his mother. Moreover, they turned a blind eye while his second aunt tormented her. In the end, it was still his elder brother who had to intervene, yet, his elder brother was merely 12 years old, unable to assist their mother significantly. The more Xinggur pondered, the more his indignation grew, he loathed his own powerlessness. The mother and son had commissioned their weaponry and meandered about, acquiring various useful items. Qingyi held a deeply ingrained belief that returning from the market without making purchases was utterly absurd. Even roasted seeds from the roadside warranted taking some home. However, they did not linger long. Her heart remained troubled for the two children left at home. Upon returning, Xinggur, still feeling aggrieved, had yet to shake off his gloomy spirits. Being so young, he lacked the courage to confront other elders, and the only outlet for his frustrations was to vent at his father's bedside. In recent days, the inhabitants of Danhui courtyard had been preoccupied, leaving the heir's quarters rather desolate. Finally reunited with his long-absent Xinggur, Xie Yun was taken aback when the boy immediately began to vent his frustrations, seething with anger. After hearing his second son's account, Xie Yun's heart surged with tumult. Such events had transpired? If the matter concerning Princess Xie Yun had filled him with anxiety for Su's family and Linggur, then the financial issue instilled a sense of guilt. On one hand, Xie Yun understood that the elders had their own reasoning for withholding his private funds from Su. Yet, he did not agree with it. As Xinggur had pointed out, the children were not merely to be provided for in terms of sustenance, they also required numerous additional expenses. A legitimate son is still a son, just as an adopted son is equally asond. In that moment, Xie Yun loathed his own helplessness, consumed by frustration. Father, does mother truly love us? Xinggur, in the midst of his outburst, inadvertently directed his ire toward his father, indignantly asserting, but now I feel that only mother truly loves us. She cares about whether we eat well, sleep well, and whether we are happy. Xinggur implied that his father had never shown such concern before. Comparison breeds discontent, and only a mother's attentiveness could be deemed love. Xie Yun was momentarily stunned, a bitter taste rising in his heart. He silently countered, of course your father loves you. Yet perhaps in his youth, he had not done enough. The years of separation and neglecting the daily lives of his 3 children were undeniable truths. Never mind. I am not truly angry with you, merely a bit disheartened, Xinggur stated. You at least provided me with a home, for which I am grateful. Were it not for his father's adoption, he might not have survived to this day. Xie Yun was at a loss for words. This remark sounded almost like a withdrawal from their relationship, yet that was not the case. Xinggur simply needed to express his feelings, and he continued to ramble on about various matters. Finally, he glanced at Xie Yun, summoning his courage to declare, Father, please do not hold it against me, from this day forth, I find myself preferring mother. Since entering the marquise, Xinggur had always treaded lightly. Only in recent months had he felt a semblance of happiness. Chapter 76. A gentle reminder. That night, Xie Yunji lay awake, not because of Xinggur's remark, I prefer mother, which was rather endearing. He was genuinely pleased that the child held affection for Su. Sure, however, his heart was heavy with concern for the precarious situation of the 4 of them, mother and children, causing him restless nights. He had also gleaned, indirectly, that Su Shi was a person who only shared good news, never the burdens of her heart. She had never once mentioned her grievances before him, leaving him with a complicated mix of emotions. 2 days later, Princess Xie Yun returned to the tension between the sisters-in-law, now deeply entrenched, was palpable as they encountered each other in the dining hall for the first time since the incident, their gazes locked in a silent battle. Su Qingyi maintained a calm demeanor. She believed in the adage of live and let live, simply enduring the princess's icy glare. In contrast, Xie Huai'an, who had previously treated the princess with utmost respect, now seemed notably more attentive, drawing a sideways glance from Su Qingyi, who began to entertain suspicions. After the meal, she smiled and addressed Princess Xie Yun, sister-in-law. May I have a word? I wish to discuss something with you. The princess's expression was one of surprise, as if to say, I have yet to seek you out, and yet you come to me. She quickly replied, very well, why not discuss it in my chambers? Knowing full well Su Qingyi would not dare, she extended the invitation with a hint of malice. That won't be necessary, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. It's merely a few words that can be spoken casually in the courtyard. With a huff, Princess Xie Yun followed her to a pavilion. Once they had dismissed the maids and attendants, her expression morphed into one of venomous disdain as she fixed Su Qingyi with a glare. Are you here to plead for him? Plead for whom? Su Qingyi retorted in astonishment, her thoughts shifting to Lin Gur, her face growing serious as she continued. I have heard about the banquet incident from Lin Gur. How cruel of you to force a 12-year-old child to poison his own mother. Taken aback, Princess Xie Yun had not anticipated Su Qingyi's visit would be a confrontation rather than a plea for mercy. Me? Force him to poison? Ridiculous. Princess Xie Yun scoffed. I could just as easily say he was acting under your instructions. Unfazed by the princess's fury, Su Qingyi smiled serenely. If that were the case, you would have reported him to the authorities by now, rather than waste breath here with me. She cast a sidelong glance at the princess. Let us not pretend that your restraint stems from familial loyalty. It is merely a matter of protecting your own interests, fearing that a thorough investigation might reveal more than you can bear. You. The princess was incensed, her anger boiling over as she nearly lunged at Su Qingyi. Stepping back to a more defensible position, Su Qingyi continued, I have no motive to poison you, especially not at a banquet within the palace. I am not a fool. Pausing for emphasis, she asserted with conviction, as for you, the world sees clearly. My demise would serve no one's interests, this is evident to all. Enraged, Princess Xie Yun wanted to retort, I have no intention of causing your death. But that would only play into Su Qingyi's hands. Thus, she obstinately insisted, you must understand, I am the victim here, it is your son who administered the poison. So what? Su Qingyi remained unfazed. Let us not forget, the poison was provided by you, and the opportunity to administer it was created by you. The only reason Lin Gur did not follow your orders to harm his own mother is because he chose not to. In the eyes of the world, he would be justified. If you doubt this, let the public be the judge. Princess Xie Yun's face turned a deep shade of anger as Su Qingyi's words struck a nerve. What I wish to convey is this. Should anything happen to Lin Gur henceforth, as his mother, I will make a tremendous uproar, and I will not rest until justice is served. Su Qingyi's tone was calm, yet her eyes glinted with fierce determination. Princess Xie Yun, feeling the weight of Su Qingyi's gaze, instinctively stepped back, her heart racing with a mix of fear and anger. She could not comprehend why this woman was so resolute. Are you threatening me? Indeed, Su Qingyi showed no fear of the repercussions from the Duke of Su. Unburdened by anxiety, she retorted, I would never dare, I am merely offering you a gentle reminder. Unless Princess Xie Yun could discreetly eliminate their entire family without a trace, she would have to brace herself for a retaliatory storm. Having imparted her warning, Su Qingyi turned to leave. Although her posture was upright, a tinge of trepidation lingered within her. Fortunately, Princess Xie Yun had not lost her composure. When Lin Gur saw his second brother return with the third brother in tow, yet no sign of Su Qingyi, he surmised that she had gone to seek out Princess Xie Yun. Concerned, he waited by the entrance. As the night deepened, he finally spotted Su Qingyi returning. He approached her and inquired, Did you go to see second aunt? Yes, Su Qingyi nodded, pleasantly surprised that her elder son had waited for her. I said all that needed to be said. Now we shall see how she responds. Good, Lin Gur replied tersely, but his mind was swirling with thoughts. Should Princess Xie Yun take any drastic actions, he, as the instigator, was prepared for the consequences. After a brief while in the study, Jin Gur approached with a serious expression. Lin Gur, taken aback by his brother's somber demeanor, asked, What troubles you? Jin Gur wore a somewhat foolish grin, as he said, Elder brother, you are the cleverest. Besides you, I cannot think of anyone else to consult regarding this matter. Lin Gur frowned, fearing trouble had come to his doorstep. Speak. Despite his apprehensions, he could not dismiss his own brother. Well, do you know? Jin Gur leaned over the desk, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Mother, upon marrying father, not only received a dowry but shockingly, did not obtain a single coin of father's private wealth. This is simply unacceptable. He was indignant. I've calculated it, father must be quite wealthy, setting aside the accumulation over the years, the rewards from victorious battles alone would amount to a considerable sum. Surely, none of that could have been seized. Father did not strike him as someone so oblivious, thus, his private funds must be substantial. If such wealth were bestowed upon mother, no, more accurately, upon them four, it was unimaginable how joyous that would be. Lin Gur regarded his younger brother with mild surprise. He had not expected him to contemplate such matters. It was indeed worthy of consideration. Father is indeed wealthy, but those funds are likely under grandfather's control, he replied slowly. Seeing Jin Gur's eyes light up, he added, however, those funds are not ours. Perhaps we might receive a small share in the future, but it won't be much.
How can that be?
Jin Gur exclaimed in frustration.
What about mother? Will she not receive any share?
Could it be that as a wife, she would be denied? Lin Gur explained. Perhaps she might receive something for bearing children. Beyond that, the chances of obtaining money were slim. Thus, Lin Gur had never considered seeking wealth from the Duke's residence. He preferred to earn it through his own merits. Jin Gur's expression showed his disbelief. The Duke's family was indeed miserly. Following this revelation, he felt a sudden wave of rebellion against the elders he had once respected, as if he had finally seen through their facades. He was growing up. Noticing the dejection on his younger brother's face, Lin Gur softened his tone and reassured him, at the very least, the military estate granted by the emperor cannot be seized from us. Once mother bears a legitimate son, he shall inherit the title. At that time, they could establish their own household within the military estate, ensuring they would not be left homeless.
Jin Gur voiced his concern. What if mother cannot conceive?
He did not doubt her ability. It was widely recognized that the issue lay with father. Then you must strive harder, Lin Gur encouraged, adopting a brotherly demeanor. If you excel in your studies and gain the emperor's recognition, mother may have the opportunity to secure a title for you. Jin Gur paused, evidently taken aback by the notion that he might have a chance at nobility.
Was it truly possible?
And what about you? He asked. If he were to inherit a title, what would happen to his elder brother? Lin Gur shot him an exasperated glance, bemused that a scholar like him would be suitable for inheriting a military title.
Do not concern yourself.
Whatever I desire, I shall strive to achieve myself, Lin Gur replied. Jin Gur scratched his face, feeling as though his elder brother was indirectly calling him useless. Chapter 077, The Mid-Autumn Reunion. If Su Qingyi were aware of the profound concerns her brothers harbored regarding their financial situation, she would undoubtedly reassure them not to fret. As a young lady of the Marquisate, even if she wasn't particularly favored, she was hardly impoverished. The dowry she received upon marriage included a substantial sum in cash, along with 2 well-performing shops. With a steady stream of income, she could comfortably sustain her daily expenses. At present, she found herself lacking for nothing. After carefully observing Princess Xie Yun for several days without noticing any unusual activity, she surmised that the princess had reconsidered her intentions and decided against any further interference. Though relieved, she remained vigilant. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Marquise summoned everyone, announcing that an opera troupe had been invited to perform in the evening, encouraging the residents of the Marquisate to gather for moon-gazing, feasting, and enjoying the show. The children, having not experienced such leisure in a long time, were visibly excited and eagerly anticipated the event.
Mother, is father coming?
Although Jin Gur had recently shown a preference for his mother, he had not entirely forgotten about Xie Yun and remained a dutiful child.
Let him join us.
Perhaps the music from the stage will rouse him from his slumber, Su Qingyi replied casually.
That would indeed be splendid.
Jin Gur echoed her sentiment. The attendants in the heir's quarters, upon hearing the announcement, were equally thrilled and hurriedly set about grooming him, ensuring he was presentable. Typically, the heir dressed rather casually within his own quarters, but on this special occasion meant for family reunion, a more formal attire was in order. He donned a splendid robe, a gilded crown, and adorned himself with a jade ring on his slender fingers. When Su Qingyi arrived to fetch him, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the impeccably dressed heir, regaining her composure only after a significant pause. It was no wonder people often said that attire makes the man. This transformation rendered him even more strikingly handsome. While she was not overtaken by a flurry of emotions, she was undeniably captivated, indulging in the visual delight. Xie and Mingyu, standing nearby, stifled their laughter, having anticipated this very moment. Indeed, it was the first time the young madam had witnessed the heir in such formal attire. Her reaction reminded them of the fervent responses the heir would elicit from others during their outings, far more animated than her own. Noticing the teasing from the attendants, Su Qingyi felt no embarrassment. Instead, she smiled warmly, saying, "Oh, our heir looks quite dashing dressed up like this, positively charming." As her words lingered in the air, a fragrant breeze swept by, and Su's gentle fingers caressed his face, a motion so practiced and natural it seemed as though it had been honed through countless repetitions. Xie and Mingyu chuckled at her candid and refreshing response, pleased that their efforts to present the heir so elegantly had not gone unnoticed. After playfully teasing the heir, Su Qingyi declared, "Come, everyone hasn't seen our charming heir in quite some time.
Let us present him to the rest."
At her words, Xie Yun felt a stirring within. Today was a day for reunion, and he realized it had indeed been a long while since he had made an appearance. However, a lingering concern began to gnaw at him. Would his presence disrupt the atmosphere? Unbeknownst to him, a desire to evade the company of relatives began to take root in his mind. The thought of facing anyone beyond Danhui courtyard had become a burden, and he found solace only in the presence of his wife and children.
"Father?" The astonished voice belonged to Jin Gur.
He too was taken aback by his father's meticulous appearance, exclaiming in surprise. "Father!" Lin Gur and Hang Gur called out with much more composure, stealing glances at their father. He was indeed quite handsome. Xie Yun, recalling days gone by, had once been averse to excessive attention on his looks, even going so far as to grow a beard to obscure his visage. Yet now, he felt a peculiar sense of pride akin to entertaining family with a dazzling display. As long as his children and wife were pleased, that was enough. For the various lords and ladies of the marquisate had begun to gather in front of the stage, and the family from Danhui courtyard arrived neither too early nor too late, instantly capturing everyone's attention. After a lengthy absence, the heir's uncles and aunts swiftly approached to greet him. Though they resided within the same marquisate, its vastness had kept them apart, especially since the heir had been recuperating, rendering them hesitant to intrude upon Danhui courtyard.
My, the heir looks splendid.
It must be thanks to Qingyi's attentive care, Aunt Heir exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon her handsome nephew, clearly delighted.
Indeed, Aunt San added, I was quite taken aback just now.
At first glance, she had assumed the heir was merely resting his eyes.
The others chimed in, praising, Qingyi is truly remarkable.
Su Qingyi, not wishing to take credit, modestly replied, you flatter me, this is hardly my doing. It is the diligent efforts of those around the heir that warrant mention.
I merely lent a hand.
Her humble response elicited concern from Zishou and Mingyu. The young madam was far too unassuming. Given the effort she had devoted to the heir, she ought to accept some recognition. Qingyi is indeed meticulous, the marquis affirmed, adjusting the blanket around his eldest son with a complex expression.
Yet, as it was a day for reunion, he refrained from souring the mood and maintained a smile. Zhengura pondered silently, considering that if his mother cared so diligently for his father, why didn't she receive a share of his father's wealth?
Such hypocrisy. He nudged his elder brother with his elbow, conveying his discontent. Lin Gur returned a knowing glance, indicating his shared sentiments. Yunji has arrived, come, let me have a look, the old matriarch called out, having come in a wheelchair. Upon noticing the crowd surrounding Xie Yunji, she grew impatient. At her command, the crowd parted, and Xie Yunji was swiftly wheeled to meet his grandmother. Yunji appears even more spirited than when last we met, the old matriarch observed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she surveyed her grandson.
Indeed, Su Qingyi affirmed with a smile, the heir is certainly thriving.
These words delighted the old matriarch, prompting her to praise Su Qingyi, saying, with you caring for Yunji, I am utterly at ease. She then took Xie Yunji's hand, adding, today, you shall sit beside me and keep me company while I enjoy the performance.
Of course, who else would the heir accompany if not you, esteemed grandmother? Su Qingyi replied, unperturbed by where she would sit. She arranged for the heir to take a seat beside the old matriarch and gracefully withdrew to join the children. The marquis took the position on the other side of the heir. Just then, Princess Xinyan arrived fashionably late. Having been in poor spirits recently, she had initially considered skipping the gathering, but upon hearing that Xie Yunji was present, her resolve changed. Wishing to sit closer to the heir, she found herself unable to occupy a spot on either side and instead settled into the seat directly behind him. Xinyan has arrived? The marquise, upon seeing her esteemed daughter-in-law, quickly donned a smile, saying, why sit at the back? Come forward, the view is much better here. She had saved a seat for Princess Xinyan beside her. To her surprise, Princess Xinyan declined, stating, no need, mother-in-law, I am comfortable here. As her voice resonated from behind, Xie Yunji felt a sudden jolt, instinctively calculating the proximity of Princess Xinyan to him, far too close for comfort. If he was not mistaken, she was seated directly behind him. An unsettling feeling washed over him. Where was Su Qingyi? As his wife, why was she not at his side? Instead, it was Princess Xinyan who was seated so near. Anger began to simmer within him. Chapter 078. After the imperial examination, Su Qingyi also witnessed the rather bold actions of Princess Xinyan, who was seated behind the heir apparent, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. Truly a naive child. Although the distance was close, from this angle, she could not behold the heir's handsome visage. Thus, she decided to disregard it. Just then, a maidservant brought over mooncakes and tea, placing them on the tea tables beside the various masters, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. Su Qingyi's attention was diverted, and with a smile, she said to the children, these mooncakes smell divine, do try them. Jingu'er, without needing his mother's prompting, immediately selected a char siu mooncake and began to munch on it. Delicious. Mother should have some too, he chimed in with satisfaction. Lin Gur, disliking meaty treats, delicately chose a lotus seed paste mooncake. Is it tasty? Su Qingyi inquired, her fingers hovering uncertainly in the air, contemplating which one to sample. Lin Gur replied, it's alright, quite sweet. Oh, I see, Su Qingyi remarked, as she preferred her sweets less sugary. The enticing aroma seemed to emanate from the char siu mooncake, so she opted for a piece of that. She first offered a bite to Hangu'er, and upon seeing his delight, she allowed him to have it before taking one for herself. At that moment, Xie Yunji, having discerned his wife and children's positions through Su Qingyi's voice, felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of them being so far away. Did he truly believe that Su and the children were being neglected and ostracized? Su Qingyi thought to herself, ostracized, far from it, I merely wished to enjoy a quiet mooncake and listen to a play, so I cleverly distanced myself from the focal point. The array of mooncakes was delectable, and the performance was captivating, albeit the little ones could not grasp the intricacies of the play. After satisfying his appetite, Hangu'er leaned against Su Qingyi's shoulder and fell asleep, still clutching half a mooncake in his hand. This child. Su Qingyi gently wiped Hangu'er's little mouth with a handkerchief, removed the mooncake from his grasp, cleaned his sticky hands, and then cradled him onto her lap for a nap. Hangu'er stirred briefly, and upon seeing that he was being held by his mother, nestled contentedly into her embrace and resumed his slumber. The bond between mother and child was remarkably intimate. The wet nurse, standing nearby, could only watch in silence, devoid of any opportunity to intervene. While listening to the performance, Su Qingyi rhythmically patted Hangu'er's back, multitasking effortlessly. This drew the attention of the older brothers nearby, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the youngest. They mused silently, wondering if they too would have been cradled and comforted by their mother at such an age.
Throughout the performance, Qingyi found joy. While not far off, Princess Xie Yun failed to absorb a single line of dialogue. Her focus was entirely on Xie Yun, gazing dreamily at his seat, reveling in the closeness to her beloved. She merely wished for the performance to linger a little longer, delaying the inevitable conclusion. Yet, as with all things, there comes a time for the curtain to fall. At last, Princess Xie Yun caught sight of Xie Yun's face. Today, he appeared particularly dashing, captivating her gaze further and further. In her heart, she lamented, why was it not she accompanying him back to Danhui courtyard? Zishou and Mingyu, observing the scene, hastily pushed the wheelchair at a rapid pace, the wheels nearly smoking from the speed.
Young madam, wait for us. The two were bewildered, wondering why the young madam had not intervened to prevent Princess Xie Yun's unwarranted attention. Qingyi, too, pondered the same, thinking, isn't there already a child in my arms?
She was indeed willing but powerless. The four of them waited a moment ahead. Qingyi chuckled, glancing at the two young attendants who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary.
What is there to fear in broad daylight? She isn't going to devour your heir.
Upon returning to Danhui courtyard, she playfully teased, young madam, it is our heir, and you are equally involved. Therefore, next time, the young madam must not abandon the heir.
Yes, our heir, Qingyi acquiesced, hastily taking Hangul back to sleep.
Xie Yun felt the familiar sound of footsteps receding, realizing that Su had likely departed. A sense of loss washed over him. Fortunately, Zishou interjected, providing him with clarity. Young master, Hangul is sleeping in the young madam's embrace. She hurried to settle him. Ah, so that was why she had departed so abruptly without bidding him farewell. Father, I shall return to my room to read, Lin Gu'er announced as he took his leave. Father, I too shall depart. Zhengor affectionately patted his father's hand, having internalized that his mother's status surpassed his father's, leading him to feel a sense of guilt and compensation towards Xie Yun, rendering his demeanor somewhat affected. On the eve of the imperial examination, Qingyi meticulously checked the items her eldest would require, ensuring everything was in order. The following morning, she personally accompanied her eldest to the examination venue. On the other hand, Xie Huai'an was escorted by the countess herself, illustrating the tender care that each mother bestowed upon her son. Du Jinyun wished to accompany him as well, but circumstances did not permit. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Huai'an had already consummated his union with Princess Xie Yun. Recently, their relationship had flourished, filled with sweetness and stability.
Lin Gu'er, are you feeling nervous?
As they neared the examination venue, Qingyi, feeling anxious herself, could not help but inquire of her eldest.
Lin Gu'er shook his head, not at all. He was somewhat distracted, but not by thoughts of the examination. He simply did not expect that on this day, he would not be alone but accompanied by someone even more anxious than himself. Months ago, he could not have imagined this day would come. That's good. Qingyi took a deep breath, thinking that if the candidate was not nervous, then neither should she be.
Remain calm and composed. Upon arrival at the examination venue, the mother and son disembarked from the carriage. It seemed the time had not yet arrived for entry. Students formed a long queue outside, waiting for inspections. The throngs of people rendered both Qingyi and Lin Gu'er momentarily speechless. This is the imperial examination, Qingyi remarked. So many students have come to take the test, yet only a few will make it onto that prestigious red list.
The ancient imperial examination system was indeed exceedingly challenging.
The elimination rate far surpassed that of contemporary college entrance examinations. Lin Gu'er harbored no fear of failing. He confidently stated, it is merely the preliminary examination, you can worry when it comes time for the palace examination.
What an audacious remark.
Qingyi thought to herself, by the time of the palace examination, I would be worried about something entirely different. This highlighted the differing aspirations. Lin Gu'er aimed for the top, while Qingyi was content with the notion that merely passing the examination was commendable. Before long, the queue began to move forward. Lin Gu'er said, Mother, you should return now, I am about to enter the examination.
Ah.
Qingyi stood still, watching Lin Gu'er walk forward to line up before she returned to the carriage.
Nearby, Xie Huai'an also joined the queue to enter the examination hall, while the countess stood anxiously, glancing around, clearly not intending to leave just yet. Qingyi paid her no mind and instructed the coachman to return home, knowing that Abai would be waiting outside. The preliminary examination lasted only a day. She planned to return home, enjoy a hearty meal, take a nap, and later in the afternoon, go back to fetch Lin Gu'er. The younger siblings clamored to accompany her to pick up their elder brother, so Qingyi decided to bring them along, since candidates could submit their papers early. Considering this, the three of them arrived quite early. However, they were taken aback when they saw Lin Gu'er emerging from the examination hall so soon. Goodness, had he finished his paper already? Qingyi could not help but feel astonished, then broke into a broad smile and asked, Lin Gu'er, how did it go?
Lin Gu'er had written a paper he was quite satisfied with, but in response to his mother's inquiry, he maintained a reserved demeanor and nodded. It was passable.
What did that imply? Did he perform well or not? Qingyi pondered, but fortunately, she refrained from probing further and cheerfully said, well, after a day of testing, you must be tired, let us head home to rest. After all, Lin Gu'er was only 12 years old, and even if he did not succeed this year, there would be another opportunity next year. All right.
Lin Gu'er climbed into the carriage, and Hangul immediately offered him a snack, saying, elder brother, here, mother brought some treats for you.
Thank you. Lin Gu'er glanced at his younger brother and accepted the package of snacks.
And some water, Hangul continued, busying himself with concern.
Little sycophant, Zhengor thought to himself, and hastily fanned his elder brother, saying, elder brother, are you hot? You worked hard during the exam.
Although the recent temperatures had dropped, the autumn heat still held its power. Chapter 079 Family outing. In stark contrast to Lin Gur, who submitted his paper early, his second uncle, Xie Huai'an, did not emerge until dusk. The courtyard examination did not allow for the continuation of candlelight, thus, papers had to be submitted by evening. Were it not for this constraint, he would have likely pondered over his answers a while longer. Upon returning home, the two candidates were summoned by the Lord to his study for an inquiry.
How did it go? The Lord's gaze fell upon Lin Gur as he inquired, Are you and your uncle satisfied with your answers?
After all, among the two, this child had the greatest chance of success. Lin Gur maintained his usual demeanor of humble composure and replied to his grandfather, I believe there are no issues, it merely depends on the ranking. What an audacious statement, Xie Huai'an thought to himself. This year's examination question seemed quite challenging, and he felt uncertain about his chances of making the list, yet, he could not allow his nephew to outshine him in front of their grandfather, so he also responded with nonchalance, I too find no problems.
Haha, splendid.
The Lord exclaimed joyfully, evidently pleased by the prospect of two scholars emerging from his household, and he laughed heartily, I await your good news. Observing this, Xie Huai'an was reminded of his own unsatisfactory answers, which cast a shadow over his mood. What if he ended up as a laughingstock for not passing? He cast a glance at the composed and serene Lin Gur, skeptical of his confidence, ranking indeed.
Grandfather, second uncle, I shall return to my courtyard now. Having answered the questions, Lin Gur took his leave.
Xie Huai'an followed suit, saying, Father, I too shall depart.
He then caught up with Lin Gur, Xia Lin, are you truly so confident about this examination?
Humph, were it not for his confidence, he would not have boasted in front of their father. Naturally, Lin Gur paused, looking at Xie Huai'an with an indifferent tone, it is but a mere courtyard examination.
Does second uncle lack confidence?
Xie Huai'an found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could retort, Lin Gur turned and departed, leaving behind the usual pleasantries in the Lord's study. In frustration, Xie Huai'an cursed under his breath at Xie Lin, a little rascal, just like his father, both bearing icy expressions. The distinction lay in the fact that his elder brother, Xie Yun possessed genuine talent, and Xie Huai'an accepted his defeat with grace. However, Xie Lin was merely a young lad who showed him no respect, which was utterly intolerable. In Danhui courtyard, Su Qingyi was accompanying the heir on a stroll when she spotted her eldest son approaching from a distance.
With a smile, she turned to those beside her and said, Could you help me see if Lin Gur has grown taller?
Soon, she received the affirmative response, Madam, it appears so. Young Master Lin is sure to grow as tall as the heir, the young servants replied confidently. As tall as the heir, Su Qingyi dared not entertain such thoughts. The heir's stature was indeed exceptional even in ancient times, and she estimated her eldest son would struggle to match it. The second son, however, had a chance.
Mother!
Lin Gur called out as he reached Su Qingyi, then turned to greet Xie Yun, father. Upon hearing their conversation, Xie Yun understood that Lin Gur had arrived and wished to see how tall the child had grown, but alas, he could only ponder.
Oh, Su Qingyi inquired curiously, what did the Lord ask you?
Lin Gur paused, he did not say much, only asked a few questions. His nonchalant tone indicated that the Lord seemed rather insignificant to him. Xie Huai'an was even less noteworthy, as he had not even been mentioned.
Well, Su Qingyi nodded, you've been busy studying, rarely accompanying your father on walks, why not spend some time with him today?
Lin Gur replied, all right. As the topic had been broached, Su Qingyi seized the opportunity to suggest, since we should balance work and rest, why not take a short vacation?
Before the red list is posted, we could spend a few days at the estate?
The estate, Lin Gur had little concept of it, only knowing that young masters from affluent families often indulged in such pastimes during their leisure.
Not fully comprehending, he replied, you may decide. Hearing the conversation between the mother and son, two young servants felt anxious. If the madam and young masters went to the estate, what would happen to the heir? Would he be left behind? Xie Yun, however, had not considered this. He merely thought Su Qingyi was quite thoughtful. With Lin Gur having just finished his examination, it was indeed appropriate to let him unwind. Moreover, he suddenly remembered that he possessed several beautiful estates, yet, he had never taken the children out to enjoy them. A pang of guilt washed over him. Even more regretful was the fact that he had no idea who currently held those lovely estates. He was uncertain whether his wife and children could even stay there for a couple of days. If Su Qingyi were to inquire with his father, it should be permissible. Then Su Qingyi remarked, I have two dowry estates not far from the capital. A few days ago, I heard from the steward that many fruits are about to ripen, so it would be perfect for us to go and pick them. Lin Gur envisioned the scene and felt a flicker of anticipation. He had never plucked ripe fruits from trees before, saying, that sounds wonderful.
Xie Yun felt a myriad of emotions stirring within him, difficult to articulate. It seemed that in comparison to Su Qingyi's care for the children, he had done far too little as a father.
This realization was undeniably disheartening. Observing that the two masters had yet to mention the heir, the two young servants grew anxious and discreetly inquired, Madam, what about the heir? Su Qingyi was taken aback.
Indeed, there was the heir. They had not mentioned him, and she had nearly forgotten. First and foremost, the heir definitely could not be left alone in the mansion. That would be tantamount to leaving a fat sheep in a den of wolves. Thus, after some thought, she arranged, the heir shall join us, a family should be together. Upon hearing that they were going to the estate, the second and third sons instantly brightened, exclaiming, wonderful, wonderful.
We want to go.
They hurried off, eager to summon the nanny to pack their belongings. Upon learning that the people from Danhui courtyard were going out, Princess Xie Yun was initially delighted by the news. With Su Qingyi absent, she saw an opportunity to get closer to Xie Yun. However, upon further inquiry, she discovered that the heir would also be included in the outing, and her mood soured. How outrageous it was to take an unconscious person along. Who were they trying to guard against? Princess Xie Yun thought to herself, such a nonsensical decision. Would the Lord truly agree? The answer was yes. Presently, all matters concerning Xie Yun were entirely under Su Qingyi's authority. There was little the Lord could object to, as he would rather avoid involvement. Thus, on the following day, the family of 5 from Danhui courtyard, accompanied by several maids, nannies, and young servants for protection, set off at the break of dawn. Xie Yun himself had not anticipated that under such circumstances, he would have the opportunity to travel, although it merely meant changing locations to recline. For some reason, his heart felt light. The 4 young boys attending to him were quite capable, clever. Should he regain consciousness, he would surely remember their kindness. The heir mused. The estate boasted beautiful mountains, fresh air, and opportunities for fishing and fruit picking. The spirited Jingur, upon arriving at the estate, immediately led Han Gur off to frolic. Su Qingyi did not impose any restrictions, merely instructing the attendants to keep a close watch to prevent any injuries. A childhood spent rolling in the mud was the essence of a complete upbringing. She allowed them to revel in their merriment. The eldest son, though typically more composed, also engaged in the estate's amusements but did so with a sense of decorum, unlike his younger brothers who frolicked and ended up caked in dirt. He even took the time to converse with the farmers in the fields, inquiring about their circumstances. Many examination questions pertained to the livelihoods of the populace, and it was essential to understand these matters. As for Su Qingyi, she was particularly interested in food. Upon arrival, she immediately requested someone to prepare roasted chicken. Thus, the mother and her sons each pursued their own joys, enjoying their activities without interference. As for the immobile heir, he could only be wheeled out by the young servants to listen to the sounds of insects and birds in the mountains and breathe in the fresh air, all while hearing how blissfully his wife and children were enjoying themselves. The young servants recounted their tales with great enthusiasm, seemingly eager to partake in the fun themselves. Xie Yun sincerely thought, "It is I who have burdened you all. Father, come eat some peaches. I'll pick a soft one for you." Jingur bounced over, his robe filled with peaches, chattering excitedly as he approached the corridor. Hearing the commotion from his second son, Xie Yun couldn't help but smile inwardly. Ultimately, it mattered little how he felt. Hearing his wife and children enjoying themselves brought him a sense of contentment. Young Master Jin is quite thoughtful. The young servants chimed in. They promptly fetched a bowl and porcelain spoon to crush the peach flesh into juice to feed the heir. "Madam, the peaches from the estate are deliciously sweet," Han Gur mumbled, seated on the ground, munching on a peach like an adorable little monkey. Su Qingyi wandered over from another area and was greeted by the sight of her 3 sons sitting together in the corridor, happily eating peaches, a scene of pure delight. Chapter 080 of the high school top scholar results for the academy examinations typically emerge within 3 to 5 days. However, as the children seldom had the opportunity to frolic in the countryside, Su Qingyi did not rush back to check the results. After all, the final outcome would not disappear. If she missed it, so be it. Thus, they lingered in the village for 4 days and 3 nights, only departing when they felt thoroughly entertained. Upon their return, they inquired about the results, only to learn that the list had yet to be released, indicating it would likely be announced the following day or the day after. Indeed, the results were published the very next day. Danhui courtyard tasked Bai with checking the results, accompanied by another young servant from the marquis's residence. The bustling street was overwhelmingly crowded, and the two exerted themselves to squeeze into the throng beneath the list. "Hey, someone stepped on my foot. Don't push." Relying on his martial arts training, Bai adeptly maneuvered through the crowd, and upon raising his head, he spotted his young master's name prominently displayed at the top of the list. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, and once he confirmed he was not mistaken, a broad smile broke across his face. He stood there foolishly, allowing the crowd to jostle him aside. He passed. Young master ranked 16th. 48th, ha ha ha. Snapping back to reality, Bai dashed towards the marquis's residence, his mind racing with the thought that his master had secured the top position. Knowing the results were released today, the normally idle members of the marquis's household gathered in the front courtyard, eagerly awaiting the announcement. Life in the inner courtyard was ultimately dull, and this was indeed a significant event, prompting everyone to join in the excitement. As they chatted and laughed, they suddenly caught sight of Bai rushing back, his face alight with exhilaration, which eased the tension in their hearts. The matriarch hurriedly inquired, "What news?" Bai exclaimed, "Our young master achieved the top rank. Congratulations to young Master Lin, congratulations." First in rank, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes turning incredulously towards Lin Gur. How could this be possible? Xie Huai'an's immediate reaction was disbelief. His expression darkened as he thought that perhaps the young servant had made an error. Was Lin Gur truly that remarkable? Lin Gur maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to his uncle's flustered gaze. Only in the presence of Su Qingyi's smiling face did he slightly curve his lips in a modest response. "Lin Gur, that's wonderful. Congratulations." Su Qingyi's heart soared with joy. After a moment of surprise, she beamed, saying, "From today onward, we shall call you Xie Ansho." The second and third sons also grinned widely, their voices in unison, "Congratulations, elder brother." The title of Ansho sounded impressive indeed. The crowd soon joined in the fervent congratulations. "Congratulations, we have a top scholar in our household, it brings us pride." Yet, they were also astonished. Was Lin Gur truly that talented? They had never paid close attention before. Lin Gur nodded calmly at those around him, not allowing the sudden warmth of their attention to alter his composed nature. He was not one to easily engage in such familiarity.
With the Marquis absent, the matriarch cast a look of admiration, repeatedly praising him of the Marquis's wife, forcing a smile, also offered her half-hearted congratulations while anxiously awaiting news of Xie Huai'an's results. How could it take so long? Just as this thought crossed her mind, another young servant returned, his expression grim and his steps heavy, causing the Marquis's wife to feel a sinking sensation in her heart. Well, did second young master pass? She asked with urgency. I couldn't find second young master's name, the servant replied, shaking his head with a worried expression that meant he had failed. The Marquis's wife's face instantly clouded with mortification. It was embarrassing indeed. The two had taken the exam together, with her 12-year-old nephew achieving the top rank, while the uncle had failed to even secure a bottom position. How could she face anyone? Xie Huai'an's expression stiffened, his fists clenching tightly within his sleeves. Though he was aware that his performance had not been stellar, he found it hard to accept this outcome, appearing utterly dejected. The matriarch also felt a twinge of disappointment. Her own grandson had not succeeded, however. Seeing Xie Huai'an in such a state, she could not bear to chastise him and instead offered a kind smile, saying, "It's all right, Huai'an has only recently picked up his studies. It's understandable to falter, there's always next year for the examination." Xie Huai'an, however, dismissed her comfort, his tone somewhat brusque. "Grandmother, there's no need to console me, it's my own inadequacy." Lin Guo's success only served to highlight his own shortcomings. The Marquis's wife interjected, "Enner, your grandmother is merely trying to comfort you, how can you speak so harshly?" She quickly turned to the matriarch, apologizing, "Mother, please do not blame him, Enner is simply feeling too much remorse." "It's of no consequence," the matriarch replied dismissively. After all, her own grandson had failed to achieve success, and she could not hold it against him, yet this meant they could not hold a grand banquet to celebrate. A lavish feast would only draw attention to the fact that Xie Huai'an had failed while his 12-year-old nephew had succeeded. Given Xie Huai'an's temperament, the matriarch feared he might react impulsively and fall into despair. "Qingyi, have you thought about how to celebrate with Lin Guo?" the matriarch pondered, her apologetic gaze flitting over Lin Guo before settling on Su Qingyi. "What do you think, grandmother?" Su Qingyi countered. The matriarch inwardly sighed, who truly wished to play the villain, yet, for the sake of family harmony, she steeled herself and said, "I believe we should forego the grand banquet, let us keep it simple and celebrate among ourselves." Upon hearing this, Lin Guo displayed no visible reaction, but Su Qingyi's heart sank. Why should they not celebrate? Lin Guo, at the tender age of 12, had achieved the top rank, astonishing all. Was he not worthy of a grand banquet? Were they truly so dismissive? It seemed once the bow had served its purpose, the bird was no longer of value. Noticing Su Qingyi's discontent, the matriarch realized her decision was flawed. However, the Marquis's household had only Xie Huai'an remaining as a potential heir. He would inherit the title in the future. If he faltered, what hope remained for the family? "Qingyi, there are still the provincial and metropolitan examinations ahead, we can always celebrate then," the matriarch gently suggested, smiling. "Nevertheless, since Lin Guo has achieved the top rank, we cannot slight the child. While we may not hold a grand banquet, we can reward him with a sum of 100,000 taels of silver. What do you think?" 100,000 taels, the Marquis's wife was taken aback, instantly concerned about the source of such an amount. Would it come from the family funds or the matriarch's personal wealth? If it were from the family coffers, she would not agree. Su Qingyi was also momentarily stunned, calculating in her mind that a few days of festivities would certainly not cost 100,000 taels. However, announcing a grand banquet to celebrate her son's achievement of the top rank at 12, sharing the joy with the common folk, such a sense of pride and honor was not merely about the money. The Marquis's household was clearly intent on denying them the celebration. Even if they wished to spend their own money, it would not be permitted. Su Qingyi felt a mix of anger and amusement, on the verge of speaking out when Lin Guo interjected, "Great-grandmother is right. Mother, why not proceed as she suggested?" The banquet's existence mattered little to Lin Guo, but 100,000 taels would suffice for their family's needs for quite some time. Hence, upon seeing his mother's hesitation, he quickly spoke up. Su Qingyi regarded Lin Guo with a complex expression, her demeanor caught between wanting to speak and holding back, while he returned her gaze with a rare smile, as if to reassure her that everything would be all right. "Ah, this child, very well, good child, we shall settle on that," the matriarch sighed inwardly, for she had not desired this outcome either. Su Qingyi opened her mouth to protest, but seeing Lin Guo had already agreed, she ultimately refrained from voicing her objections. "I apologize for the inconvenience." The matriarch looked at Lin Guo with genuine regret, saying, "When you pass the provincial examination next time, we shall certainly celebrate grandly." This situation was complicated by the fact that both uncle and nephew had been examined together. She felt caught in a difficult position. Such opportunities would not arise again. "Thank you, great-grandmother," Lin Guo replied politely, lowering his gaze. "There is no need to be so formal with great-grandmother," the matriarch nodded, her expression intricate. "I shall have the nurse deliver the silver notes shortly." With that, the gathering dispersed. Given Xie Huai'an's failure, the other members of the Marquis's household dared not openly congratulate Lin Guo. After all, Xie Huai'an was to be the future head of the household, they had to consider his feelings. Thus, they quietly departed. The mother and her children returned to Danhui courtyard, each harboring a sense of indignation. The second son, who was typically carefree, now grasped the situation, incredulously looking at Su Qingyi. "Mother, because second uncle failed, does that mean brother's banquet has been cancelled?" "Surely not." It seemed unreasonable. How could they dismiss the 12-year-old prodigy? Su Qingyi nodded in affirmation. Lin Guo, immediately incensed, began to stomp in place, punching and kicking the air in frustration. How could they do this? Su Qingyi, equally enraged, rolled her eyes heavenward.
Indeed, it was a tremendous injustice. How many opportunities does one have to attain the top rank in their lifetime? In any other household, they would have been celebrating with drums and gongs in the streets. Yet the Marquis's family, in a bid to protect Xie Huai'an's fragile ego, suppressed Lin Guo's moment to shine. As a mother, she felt a profound sense of powerlessness. If only she were in the general's household, where she could govern and celebrate as she pleased. Conversely, Lin Guo appeared unfazed, glancing at his displeased mother and brothers before stating, "It's all right, receiving the silver is also quite good."
Quite good, indeed.
Qingyi could no longer contain herself, her first outburst since arriving in this world, "Your mother is not lacking that 100,000 taels." The second son was momentarily taken aback before enthusiastically echoing, "Exactly, quite good indeed." The liberation of her expletive felt invigorating, and he relished the sight of his mother. No wonder he felt such an immediate connection with her. Quite good. Hungor also wished to mimic her, but fortunately, Qingyi swiftly covered his mouth, admonishing, "Children must not learn such language.
It tarnishes our dignity."
Hungor blinked his wide eyes at her, seemingly dissatisfied. The second son raised an eyebrow at him, delighting in his ability to mimic. Chapter 081 The heir awakens. Actually, not holding a banquet is quite agreeable. Lin Guo, wishing to spare everyone from angering over his plight, spoke with increasing nonchalance. "If I were to hold one, I would owe a favor. Should my second uncle and I find ourselves at odds in the future, I would have to repay that debt, which would be troublesome." Thus, he concluded that this arrangement was rather satisfactory, free of obligations. Qingyi paused, a pang of sympathy washing over her as she gazed at her eldest son. Indeed, his reluctance to owe anyone was a hallmark of his character. He was not indifferent. Rather, he had grown accustomed to the absence of affection. The truth was, if someone genuinely loved him, he would transform from a facade of an icy mountain into a warm and melting being. This realization only fueled Qingyi's frustration. Such an admirable child was destined for misfortune. No matter how hard he tried, he remained merely a supporting character in others' narratives. However, the situation was now set in stone, and anger would yield no results. Not wishing to disrupt the children's spirits, Qingyi took the lead to calm herself and gently addressed Lin Guo. "You are correct, since you hold no expectations of them, it is indeed better this way, with no debts between you." The connection between the three children and the Marquis was solely through Xie Yun. Everything else was merely superficial, there was no need to concern themselves with it.
"Yes."
Lin Guo acknowledged. Qingyi smiled. "By the way, such a significant achievement in your studies should be shared with your father."
"Off you go."
Right, I shall go report to father," the second brother declared, folding his arms and striding towards Xie Yun's chamber. Hungor followed suit but paused, noticing Qingyi lagging behind, and returned to grasp her hand. Clearly, he preferred to accompany their mother rather than seek out their father.
"Are you not coming?"
Lin Guo inquired, glancing at their mother. "I shall wait a moment longer."
Qingyi cast a glance beyond the courtyard, resolutely stating, "Did not your great-grandmother mention sending us silver?"
"I wish to see when it arrives. I fear she might renege on her promise." Lin Guo chuckled. His mother indeed had a penchant for silver, akin to a miser.
"Yes." He turned and continued on his way.
Upon entering, they overheard the second brother already conversing with their father. "Father, eldest brother has topped the examination, yet because second uncle did not pass, great-grandmother forbids mother from hosting a celebratory banquet."
Jingor exclaimed in frustration, "Without a banquet, how will anyone know that Xie Ling is your son? Without the banquet, how would the world recognize the elder brother's outstanding talents?"
Such a reputation should be publicized, as it would undoubtedly benefit his future career. Perhaps he could even gain fame across the land, becoming a distinguished figure.
What a pity that this opportunity for renown is squandered due to second uncle's failure. Jingor lamented, standing up for his elder brother.
Upon seeing Lin Guo enter, he added, "However, great-grandmother has offered 100,000 taels as compensation." He had a knack for sarcasm. "Mother has been in the family for just half a year, and she has spent so much on us.
This is the first time we are receiving actual silver from the household." "Not yet received."
Lin Guo corrected his younger brother.
"Indeed." The second brother quickly amended, "It has not yet arrived." Xie Yun was taken aback. Jingor had bombarded him with news so rapidly that he felt disoriented. He needed a moment to process everything. Lin Guo topping the examination was indeed a source of joy, and he felt a swell of pride. However, the fact that the second brother had failed meant that the household, out of consideration for Xie Huai'an's feelings, was unwilling to celebrate Lin Guo's success. Xie Yun's emotions were a tangled web. Lin Guo was but a child, and for one of their esteemed lineage to achieve such an honor warranted a grand banquet. Being his son, even a 10-day celebration would be well within reason. Yet, out of respect for the younger uncle's feelings, the grandmother chose to appease him with a sum of 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels. Although Xie Yun was not one to hold grudges, he could not help but reflect on how his private savings and his mother's dowry combined were a staggering sum, far surpassing that amount. And yet, his child had to accept this meager consolation, swallowing his pride. Had he been awake, the situation would have been entirely different, not to mention the guests that would have come to congratulate him. His doors would have been bustling with visitors. As he listened to the children's indignant voices, a wave of discomfort washed over Xie Yun's as a younger generation. He did not wish to speak ill of their elders, yet it was evident that Lin Guo had been wronged. The distance between his most triumphant moment and his current state was merely a year of unconsciousness, and he couldn't help but wonder what lay ahead. After Jingor finished speaking, he noticed their mother was absent. "Eldest brother, where is mother?" "She is outside, waiting for great-grandmother's silver."
Ling Gur surmised, she likely fears that great-grandmother will renege on her promise afterward.
Oh. Not only did Su Qingyi fear being cheated, but Jin Gur also worried, great-grandmother would not do that, would she?
Ling Gur was uncertain, and seeing that the second brother had quieted down, he approached his father's bedside to share the good news of father. The results were announced today.
I topped the examination, mother asked me to inform you. Xie Yun felt an increasing heaviness in his heart as he listened to Ling Gur's calm voice. Did Su Shi send the eldest son to convey this news?
Although the reserved Ling Gur never explicitly mentioned his preference for their mother, he sensed that all three children were gravitating closer to Su Shi, while his own bond with them was fraying. A tear slipped silently from the corner of Xie Yun's eye, unnoticed by anyone. Just then, Su Qingyi entered, capturing the children's attention.
Mother. The second brother immediately asked, did you receive great-grandmother's silver? His concern was genuine. Not so soon. Su Qingyi had waited a moment, contemplating whether to check on the children's conversation. She smiled, have you spoken with your father, has it improved your mood? Without the silver, Jin Gur remained anxious, great-grandmother wouldn't renege, right? That is unlikely, it may just be delayed. Su Qingyi maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that such a sum was promised and could not be withheld. Poof. The second brother huffed, crossing his arms in indignation. Su Qingyi observed her children, amusement flickering across her face. Suddenly, she felt it was an opportune moment for a heart-to-heart. Perhaps she could share her thoughts with them. If memory served, Xie Yun had been in a coma for over a year, and now that a year had elapsed, he was likely to awaken soon. The prospect of her pregnancy was becoming increasingly tenuous. It seemed that the quality of the heir sperm was in question, and with that in mind, the remaining months offered little hope for success. Yet Su Qingyi felt indifferent. Her initial promise to Xie Yun regarding progeny had merely been a stalling tactic. Not bearing a child now was quite agreeable, as she had 3 reliable sons. Whether or not she bore her own was of little consequence. Having reached this conclusion, Su Qingyi sat at the edge of the bed, turning her back to Xie Yun as she spoke. There is something I have long wished to discuss with the three of you, though I fear you may not accept it. At this point, the second brother eagerly interjected, Mother, what is it? Please, tell us. What could possibly be so unacceptable? Ling Gu shifted his gaze toward her, while Hong Gur, nestled beside Su Qingyi, could be disregarded in terms of his input. Let us suppose, Su Qingyi began, hypothetically, if your father were to awaken, have you considered what that might entail? The second brother replied, if father awakens? That would be wonderful. With their father awake, they would no longer endure grievances. Their suffering was solely due to his unconsciousness, after all. Indeed, once your father awakens, life will be easier for you. Su Qingyi smiled, then shifted her tone. However, my own mission would be complete, and it would be time for me to step aside. The second brother was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of her words. He instinctively turned to his scholarly elder brother for clarification. Ling Gur, too, appeared stunned, seemingly surprised by the notion. Lying behind Su Qingyi, Xie Yun felt bewildered. What did Su Shi mean by stepping aside upon his awakening? Did she no longer hold affection for him, or was she concerned that he would not accept her as his wife, having married him during his coma? Mother, are you abandoning us? Jin Gur, having absorbed her words, panicked and looked to his elder brother, hoping for reassurance. That is not the case. Before Ling Gur could respond, Su Qingyi interjected, how could I ever abandon you? You will always be my children. Only then did the 3 children release a collective breath. As long as they remained her sons, all would be well. The second brother scratched his head, puzzled. Then why did you say? It sounded as though she intended to part ways. Su Qingyi clarified, you will always be my beloved children, but once your father awakens, I shall leave the household. She smiled, as for you, you shall grow up well within the marquisate, and when you achieve success, if you still wish to see me, you may come find me. Of course, if you no longer wish to, I shall not force you. While the second brother was still engulfed in confusion, Ling Gur had grasped the situation. It was quite simple. He explained to his younger siblings, what mother means is that she will not continue as father's wife, but she will always be our mother. She will simply leave to wait for us, for we will inevitably depart the marquisate. The second brother finally understood. Indeed, their father was immensely popular. Being his wife would be quite taxing. Moreover, their father had previously refused to marry, causing quite the uproar within the household, with great-grandmother nearly resorting to tears and threats. Given their father's temperament, who could predict whether he would accept their mother upon awakening? Jin Gur processed the implications and turned to Su Qingyi, saying, Mother, you need not worry, I will always remember you and will come find you when I grow up. Being young, he felt powerless, knowing their father would likely not permit him to leave with their mother. However, once he matured, he would be free to choose his own path. Yes. Su Qingyi caressed Hong Gur, who appeared startled by the discussion, smiling gently, staying by your father's side ensures you have better provisions. I cannot compare to your father in that regard. Ling Gur stated, understood. We will thrive on father's resources and later earn money to honor you. Su Qingyi chuckled awkwardly, the child's candor left her feeling somewhat bashful. Yet Jin Gur questioned, why must you leave? What if father does not want you to go? Their mother had sacrificed so much for them, surely their father was not that type of person. Su Qingyi shook her head. This is not contingent on your father's wishes, it is my desire not to be anyone's wife, but simply to be your mother, and nothing more. Now it made sense to Jin Gur, and he ceased to press further. Ling Gur finally confirmed his suspicions. Mother did not harbor feelings for father. Mother, do not go. Hong Gor's voice trembled, nestled against Su Qingyi's knee, his eyes reddening unbeknownst to him.
Upon seeing his pitiful face, Su Qingyi's heart softened, and she gently reassured him, I will not go, I will not, your father has not yet awakened. She estimated that it would not be soon, at least another half-year would pass.
Woo woo woo, mother, do not leave.
Hong Gor was still deeply distressed, refusing to release her hand.
All right, no more talk of that. Hong Gor, be good, let me carry you back to rest. Su Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy. Were it feasible, she would certainly be able to care for Hang Gord. However, that was not reality. Xie Yun would never agree to part with Hang Gord as they made their way out. The eldest and second brothers followed suit. In that moment, no one noticed that their father's hand, resting on the bed, had miraculously formed a fist, gripping the blanket with a newfound strength. That hand, pale from years of sunlight deprivation, bore veins that seemed to pulse with effort, as if engaged in a silent struggle. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xie Yun, summoning his resolve, finally opened his eyes, reclaiming control over his body. As tears flowed anew from his previously tear-stained eyes, the natural light flooded in, bringing with it an overwhelming rush of emotions. Xie Yun remained frozen for a moment, then cautiously turned his gaze. After lying in a state of helplessness for so long, he awoke, filled with joy, yet, recalling Su Shi's earlier words, he closed his eyes once more, uncertain of what to do. Chapter 082 Formal Encounter. Xie Yun lay quietly for a moment, then gathered his thoughts and began to move his body. The toll of a year was not particularly great on him. Being a martial artist, he adjusted the sluggish energy within his meridians and essentially regained his mobility. Come here. Xie Yun sat up and spoke, his voice peculiar due to his prolonged silence. He cleared his throat a few times. Upon learning that the young mistress had left with several young masters, the servant Mo Yan was carrying a tray into the room when he suddenly heard the voice of the heir, nearly dropping the items in his hands from shock. Stumbling into the room, Mo Yan saw the heir sitting on the edge of the bed, clad in a white inner garment, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, gazing at him with that familiar, indifferent expression. Su Qingyi had just calmed down Hang Gor, and mother and son were seated at the writing desk, engaged in drawing and writing for a while. Suddenly, the maid Su Yi came in with the message, young mistress, the heir has awakened. What? For a moment, both Su Qingyi and her son were taken aback. Su Yi excitedly repeated, the heir has awakened. Confirming that she had not misheard, Su Qingyi took a moment to gather her thoughts and quickly removed the brush from Hung Gor's hand, scooping him up from underneath his arms and hastening out. Had she miscalculated the time? It had only been a year, and the heir had awakened. This was unfavorable for her situation. As she walked, Su Qingyi pondered, soon arriving at the adjacent room, where she stowed away her chaotic thoughts. Well, let us take it one step at a time. Recovery would take some time. Wouldn't it? Caring for the heir until he was lively again and then requesting to leave would count as an accomplishment, and regardless of who came, she could stand her ground. Is the young mistress here? Upon entering the inner room, Su Qingyi saw no sign of the heir, only the excited Guanxi watching her. Knowing that she had already received the news, he still repeated, the heir has awakened. Su Qingyi nodded, her face breaking into a smile as she joyfully exclaimed, a double blessing, may heaven bless us. Indeed, indeed. Guanxi quickly clasped his hands together, exclaiming, truly heaven has blessed us, how wonderful. Where is the heir? Su Qingyi inquired, glancing toward the direction of the bathing area. Ah, look at my forgetful head. Guanxi, caught up in his excitement, had forgotten to report the situation. He quickly smacked his forehead and replied, Mo Yan is inside attending to the heiress cleansing and changing. The heir is particular about cleanliness. Upon waking, he immediately felt displeased with his own filth. He smiled brightly and added, young mistress and young master Han might as well sit and wait. The heir will be out shortly. Su Qingyi nodded, but as for sitting down, she had no mind for that now. She merely held Hung Gor's hand and stood there, smiling, let us wait right here. Noticing that Hung Gor seemed somewhat dazed, she crouched down to meet his gaze and asked, Hung Gor, your father has awakened, are you happy? Hung Gor pondered for a moment, nodded, happy. Then he stepped forward to hug Su Qingyi's neck, murmuring, but mother, don't go. He was quite clever, remembering that mother had said they would leave once father awoke. Su Qingyi was taken aback, sighing softly, how had he chosen this moment to awaken? It truly was exasperating, especially after having finally calmed Hung Gor down. All right, mother will listen to you, I want tea leave. Su Qingyi said gently, caressing Hung Gor's back. The mother and son embraced for a moment until they heard movement from behind. Surely, the heir was about to emerge. Su Qingyi quickly stood up, adjusted her expression, and turned to look. What met her eyes was a tall figure. Soon, she saw that the heir had changed into his usual attire. Aside from appearing slightly gaunt and pale, he was no different from an ordinary person. Naturally, he was not an ordinary person, he was a dragon among men, incomparable to others. Even in his comatose state, he had been remarkable. Now, he appeared even more captivating, an intoxicating presence. Su Qingyi secretly marveled, this national idol, now standing, was indeed tall and imposing. The aura of a warrior instantly enveloped the room, yet he retained the noble elegance befitting a scion of a distinguished family. With an open gaze, Su Qingyi admired the awakened heir before collecting her thoughts. Your Excellency. She displayed a perfectly measured smile of surprise, then lowered her head to squeeze Hung Gor's small hand, reminding, Hung Gor, your father is here, call out to him. Father. Hung Gor called out to Xie Yun with a hint of shyness. Hung Gor. Xie Yun nodded, his warm gaze settling on his young son.
Then, he looked up, his deep eyes locking onto Su Qingyi. He had already deduced the identity of this woman, who must be his wife. Su, her hair was as dark as ink, her attire simple, dressed in an unobtrusive light willow-colored gown. Standing upright, her stature matched Xie Yun's estimation. As he turned his face, the once blank visage in his mind took on a concrete form. Her features were indeed lovely, gentle, and graceful, he thought. At less than 20 years of age, her demeanor appeared more composed and poised than he had imagined. No wonder she could fulfill the role of a mother at such a young age. Their mutual appraisal lasted but a moment. Xie Yun swiftly approached, bending down to lift Hung Gur into his arms. He gently patted the child's small face. Indeed, he was fair and adorable, a testament to their mother's care. As he thought this, Xie Yun's gaze fell once more on Su Qingyi. If someone familiar with his temperament were present, they would have noticed the unusual intensity of his gaze, far from ordinary. Your Excellency, this is the young mistress I mentioned earlier.
Mo Yan promptly introduced, recognizing that it was their first meeting.
Su Qingyi, taking the opportunity to bow gracefully, smiled warmly. Your Excellency, I am Qingyi. It is truly wonderful that you have awakened. Having finally met his wife, whom he had cohabited with for half a year, Xie Yun's emotions were complex and tumultuous. He attempted to soften his expression, speaking in a low voice. Madam, you have worked hard. Then he continued, I have learned about our matters from Mo Yan. I have no objections to this marriage. I thank you for your unwavering support. Su Qingyi was taken aback, not expecting the heir to speak such words upon awakening. She couldn't help but admire him inwardly. The national idol was indeed deserving of his reputation. Aside from his remarkable looks and strength, his character was equally commendable. She did not possess such vanity as to believe an ordinary woman like herself could capture the heart of this public darling. His acceptance of her was evidently based on his moral character. There is no need for your Excellency to be so formal. It is an honor for me to reside in Danhui Courtyard to care for you and the 3 children, Su Qingyi quickly replied. Feeling somewhat guilty, she reflected on how she had taken advantage of her husband's unconscious state to care for his 3 adopted sons.
Indeed, as husband and wife, we are united as one.
Our road ahead is long, Xie Yun nodded, his voice still somewhat hoarse. Su Qingyi, the national idol's voice was also top tier. Xie Yun gazed deeply at his wife for a moment, then shifted his gaze, instructing Guanqi, go, inform Ling Gur and Jin Gur to come and see me.
Yes. Guanqi promptly complied.
After awakening, Xie Yun did not allow those around him to make a commotion. He first ordered someone to notify Su Qingyi, calling for her to be the first to see him.
Only after that would he summon his eldest and second sons. Are we not informing the old mistress and the marquis? Su Qingyi inquired. Why did it seem that the heiress' attitude towards his family was somewhat indifferent? Typically, one who has awakened from a coma would be eager to see their closest kin, wouldn't they?
No rush, let me see the children first, Xie Yun replied, carrying Hung Gur as he walked outside.
Your Excellency, may I hold Hung Gur?
Su Qingyi smiled, reaching for the child. You've just awakened. Don't tire yourself out, this little fellow is quite heavy. Xie Yun did not find him heavy, but noticed that Hung Gur appeared uncomfortable, his small frame leaning toward his mother. So he released his hold, saying, he is indeed heavy, you have taken excellent care of him. It is my duty, Su Qingyi quickly replied. The 2 sat in the outer room, waiting for the children to arrive. Xie Yun observed Su, who was focused solely on Hung Gur, either adjusting his clothing or whispering sweetly to him, her gaze never straying toward him. His brows furrowed slightly before meeting Su Qingyi. He had optimistically thought that once they were face to face, she would abandon the idea of leaving. It was not that he was overly arrogant, rather, his experiences over the past 20+ years had made him acutely aware of how favored he was by women. However, sitting together, he soon realized that Su's thoughts were indeed not on him. If a woman cared for a man, her gaze could not be so openly unguarded. There was not a trace of affection in her demeanor. Chapter 083. Such a wife on the other side. Upon hearing the news that their father had awakened, Ling Gur and Jin Gur were both incredulous and astonished. They hurriedly dashed toward their father's room. As the brothers entered, they were indeed met with the sight of their father, who was sitting upright at the table, appearing quite spirited. Their mother and 3rd brother were seated beside him. Father, you're awake, Jin Gur exclaimed, momentarily stunned before bursting with excitement. Influenced by months of martial arts training, his character had become a bit more exuberant, and he instinctively rushed toward Xie Yun. Yet, as he approached and felt the imposing aura of his father, he immediately grew apprehensive and restrained his actions. That's wonderful. The banquet for my elder brother is finally on track.
He then turned to Su Qingyi with hopeful eyes and asked, Isn't that right, mother?
Xie Yun had already heard that Jin Gur had grown tall and slender over the past few months, and although he was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback upon seeing him. Jin Gur, it's been a while, you've grown so tall and thin, Xie Yun remarked, a warm smile illuminating his face as he looked at his second son, filled with pride and joy. Jin Gur, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his face. His father's smile immediately bridged the gap between them. He quickly became animated and said, it's all thanks to mother. She found me a martial arts teacher. Father, my teacher is Pei Che, one of your former subordinates. Xie Yun had already been informed of this, yet feigned surprise. Is it really him? Yes, Jin Gur replied eagerly. He was about to say more when Su Qingyi tugged at his sleeve. Su Qingyi reminded, let your elder brother greet your father first. Realizing this, the second son quickly offered an apologetic smile to his elder brother and stepped aside. Father, Ling Gur approached. Though he too felt the thrill of the moment, he was accustomed to being reserved, so his voice was merely a bit louder than usual. Ling Gur, Xie Yun nodded, his gaze complex as it fell upon his eldest son, the one he relied on most yet felt the most guilty toward. He softened his tone. During the time I was unconscious, you worked hard to take care of your brothers. It was no trouble. It was my duty, Lin Guo replied. His gaze then shifted to Su Qingyi, and he added, the one who truly endured the most is mother. She not only had to care for you but also us 3 brothers. Yes, father. The second son chimed in, eager to support his elder brother's remarks. Xie Yun, following the children's lead, looked toward Su Qingyi and noticed the gentle smile lingering on her lips. Realizing he had her attention, Su Qingyi announced, Lin Guo has completed his imperial examination. Today the results are out, and he has topped the list. She did not seek accolades, leaving Xie Yun without an opportunity to praise her. Instead, he said, it's all thanks to your diligent care that Lin Guo could focus on his studies. Not at all. It was only right. Su Qingyi smiled in response, secretly lamenting that this was a moment for lavish praise for their child. Yet, Lin Guo himself did not feel the need for such recognition. He believed his father was absolutely correct. His mother had indeed exhausted herself to ensure his success in the examinations. Father, how do you feel now? Lin Guo inquired with concern. Everyone shared this concern, looking expectantly at Xie Yun. After all, he had been bedridden for a year, which was cause for worry. Xie Yun replied honestly, aside from feeling a bit weak, I am otherwise well. He then offered a reassuring smile to his wife and children. He was aware of his own body and knew that with time, he would regain his strength. Su Qingyi suggested, shall we call Dr. Chen to take a look? Meeting the gaze of her son, she added, we are not fully informed about what precautions someone like the young master should take upon awakening. It would be prudent to consult the doctor. Mother makes a valid point. Lin Guo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the second son concurred without hesitation. Very well. Xie Yun had no reason to object, but after a moment's thought, he instructed, let us keep this under wraps for now. I prefer to wait before seeing anyone. Su Qingyi noticed the weariness etched on his brow and nodded in understanding, smiling as she said, that's right, let the young master recover his strength before facing anyone, lest it become overwhelming. Xie Yun's awakening was indeed a momentous event. One could foresee that once the news spread, the Danhui courtyard would be inundated with visitors. Without a bit of vigor, it would truly be difficult to manage. Xie Yun smiled at Su Qingyi, you are right, my lady. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback by his smile. For an instant, she felt as though she had encountered a spirit, albeit a rather charming one. She was both startled and captivated. She pondered, my goodness, weren't they merely a pair of estranged spouses? Why was the young master smiling so beautifully at her when he was perfectly fine? Her heart fluttered with unexpected excitement that simply wouldn't do. She had to keep her heart in check. I shall summon Dr. Chen at once, Su Qingyi reminded herself and returned a nonchalant smile. Su Yi, please run an errand, she instructed. Then, calling over the stewardess, she ordered that the news of the young master's awakening be kept confidential for the time being. Once she finished her instructions, Zhengguo, unable to contain his excitement, turned to Xie Yun and exclaimed, Father, elder brother has topped the list, yet great-grandmother disallowed mother from hosting a banquet for him due to concerns over second uncle's failure. Xie Yun had heard this distressing news before, yet every time he did, it tugged at his heart. For Lin Guo he reassured, do not be disheartened, your elder brother will surely have his banquet. Just as Zhengguo had said, without such a celebration, who would know that Xie Yun's son had topped the list at the tender age of 12? Wow, that's wonderful. Zhengguo cheered, as if celebrating a great victory. Lin Guo, though indifferent, felt a surge of happiness knowing his father was supporting him, but he hesitated for a moment before asking, what about the 100,000 taels? He still had that promise from great-grandmother lingering in his mind, yet to be fulfilled. It's merely a trifle of 100,000 taels, Xie Yun chuckled as he looked at his eldest son. Now that he had awakened, they could reclaim the private funds and his mother's dowry, rendering such small sums inconsequential for his wife and children. Lin Guo understood his father's meaning, and his ears flushed slightly. He was not so superficial as to be concerned about such trivial amounts. It was simply that having it was better than not, and if it could supplement his mother's private funds, she would surely be pleased. Not only was the eldest son fixated on the 100,000 taels, but the second son was even more so, as he had once narrowly missed out on a substantial sum, leaving a lasting scar in his heart. Since then, the second son had become quite astute, as if he had fallen into a world of riches, yet, it seemed that the prospect of the 100,000 taels had now evaporated. Su Qingyi, however, was not particularly concerned. She had never intended to claim that troublesome money. Now that the father of her children had awakened, there was no longer a need to use money to silence her. Before long, Dr. Chen hurried in, visibly excited upon seeing that Xie Yun had indeed awakened, exclaiming his gratitude to the heavens for such a blessing. Dr. Chen had every reason to be elated. This joy stemmed from various factors. He was delighted for Xie Yun, as well as for himself thanks to Xie Yun's recovery. His own reputation would surely soar. After a thorough examination, Dr. Chen confirmed that aside from the initial weakness from awakening, Xie Yun's health was otherwise satisfactory. All that remained was to gradually restore his vitality. Dr. Chen wrote out the medical advice, and Xie Yun sincerely thanked him. In response, Dr. Chen couldn't help but remark, it's truly a rare occurrence for the young master to awaken. I dare not take credit for this, as it is the young master's wife who deserves the most recognition for this remarkable outcome. This was spoken from the heart. As a doctor seeking to save a life, he had employed numerous methods during the treatment, striving to avoid any missteps. In contrast, the young master's wife had unwavering faith in her husband's recovery, willing to try every possible remedy. Although he could not elaborate on every detail, Xie Yun understood completely, nodding in agreement. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Dr. Chen chuckled, stroking his beard as he prepared to leave with his medical bag. Su Qingyi, who had been listening nearby, was momentarily taken aback. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? This phrase sounded akin to a confession. However, Qingyi did not interpret it as a declaration of affection from the young master. She understood it was merely polite discourse. Chapter 084 Moving, and the elderly lady had yet to send over the silver notes, as she wished to discuss with the Marquis whether this course of action was truly necessary. As the afternoon wore on, the sun-drenched skies gradually turned overcast. Upon returning home, the Marquis learned of Ling Guo's success in the imperial examination while also hearing about Xie Huai'an's failure. Caught between sorrow and joy, he was left uncertain whether to laugh or to be angry. It was an expectation he had long harbored regarding his second son's lack of ability, yet the reality was still disheartening. Marquis, the matriarch requests your presence. A servant from Ian courtyard soon came to summon him. Without even having changed out of his official robes, the Marquis hurried to see his mother. Mother, what is it that you require of me? Upon his arrival, the matriarch wasted no time and directly laid out her thoughts. What do you think? This may be somewhat unfair to Ling Guo. The Marquis's immediate thought was this. However, his mother's concerns were valid as well. That scoundrel Huai'an, after much difficulty in regaining his confidence in the imperial examinations, could easily fall into despair if faced with such a setback. He sighed. While he felt disappointed in Xie Huai'an, he empathized with the young man's struggles, having always been overshadowed by his elder brother, and now even outdone by his nephew. Another blow might indeed leave him utterly defeated. That is precisely my concern. Hence, I wish to grant Ling Guo a reward of 100,000 taels and forego the banquet. The matriarch declared. If you have no objections, I shall instruct the nurse to fetch the silver notes. Upon hearing about the silver, the Marquis suddenly recalled something and remarked, all of Yunji's private savings are with me, and the monthly earnings from the shops and estates are quite substantial. Do you think we should allocate part of it to Qingyi for management? The matriarch fell into contemplation and, after a moment, responded, let us hold off for now. The immediate priority is to ensure Yunji bears an heir. She is currently tasked with caring for Yunji while also looking after 3 children, which leaves her little time or energy to manage anything else. She glanced at the Marquis and sighed lightly. It's not that I am unwilling to part with Yunji's private funds. I simply believe it would be better to wait a few more years until Yunji's wife has given birth. There is no urgency at present. Understood. The Marquis nodded, fully grasping his mother's intentions. Yet, after some thought, he still felt it was unfair to Ling Guo and, feeling somewhat guilty, added, ultimately, we are the ones being unfair to Ling Guo. I shall add another 100,000 taels from my end. Very well, the matriarch did not object. While this decision was made, she felt a twinge of guilt within her heart, fearing that if Xie Yunji were to awaken one day, he might resent them for neglecting Ling Guo. But what choice did they have? They would still need to rely on Xie Huai'an to inherit the Marquis. Thus, Danhui courtyard received a total of 200,000 taels in silver notes, causing Qingyi to raise her brows in astonishment. She listened as the nurse explained, of this amount, 100,000 taels is a reward from the Marquis to young master Ling Ah. I see. Qingyi smiled graciously, accepting the funds. The Marquis has been most considerate. I shall extend my gratitude to him on behalf of Ling Guo. For now, Xie Yunji had no intention of meeting anyone, so why not accept the money? Otherwise, the Marquis might think they were causing a fuss. Madam is too kind, the nurse replied with a smile. After observing Qingyi's expression and finding nothing amiss, she left with peace of mind. With the arrival of these 100,000 taels, and the additional 100,000, the second son was finally pleased, feeling as though their household had suddenly become quite wealthy. Indeed, should I inform your father? Qingyi pondered, having grown accustomed to managing the household over the past few months. Then she remembered that the matter of receiving the funds should be communicated to the heir. Thus, she made her way to the heiress' quarters, succinctly reporting the situation to Its but a trivial matter. The lady need only decide for herself. Xie Yunji replied immediately. Since consulting the physician, he had been resting in his quarters. He was glad to see Qingyi, but she merely inquired briefly before taking her leave. On the other hand, Xie Huai'an felt a slight relief knowing that the elders of the household were still on his side. However, that relief was short-lived as he was soon summoned to the study for a reprimand by the Marquis. To consider your feelings, we have inadvertently done an injustice to Ling Guo. You must treat your 3 nephews with more kindness in the future, the Marquis stated. Yes, I understand, Xie Huai'an replied, though internally he held a different sentiment. He currently harbored resentment towards Danhui courtyard and found it hard to muster kindness towards them. The evening air was refreshingly cool, and the heir would invariably take a stroll in the courtyard at this hour. Today was no exception, otherwise, it might attract attention from within the Marquis. Madam, I appreciate you making time to accompany me for a walk, Xie Yunji said, having rested for an afternoon, feeling somewhat revitalized. He was seated in his usual wheelchair, summoned by Mo Yen to find Qingyi. His voice was gentle, and his demeanor calm. Simply sitting there was a delightful sight. The heir is too courteous. It is my duty, Qingyi replied quickly, smiling. As the saying goes, one should fulfill their responsibilities while in their position, and as the heir's wife, she naturally had to perform her duties well. Accompanying the heir was part of her responsibility. The only obligation she need not fulfill as a wife was the consummation of their marriage. Xie Yunji, he sensed that his wife was genuinely being polite. Unlike Qingyi, who felt a sense of relief, the maids and nurses attending her held a different perspective. They were nearly beside themselves with joy upon learning that the heir had awakened. But should they not be delighted? Their mistress had originally been a rather unremarkable second daughter of the Marquis, and her initial husband was also a rather unremarkable second son, yet, by a twist of fate, she ended up marrying the man whom all the noble ladies in the capital coveted. After enduring only a few months of hardship, the heir had awakened from his long slumber. Their mistress was indeed fortunate. Having seen the awakened heir, they all agreed he was a paragon of beauty, a rare gem among men. The pressing concern now was to bear an heir, lest the heir's sense of obligation diminish in the future. After accompanying the heir for a stroll, Qingyi returned to her chamber that evening, only to be pulled by the nurse to sit before the dressing mirror. As the nurse meticulously removed the hairpins and floral ornaments from her head, she remarked with a smile, "Madam, I perceive that the heir seems quite fond of you." Su Qingyi turned her head in surprise. Fond, she chuckled, wondering how such a notion had arisen. They had only shared a few fleeting moments together since his awakening. How could the nurse have drawn such a conclusion? Before she could voice her thoughts, the nurse chuckled and lowered her voice, saying, "In my opinion, the reason you didn't conceive previously must have been due to your own lack of effort and improper methods. Now that the heir has finally awakened, you ought to seize the opportunity." Su Qingyi found herself at a loss for words. As a modern woman, how should she explain to the nurse? It was not a matter of her methods being wrong, but rather a concern with the quality of the heiress' little tadpoles. His health had yet to be fully restored, rendering any position futile at this point. Moreover, it was not as though having a child was an absolute necessity. "There is no need for you to worry, nurse," Su Qingyi smiled, "the heir has just awakened. He likely has no inclination for such matters at present. We can wait and see. While he may lack that inclination, you cannot let the heir sleep alone in a cold bed, can you?" The nurse continued to persuade her, assisting Su Qingyi in disrobing her hair ornaments and preparing her for a bath. "The heir appears healthy enough, aside from being a bit thin. If you continue to sleep apart from him, it would be quite improper." Su Qingyi nodded, acknowledging that the nurse's words held merit. Regardless of her inner thoughts, she had to present a proper attitude. "Very well, I shall send Su Yi to inquire whether the heir requires my presence tonight," she instructed. The heir had just awakened, and given the character portrayed in the original text, cold and indifferent, he would likely grant her some leeway and would not impose upon her in any way. The nurse smiled. "Indeed, that's the right approach. Remember, you are married to Xie Yun. Do not take things too lightly." Su Yi, having received the instruction, proceeded to make a careful inquiry. In the past, matters concerning the heir were directly addressed to those serving him. Now that the heir had awakened, it was only right to report directly to him. Su Yi had a composed disposition, but upon hearing the heir call out for her to enter, her expression tightened. After turning around the screen to enter, she dared not lift her head, fearing she might lose composure. Reporting to the heir, "The madam has sent me to ask if you would like her to attend to you this evening?" Attend to him? Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback. During his long period of unconsciousness, he had occupied the main chamber, forcing Su Qingyi to reside in the adjoining side room. Now that he was awake, it was no longer appropriate to impose such a situation on her. "Very well, have my wife move back. It has been unfair to have her stay in the side room these past days," Xie Yun instructed. Chapter 085 Sharing the same bed. Upon hearing the young master's directive, Su Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. The young mistress merely inquired whether she should come to attend to him in the evening, yet the young master directly requested that she move into the main quarters. This, indeed, is a positive development. It signifies that the young master holds a genuine affection for the young mistress. Yes. Su Yi suppressed a smile and hurried back to convey the news. Su Qingyi was still reclining in the bath, relishing the attentive care of the maidservants. Though the evils of feudal society deserve criticism, there are certain remnants that are undeniably enjoyable. After a long day, having someone to massage one's shoulders and knead one's hands is truly delightful. While she was indulging in this pleasure, Su Yi's voice broke through, reporting to the young mistress, "The young master has requested that you move to the main quarters to reside with him. He also mentioned that it has been unfair for you to stay in the side room during this time." Su Qingyi, who had been resting her eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Though not to the extent of being as large as a copper bell, they were certainly not far off. Of the young master's character is rather exceptional. Isn't it, to wake up and immediately request his wife to move in, while it is reasonable to grant her dignity? Does he truly not fear her pressing him for the household accounts? Su Qingyi's thoughts spiraled, while the maidservants were overjoyed, quickly dispatching some of their number to gather the young mistress's belongings. They were moving overnight. Just think, it is the renowned young master Xie. Their mistress has indeed struck gold. Once Su Qingyi regained her composure, she realized that half of her attendants had vanished. Reflecting on Xie Yun's face and reputation, she could understand the excitement of those around her. Were it not for her being a woman in her 30s, not easily swayed, she might have felt a flutter of excitement herself. Suddenly, Su Qingyi recalled an important matter and said, "What about Hungor?" Perhaps, the matron seemed to read her thoughts and quickly interjected, "How could that be? Tonight marks the official occasion of you and the young master sharing the same bed, a proper wedding night. Bringing Hungor along is simply out of the question. She would stake her life on this." Su Qingyi forced a smile, fully aware that it was impossible to bring a little light bulb into their intimate space. Wouldn't that blatantly convey to the young master that she had no desire for intimacy with him? Not only were the maidservants on this side hastily packing, but those on the young master's side were also preparing. Bed curtains, bedding, everything necessary for a good night's sleep was being replaced with new items at once. The cabinets were cleared to make way for the lady of the house's arrival. The efficiency of the maidservants was remarkable. After her bath, Su Qingyi emerged to find her former quarters completely emptied. She could only adjust her sleep robe and follow the matron toward the young master's chambers. The matron halted at the doorway, refraining from entering. Su Qingyi stepped in unhesitatingly, feeling quite at ease, for she had visited this room countless times before. The only distinction now was that the man within was awake. The young master, feeling somewhat weak and fatigued, had intended to rest, knowing that Su Qingyi would arrive. He donned a snow-white outer robe and awaited her in the outer room. As the saying goes, one sees beauty best under the lamp. The ancients were certainly not mistaken. Under the flickering candlelight, the young master's half-lit face, shrouded in shadows, accentuated his striking features, leaving one utterly captivated. Upon her entrance, Su Qingyi was momentarily entranced. It must be said, the young master had found an exceptionally flattering angle, undeniably charming. Of course, she was aware that Xie Yun was not doing this intentionally, for he was handsome from any perspective. Hearing the sound, Xie Yun lifted his gaze. Upon seeing his wife, he, despite his usual reticence and smiling, immediately curved his lips into a slight smile. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, young master," Qingyi said apologetically. As he looked up, she noticed the faint reddish veins in his eyes. He must have been quite fatigued from the day's activities. "It is of no consequence," Xie Yun replied. He merely glanced past her, not fixating on his wife clad in her sleep robe. "Come, sit." He poured a cup of tea and placed it beside him, his voice lower and softer than before. "Autumn brings dryness. Have a cup of tea before resting." "Very well, thank you, young master." Qingyi approached and took a seat in the spot he had designated for her. With a smile, she lifted the tea and took a sip. As husband and wife, there is no need for formality. In this space, devoid of children and servants, it was merely the two of them. Xie Yun turned his face slightly, his gaze falling upon his wife's delicate profile. He solemnly remarked, "These past days have been arduous for you, and you have endured much." His wife was still young, and he observed her, dressed in simple attire after her bath, her unadorned face appearing even more youthful. Suddenly, Xie Yun recalled that he was approximately a decade her senior. "I am quite well, it has not been much of a hardship," Qingyi replied. "If anyone has endured unfairness, it would be Lin Gur and his brothers, who have certainly faced difficulties during your unconsciousness." As for the specifics of their grievances, she chose to withhold them for the time being. She thoughtfully added, "However, there is ample time ahead, there is no rush to discuss matters concerning them. We can take our time with that." She would undoubtedly spare no effort. "Now, let us retire for the night," she smiled. "Agreed." Xie Yun gazed at Qingyi's smile and nodded. Yet, within, he pondered how truly unique his little wife was. Other women, upon seeing him, would either shy away, be overly enthusiastic, or, at the very least, feel uneasy, but not her. She was neither shy nor exuberant, she was simply considerate and composed. His feelings were akin to a gentle spring breeze, yet somewhat elusive. Should Qingyi become aware of the young master's thoughts, she would surely find it amusing. After all, she was a seasoned hotel manager, having encountered countless personalities. As they approached the bed, Qingyi casually removed his outer robe and draped it over the intricately carved bedpost. Then, she deftly arranged the bed curtains. Xie Yun observed his wife's graceful form and could not help but reminisce about countless nights of the past. He lay down, offering her the outer position. The autumn quilt was thin and there was only one. Once Qingyi finished adjusting the bed curtains and lay down, she realized she had intended to summon a maidservant to fetch another quilt. However, to her surprise, the maidservant swiftly extinguished the candle. Qingyi was not one to fuss over such matters, so she simply let it be. Lying in the same bed as the young master, she suddenly felt a wave of concern wash over her. "I wonder if Hong Gur is crying." Xie Yun, puzzled, softly asked, "Why would Hong Gur be crying?" Qingyi explained, "Because he has always slept beside me." Xie Yun was taken aback. Was that so? He recalled that after every visit, his wife would return to embrace Hong Gur for sleep. Internally, he cursed, "That little rascal. He is almost 5 years old, it is not proper." Xie Yun had intended to address this issue several times before his awakening, and now he finally had the chance. "Do not indulge him too much." "Understood. The matter of child rearing is never ending, but the young master needed rest." Qingyi urged, "You should sleep now, today has been chaotic and exhausting." Xie Yun remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Yes, this body is rather uncooperative. Once I have recuperated, I shall make it up to you with a proper wedding night." Their wedding, like their consummation, had been far from satisfactory. It was better that he did not mention it, for with his words, Qingyi found herself unable to sleep. Chapter 086. A cozy home. Xie Yun was frail in body, yet his mind was burdened with thoughts, rendering him unable to find slumber. Beside him lay his wife, with whom he had shared countless intimate moments, yet this was the first time she remained by his side. The familiar, delicate fragrance enveloped the bed curtains, and in this moment, Xie Yun found solace in that scent, despite having once believed he would never marry. However, he was acutely aware that his wife did not harbor affection for him. Her hasty marriage was indeed a mere escape from her disastrous union with his second brother. Even after spending nearly half a year together in Danhui courtyard, she still held no fondness for him. The realization stung his heart more painfully than an arrow wound on the battlefield, for in his heart, he had undergone a transformation from resistance to acceptance regarding Qingyi, the unexpected partner he had come to see as his lifelong companion. Yet, the harsh truth remained: she did not like him. As his thoughts spiraled, sleep eluded him further, prompting him to turn slowly in bed. Qingyi, unable to rest as well, gently inquired upon hearing his movements, "My lord, are you feeling unwell?" Given his frail condition, she couldn't help but be concerned. "No," Xie Yun replied softly, "there is no need for you to worry, my lady." Her meticulous care, perhaps, indicated that she did not entirely dislike him, but merely felt a touch of estrangement. Qingyi lay comfortably, yet the sudden proximity of her husband made her ears tingle with delight, an unexpected pleasure. "Are you unaccustomed to sharing a bed?" she asked, considering the nuances of their situation. "Not at all," he responded promptly. "I am grateful that you have chosen to share your life with me." Qingyi blinked, feeling a surge of warmth at his words. To encounter such a refined and emotionally intelligent man in her first marriage was, indeed, a legendary experience. Unable to sleep, this unfamiliar couple engaged in light banter until Xie Yun's voice gradually faded, leading Qingyi to stifle a yawn and finally succumb to sleep. The previous night's insomnia had another source, the fear of waking the next day. He genuinely harbored a deep-seated dread. Fortunately, he awoke the following morning. His wife remained asleep beside him, her youthful face appearing even more innocent in slumber. Yet, upon awakening, her demeanor shifted to one of calmness as she addressed him. "My lord, since you are now well, it would be best to replace Xie Huai'an and the others in the inner courtyard with maidservants."
"What do you think?"
"Indeed," Xie Yun replied without objection, adding, "I am well now and do not require assistance. The maidservants may attend to you without concern for me." Having come from a military background, he was accustomed to self-sufficiency. Qingyi understood this and, witnessing his ease of movement, decided to leave him to his own devices. "Suyi," she called for a maidservant to assist her in dressing, grooming, and applying a light layer of powder. Her natural beauty was enhanced by modern techniques, creating a visage that was increasingly pleasing to the eye. When Qingyi first abandoned the popular makeup styles of the time, her maidservants were taken aback by her ingenuity. Xie Yun, indeed, was capable of dressing and adorning himself, but he feigned clumsiness, placing a horncomb into his already groomed wife's hands.
"Might you assist me with my hair, my lady?" he requested softly.
"Of course," she replied, rising to offer her seat to him.
"But I may not do it very well."
"That is of no matter," he assured her, elegantly settling onto the stool. Suyi, standing by anxiously, worried that the young lady might struggle with the task. However, she was soon astonished to see Qingyi's deft fingers skillfully arranging his hair without a hint of awkwardness. Naturally, her previous duties required her to style hair daily, and practice had made her proficient. Once his long hair was neatly tied and adorned with a gilded crown, he declared, "All done." "Thank you, my lady." Xie Yun smiled at the reflection of his wife in the bronze mirror. Qingyi felt a rush of warmth at his smile, recognizing it as a departure from his usual stoic demeanor. It was unfair to label him as unfeeling. He simply did not smile often, yet still attracted admiration. Before she could ponder further, a bright, youthful voice called from outside, "Mother, are you awake? May I come in?" The child, having missed his mother the previous night, was eager to reunite with her at first light. "Ah, my dear child, do come in," Qingyi beckoned, feeling a twinge of guilt as she spoke affectionately. At her words, the previously forlorn expression on the child's face transformed into a radiant smile as he rushed into her embrace. Upon noticing his father, he promptly composed himself, standing straight. "Father, are you feeling better today?" In contrast to the previous day's shyness, the child now approached Xie Yun with warmth. "Thank you for your concern, my dear." "I am feeling much improved today," Xie Yun replied with a smile, gesturing for him to come closer. After a moment's hesitation, the child approached his father, puzzled by this newfound warmth. In truth, Xie Yun had reflected deeply during his convalescence and sought to change his ways, aspiring to be a better father moving forward. He hoped it was not too late for his children. "I have been remiss in my duties as a father, having been preoccupied with warfare and neglecting you all. This is my fault," he said as he lifted the child into his arms, tenderly stroking the little bun at the back of his head, gazing into his eyes. "From now on, I shall remain with your mother and watch over you, accompanying you as you grow." Though young, the child understood his father's words. He nestled against Xie Yun's shoulder, wrapping his small arms tightly around his father's neck. "Father will stay, and mother will stay too." Qingyi felt a swell of emotion at her husband's resolution, wholeheartedly supportive of his decision. The battlefield was fraught with danger, and while he had returned safely on several occasions, there were no guarantees for the future. However, the child's innocent proclamation sent a shiver down her spine, as if suggesting that she was to be sold away. Fortunately, Xie Yun seemed oblivious to this notion, simply reassuring the child, "Yes, father will stay, and mother will stay. We will always be with you." The clever child turned to Qingyi, as if seeking her validation. "Mother, is what father said true?" Qingyi felt genuinely relieved. Xie Yun had finally come to the realization of his responsibilities as a father. This was indeed a joyous occasion for their 3 children, yet, she realized that he had drawn her into his newfound commitment. Smiling, she affirmed, "Of course, it is true." However, she contemplated that he appeared to be recovering well and that it was time for her to discuss matters with him soon. After Xie Yun and Qingyi, the eldest and second sons entered the main room, though they did not venture into the bedroom. Instead, they patiently awaited their parents and youngest brother in the dining area. This was the first time in history that the brothers were so excited, one containing his joy while the other radiated exuberance. "Why are father and mother taking so long?" Xie frequently glanced towards the door, his anticipation palpable. "Father is still weak and needs a bit more rest," Lin Gur replied calmly, unperturbed by the wait. After all, they had waited an entire year. What was a mere moment longer? "That is true," Xie nodded. Just as he reached for a meat pie, their parents arrived, prompting him to set it down and turn to greet them with a smile. The sight of their parents, walking closely together, was a harmonious one. Their youngest brother, who usually clung to their mother like a koala, was now being carried by their father. The second son felt a tug of envy, realizing both parents would dote on their youngest brother excessively. Father, mother, the brothers stood to greet them, extending their morning salutations. "Good morning," Qingyi and Xie Yun replied with smiles. "Please, sit down," Qingyi said with a warm smile. "I apologize for the delay. You must be hungry, feel free to eat." "That won't do," the brothers insisted, waiting for their parents to be seated before taking their own places. Xie declared, "It is our first time dining together as a family. We must do so in an orderly fashion." He reached for the meat pie while glancing at his elder brother. "Isn't that right, brother?"
Indeed, Lin Gor agreed, his concern evident as he asked Xie Yunji, "How are you feeling today, father?"
"I am well," Xie Yunji replied with a smile, serving food into the bowls of his sons. This was typically Su Qingyi's responsibility, and she felt a sense of relief as her husband took on this task. At last, she was free from the burdens of single-handedly raising their children. In the midst of their joy, she was served a portion as well. Turning her head, she met Xie Yunji's handsome face. He smiled and asked, "My lady, do you enjoy this dish? If not, I can fetch something else for you." The other occupants at the table, aside from Su Qingyi, immediately focused intently on their own plates, pretending not to notice. Chapter 087. Continuing together in the face of this scene, Su Qingyi's ears reverberated with the words of the old matron, "I see that the young master holds you in high regard." Regardless of the nature of this regard, Su Qingyi could indeed perceive that the young master at least did not harbor any aversion towards her. Otherwise, no matter how virtuous or morally upright one might be, it would be futile to expect a widely acknowledged beauty to treat others with kindness. This is undoubtedly a positive development. Harmonious interactions among everyone will certainly facilitate future discussions. Su Qingyi graciously smiled and said, "Thank you, young master, I relish everything on this table." As the saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. Her eating habits aligned quite well with those of the children. When faced with the same dish, it was merely a matter of consuming more or less, rather than a question of dislike. Ling Gor remarked, "It's still because you insisted on everyone maintaining a balanced diet." "Madam is too courteous," Xie Yunji responded. Subsequently, the family of five enjoyed their breakfast in a cheerful atmosphere, occasionally engaging in casual conversation. Most of it consisted of the children recounting matters unknown to their father, either out of a desire to share or fueled by indignation. The small flower hall was soon filled with the lively chatter of the children. In most cases, Xie Yunji had already been informed, yet he listened intently, occasionally offering a few words of encouragement. This supportive demeanor further stimulated the children's eagerness to express themselves. "Father remembers everything you have said," Xie Yunji affirmed after listening, nodding earnestly. "In the future, should you encounter any matters, make sure to inform your father at the very first opportunity, understood?" "Yes," the brothers replied warmly, feeling that their father had truly transformed since awakening. Although their father had always been wonderful, he had previously instilled a sense of reverence and restraint that made them hesitant to approach him. That he had also been quite busy, unlike now, when he could sit down and share laughter with them during meals. They all hoped that this delightful version of their father would remain unchanged for a long time. "Is there nothing you wish to discuss with me, my lady?" Xie Yunji inquired, turning his gaze towards his wife once the children had finished speaking. "The children have covered everything that needs to be said," Su Qingyi replied, momentarily pausing her meal upon being addressed, and smiled. "If there is anything further, I shall discuss it with the young master privately later." Her implication was that she would speak of their rather superficial marriage. However, it seemed that the father and sons misunderstood her intent, each appearing momentarily taken aback before deciding not to inquire further. "Very well, let us discuss it privately later," Xie Yunji responded gently. After their meal, the eldest and second sons bid farewell to their parents and departed from the main house. "Brother, father has become so kind, will he continue to be this way in the future?" Jin Gur expressed his joy, albeit with a hint of worry. Would father revert to his previous distant and aloof self after his recovery? He truly felt concerned. "Perhaps not?" Ling Gur pondered for a moment. Men tend to become more stable after marrying. Jin Gur nodded in understanding, believing that their father's transformation was indeed due to their mother. But what if mother leaves? "I cannot bear the thought of her departure. If she goes, father may no longer be like this." The Danhui courtyard would revert to its former desolation, and their once happy home would disband. Jin Gur had no intention of stopping his mother from leaving the household. If her departure would bring her joy, he naturally supported it. He simply felt pained at the thought of such an outcome, which inevitably left him disheartened. Ling Gur offered reassurance. "That may not be the case. Can't you see, father holds mother in high regard and is striving to win her favor. Their father had not always been this way. Now he was gentle and thoughtful, his intentions not easily deciphered. If father succeeded in this endeavor, their family would remain intact." Observing his younger brother's delayed realization, Ling Gur slowly added, "Moreover, even if mother truly does leave the household, we can always gather our things and go to join her. Father would be quite pleased with that." "Ah, your reasoning is sound," Jin Gur admitted, straightforward yet not foolish. Upon his brother's analysis, he comprehended the situation, and his anxiety dissipated instantly. So, father does indeed cherish mother. Based on this fact, Jin Gur exclaimed, father used to put on quite the act, adamantly refusing to take a wife. Now, with a blind marriage, he had indeed grown fond of her, hadn't he? However, they both understood that ultimately, it was still their mother who was exceptional. If she were not, even if their father's character were exemplary, he would merely accord her the respect due to a wife and would not eagerly seek her company. The two brothers remained unaware that their father harbored a monumental secret, one that, if revealed, would leave them all, especially Su Qingyi, utterly astonished. To preserve his wife's dignity, Xie Yunji resolved to keep the secret buried deep within, sharing it with no one. Yet, keeping a secret is a challenging endeavor. Pei Che, who taught Qingyi martial arts, and Qingyi Jia, who educated Han Gur, both noticed something amiss with their students. They appeared unusually cheerful, as if celebrating some joyous occasion. Was it because their elder brother had secured the top position in the examination? That certainly warranted celebration. Nevertheless, it felt as if there was something more. Xingura wished to share the news with his master, Pei, knowing their father's close relationship with him would surely delight him. However, their father had instructed him to refrain from speaking of it for now, allowing him to rest for a few days. Thus, Xingura had no choice but to keep silent. Xie Yun was a man of considerable organization. A year of hardship had exposed him to the fickle nature of human relationships. Upon awakening once more, he understood the importance of prioritizing those around him, spending a few tranquil days with his wife and children before confronting the external world. Around midday, Qingyi nestled in the small study, engrossed in reviewing the accounts from her shop and attending to the various trivial matters of the Danhui courtyard. Suddenly, she noticed the young master entering, who remarked, "No need to concern yourself, I am not here to intrude upon your peace, I will simply remain nearby." Qingyi swallowed her words, responding with a smile, "In that case, young master, please make yourself comfortable.
I shall continue reviewing the accounts."
The young master wandered about, perhaps finding the courtyard too dull. A patient in recovery could not engage in vigorous activities or venture outside, leaving only leisurely strolls to occupy his time.
"Very well," Xie Yun replied.
As he settled on the opposite side of the desk, a maid soon entered with a complete tea set and the hot water necessary for brewing, gently placing it on the table before departing. Qingyi glanced up and observed the young master delicately arranging the tea set. His movements were slow yet steady, and his slender, elegant fingers grasped the dark-colored teacup, creating a striking contrast. She found herself entranced by the scene.
"Madam, have I disturbed you?"
Xie Yun raised his gaze, noticing Qingyi's fixed stare upon him, her expression inscrutable, and assumed he had offended her.
"No, not at all. Young master, have you studied the art of tea?" Qingyi quickly diverted her gaze from his hands, focusing intently on the tea as she smiled and inquired, "Is this black tea?"
"Indeed, I have dabbled in it somewhat," Xie Yun replied with a smile, rolling up his sleeves to pour the first cup of tea, which he presented to Qingyi. "Please, madam."
"You have worked hard on the accounts."
Qingyi swallowed hard, feeling unworthy to receive such attentions from the nation's beloved figure. Chapter 088 The ambition of a wolf cub. It is worth noting that Qingyi has always been a striking individual in both of her lifetimes, and she has not been without fervent admirers from the opposite sex. After all, having reached her 30s, she has experienced all the trials and tribulations one might expect. The thoughts of men are transparent, easily discernible. Thus, she was astonished that someone like Xie Yun seemed to take an immediate liking to her upon awakening. What Qingyi did not realize was that his feelings for her had not merely sprung forth upon his awakening. In his heart, the two had been navigating their relationship for several months. Transitioning from initial resistance to willing acceptance, he had traversed the entire journey unilaterally, and now, he yearned for closeness with his wife while simultaneously fearing that he might frighten her away. Therefore, he opted for a gradual approach, choosing to spend more time in her company. However, he had not anticipated that his wife would be so difficult to sway. Indeed, upon sensing Xie Yun's intentions, Qingyi's immediate reaction was not one of flattered surprise but rather of apprehension.
To be with Xie Yun signified an endless array of complications.
"Thank you," she pondered these thoughts, raising her teacup to take a sip, and, with a smile, remarked, "My lord, since we find ourselves with nothing to occupy our time, why not engage in a discussion regarding our marriage?" In that instant, Xie Yun seemed to anticipate the subject she wished to broach, and a pang of discomfort gripped his heart. As a gentleman of integrity, he genuinely desired to listen openly to his wife's sentiments, knowing full well that he should not exert any pressure upon her. Yet, at that moment, he feigned ignorance, replying, "What of our marriage? I consider myself fortunate, and I thank you for agreeing to wed me." Even though he recognized it as a convenient tactic, he did not mind. Qingyi pressed her lips together. "I fear I have elevated myself beyond my station by marrying you, my lord." Just as she began to voice her thoughts, she was swiftly interrupted by Xie Yun, who insisted, "Madam, if you have any demands or grievances regarding me, please do not hesitate to express them.
I shall make amends." With a hint of exasperation, Qingyi clarified, "That is not my intention. Then does that imply you are quite satisfied with me, and there is nothing you wish to amend?" Xie Yun boldly asserted for the first time, lowering his gaze to sip his tea, attempting to mask his unease. How self-absorbed can one be? The seemingly noble Xie Yun turned out to possess such traits. Qingyi took a moment to process this before continuing. "That is not quite it. I mean, my lady, I am feeling somewhat lightheaded." "Might you assist me in stepping outside for some fresh air?" Xie Yun suggested, placing his fingers on his forehead, feigning discomfort. Qingyi did not doubt him. A recently awakened patient should not be as sprightly as he appeared. Weakness was indeed the norm. "How about we summon a physician to examine you?" she inquired, promptly rising from her chair to approach him. "It is nothing serious, merely a bit of tightness in my chest," Xie Yun replied, his hand resting on Qingyi's wrist, separated only by a sleeve. This marked their first physical contact while he was awake. "My lady, simply assist me in taking a stroll outside." Qingyi glanced down, noticing that the very hand that had stirred her imagination moments ago now rested upon her wrist. The sensation brought forth memories of past encounters, causing her cheeks to suddenly flush. Xie Yun found himself thinking along similar lines. A tickle in his throat prompted a light cough, causing his handsome face to redden slightly. This gentle cough jolted Qingyi back to reality. Fixating on the somewhat ill-looking countenance of the prince, she chastised herself, realizing that he was still a patient, and it was imperative to focus on his health. "Very well, are you experiencing only tightness in your chest? Is there any other discomfort?" Qingyi inquired, diligently supporting the prince as they moved toward the exit. She reasoned that his condition might be due to a lack of oxygen. How convenient it would be if they were in modern times, where one could simply inhale oxygen at will.
Alas, in ancient times, they had to rely solely on themselves. It is nothing of great concern, merely a bit oppressive, Xie Yun explained, his own guilt mirroring Su Qingyi's. Having been a gentleman for over 20 years, it was the first time he resorted to such deceptive antics, particularly with his own wife, which felt rather inappropriate. Very well, Su Qingyi assisted him outside, relieved that the weather was overcast and temperate. As the couple strolled through the courtyard, they quickly attracted the attention of numerous servants, presumably captivated by the prince's striking features. It is a natural instinct to admire handsome men, and Su Qingyi had no intention of being overly stern with them. However, the servants, realizing the situation, discreetly distanced themselves, ensuring not to intrude upon the prince and his lady's leisurely walk.
Are you feeling any better, my lord?
Su Qingyi genuinely believed that he was suffering from a lack of oxygen, even taking the liberty to gently massage his back while scrutinizing the hue of his lips for any changes.
Much improved, Xie Yun replied, gazing at his wife. Without you, my lady, what would I do? Su Qingyi, that statement seemed rather grave.
Nevertheless, it was best to postpone any discussions of separation until the prince had fully recovered. The true Yang princess, residing separately from her husband, had heard the news of Xie Huai'an's failure in the examinations. Since he was not her genuine spouse, she felt indifferent, merely scoffing at his ineptitude. He cannot even surpass his own nephew. The matron thought to herself that Xie Yun's eldest son had indeed topped the examination. Many had failed to surpass him, and the false son-in-law was but one among them. The true Yang princess was disinterested in the affairs of her false husband. Her own menstrual cycle had been delayed, and she felt nauseous during breakfast. A disconcerting thought crossed her mind. Could she possibly be with child? She could not conceal the absence of her monthly cycle from her loyal matron. The matron, filled with concern, mused, "My lady, could it be that the contraceptive soup was ineffective?"
The true Yang princess's complexion darkened considerably.
This was her greatest fear. How could she be carrying Xie Huai'an's child? No, she could not bear to have Xie Huai'an's offspring. She desired a child with Xie Yun instead. The matron was anxious. If she were indeed pregnant, they ought to make plans without delay, she urged. "My lady, it would be wise to consult a physician. If you are with child, it is best to plan accordingly."
That made sense. If she truly was pregnant, they should take measures promptly to terminate it. Very well, the true young princess instructed with a dismal countenance, "Find a trustworthy physician."
Yes, my lady, the matron quickly departed to seek a doctor. To ensure confidentiality, the physician chosen was related to the princess. Upon arriving at the marquis's residence, the physician examined the true young princess's pulse and, with a smile, confirmed, "Congratulations, my lady. You are indeed with child, approximately a month along." For a newlywed woman to be pregnant was a momentous occasion. However, upon hearing the physician's words, the princess and her companion appeared decidedly unenthusiastic. Did it mean that the princess did not wish for this child? As expected, the true young princess's face betrayed no joy as she stated, "I am not yet ready to bear children. I would appreciate it if the physician could provide me with a prescription for an abortifacient." The physician displayed a look of surprise, quickly adopting a troubled demeanor. While it was not impossible to prescribe such medication, he cautiously inquired, "My lady, may I ask if you intend to have children in the future?"
"Of course, I do," the true young princess replied immediately. Once this child was terminated, she would focus on restoring her health and would find a way to fulfill her desires. At most, she would wait until her father ascended the throne. After all, she was determined to achieve her goal. If the princess still desires children, the physician hesitated, daring to advise, then it would be prudent to retain this child. Otherwise, given your constitution, it may be exceedingly difficult to conceive again in the future.
What did you say? The true young princess's eyes widened. This child within her could not be lost. The physician spoke softly. Your body is weakened, likely due to the powerful medicines you have taken, thus you cannot afford to suffer further losses. Otherwise, it would jeopardize your foundation, making it difficult for you to conceive again. The true young princess clenched her fists. Indeed, she had taken potent medications. Both the aphrodisiac and contraceptive soup were perilous concoctions, and the fact that they had failed to terminate this child infuriated her. "My lady, under these circumstances, you cannot take the abortifacient," the matron hastily advised, fearing that if the princess's health deteriorated, she would surely regret it. The true young princess leaned against the soft couch, at a loss for words. "Physician, please prepare some medication to ensure the safety of the princess's pregnancy," the matron boldly proclaimed.
Understood.
Once the physician had prepared the medication, the matron promptly sent someone to the pharmacy to have it brewed. She then approached the princess's side. "My lady, you must not despair while carrying this child. It is crucial to remain at ease. If the child were lost midway, the princess's health would also suffer." "My matron," the true young princess suddenly placed her hand on her abdomen, her expression gradually brightening, "I have conceived a plan."
The matron was taken aback. "What plan?"
The true young princess snorted. "If I do not acknowledge it, who would know this child belongs to Xie Huai'an?
What if I were to claim this child as Xie Yun's?
Upon grasping the princess's intentions, the matron's face displayed shock. This was far too reckless, akin to framing someone unjustly.
"However, my lady, what benefit would it bring you to claim it as the child of Xie Yun? The matron inquired. "Naturally, there are advantages.
I could negotiate with Xie Huai'an, leveraging this child to compel the marquis's household to divorce Su Qingyi, and Xie Huai'an could utilize this to suppress the other adopted sons."
Just think, his son inheriting everything from Xie Yun, what reason would he have to refuse? The true young princess sneered, recognizing that she and Xie Huai'an were akin to crickets in the same boat.
Both parties would benefit, and the more she pondered, the more feasible it seemed. That is a valid point. The second master has recently failed his examinations and harbors resentment towards his elder brother's adopted son, the matron realized.
Invite the second master to come forth.
Yes. Upon the True Yang princess's command, the matron went to summon Xie Huai'an for a discussion. As she had surmised, upon hearing of her plan, Xie Huai'an contemplated it seriously. Indeed, this arrangement was advantageous and harmless to him, as he understood that the child was his. Utilizing a child in exchange for everything in the Danhui courtyard would not only undermine Qingyi but also oust that little brat. Xia Ling it was an excellent proposition. Chapter 089. An unexpected appearance on this side, Qingyi accompanied the heir, whose breathing had returned to normal, back to the study for a respite. Before long, a maid entered to report, "Madam, the Marquis requests your presence for a conversation."
The Marquis?
At this hour, he likely wished to discuss matters concerning Ling Gur. Qingyi mused, then turned to Xie Yunji, saying, "My lord, my father may have matters to discuss with me."
"I shall go over." "Go ahead."
Xie Yunji nodded, his gaze warm as he watched his wife depart. Upon arriving at the Marquis's study, Qingyi found that Princess Xie Yun was also present. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, the Marquis's expression was notably grim, and upon closer inspection, it bore traces of anger, as if he had just been riled. However, upon seeing Qingyi, his ire transformed into a semblance of guilt, for what he was about to say would be quite disadvantageous to her. Not long ago, he had promised Qingyi that he would not allow Princess Xie Yun to act recklessly. This was undoubtedly a slap in his own face.
"Marquis, what has transpired?" Qingyi inquired proactively.
Qingyi, the Marquis looked at his daughter-in-law, and regardless of the truth of the matter, the very act of broaching the subject seemed to render him tongue-tied. "If the Marquis finds it difficult to speak, allow me to articulate it," Princess Xie Yun interjected, rising from her seat and fixing her gaze upon Qingyi as she declared, "I just informed the Marquis that I am with child, and it is the heir's."
Qingyi was taken aback, almost wanting to laugh.
What? Her gaze immediately fell upon Princess Xie Yun's abdomen, and a sudden realization struck her. This was not the heir's child, it was evidently the child of Xie Huai'an. It was likely conceived during that time with the herbal medicine. Knowing this, Qingyi felt a weight lift from her heart, allowing a smile to emerge as she remarked, "Princess, you are the wife of my second brother, how could you possibly be carrying the heir's child? Furthermore, the heir is currently in a weakened state, and it is entirely improbable for a woman to conceive under such circumstances, otherwise, I, your sister-in-law, would have already borne a child." Her words were not intended to slander the heir. They were grounded in truth. "Is that so?" the Marquis interjected hastily. He had long harbored suspicions regarding Princess Xie Yun's fabrications, which was precisely why he had summoned Qingyi to confront her. Qingyi nodded at the Marquis, stating, "Indeed, and besides, the princess has not even crossed the threshold of Danhui courtyard, how could she have approached the heir?" Princess Xie Yun, already aware that Qingyi would respond in this manner, remained unfazed. Placing her hand upon her abdomen, she smiled and said, "Just because you cannot conceive does not mean the heir is lacking in potency, who can prove otherwise? Moreover, you do not remain confined to Danhui courtyard day and night."
"How could you possibly know that I have not entered?"
Qingyi felt a cold amusement within. It seemed that she intended to forcefully accuse her. Had the heir not awakened, she might have found herself at a loss for words, but fortunately, with the heir revived, she faced the slander with composure. After all, nothing would come of it, considering that the heir still wished to remain hidden to prevent various factions from stirring and disturbing his recovery. She could only delay matters for the time being.
"How utterly ridiculous," Qingyi remarked.
"Simply on the basis of your word, princess, you claim this child belongs to the heir. I could just as easily assert that this child is my second brother's." The princess's brows furrowed at being so accurately guessed. Anger surged within her. How could this woman know? Before she could respond, Qingyi continued, "You and my second brother are the true couple, yet you seek to place the burden of your child upon my sister-in-law's husband.
What fine upbringing the Duke of Su has provided. I wonder how the emperor would feel upon hearing this." "You." Princess Xie Yun glared at Qingyi, incensed. This mundane woman, did she still believe she was secure in her position as the heir's wife? Indeed, Princess Xie Yun was wary of Qingyi bringing this matter before the emperor, but she had underestimated one thing: the Marquis would not allow this issue to be disclosed. Her loss of face equated to a loss of face for Xie Yunji as well. The entire Pingyang Marquis household would be shamed. To quell the situation, the Marquis could only sacrifice Qingyi, this insignificant pawn. Having realized this, Princess Xie Yun composed herself and said, "No matter how eloquently you speak, it is of little use. This child in my womb is indeed Xie Yunji's. If you wish to stir up trouble, go ahead. In the end, you will bring shame upon both the Marquis household and the esteemed heir." She turned to the Marquis, her tone laced with a hint of coercion. "Will the Marquis allow such a thing to transpire?" The Marquis's eyes turned cold, feeling the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Why must the princess be so unreasonable? Just as the other party had stated, if this were to escalate, he would never agree to such a course of action. Both the Pingyang Marquis household and Xie Yunji valued their reputation. "I would return the question to the Marquis," Princess Xie Yun replied, her expression exuding an air of inevitability. "Why should the Marquis offend the Duke of Su for the sake of a trivial person? Would it not be better to sacrifice her to preserve the reputation of the Marquis household and Xie Yunji?" The Marquis's face darkened. He did not wish to forsake Qingyi, whom he held in high regard as his daughter-in-law. Furthermore, he despised the feeling of being coerced, yet, Princess Xie Yun's words undeniably posed a threat, forcing him to weigh his options carefully. Qingyi discerned the Marquis's internal struggle, but felt no tumult within.
After all, she had never expected much from him. It was only natural, as the head of a family, he had to prioritize the family's interests. In moments of peace, he would naturally lean towards her, but once family interests were at stake, she, as a daughter-in-law with little background, was insignificant. It could hardly be called disheartening, rather, it was an unpleasant sensation to feel so constrained. However, there was little she could do. Her identity and status dictated her limited leverage. In the Marquis's eyes, her worth was currently valued at this much.
What now? Princess Xie Yun urged impatiently.
Standing outside the door, Xie Yun halted his motion to push the door open, eager to ascertain his father's response. Would his father choose to yield to Princess Xie Yun's threats or resist? I cannot agree to this matter, the Marquis gritted his teeth, refusing Princess Xie Yun's demands despite the pressure. Unless you can provide evidence that your child is indeed Yunji's. To prove that this child belonged to Xie Yun, Princess Xie Yun could only bear the child. The Marquis's statement was also a means of buying time. Su Qingyi had long seen through the shrewdness of the Marquis and felt no joy at his refusal. The Marquis's current rejection stemmed merely from the absence of greater interests at stake. It had little to do with her, she understood all of this, it was merely frustrating. Xie Yun understood as well, so he saw no need to continue listening, he was well aware of what kind of person his father was. Just then, Xie Yun pushed the door open, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. The Marquis was about to erupt in anger, glaring fiercely towards the doorway, but upon laying eyes on the newcomer, he froze, disbelief flooding his expression. Yunji. Princess Xie Yun was equally stunned, staring blankly at the man in the doorway. Could it be that she was hallucinating? Xie Yunji, the Marquis swept away his anger, rushing to stand before his son, reaching out to touch him, verifying his reality.
You have awakened.
Xie Yun spoke, casting a deep gaze upon the father he had not seen in so long, noting the weariness etched upon his features, the corners of his eyes now marked with numerous lines.
You are awake. How wonderful.
The typically stern Marquis embraced his son, tears of joy streaming down his face. As his palm met his son's frail form, a profound sense of reality washed over him. Indeed, his bedridden son had awakened. I am unfilial, causing you such worry, father, Xie Yun said, gently patting his father's back. In contrast to the Marquis's overwhelming joy, he appeared rather subdued.
Just being awake is enough.
Being awake is enough, the Marquis was lost in his own emotions, oblivious to his son's calm demeanor, as this son had always been so.
Indeed.
As Xie Yun conversed with his father, his gaze drifted past him to his wife. Upon meeting her eyes, he offered a reassuring smile. Su Qingyi's brow furrowed slightly. Had it not been stated that he should rest for 2 days, his condition was still not stable. Why was he in such a rush to emerge? Xie Yun discerned his wife's disapproval and felt a bitter smile form within him. It was precisely because he was worried that he had abandoned his original plan. To soothe Su Qingyi, he added a hint of pleading to his smile. Whether Su Qingyi was appeased was uncertain, but Princess Xie Yun stood aside, captivated. Xie Yun's smile was a rare sight. Today, she had witnessed it even after awakening from a year-long coma. Xie Yun remained as graceful as ever, his pair of cool, enchanting eyes captivating all.
Yunji. Princess Xie Yun could not help but call out.
Aside from Su Qingyi, the others in the room exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. This Princess Xie Yun was utterly unrestrained, relying on her noble status, she exhibited not an ounce of shame. Xie Yun gently extricated himself from his father's embrace and moved to Su Qingyi's side, smiling as he called out, Madam.
Only then did he turn his attention to Princess Xie Yun, softly inquiring of his wife, Qingyi, is that your sister-in-law?
Seeing his evident disdain, Su Qingyi found it amusing and readily cooperated, nodding, yes, this is Princess Xie Yun, the newlywed wife of my second brother. She has been here for over half a month.
Ah, I see.
Xie Yun nodded, and when it was his turn to speak to Princess Xie Yun, his tone shifted to one of mild reprimand. Sister-in-law, it is rather inappropriate to address my uncle by his name. I do not approve, nor does my wife. Su Qingyi shot a glance at the air, speechless. Why did he always insist on dragging her down with him? Chapter 090 of the Revelation of the Second Brother. The Princess of Xinjiang had harbored feelings for Xie Yun for many years. Yet, to speak candidly, the occasions on which she could converse with him in person were exceedingly rare. When they finally had the chance to speak, it was under such unfortunate circumstances. She was his sister-in-law, and he had a wife of his own, although, in truth, the Princess of Xinjiang did not acknowledge this wife, considering her merely a woman brought in to ward off ill fortune. How could she possibly be worthy of the illustrious Xie Yun? Yet, here and now, Xie Yun spoke to her with cold words, all in favor of his lady wife. The heart of the Princess of Xinjiang was pierced with anguish, and with a sense of unfairness, she implored, I am Xinjiang.
5 years ago, during the Royal Autumn Hunt, you helped me restrain a frisky horse. Do you remember?
The time is too distant, I have no recollection, Xie Yun replied. In matters of life and death, I would lend my assistance regardless of whose horse it was.
The Princess of Xinjiang felt a deeper stab of sorrow. Did it truly mean that Xie Yun had no memory of her at all? He likely only remembered his cousin, the princess, for she was close at hand, yet in the end, she had not obtained that coveted moon. Instead, a mere daughter of a marquis had seized the opportunity. I recall that you had always been reluctant to take a wife. The Princess of Xinjiang shifted her focus from her own plight, casting a jealous gaze toward Su Qingyi. The marquis took it upon themselves to marry you off during your unconsciousness. I am quite pleased with the arrangement. My elders' considerations are much appreciated.
Before she could finish, Xie Yun interjected, seizing the opportunity to express his sentiments. Qingyi and I share a deep connection, a bond ordained by fate. My waking after a year-long slumber is the best proof of this. Upon hearing this, the princess of Xinjiang gasped in pain. She had often contemplated the possibility of Xie Yun awakening, but no matter how many scenarios she imagined, she had never envisioned that upon waking, he would be fixated on his joy-bringing wife. Or had she gone wrong? The Marquis, upon hearing this, was filled with trepidation. It appeared that his eldest son was so invested in his daughter-in-law that he was relieved he had not succumbed to the princess of Xinjiang's threats, lest it dishearten his son. Qingyi stole another glance at the young master, and reason told her that these were mere platitudes meant to placate the frenzied princess of Xinjiang, yet, given Xie Yun's character, she could not discern a trace of insincerity in his words. She could not help but sigh inwardly, wondering what it was that had captivated the young master about her. Was it too late to change her fate? My lady, these words were spoken specifically for your ears. Xie Yun acknowledged that he had not won his lady's favor, yet he was unwilling to surrender. He boldly grasped her sleeve and continued, I understand that you were initially my second brother's betrothed, and only due to various circumstances did you marry me, likely out of necessity rather than choice. This is a shortcoming of the Marquis 8, forcing you into such a position. The princess of Xinjiang's expression darkened, nearly inciting her to leap to her feet. What nonsense about being the second brother's fiancée. She, Qingyi, was already wed to Xie Huai'an. For Xie Yun to treat his sister-in-law as a wife was truly repugnant. The Marquis, recalling the disgraceful actions of his son on their wedding night, which had compelled the newlywed Qingyi to seek refuge in the residence of the incapacitated Xie Yun, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Their failings towards Qingyi were not limited to this one instance. Those matters are in the past. There is no need for the young master to feel remorse. Qingyi was a forward-looking person. The past served only as a lesson, and she bore no excessive emotions. At present, her only concern was that Xie Yun would become too attached to her, prompting her to hastily extract her sleeve from his grasp. As her fingers slipped away, Xie Yun's gaze darkened, and he added, regardless of how my lady currently feels, my heart is set on you. Qingyi nearly choked on her own breath. Ah, so the young master truly harbored such feelings for her. Coughing, her anxious heart finally found some peace. However, putting aside those chaotic thoughts, watching the scene unfold was genuinely entertaining. The young master possessed a talent for delivering devastating blows to the heart of the princess of Xinjiang. She beheld the princess's pale countenance, nearly fainting from the pain, yet Xie Yun showed no signs of relenting. After making his heartfelt confession, he coldly remarked, I just heard at the door that my sister-in-law is with child by my second brother. Congratulations. Those simple words of congratulations nearly caused the princess of Xinjiang to spit blood, and even if she did not, she sank back into her chair, utterly dazed. For once it was confirmed that she was indeed carrying Xie Huai'an's child. Her aspirations to ascend to Xie Yun's side would be forever thwarted. This implied that her elaborate efforts to enter the Pingyang Marquis had not only failed to secure Xie Yun's lineage but had also cost her dearly. How could this be? The Marquis, observing the princess of Xinjiang's loss of composure, realized that the child could not possibly belong to Xie Yun. So, whose was it? This matter could only be clarified by questioning Xie Huai'an. Thus, the Marquis furrowed his brows and commanded, someone, summon the second master. Qingyi, recalling Xie Huai'an's treacherous disposition, boldly suggested, if the Marquis wishes to ascertain the truth, why not directly ask the second brother if he has consummated his marriage with the princess of Xinjiang? The Marquis, astute as he was, immediately grasped his daughter-in-law's implication, meaning that the framing of Xie Yun might have been a collaborative scheme between Xie Huai'an and the princess of Xinjiang. Contemplating this possibility, the Marquis's expression turned ashen, and he mentally cursed his rebellious son countless times. In pursuit of the truth from the second brother, young master, let us retreat behind the screen, Qingyi, unafraid of being perceived as scheming, suggested. After all, Xie Huai'an was no gentleman but a thorough scoundrel. The Marquis hesitated, torn between words. Very well. Xie Yun responded without hesitation, following his wife to the sanctuary behind the screen. As for the princess of Xinjiang, she glared daggers at the seemingly harmonious couple, her heart once again bleeding. Utterly indifferent to the fate of Xie Huai'an, she yearned to drag him down with her, to vent her frustrations over her unrequited desires. If she could not find joy, then neither could anyone else. Soon, Xie Huai'an, alerted to the gathering, arrived, feigning ignorance as he inquired, Father, what is it that you seek me for? The Marquis scrutinized his second son coldly. At this critical juncture, he hesitated to inquire, for if this matter indeed involved his son, how would he face his eldest and his wife? Father? Xie Huai'an, feeling increasingly uneasy under his father's gaze, called out once more. You, the Marquis's voice turned grave as he finally asked, have you and your wife consummated your marriage? Xie Huai'an pondered, realizing that the princess's accusations against his elder brother had provoked his father's ire. If he answered no, he would be complicit with the princess. If he answered yes, he would offend her. One side was his family. Even if the truth came to light, the worst that would happen would be a few lashes at the ancestral hall. The other side was the powerful Duke of Su, an affront he could not afford. Thus, Xie Huai'an replied, No, my wife and I have not yet consummated our marriage. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Marquis clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to kick his son, and turned to the princess of Xinjiang, demanding, if you have not consummated your marriage, then whose child is it that you carry? Feigning surprise, Xie Huai'an exclaimed, Princess, you are with child? He remained blissfully unaware that the truth had already unraveled, continuing to play his part. The princess of Xinjiang, slumped in her chair, replied coldly, the child within me, of course, belongs to my husband. Who else could it possibly be? Xie Huai'an furrowed his brow, sensing a discrepancy with their earlier agreement. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, he was met with his father's predatory gaze, which was soon followed by a resounding slap across his face. Xie Huai'an.
The Marquis's trembling hand pointed accusingly at his son, seething with rage. You would scheme against your own brother. You wretched fool, who taught you to act in such a manner? Xie Huai'an's face was turned askew from the blow, his mouth bleeding. How could this happen? Princess, he gasped, staring at her in shock, questioning, why would you betray me? Wasn't it agreed that she would remain at Danhui courtyard? The Princess of Xinyan, lost in her sorrowful thoughts, felt as if her heart were being cleaved in two. Facing Xie Huai'an's accusatory gaze, she coldly replied, do not blame me, rather, blame your own misfortune. Your elder brother has awakened. What? My elder brother has awoken? Xie Huai'an stood frozen in disbelief. No, it could not be. How could his elder brother possibly awaken? At that moment, Xie Yun emerged from behind the screen, hands clasped behind his back, standing before his second brother. He regarded Xie Huai'an with a complex mixture of emotions, disappointment evident in his voice. Second brother, it seems you are not pleased that elder brother has awakened? Chapter 91 of Private Matters for You. A tall figure stood before him, and as Xie Huai'an lifted his gaze, he was met with the unmistakable presence of his elder brother. The prodigy of heaven, whom he could never surpass. In an instant, Xie Huai'an's complexion turned pale, and he inwardly seethed, wondering why his brother had to awaken. Would it not have been better if he remained in his slumber? Yet, given the current circumstances, Xie Huai'an dared not voice his thoughts aloud. Faced with the interrogation, he naturally had to deny it. How could that be? I am overjoyed that my brother has awakened. He then turned to the Marquis, kneeling on the ground to exonerate himself. A father. Regarding the matter of offspring, it was not my intention to scheme against my brother. I was left with no choice, forced by the oppressive influence of the princess. I could do nothing. Who was unaware of the formidable power of the Duke of Su and the arrogance of the Princess of Xinyan? Who would dare to defy them? Are you still trying to wriggle out of this? Was it also out of helplessness when you privately agreed to this marriage? The Marquis was utterly disappointed in his second son. How could there be such a disparity between his two sons? The elder brother, Xie Yun, excelled in every aspect, devoid of any flaws. Meanwhile, the younger brother, Xie Huai'an, was nothing but a disappointment, growing older year after year without any sign of improvement. Father, Xie Huai'an caught sight of the disappointment in his father's eyes, and his heart sank. Who does not wish to be a source of pride for their parents? Yet, he felt that it was not his fault. From the very beginning, it was his father and grandmother who had shown too much favoritism. Do you truly believe you are without fault? Do you think we have always favored your elder brother? The Marquis saw through his second son's thoughts and mercilessly stripped away his excuses. Then count for yourself the mistakes your elder brother has made throughout his life. If you can name even one, I shall let you off the hook today. Mistakes made by his elder brother. At first, Xie Huai'an thought to himself, after all, no one is without sin. Surely, his brother must have erred at some point in his life. However, upon reflection, he could not recall a single misstep, only memories of his brother being lauded and praised. The Marquis regarded Xie Huai'an coldly for a moment before speaking again. None, is it? Then consider your own life, and tally the mistakes you have committed and the number of times you have been punished to kneel before the ancestral hall? Let us not speak of the past. Since I entered the household, two significant events have already transpired. Su Qingyi, standing nearby, kindly reminded him. As the saying goes, an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. She was merely trying to help discipline her younger brother-in-law without overstepping. Xie Huai'an glared at Su Qingyi, thinking, what right does this woman have to speak? Xie Huai'an. Yet, he was immediately met with his brother's icy reprimand. If you continue to look at your sister-in-law with such disdain, do not blame me for being heartless. Xie Yun, after all, was a general, exuding an air of authority and menace. As he furrowed his brows and spoke, the atmosphere in the study grew taut. As Xie Huai'an's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, the Marquis snorted derisively. Look at you, only able to blame others. Do you still have the face to claim that we favor your elder brother? Xie Huai'an's facade was forcefully stripped away, his pride severely wounded, and he could only clench his fists in silence. The heir possesses outstanding abilities, inherently sufficient. Why should he require anyone's favoritism? As an observer, Su Qingyi felt compelled to speak up in defense of the heir, hoping to help Xie Huai'an see the reality of his situation. The heir's honors are earned through his diligence, having put in hard work, even risking his life. How could anyone believe he needs preferential treatment? These words rendered Xie Huai'an a mere buffoon in comparison. Xie Yun, emotionally detached, recognized that his younger brother was scheming against him but felt little more than surprise at his brother's mindset. It seemed he had previously underestimated Xie Huai'an's character. Upon hearing Su Qingyi speak on his behalf, Xie Yun felt a warmth in his heart, and his gaze softened unconsciously. The Marquis looked at this couple, clearly in sync, and felt a sense of relief for having made a wise decision in the past. He nodded. What Qingyi said is correct. Your elder brother requires no favoritism. Even if he were not born into the Marquisate, he would still be a dragon among men. With this concerted effort, Xie Huai'an felt utterly crushed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Father, you certainly did not say this when my brother was still unconscious. The Marquis's expression changed instantly, glaring at his second son. When my brother was not awake, you suppressed Xie Lin to avoid hurting my feelings. Xie Huai'an seemed oblivious to his father's warning, for the worst had already come to pass. With Xie Yun's return, where was there still a place for Xie Huai'an? Now that my brother has awakened, you no longer expect anything from me and have begun to turn your attention towards the Danhui courtyard. Unfilial son. Silence.
The Marquis could easily discern that his son was sowing discord, and he immediately turned to Xie Yunji. Yunji, do not listen to his nonsense. Your father did not intend to suppress Lin Gur, and all of this has its reasons. It was not as if Xie Huai'an were not a disappointment. Otherwise, why would he have offended the eldest son? Father, there is no need for explanations, you have your own stance. Xie Yunji could understand his father's intentions. It was not wrong to consider his son, but he was also Lin Gur's father. Caring for Lin Gur is not your responsibility. It is mine, and I have failed him. From now on, I will do my utmost to make amends. The Marquis opened his mouth, realizing that his eldest son still harbored grievances. This statement implied a clear delineation between Lin Gur and them, as if he no longer recognized his grandfather. Yunji, your father is in a difficult position. It does not mean I do not value Lin Gur, he said in a deep voice, hoping Xie Yunji would understand that Lin Gur was not of their bloodline, and that he had done enough as a grandfather. Father, I have said, I do not blame you. Yet the Marquis's heart remained heavy, unable to feel relieved, and he smiled bitterly. I understand. Making this decision was indeed risky, and it is only natural for you to harbor grievances. Had he known that Xie Yunji would certainly awaken, he would not have suppressed Lin Gur. But could he take that gamble? This time, Xie Yunji chose not to explain further, not angry, nor grumbling, but that did not mean he would continue to naively believe that his family would care for all three of his children as he did. In the past, he had taken it for granted, so he admitted it was his fault, not his family's. Xie Yunji gazed at his father, who was desperately trying to explain, and smoothly inquired, Father, do you have my accounts and the keys to my private treasury? With a wife and 3 children now, the income from the Danhui courtyard over the past half-year was rather meager, especially considering the 200,000 taels Yuan grandmother rewarded Lin Gur for his excellence in the examination yesterday. This statement made the Marquis's face flush with embarrassment, both angry and frustrated. It seemed as if his eldest son was accusing him of wanting to embezzle funds, when he was only acting in the interest of the Marquis. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to retort, but he could only avoid his son's gaze and turn to retrieve the accounts and keys from the dark cabinet. Xie Huai'an observed the growing rift between this once harmonious father-son duo and felt a sense of satisfaction as his scheme bore fruit. If his elder brother were to sever ties with the Marquis, his father would ultimately have to rely on him. The good-for-nothing moments later, the Marquis handed the accounts and keys to his eldest son, hesitating to speak before finally sighing, Yunji, do not let this matter create distance between you and your father.
Thank you, father, for safeguarding them. Xie Yunji nodded, unsure if he was responding to the Marquis's concern or merely expressing gratitude. After receiving the private treasury, he turned and handed it to his wife. Thank you for your hard work, my lady. Next time I see grandmother, I shall also retrieve my mother's dowry for you.
Qingyi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden windfall. The small fortune accumulated by the national idol was so easily handed over to her? The heir's private treasury, how could I dare to take that? Qingyi was indeed fond of wealth, but she was discerning enough to recognize that such funds were not lightly obtained. We are one as husband and wife. What is mine is yours. Xie Yunji disregarded his wife's refusals, insisting on transferring the private treasury, and added for clarity, what is yours remains yours. Qingyi in public, pulling and tugging at each other was indeed unbecoming. She decided to accept it for the time being and could always return it to the heir later. Thank you for your trust, my lord. In that case, I shall accept it for now. After speaking, Qingyi noticed the princess of Xinjiang glaring at her with envy, clearly wanting the accounts and keys in her possession. It was not that the princess lacked this money, she merely coveted the identity of the heir's wife. Qingyi had no intention of flaunting her status, she simply averted her gaze, choosing not to entangle herself with such negative matters. Seeing her willingness to accept it, Xie Yunji felt relieved. Yunji, how is your health now? When did you awaken? Have you had a doctor examine you? The Marquis bombarded him with questions, just as Xie Huai'an had mentioned. Now that the eldest son had awakened, he indeed shifted his focus entirely back to him. I awakened yesterday. My body still feels somewhat unwell, the doctor recommended rest, so I did not disturb anyone. Xie Yunji replied, feeling unwell. The Marquis immediately grew anxious. Then you must return and rest, heed the doctor's advice, and do not rush to see your grandmother. It was not so dire, as Xie Yunji had intended to have his wife accompany him to Yian Garden to retrieve his mother's dowry. However, upon meeting his wife's worried gaze, he quickly changed his mind, nodding, I shall take my leave. He then smiled at Qingyi, saying, I would appreciate it if you could assist me back to the courtyard. What else could Qingyi say? Understanding that he was concerned for her safety, she could not repay kindness with ingratitude. She carefully supported the heir's slender, elongated hand, inadvertently finding herself in a rather intimate position. Chapter 092, inciting a separation. As the young couple departed hand in hand from the study, the Marquis suddenly recalled that Xie Huai'an was still kneeling on the floor, even though his elder brother, Xie Yunji, did not explicitly state how to deal with this brother who had plotted against him. The Marquis could neither dismiss the matter lightly nor adopt a heavy-handed approach. His negligence towards Danhui courtyard over the past 6 months had likely already caused discontent in his eldest son, a rift that would be difficult to mend. Rebellious son, do you not recognize your error? The Marquis fixed a piercing gaze upon his second son, his voice laced with a chilling authority. Once Xie Huai'an regained his composure, he realized his impulsiveness. For now, he still needed to rely on his father's support. He had to humble himself. Father. Xie Huai'an crawled to his father's feet, his voice choked with emotion. I was merely unable to withstand the blow of failure and, in a moment of folly, I acted rashly. Moreover, fearing the ire of the princess, I inadvertently committed this grave error. I never intended to plot against my elder brother. I beseech you for your understanding.
Ha, now you are not afraid of offending the princess, retorted the Princess Xie Yun, disdainfully observing Xie Huai'an's weakness.
His countenance stiffened at her words. Aware of the princess's power, he knew he had to placate both his father and her. The marquis did not exhibit any soft-heartedness towards his second son, yet he could not allow the Princess Xie Yun to bully him unchallenged. In truth, the incident bore her fingerprints, with Xie Huai'an merely playing a minor role. Princess, I respect you as a royal, the marquis addressed her, his tone firm. Of this royal lady, with her insidious thoughts, had been wreaking havoc in the marquis's household, relying solely on the marquis's dwindling influence. Now that Xie Yunji had awakened, she could no longer intimidate them. You were the one who sought to marry Huai'an, a union the marquis's house did not welcome. Had you chosen to live a modest life, there would have been no issue. Yet, you seem intent on disrupting the peace of the marquis's estate. At this juncture, the marquis's gaze sharpened, devoid of mercy. Now that Yunji has recovered, the marquis's residence is no longer a playground for your whims. Should you persist in your reckless behavior, do not blame me for reporting to His Majesty, urging him to bring you back to the royal fold.
No, you cannot do that. Princess Xingyang exclaimed impulsively, attempting to maintain her facade of authority. What if Yunji speaks to His Majesty? What do you think will happen then?
The marquis no longer feared her threats, regardless of the Prince of Su or the Crown Prince. As long as Xie Yunji was awake, the marquis's residence would become a target of alliances, with others eager to curry favor. Princess Xingyang found herself rendered speechless. Ever since Xie Yunji's awakening, she had fallen into a passive position, struggling to regain her foothold. Xie Huai'an, go kneel in the ancestral hall. You may return only when you have reflected upon your actions, the marquis coldly directed, casting a disdainful glance at his son.
Yes, father, Xie Huai'an replied hastily, lowering his head. As they walked along, Su Qingyi pondered the events in the study and inquired of Xie Yunji, young master, how do you think the marquis will discipline your second brother? Xie Yunji grasped his wife's hand tightly. I do not know. I pay little attention to the affairs of the household. Indeed, he had likely been preoccupied with realizing his life's ambitions, unencumbered by the trivialities of worldly matters. Truly, he was a winner in life. Su Qingyi reflected on the young master's remarkable abilities and his feelings towards her. It was indeed a worthy leg to lean on, though regrettably, there were too many romantic entanglements. Sighing, she lamented, it is easy to dodge a direct attack, but difficult to guard against hidden arrows. How could one achieve perfection in this world? Do you hope for your second brother to face severe punishment? Xie Yunji's gaze, as gentle as a tender spring breeze, swept across his wife's delicate features, finally settling on her rosy lips. That may not be necessary, Su Qingyi replied, feeling she might be stirring discord between brothers. Realizing she was about to incite a separation, she instinctively retracted her thoughts of this discord. It seemed, she would have to embrace for now, though she was destined to leave her marital home eventually, she could not disregard the safety of the children. If they did not separate, Xie Yunji would inevitably become embroiled in the fierce struggle for succession, which could endanger the children. Young master, it is unnecessary to resort to violence. What I perceive extends beyond this. Su Qingyi glanced around cautiously, acknowledging that this was not the appropriate venue for discussion, and thus fell silent. Afterward, she supported Xie Yunji and hurried into the courtyard. Once inside the study, they dismissed everyone else. An unpleasant memory flickered across Xie Yunji's face, and he inquired, do you have something to say, my lady? Indeed, let us discuss current affairs, she replied. Xie Yunji paused for a moment, then relaxed his brow. Current affairs, very well. Su Qingyi asked, what are your thoughts on the Prince of Su? He has been gaining significant momentum recently. Remembering her prior humiliating experience at the prince's residence, she clenched her fists. This is also due to Princess Xingyang's audacity, as she openly covets your position. She recalled how they had been bullied by the princess and her cohorts. Had it not been for Ling Gore's courage and cunning, the outcome of the drugging incident could have been catastrophic. Are you so enraged because they covet me? Xie Yunji asked, his gaze fixed upon her clenched fists. Su Qingyi, taken aback, noticed her own tension and chuckled awkwardly, not entirely, it is primarily because she bullies me and the children. As for their interest in Xie Yunji, she did not wish to provoke any misunderstandings, so she spoke half-truths. There are too many who covet you. I cannot possibly address them all. Xie Yunji remained silent, recognizing her excuse for what it was, a reflection of her indifference. Yes, he affirmed, closing his eyes momentarily, his profile striking and defined, exuding a captivating charm. As his gaze fell slightly, the contour of his throat drew her attention, eliciting memories of the time she had kissed him there. Su Qingyi admonished herself to see such thoughts. Where were we in our conversation, she asked. You mentioned the Prince of Su, he reminded her. Right. She regarded him intently. What are your views on the prince? Do you not hold him in high regard? Xie Yunji posed the question, though he was already certain of her sentiments. During his period of immobility, he had discerned her thoughts. He was genuinely curious why she was so resolute. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qingyi replied, it is not that I lack confidence. Rather, I believe that given the current circumstances, we should refrain from entangling ourselves in the strife for succession. Indeed, Xie Yunji understood her perspective and, adopting a serious demeanor, said, your second brother's marriage to the daughter of the Prince of Su has already plunged him into royal conflicts. Are you concerned he may become a liability? Su Qingyi nodded. Yes, I recall you are a loyal subject. Xie Yun cast a gentle glance her way. You truly understand me, my lady. His tone was casual, yet it hinted at a deeper sadness. Who would wish to drift further from their kin? Su Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy for him and bluntly stated, I personally believe it would be best for you to separate from your second brother. This way, you could extricate yourself from the predicament, turning passivity into initiative. Should any issues arise, you would be in a position to remedy them. Most importantly, it would ensure the safety of their 3 children. You make a valid point, Xie Yun mused, contemplating her words. The family will certainly need to be divided. Let us wait a while. First, we shall organize the banquet for Ling Gure's coming of age. What do you think, my lady? That sounds agreeable, as long as you keep this matter in mind, Su Qingyi replied, relieved by his acquiescence. Organizing the banquet was straightforward. She would simply instruct a few people, and the steward would handle liaising with the tavern. Later, she could oversee the menu and venue arrangements. The costs would be drawn from the 20,000 taels of silver. As for the young master's private funds, Su Qingyi realized it was prudent to address the matter without delay. Young master, you should keep this for yourself. I did not mean to accept it earlier, but I have no intention of taking it, she quickly clarified. Xie Yun did not retract his offer. Do you think I have the energy to manage this in my current state? Su Qingyi was momentarily at a loss. It seemed he indeed did not. Given that the 4 ladies depended on him recovering to become their pillar, he would have to shoulder more burdens. Very well. She smiled. Then I shall assist you in keeping it for now. Chapter 093. Reclaiming the dowry. The news of Xie Yun's awakening caused a tremendous stir within the Marquis's residence. In an instant, the entire household was ablaze with excitement, with some rejoicing and others lamenting. The old matriarch was naturally overjoyed, disregarding her frail legs, and hastily summoned people to push her towards the Danhui courtyard to visit her eldest grandson. The bond between the two was undeniable. Yunji, the old matriarch grasped her grandson's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. At last, I have awaited your awakening. I can die in peace now, grandmother, do not weep. Be cautious of your health. Xie Yun gently supported the elder's arm, offering soothing words. Such a poignant scene prompted Su Qingyi, an outsider, to discreetly withdraw, allowing them their moment of connection. Little did she know, just as Su Qingyi departed, the old matriarch broached the subject of her. By the way, Yunji, during your unconsciousness, your father and I took the liberty of arranging a marriage for you. Her hesitant tone betrayed a fear that her grandson might disapprove. I am already aware, Xie Yun replied, patting the back of the old matriarch's hand. I am grateful, grandmother, the lady you have chosen for me is to my liking. Wonderful, wonderful, the old matriarch was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a joyful smile. As long as you are pleased. Prior to the incident, Xie Yun had steadfastly refused to marry, leaving the old matriarch deeply concerned that he would resist upon awakening. However, it now seemed that fate had conspired in their favor. It appears that your union is destined. Henceforth, may you both lead a blissful life together, the old matriarch said, holding onto Xie Yun's hand with great reluctance, expressing her heartfelt relief. Now, do take the time to recover your health, and while you are still young, make sure you and Qingyi have a child promptly, for then I shall truly be at ease. Xie Yun nodded, patiently engaging the old matriarch in conversation. Naturally, he too harbored regrets over their inability to conceive a child thus far. Are you aware of the situation between her and your second brother? The old matriarch inquired tentatively. There is no need for concern, grandmother, I am fully informed, Xie Yun affirmed with a nod. Very well, did Qingyi speak of this to you? Indeed, with the children chattering, thanks to the blessings of their mother and the few of them, Xie Yun had not missed any tidings from the residence. The old matriarch refrained from pressing further. The conversation continued with the two exchanging various pleasantries until she finally released Xie Yun's hand and gently instructed, have Qingyi come over. Yes, a maid hurried off to fetch the young mistress. Su Qingyi had not strayed far, returning swiftly with a smile. Grandmother, young master, have you finished your conversation? Qingyi, come here quickly, the old matriarch beamed, and upon Su Qingyi's approach, she took her hand and placed it in Xie Yun's palm, saying, you too, having weathered many trials, have finally seen the light of day. May you now live harmoniously. Indeed, we shall heed grandmother's wishes, Xie Yun replied, naturally tightening his grip on Su Qingyi's hand. Before the old matriarch, Su Qingyi could not falter, and thus she sweetly smiled, yes. After all, holding the young master's hand was certainly a gain for her, rather than a loss. Grandmother, Xie Yun seized the moment to inquire, you previously mentioned that upon my marriage, the dowry belonging to my mother would be entrusted to my wife. Is that still the case? The old matriarch had been reluctant to place the family's wealth in Su Qingyi's hands, but with her grandson's awakening, her reservations had dissipated. Of course, as long as you marry well and have children, what can the entire Marquis's residence deny you? Xie Yun smiled gently, thank you, grandmother. Su Qingyi's hand was squeezed by the young master, and she immediately echoed, thank you, grandmother. No need for such formality, it should have been yours long ago, the old matriarch remarked, her fondness for Su Qingyi evident. Seeing the affection Xie Yun held for Su Qingyi made her smile even more genuine. You have worked hard caring for Yunji and the 3 children during this time. I had previously refrained from giving you the dowry for fear of overburdening you. Su Qingyi responded with a smile, I understand, and I appreciate grandmother's consideration. She was well aware that the truth behind the situation was not as harmonious as it appeared. However, there was no point in dwelling on such matters. The outcome was what mattered most. Since Su Qingyi had entered the household, Xie Yun had been conscious of her grievances. At this moment, he silently tightened his hold on her hand, signifying his comfort.
Perhaps the old matriarch had not been sufficiently considerate in the past, but that was of little consequence. From now on, he would cherish his wife. While the old matriarch lingered in the Danhui courtyard, she overheard inquiries from the heads of various courtyards seeking news. Each one seemed eager to visit and present themselves before Xie Yun. Consequently, the old matriarch issued orders forbidding anyone from disturbing Xie Yun's recuperation, thus preserving the tranquility of the Danhui courtyard. Su Qingyi was pleased. Avoiding social obligations was the best outcome. On the other hand, the marquis's wife was among those who were deeply troubled. How could Xie Yun have awakened? He was the bane of her son's existence, and his revival would only bring punishment upon her son. Irritated, the marquis's wife hurried to confront the marquis, demanding an explanation. My lord, what misdeed has Ynur committed this time that you have made him kneel in the ancestral hall again? The mere mention of the subject ignited the marquis's ire. Kneeling in the ancestral hall is but a light punishment, he thundered, his anger palpable. Do you have any idea what he has done? Startled by the marquis's demeanor, the marquis's wife felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Had her son committed some grave offense? Once more, steadying her nerves, she cautiously inquired, what has happened? He actually dared to conspire with the princess to frame Yunji for the child in her womb. How could I possibly overlook such treachery? The marquis slammed his fist upon the table. Could it be true? The marquis's wife's countenance darkened, yet it was clear that this was the princess's nefarious plot. Gritting her teeth, she seethed. That shameless harlot then, pausing in astonishment, she asked, she is with child? Whose is it? Humph. The marquis subdued his fury slightly. Naturally, it is that scoundrel from Huai'an. Who else could it be? The marquis's wife's emotions churned. Her son was finally to have a legitimate heir, yet the mother was a wanton woman, coveting her uncle's wife. She found herself at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or anger. Yunji has awakened. You must pay more attention to the Danhui courtyard from now on, the marquis instructed solemnly. Previously, he had turned a blind eye to his wife's actions, having vaguely sensed the misdeeds of Qingyi but never intervened. However, everything had changed now. He sensed a shift in his eldest son's attitude. Xie Yun cared more for those 3 children than he had anticipated. I shall do so, the marquis's wife replied, her face pale as she reluctantly accepted the reality that with Xie Yun's awakening, the marquis's residence would once again rely on him. The marquis frowned and added, prepare a gift for Linger, his father wishes to host a banquet for him. Upon hearing this, the marquis's wife's complexion paled further. It had always been the case that the Danhui courtyard basked in glory. The only piece of news that could be deemed favorable was the fact that the princess was with child. Just as the marquis's wife was preparing to visit, she received word that the princess had shown signs of labor and sent someone to inquire if a physician was in residence. Labor. The marquis's wife's expression shifted dramatically as she immediately dispatched someone to summon Dr. Chen. Quickly, have Dr. Chen come to the residence. Yes, a nearby maid hastily complied. With the stakes concerning Xie Huai'an's offspring, everyone was on high alert. Dr. Chen was Xie Yun's personal physician, and naturally, he would need to inform the household upon arriving to attend to the princess. Hearing that the princess had shown signs of labor, Su Qingyi felt no sense of schadenfreude. After all, the child was an innocent life. However, she speculated that this was likely a reaction to the earlier confrontation in the study. Contemplating this, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the young master. Upon hearing the news, Xie Yun remained unperturbed, instead reassuring Su Qingyi, my lady, do not blame yourself. Even if something were to happen, it would be their own doing. He further remarked, if that child were to perish as a result, it might not necessarily be a misfortune. Otherwise, being born into such a tumultuous situation would hardly be a blessing. Xie Yun's words resonated with Su Qingyi. He was indeed casting aspersions on Xie Huai'an and the princess's unworthiness to be parents. She nodded in agreement, expressing her concurrence. How tragic it would be for a child to be born to such dysfunctional parents. It would be better never to have been born at all. Chapter 094 An unexpected encounter with the emperor. Soon, Su Qingyi received news that Princess Xinyang's child had been tenuously preserved. However, moving forward, it was imperative that she engaged in meticulous rest to ensure a safe pregnancy. The countess, fraught with worry for an entire day, ultimately expressed her gratitude. She hastily rewarded Dr. Chen with a generous sum, beseeching him to diligently oversee the princess's condition during this pregnancy. Thank you, Countess, I shall certainly do my utmost, Dr. Chen replied conservatively. Within the confines of her bed curtains, Princess Xinyang wore a pallid visage, listening to her nurse's counsel that was far too perilous. Your Highness, you must not despair, but rather focus on nurturing your child. Princess Xinyang cradled her abdomen, her eyes brimming with resentment. How could one of royal lineage find herself in such dire straits? Yet, she found herself powerless, knowing that her immediate priority was to safeguard this pregnancy. Su Qingyi, a mere daughter of a minor marquis, remained etched in her memory. The news of the princess's pregnancy had also reached Du Jinyun. Has the princess succeeded? Initially indifferent, she lounged leisurely in a soft chair, sipping tea while mocking Su Qingyi. It seems the Danhui courtyard is on the verge of a transformation. Madame Yun, the child is not the heir's, she lamented, a sorrowful expression crossing her face. It is said that the child belongs to the second master. What? The teacup slipped from Du Jinyun's grasp, shattering upon the floor. She glared at Xie and demanded, what did you just say? The princess's child, it is rumored to be the second master's, Xie stammered, having learned more than she intended but uncertain whether to divulge further details. Do not speak in riddles. What is truly happening? Du Jinyun exclaimed, rising abruptly. Speak plainly. Well, Xie braced herself and confessed, I ventured out to inquire and learned that the heir has awakened, and the second master has been punished by the marquis to kneel in the ancestral hall. The princess returned from the marquis' study and discovered she was with child, prompting the countess's frantic state. Hence, if the countess was in such a tizzy, the child in the princess's womb must surely belong to the second master. Xie Yun has awakened? This revelation astonished Du Jinyun, yet it paled in comparison to the shock of Princess Xie Yun carrying Xie Huai'an's child. She could not fathom it. No, it is impossible for her to be with the second master's child. He promised me he would not consummate their union. Madame Yun, please be cautious of your own child's well-being. Xie gazed helplessly at her distraught mistress, unsure of how to offer comfort, her voice tinged with panic.
It could very well be a misunderstanding.
Perhaps the child is the heir's.
Indeed, it could be the heir's.
Du Jinyun regained her composure, as if seizing upon a lifeline. After all, the princess was proud and unlikely to consummate a union with Xie Huai'an.
Once the second master is free, I shall seek clarity.
She was already 5 months pregnant, her rounded belly prominently protruding. The doctor had assured her that this child would undoubtedly be a son, and her heart brimmed with joy, yet, the princess's condition left her feeling anxious. In the days following the announcement of the examination results, affluent scholars who had made the list began to host celebratory banquets. The townsfolk eagerly joined in the festivities, hoping to share in the joy. This year's top scholar was merely 12 years old, named Xie Lin, and he happened to be the adopted son of Xie Yunji. Instantly, discussions surrounding Xie Lin flourished, and without exception, the remarks were filled with praise. As they awaited the marquis's banquet, everyone was keen to partake in the joyous occasion celebrating the son of General Xie. After much anticipation, the day finally arrived. The most prestigious tavern in the capital was set to host 30 tables for both lunch and dinner, spanning 3 days. Once the doors opened, guests poured in, a mix of common folk and scholars, all gathered to sincerely congratulate Xie Lin. The attendees, having enjoyed the lavish feast, sang the praises of the marquis's hospitality, noting that both the dishes and the wines were of the highest caliber. In the palace, the emperor was engrossed in reviewing memorials in the imperial study when he unexpectedly received a handwritten letter from Xie Yunji. After a cursory glance, he was taken aback, his face breaking into a broad smile. Ha, splendid, splendid.
Prince Gong, who stood nearby, arched an eyebrow in confusion. Father, which memorial has brought you such joy? Ha ha ha. The emperor, elated by the news of his beloved general awakening, turned to Prince Gong. You shall be pleased to hear this as well. Prince Gong, intrigued, replied eagerly. Father, do share. Do not keep me in suspense.
Yunji has awakened. I am reading his letter, the emperor said, waving the letter in front of Prince Gong, momentarily forgetting the memorials.
Indeed, that is excellent news.
After a brief moment of astonishment, Prince Gong chuckled thrice and leaned closer to read the contents of the letter alongside his father.
Upon learning that Xie Yunji's eldest son had topped the examination and was being celebrated with grand banquets, Prince Gong couldn't help but chuckle wryly. The fortune of General Xie's household seems remarkably favorable. Not only is he accomplished, but his son is equally impressive. Indeed, it is commendable. Despite Yunji's recent struggles, this child has remained diligent in his studies and achieved success, showcasing a commendable character, the emperor mused, ever appreciative of talent. Given that the boy was Xie Yunji's adopted son, he whimsically suggested to Prince Gong, let us go and partake in a cup of celebratory wine for Yunji's son. Very well, I do enjoy a good celebration, Prince Gong remarked with a smile as he rose alongside the emperor. The emperor's expression shifted from delight to concern as he sighed. Had I known this would unfold, I should not have directed Xinyan to the Pingyang Marquis' household. Yunji will surely hold me accountable for this. This matter was tied to Duke Su, and Prince Gong, recognizing the weight of the topic, wisely refrained from interjecting. The final day of the 3-day banquet had arrived. The much-admired Xie Lin, heeding his mother's wishes, made an appearance at the tavern each day to greet the guests. As Su Qingyi would say, one cannot fault generosity. Indeed, Xie Lin's courteous demeanor earned him a stellar reputation among the townsfolk. On this concluding day, Su Qingyi brought along her other 2 children, inviting their tutors and the tutors' families to join, for it would have been impolite not to include them. The heir, confined to the courtyard for recuperation, did not attend. He wished to go but feared the commotion might draw too much attention. Xie Lin, there are many eyes outside, ensure the safety of your mother and younger siblings, Xie Yunji privately instructed his eldest son, dispatching Zixiao and Mingyu to accompany them for added security. Both were adept in martial arts and could provide protection if necessary. Understood, Xie Lin replied, yet, his mind wandered to the image of Su Qingyi seizing a knife from him. He silently mused that his father underestimated his mother. She was no fragile woman, rather, she possessed conviction, courage, and determination. Had his father awakened even slightly later, they might have already escaped the confines of the Marquis' household and embraced a life of freedom. At the tavern, the Su family of 4 settled at a table in a private room. Just as they took their seats, the manager's voice rang out, Madame Xie, 2 guests have arrived. The tavern is full, would you mind accommodating them at your table? There were still seats available at the tables of Pei Chei's family and scholar Shin. Su Qingyi felt a twinge of hesitation. This seems somewhat inappropriate. Is Madame Xie inside? Before she could make a decision, a deep voice interrupted, rather bluntly asking, we are old acquaintances of General Xie, might we enter to share a cup of celebratory wine? This felt somewhat improper, yet upon hearing that it was an elderly gentleman's voice, Su Qingyi, adhering to the principle of respecting one's elders, could not deny him this meal. With a smile, she replied, since you are an old friend of my husband, please do come in. Upon hearing her warm and inviting voice, the emperor was taken aback. Xie Yunji's wife displayed a rather generous disposition. He vaguely recalled that she was the daughter of the Duke of Yongnan, who had initially been betrothed to the second son of the Pingyang Marquis. However, it was unclear why the Pingyang Marquis had suddenly requested a decree to assign his original daughter-in-law to Xie Yunji.
Had Xie Yunji remained unscathed, the emperor would not have hastily granted such a decree. He would have chosen a suitable match for Xie Yunji instead. However, given the circumstances surrounding the need for a good omen, he had let it slide. Now, the emperor was genuinely curious to meet this Su woman, to ascertain whether she was worthy of being Xie Yunji's wife, lest Yunji blame him not only for directing Xinyan to create discord but also for bestowing an incongruous match upon him. Ha, thank you. The disguised emperor entered, followed closely by Prince Gong. When the father and son entered, they beheld a young, graceful lady seated at the table, accompanied by 3 children of varying ages, the eldest just over 10, and the youngest still cherubic. They were undoubtedly Xie Yunji's wife and children. Before meeting Su Qingyi, the emperor had feared he might have bestowed an unremarkable woman upon Xie Yunji. Upon seeing Su Qingyi, he immediately felt relieved. The daughter of the Duke of Yong'an possessed both the looks and grace he had hoped for. Madame Xie, I am an old friend of General Xie. This is my father. We hope to intrude. Prince Gong bowed slightly toward Su Qingyi. Not at all, not at all. Su Qingyi quickly rose from her seat, eager to welcome the guests. Greeting guests was second nature to Su Qingyi, and she possessed a keen eye for discerning character. The elderly gentleman before her exuded an undeniable authority, while his son had not followed the customary introduction, suggesting a status that must remain unspoken. Could he be the emperor? This speculation sent beads of perspiration to Su Qingyi's palms, though her countenance remained composed. She beamed. Please, do take a seat. I shall have refreshments brought forth at once. Thank you, Prince Gong replied, then assisted the emperor in taking his seat. Those unaware of their identities would assume he was merely showing respect to his father. However, Su Qingyi discerned the reverence Prince Gong held for the emperor. It was not the typical demeanor of a son towards his father. Thus, her suspicions were further solidified. The current emperor had few adult sons. She had already met Duke Su, and he was neither this man nor the frail crown prince. Thus, it must be Prince Gong. How to describe it? Though Su Qingyi felt a tinge of nervousness at meeting a living emperor for the first time, it did not hinder her from maintaining her composure. Children, these gentlemen are your father's old friends, she said, regaining her focus. Quickly greet them as grandfather and uncle. Seizing the moment, Su Qingyi thought, one cannot pass up such opportunities. It is rare to have such an occasion for her children to make an impression. Greetings, grandfather, greetings, uncle. The 3 siblings obediently bowed and offered their salutations. This scene of maternal kindness and filial piety instantly captured the attention of the emperor and Prince Gong, piquing their curiosity about the bond between a foster mother and her foster children. Excellent, please sit down, the emperor said, his eyes narrowing in contemplation as he fixed his gaze on Xie Lin. The boy's demeanor was cool and composed, his icy countenance reminiscent of his father. You must be the esteemed Xie Lin who topped the examination? Xie Lin was not fond of conversing with strangers, nor did he appreciate being scrutinized, even if the individual was an acquaintance of his father. However, buoyed by a recent uplift in spirits and being in Su Qingyi's presence, he momentarily adopted the role of a dutiful child seeking to please his elders, responding respectfully, indeed, I am he. Chapter 095. A perfect conclusion. Su Qingyi, upon hearing the words, turned her head in surprise. She had initially worried that Linggur might not show proper respect to the emperor, who was incognito. To her astonishment, the other party's demeanor was quite accommodating. A proud smile spread across her face, brimming with contentment. Xinggur stealthily glanced at his mother, then turned to his elder brother, his heart filled with envy. When would he become a source of pride for his mother, receiving such an affectionate gaze? Indeed, a tiger begets no dog, the emperor remarked, his gaze softening as he laughed heartily, seemingly seeing through the youthful Xie Ling to the once youthful Xie Yun. Your father also cherished literature. Had he not joined the army back then, he surely would have been a literary giant of his time? Father is indeed well versed in both martial and literary arts. Linggur, despite his pride, held genuine admiration for Xie Yun, lowering his eyes and sincerely stating, I dare not compare myself to my father. The emperor regarded him with increasing appreciation, affectionately stating, you are still young. Given time, you may well surpass your father. Thank you for your kind words, Linggur replied with an air of modesty. Excessive humility would appear insincere, he was not that type of person. The emperor exchanged a knowing glance with Prince Gong, seemingly recognizing the boy's indomitable spirit, which elicited a chuckle, yet, they felt that the child of Xie Yun ought to possess such qualities. After observing the aloof and proud demeanor of the elder son, the emperor and his father turned their attention to Xinggur. In contrast to his slender elder brother, the second son exuded a vibrant aura. Though still young, he was already tall and possessed striking features. It was evident that he would grow into a fine warrior. This is Yun's second son, Xinggur, Su Qingyi introduced, pride evident in her gaze towards her younger son as well. Unlike his bookish elder brother, Xinggur is fond of martial arts and is currently training with former generals of Yun. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Xinggur promptly straightened his posture, attempting to embody the spirit of a military commander. Ah, a balance of culture and martial prowess. Yun is indeed fortunate, the emperor remarked, pleased to have guessed correctly, and encouraging Xinggur, study diligently, and in time, you shall inherit your father's legacy and become a great general. Xinggur puffed out his chest, declaring, of course. My goal is to become a great general. This old gentleman had quite the discerning eye. Splendid. The emperor's satisfaction was evident. He had not anticipated that Xie Yun's sons would possess such charm. Not every one of them bore a stoic expression. This is Yun's youngest son, named Hanggur, Su Qingyi said, lifting her most cherished little dumpling with a beaming smile, as if showcasing a treasured possession. Hangor, unperturbed by the unfamiliar faces, smiled shyly and nestled closer to his mother's embrace, feeling that this occasion did not require formality.
Hangor, why don't you share your special talents? Su Qingyi playfully coaxed, gently extracting her son's face from her arms. With no choice, Hangor straightened up and stated, Hangor is still young, I only know how to eat and sleep. This was a phrase he had memorized from his mother's comforting words. Ah, that's not quite right. You also forgot to mention how you love to be spoiled. The second brother jested without reservation. Lingor merely lifted the corners of his mouth, not intending to mock, but finding his younger siblings rather childish, leaving him speechless. The Emperor and Prince Gong could not help but chuckle, appreciating the warmth of this harmonious family and the delightful innocence of childhood banter, which they had not experienced in a long time. Such is the simple charm of a common household. As they chatted, the waiter efficiently presented the dishes. Please, gentlemen, begin your meal, we shall converse as we dine, Su Qingyi said, cradling Hangor in one arm while picking up her chopsticks, apologizing, with so many children, it is inevitable that there will be some noise. It is usually like this at home, so I hope you do not mind.
Not at all, Madame Xie, you are too kind. Prince Gong, who was not one for excessive chatter, recalled his own boisterous children and could not help but engage in conversation. My children can be quite unruly and difficult to discipline.
Yet, I observe that General Xie's children seem to be very obedient to you. May I ask your secret?
This question was indeed difficult to respond to. To say that her children were well behaved would imply that Prince Gong's children were not, while to claim her discipline was effective would suggest Prince Gong's ineptitude.
Su Qingyi hesitated, feeding Hangor a bite of rice with his porcelain spoon, and replied, perhaps it is just a matter of affinity?
She smiled gently, I have no children, and they have no mother. When fate brought us together, it was just right. Her tender and loving smile was infectious. The Emperor's heart swelled with joy, and he began to eat, reflecting that this bond of theirs was, in part, his doing. Prince Gong was somewhat astonished to see the Emperor truly eating. However, he quickly understood, with the heavy affairs of the court, the Emperor rarely found joy, and today, while incognito and in the relaxed atmosphere created by Madame Xie, it had naturally piqued his appetite.
Indeed, it is as they say.
What is hard to obtain is cherished all the more, Prince Gong chuckled, appreciating the lesson, relishing this brief escape from mundane duties to simply enjoy a meal. As Su Qingyi had surmised, the duo of father and son held esteemed positions. They did not linger long. After partaking in lunch and a drink, they rose to take their leave. Before departing, Prince Gong said, Thank you very much for your hospitality, and please convey my regards to General Xie. Certainly, please travel safely, Su Qingyi replied with a smile, though her heart was tumultuous with thoughts. It seemed she had guessed correctly. These two were aware that Xie Yun had awakened.
Mother, who are they?
Lingor inquired, sensing something amiss but not venturing to guess. Su Qingyi, wait, when did Lingor start calling her mother so casually? Not only she noticed this change, but Jingur did as well. That he paused his peach eating, glancing over with a playful grin, elder brother, haven't you always called her mother, why are you beginning to sound like us? The question was too childish, prompting Lingor to roll his eyes, uninterested in responding to his younger brother's teasing.
Those two?
I'm not quite sure, Su Qingyi, well aware of her eldest's cantankerous nature, quickly diverted the conversation, but I suspect they are significant figures. As for how significant, we shall have to inquire with your father when we return.
The younger brother stared in disbelief. Is father that amazing? Can he observe us from afar?
Lingor, foolish child. How could that be? Your father is not a deity. Su Qingyi chuckled in exasperation, hastily clarifying, the pair we just met seemed to know that your father had awakened.
Once we return, we can find out who he informed.
At her words, a flicker of understanding crossed Lingor's eyes, as though he had deduced the identities of the father and son. Anyone who could relay news to his father, as mother had suggested, was undoubtedly a person of great import. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Jingur gazed longingly at the untouched dishes. Mother, we haven't made much of a dent in these dishes.
Should we pack some to take home for father? Su Qingyi was momentarily speechless. Well, to bring leftovers back for Xie Yun to eat, Jingur truly was a devoted son.
Nonetheless, the food should indeed be packed to avoid waste. Your father has just awakened, his diet should be light, so rich dishes are not suitable.
Su Qingyi suggested, let us pack this food and send it to Jishan Hall.
That was a place that sheltered the impoverished. Very well, I'll go with elder brother. Mother, you and third brother wait for us to return home, Jingur declared decisively, discarding the peach pit and rolling up his sleeves to get to work. Lingor remained silent, having no objections to his younger brother's plan. After the two brothers left, Peiche and Qingyi arrived together. They were both aware that Xie Yun had awakened and, after finishing their meal, could not resist coming to see Su Qingyi.
Congratulations, Madame Xie's sister-in-law, a double joy.
The two stood before her, one a handsome warrior with a strong physique and the other a graceful scholar, both bowing and greeting, a sight most pleasing to behold. Su Qingyi was in high spirits, smiling as she replied, Thank you both for your presence. Did you find today's luncheon to your liking? Absolutely, Qingyi quickly nodded, grinning. I heard other guests praising it, saying they would write an article extolling Madame Xie's nurturing heart for her children.
Indeed, it was praise for Madame Xie, not the Marquisate.
This was because Lingor frequented the gatherings and, discontent with certain guests praising the Marquisate, had directly clarified that this banquet had little to do with it. It was entirely orchestrated by his adoptive mother. The guests thus came to realize, leading to widespread acknowledgement that General Xie had married a wonderful woman. At present, the household was filled with maternal affection and filial piety, a harmonious scene.
Quite right, Pei Che added, echoing his companion, though he was less eloquent than Shin, keeping his response succinct. That's good to hear. Su Qingyi felt elated, having successfully celebrated Ling Guo's joyous occasion. Shin Jijia, thinking of his idol, hesitantly began, Madame Xie, now that General Xie has awakened, have you mentioned me and Master Pei to him? Su Qingyi chuckled, I haven't had the chance to elaborate yet. I will mention it to the heir when I return, and if circumstances permit, perhaps they might meet. Both Shin Jijia and Pei Che quickly interjected, no pressure, let General Xie rest quietly, and it suffices for him to know we are here. That works too, Su Qingyi thought, realizing she had underestimated the influence of Xie Yun's idol status. The three-day banquet came to an end. The final day unexpectedly hosted the Emperor and the Prince, a flawless conclusion to a perfect series of events. Su Qingyi was in excellent spirits. When Ling Guo and his younger brother returned, the family of four, accompanied by their servants and maids, made their way home. After a hearty meal, the children were lulled to sleep by the swaying of the carriage, their bodies leaning in all directions. Upon returning, Su Qingyi instructed them to rest, leaving the younger ones in the care of the wet nurse while she sought out the heir. The heir was in his study, engaged in a game of chess against himself. Upon seeing his wife gracefully enter, his cool demeanor softened slightly as he asked, "You're back?" "Indeed," Su Qingyi replied, radiant as a summer flower, her smile bright as she said, "Ling Guo's banquet concluded perfectly. Guess who we encountered there?" "Who?" Xie Yun gazed at his wife, feeling the once desolate study come alive with warmth. Chapter 096, The Enchanting Mortal. As soon as she approached the young master, Su Qingyi could not help but be captivated by his handsome features. She mused to herself that although Pei Che and Scholar Shin were already quite handsome, they paled in comparison to the young master. If Pei Che and Scholar Shin could be deemed universally attractive, the young masteress' visage was that of a celestial being, making her heart race with just a glance. "Madam," the young masteress' melodious voice reached her ears, seemingly lowered by a couple of degrees from before. "I'm still uncertain," Su Qingyi replied, shaking herself from her reverie and inwardly chiding herself for her infatuation with handsome men. Yet, upon further reflection, she concluded that it was only natural to admire beauty, and she was merely observing without any ulterior motives. Having reconciled with herself, Su Qingyi brightened her smile and said, "In order to ascertain the identity of the other party, the young master must first answer me a question." "Please, madam," Xie Yun replied, having set aside all his affairs to engage in conversation with her leisurely. "Has the young master disclosed the news of your awakening to anyone?" Su Qingyi observed him gesture towards the chair beside him, and after a moment of surprise, she gracefully took a seat and continued, "The father and son I encountered with the children seem to be aware of your awakening." "Father and son, yes, an elderly gentleman with white hair, probably in his 60s or 70s, and a young man in his 30s, possessing a distinguished demeanor and refined features," Su Qingyi recalled, trying to pinpoint distinguishing characteristics. "Ah, the young man had a long face, Zhang Rong it is His Majesty and Prince Gong." Xie Yun narrowed his eyes, instantly deducing the identities of the father and son. What intrigued him further was the way he looked at his wife and asked, "Have you already figured it out?" Su Qingyi nodded, smiling, "They provided ample clues, so I had an inkling." "No, it is you, madam, who is astute." Xie Yun suddenly extended his hand, startling Su Qingyi and causing her to tense up. She was uncertain of his intentions. Just as her heart raced, his finger brushed against her cheek, nearly tucking away a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear. Su Qingyi felt a wave of relief, followed by an inexplicable sense of loss. But what was she feeling lost about? She quickly dismissed the emotion, reminding herself not to indulge in romantic fantasies. He meant nothing more than a simple act of tidying her hair. However, upon raising her eyes, she found the young master gazing at her intently, not crossing any boundaries, yet conveying a message that she was not in a one-sided performance. "He indeed had that intention. Ahem, thank you, young master," Su Qingyi said, taking a moment to rearrange the stray strands of hair and turning serious to contemplate the matter at hand. "What is your opinion of Prince Gong?" Xie Yun regarded his wife's exquisite visage while pondering her question, replying, "Steady and sincere, neither competing nor coveting." "The young master's assessment is remarkably accurate," Su Qingyi flattered, acknowledging that the initial demeanor of Prince Gong was indeed as he described, only later beginning to take action. Noticing that his wife seemed to have more to say, Xie Yun patiently awaited her words. "However, have you ever heard the saying, 'Not competing is competing'?" Su Qingyi lowered her voice, instinctively leaning closer to him, aware of the risks involved in discussing such matters. In response, Xie Yun leaned his face closer to her ear, his gaze falling upon the graceful curve of her neck. Her skin, pale and smooth, elicited a tactile sensation that danced at his fingertips. Yet, while admiring her, he did not lose sight of their serious conversation. "Does madam believe Prince Gong intends to compete?" Su Qingyi nodded. "Yes." Xie Yun pondered for a moment before murmuring, "Prince Gong is a blade forged by His Majesty to aid the Crown Prince. But the Crown Prince is weak, he may not survive another day," Su Qingyi whispered, her voice lowering further as she leaned almost completely against the young master's side. "When that day comes, what use will Prince Gong be?" "Will Duke Su trust him?" Xie Yun lowered his gaze, considering the frailty of the Crown Prince. A year ago, he was fine. He wondered how things stood now that he had contemplated the scenario of a world without the Crown Prince, but he had not anticipated that his wife would be so attuned to the shifts in court dynamics. This arranged marriage was proving to be full of surprises. Indeed, Xie Yun raised his hand to gently touch the butterfly hairpin nestled in her hair. "We shall observe the developments. I will remain vigilant." Very well, Su Qingyi thought, as long as Xie Yun was awake, she need not worry about those who followed him. Having achieved her purpose of advising him, she straightened her posture and withdrew from his embrace. Feeling the emptiness as she distanced herself, Xie Yun furrowed his brow and asked, "Does madam harbor any disdain for me?" Su Qingyi sipped her tea, nearly choking at his words.
Covering her mouth, she swallowed and replied awkwardly, "Why would the young master say such a thing? Then does that mean you do not?" Xie Yun pressed further, without needing to think. Qingyi quickly shook her head. Of course not. How could she harbor disdain when she had just been captivated by his stunning beauty? It was a relief that he had not regarded her with a lecherous gaze. Then that is good. Xie Yun smiled upon hearing her response, appearing quite pleased. Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. The young master's smile rendered him even more handsome, causing her heart to race. Coming back to her senses, she felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she nervously scratched her ear. Quickly, she sought to change the topic. "By the way, young master, did I mention before that your former subordinate, Mr. Pei, is currently teaching Xinggur martial arts?" Xinggur mentioned it. What of it? Xie Yun's tone was gentle indeed. "The Pei who teaches Xinggur and Scholarshin both hold you in high esteem." Qingyi paused, recalling that she had yet to introduce Scholarshin. Scholarshin's name is Xie. He is a man of exceptional talent, gifted with the potential to achieve the highest honors. I have great confidence in him for the upcoming spring examination. She smiled brightly, oblivious to the changing atmosphere around her. From the moment she mentioned other men, the tension surrounding Xie Yun tightened, emanating a palpable chill. "Is that so? I have heard of him," Xie Yun replied, recalling the praises he had heard about Xie during his convalescence, talented and handsome, to the point of being rather tiresome. Qingyi was about to say more when Xie Yun interjected. "I wish to meet them upon awakening." He had desired to recuperate quietly and bond with his wife, but this Scholarshin had disrupted his plans unexpectedly. Qingyi was taken aback. The young master wished to meet the children's teacher, indicating his intention to be a good father. She smiled and asked, "Shall we meet them together, or one at a time?" In truth, Xie Yun only wanted to meet Scholarshin, but that would seem rather odd, so he replied, "Together." Pei was quite handsome as well. He wondered if he had taken a wife by now. "Very well." Qingyi grinned and immediately called for the composed Sui. "Please check if Pei and Scholarshin have returned. If they have, inform them that the young master wishes to see them." Xie Yun added, "In the study of the outer courtyard." Qingyi hesitated. "That seems rather far." "Not at all. A bit of exercise is beneficial." Xie Yun stood and extended his hand towards Qingyi. "Madam, will you accompany me on this walk?" Qingyi gazed at his long, elegant hand, hesitating for a moment before relenting. After all, this was not their first time holding hands. Very well, she smiled, placing her hand in his warm, broad palm, which enveloped hers completely, imparting a reassuring sensation. It was as if, despite being the cherished son of heaven, he had never made her feel insecure. Instead, he was consistently considerate, proving himself to be a dependable husband. Qingyi felt this way. Surely, it could not be construed as unrequited affection. After 2 days of recuperation, Xie Yun moved with the agility of an ordinary person, even more stable than most. In contrast, Qingyi found herself slightly breathless as she traversed from the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard, while Xie Yun maintained a steady, calm demeanor. Pei and Scholarshin, upon hearing Su Yi's message, were filled with excitement and hurriedly tidied their appearances to meet Xie Yun. As they entered the study, the two of them were greeted by the sight of the young master and his wife holding hands. It was then that Qingyi realized they were still intertwined. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand, once again chastising herself for her attraction to handsome men. It was shameful, truly shameful. "Pei, I am Xie. Greetings to General Xie." The two bowed their heads and greeted him promptly. "You are both too courteous. Please, take a seat." Xie Yun's calm voice resonated from above them. Yes, only then did Pei and Xie raise their heads, gazing excitedly at the awakened Xie Yun. Although he appeared somewhat diminished, his visage and presence remained strikingly captivating. His eyes were calm and indifferent, creating an aura of distance that felt unattainable. It was no wonder Pei felt he had never been appreciated. Feeling ashamed, he lowered his gaze, unable to meet Xie Yun's eyes. "I apologize, General Xie, I was wrong in the past." At this moment, he no longer had the right to refer to himself as a general. "Recognizing your mistakes is sufficient," Xie Yun replied solemnly, not holding a grudge against Pei for his past cowardice. Yes, Pei was astonished, unable to believe that he had been forgiven so easily by General Xie. Could it be that his sister-in-law was right, that General Xie actually held him in high regard? The more he thought about it, the more guilt he felt. Questioning his worthiness, Xie Yun shifted his gaze to Xie, noting that he indeed appeared to be a refined scholar, yet perhaps a bit too delicate. His wife likely would not favor such a type. Xie felt exceedingly nervous under Xie Yun's scrutiny. "General Xie, it has been an honor to have Madame choose me as a teacher for your son," he hastily replied. Uncertain if it was just his imagination, he sensed that the expression of General Xie had turned somewhat severe upon hearing his words. It was widely said that those from a martial background were often dismissive of trifles and particularly disdainful of the literary crowd. Xie made a mental note of this. "Have you two married yet?" Xie Yun suddenly inquired, surveying both men. Pei and Xie simultaneously blinked in surprise before shaking their heads. "Not yet." Xie Yun nodded. "You are both of an age, it is time to consider such matters." The two felt deeply moved. It was a privilege for General Xie to take an interest in their lifelong affairs. "Thank you for your concern, General," they replied cheerfully. "It is only right." Xie Yun dismissed their gratitude and turned to Qingyi, his tone noticeably gentler. "Madam, as you move about outside, could you assist in keeping an eye on things?" Qingyi blinked, pointing to herself. "Me, yes," he affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I shall keep an eye out," Qingyi responded, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the responsibility. After all, playing matchmaker was a first for her, and she could only try her best. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was unusual for the young master to be so benevolent. Chapter 097. A kiss is a trial. In ancient times, most men reached the age of 20 and, even if they did not marry, were often betrothed. Pei Chie and Qingyi, both in their early 20s, had yet to wed, which was indeed rather late. It was not that they lacked desire, rather, their circumstances were constrained. One had lost an eye and had recently been a dockworker, while the other came from a single-parent household, his mother frail, her only hope resting on his future success and eventual marriage. However, who could predict when that day might come? When Xie Yun suggested that his wife assist in finding suitable matches, it was undoubtedly a far superior approach than their own attempts.
The two men looked at Su Qingyi in astonishment, hesitating, but would that be too much trouble for you?
Not at all, Su Qingyi replied with a smile.
Both of you are extraordinary individuals, yet the time has come for you to take action. Delay could squander your prime years.
With her words, Pei Chie and Qingyi felt compelled to comply, bowing respectfully. Then we thank you, sister-in-law Xie madam, for your efforts.
There's no need for such formality, Su Qingyi said, her eyes twinkling as she regarded them.
Finding brides for such handsome young men should be a simple task. As for Shin, it would be easy to find a refined lady from a distinguished family once the results of next spring's imperial examination were announced.
Regarding Pei Chie, she mused, tugging at the young lord's sleeve. Pei Chie has been serving as a retainer in the manor, lacking an official position. Could you grant him military status?
Pei Chie was indeed a talented individual, destined for a future of remarkable achievements, so such a gesture could hardly be seen as favoritism.
The young lord glanced at his wife's delicate fingers before nodding. Very well.
Turning to the visibly excited Pei Chie, he declared, Pei Chie, I hereby permit you to return to the camp, starting as a junior officer under my command.
Will you accept? Your subordinate obeys.
Pei Chie immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in response. Serving under Xie Yun was not a punishment, it was a tremendous opportunity. Not only was Pei Chie exhilarated, but even Qingyi could not hide his excitement. To earn Xie Yun's favor was no small feat. Su Qingyi smiled. With this arrangement, discussing marriage will be entirely appropriate. She then turned to the enviously gazing Qingyi, reassuring him, you, Scholar Shin, are a man of exceptional talent and striking looks. I shall ensure you meet a refined lady from a noble family, one with a gentle disposition.
Aside from his own talents, Qingyi also held a position as a retainer of Xie Yun, a status that greatly enhanced his desirability. Finding a bride was merely a matter of time. Striking looks? Xie Yun, with his thick brows, suppressed a smirk. His wife had never lavished him with such praise. Qingyi indeed favored women who were well-read and gentle, ideally resembling Madame Xie. As this thought crossed his mind, his ears flushed, and he lowered his head. Yes, I shall defer to Madame Xie's judgment. Although Madame Xie was younger than he, entrusting his marriage plans to her invoked a sense of security. Perhaps it was because she was always so thoughtful and meticulous in her endeavors. Now it was Pei Chie's turn to envy Qingyi. Shin's prospects seemed far superior, with an immeasurable future alliance awaiting. Nonetheless, Pei Chie understood that sister-in-law treated them both equally and would not show favoritism. Having arranged for the two young men to pursue marriage, Xie Yun regarded them more favorably, and seeing that they posed no threat, he ceased further discussion. Pei Chie, I shall write a letter, and you are to head to the western camp immediately, Xie Yun instructed. Upon hearing that the young lord intended to write, Su Qingyi promptly gathered the writing materials, their minds synchronizing as their hands reached for the same items. The young lord was seated, and she was standing above him. In an instant, she awkwardly withdrew her hand. However, she still had her duties to perform. Young lord, may I assist in grinding the ink? Xie Yun glanced at her before removing his hand from the inkstone. Very well. He did not wish to burden his wife, yet he relished the thought of her preparing ink for him. Is General Liao Yuan still leading the troops in the western camp? He asked Pei Chie. Yes, during your recuperation, it is said that General Liao has been in charge, Pei Chie replied promptly. Liao Yuan had a relationship with Xie Yun that was both mentor and fatherly. After Xie Yun's departure, the emperor had placed great trust in Liao Yuan. However, with the increasing intensity of political factionalism, Liao Yuan's position was likely becoming precarious. He was aging, and the younger generation below him harbored their own ambitions and ideas, making them difficult to manage. Xie Yun nodded. On the sheet of rice paper prepared by his wife, he penned a letter and handed it to Pei Chie. Go and take up a post, and convey my regards to General Liao. Understood. Pei Chie accepted the letter, kneeling once more, causing Su Qingyi to wince at the sight. After Pei Chie departed, Qingyi discreetly took his leave as well. With the study now empty, Xie Yun imitated Su Qingyi's earlier actions, tugging at her sleeve. Madam has been busy all day. Shall we return and rest? Su Qingyi felt her cheeks flush again. How could she possibly interpret everything as suggestive? Yet, the afternoon indeed felt quite exhausting. Upon returning to their quarters, they entered the main room, where a maid brought warm water for them to wash their faces and hands. Just as Su Qingyi finished washing her face, she caught sight of the young lord clad only in his undergarments, his bare chest prominently displayed before her. Madam ground ink for me earlier. I shall assist you in shedding your garments, Xie Yun stated. Ah. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, intending to protest, but the young lord's hands had already found their way to her waist, his towering figure and pleasant scent enveloping her. Your waist is but a delicate grasp, he remarked in a soft tone, uttering words that made Su Qingyi blush. Lost in thought, she felt him loosen her bodice. Young lord, Su Qingyi's voice trembled, never imagining that the awakened young lord would take such an interest in her, and such a profound interest at that. Do you wish to kiss me? What? Su Qingyi's mind momentarily faltered, staring in shock at Xie Yun. This was not a mere figment of her imagination, he was indeed speaking such bold words. Perhaps not, simply a brief afternoon nap, she replied. Now that the young lord had awakened, she merely sought a moment of simplicity. Xie Yun sighed, yet you claim not to despise me.
Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, sensing the young lord was testing her. It seemed her demeanor had revealed something, and he was quite attentive to it. But was this not expected? Su Qingyi felt no guilt. An independent noblewoman should never yield. Children were permissible, but a husband was not in her plans. Marriage, after all, often began with glamour and sweetness but devolved into mundane troubles over time. She had no desire to tidy up the mess. Certainly, I bear no disdain. It is merely that I feel perhaps we should give it a try. You might find it enjoyable.
Kissing a handsome man was undoubtedly pleasurable. However, she preferred the kind of kissing that bore no responsibilities. Kissing a young lord like him would surely entail obligations. Su Qingyi's gaze darted away. In broad daylight, before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself spin, and in an instant, he had swept her into the confines of the bed curtains. The thick drapes blocked out the light, transforming their small world into a dim and intimate space. How about this?
Xie Yun asked. Su Qingyi, in a state of panic, stared wide-eyed at the man pressing down on her.
Let us try.
If you do not enjoy it, I shall adjust accordingly. Before Su Qingyi could voice her refusal, the young lord's captivating visage drew near, his allure overwhelming. It was a fault of her wavering resolve. She was ultimately deprived of breath, the soft and sticky sensation magnified in an instant. Every breath she took was filled with his scent. Her hands, which had initially pushed against him, suddenly tightened around his garments, her fair complexion gradually tinted with a delicate blush.
This was an allure exclusively reserved for a husband, reminiscent of ripe peaches, more enchanting and endearing than usual. Recalling the time when she could not see or move, left entirely at the mercy of her spouse, Xie Yun felt a tightening in his body, exhaling a soft sigh amidst their kiss. His hand, propped against her ear, revealed the tension in his veins. Desire is a natural inclination of humanity. A married man who had indulged in passion could hardly remain unaffected by his beautiful and fair wife. He was no paragon of virtue. Chapter 098 Unexpected flirtation. During the time when she was performing a solo act, Su Qingyi had also been swept away by emotion, kissing the air, and it was indeed a pleasurable experience. After all, he was compliant and obedient. However, that was then, and this is now. The awakened heir was no longer someone easily manipulated. He was fiercely assertive and driven by primal instincts. His overwhelming approach left her mind in a whirl, and she soon found her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her gaze radiant as if adorned with makeup. The experience was delightful, yet she felt entirely stripped of her autonomy. She was unaccustomed to this sensation of losing control. After a painstaking effort to disengage, she was left feeling disoriented, her hair disheveled, and her breath coming in soft gasps. Xie Yun licked his lips, his wife's fragrance lingering tantalizingly in the air. "Do you enjoy it?" he inquired with an expression that remained serene, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Su Qingyi, was there ever such a forceful kiss? Admittedly, although they were husband and wife and she had not refrained from initiating passionate kisses and advances on Xie Yun, she now found herself facing retribution, with roles reversed. Yet, dissatisfaction gnawed at her as she feigned indifference. Ahem, it's rather ordinary, lacking any particularly special sensation. In reality, she felt warmth flooding her body, her mind racing with thoughts, for she was indeed a married woman who had tasted intimacy. Well then, it's time for a nap.
She turned away, clutching the blanket and facing the wall.
You should rest too, my lord.
During this period of recovery, try to refrain from indulging in fiery thoughts.
Xie Yun, however, was not disheartened. He could discern whether his wife spoke truthfully or not.
Very well, he replied, lying beside her, his voice laced with satisfaction and languor as he added, "Next time, let my lady take the lead and teach me."
Su Qingyi felt a pang of guilt. How could a newlywed woman possibly fathom such things? Did the heir know something? In the outskirts of the capital, at the western camp, General Liao, having finished reading the letter delivered by Pei Che, burst into joyous laughter. Haha, excellent. He immediately pulled Pei Che to share 3 large bowls of fiery liquor. Deputy Pei, come. Let us drum a celebratory beat.
Before long, the camp was alive with the rhythmic sounds of drums heralding good news, leaving the soldiers bewildered. What joyous occasion had transpired? Unbeknownst to them, dinner that night was lavish, filled with meat and wine, more sumptuous than usual. Pei Che, the cheerful harbinger of tidings, was also invited to stay for the feast before hastily returning to the city with General Liao's correspondence. As the city gates remained firmly shut, the guards on watch paid no heed to the shouts from outside. It was not until Pei Che announced himself, "I am the Deputy General of Xie Yun, sent out of the city on an urgent mission, you must open the gates and not delay military matters," that they stirred. The name Xie Yun echoed like thunder, universally respected, yet he was now bedridden. "Ha, General Xie is resting at home. What military matters could he possibly be delaying? Do not misrepresent your identity." "I possess military documents to prove my identity. If you do not believe me, you may open the gates to verify," Pei Che insisted, having spent nights entering and leaving the western camp without incident. Was this truly the end of an era? Verify? "Wait until tomorrow," the guards retorted. With no other choice, Pei Che had to remain outside the city gates for the night, only to enter at dawn. As he rode in, the guards exchanged worried glances. "Lord Hubei, that man does appear to be one of the camp's officers." "Are we wrong to trouble him?" Zhang Hubei, in charge of the city's defense, replied resolutely, "We are merely acting in accordance with the law. What is there to fear? Are we to worry that Xie Yun will leap from his sickbed to confront us? They belong to the capital's imperial guard, not under the western camp's jurisdiction. Any previous leniency towards Xie Yun's personal guards was due to the favor of His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Now, with the Pingyang Marquisate allied with the Duke of Su, their loyalty had shifted. As dawn broke, birds chirped outside the window, heralding a clear and crisp autumn day. Xie Yun opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards his slumbering wife, whose delicate and fair neck appeared just as he had imagined, fragile yet unexpectedly resilient and independent. His eyes sparkled as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead before quietly donning his clothes and leaving the main room to eye in the west room. Jingur was still dreaming, wrapped in his blanket, when suddenly, his forehead was playfully flicked. Wake up. In his semi-conscious state, Jingur dreamt of his extraordinarily handsome father, standing gallantly with a crimson cloak billowing in the wind, gazing upon him with a smile. Father, he murmured, turning over to continue his slumber. Determined to be a good father, the heir gently but firmly slapped his second son's rear. Get up. Jingur jolted awake, startled as the image of his father from his dream merged seamlessly with reality, prompting him to leap out of bed. Father. The heir replied coolly, wash up and join me for training. Jingur was taken aback. Was his father truly going to practice martial arts with him? A surge of ecstatic emotion erupted within him. This was a dream he had long cherished, now finally realized. Oh, wait, father, I'll be right there. Like a little monkey, Jingur dashed around the room, finally managing to dress and wash his face. Father, I'm ready. Xie Yun maintained his serious demeanor, nodding, let us go. The father and son exited the Anhui courtyard and arrived at the training grounds. Scanning the area, they found no sign of Pei Che. Is Master Pei not awake yet? Jingur inquired, scratching his head in confusion. He usually rises earlier than I do. Realizing, Xie Yun explained, I sent him out of the city to deliver a message. He likely did not return until dawn. Ah, I see. Jingur nodded, then instinctively began to warm up. After several days of recuperation. It was his first time exercising again, and he began with a series of gentle punches, gradually increasing in intensity. As he practiced, Jingur was mesmerized by his father's movements, thinking to himself how magnificent he looked while fighting. Surely, on the battlefield, enemies would be distracted by such prowess. Although he was curious, he dared not inquire further. As for his concerns, he was overthinking it. Xie Yun donned armor and face protection when entering battle, leaving only his eyes visible to the adversary. However, his reputation as the jade-faced general was well known even among foes, once earning him ridicule from an enemy commander. In the end, Xie Yun proved through sheer strength that, regardless of his appearance, he would never lose a battle he was meant to win. Jingur, watch out. Xie Yun called out after completing a sequence of punches, testing his son's progress. Initially flustered, Jingur gradually managed to keep up, exchanging blows with his father. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Gur had quietly approached, standing in the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, amused by the sight of his brother's struggles against their father's methodical attacks. Wow, Jingur can actually spar with father now. That's impressive. Qingyi, holding on to Hangur, had arrived as well. After waking to find the courtyard unusually quiet, she had learned that everyone was at the training ground, so she brought Hangu along. Qingyi smiled affectionately as she observed the two handsome figures practicing together, feeling a deep sense of contentment. It was no wonder Pei Che remarked that Jingur had talent. He truly was learning with admirable skill. Mother, Lin Gur called out, then added with a pout, father seems dissatisfied. Even he could see that his younger brother was merely a novice at this point. He has only just begun. He is doing quite well, Qingyi replied, not overly critical of her child. Praise was necessary, for oppressive education was an outdated remnant of feudalism. In the past, Lin Gur would have certainly suggested that their mother discipline his brother more firmly. But now that their father had awakened, such measures were unnecessary given their father's stern nature towards himself and others. Even their mother's kindness would not prevent him from being strict with his younger brother. As Lin Gur considered this, he cast a knowing glance at Jingur. Hangur shrank back slightly, quickly standing upright as he clung to his mother's leg. For reasons he could not articulate, an ominous feeling washed over him. On the training ground, Jingur stumbled and ultimately fell flat on his back at his father's hands. Feeling embarrassed and aggrieved, he thought, father is truly heartless, he won't even help me up. Your stance is unsteady, continue practicing your horse stance, Xie Yun instructed, bending down to assist his son. Just as Jingur found his footing, he was shoved back down again. You lack any sense of combat awareness, get up on your own, Xie Yun said coldly as Jingur. Ah, father is 100 times stricter than Master Pei. How frightening, he felt as if he were a total failure. Suddenly, Jingur longed for his mother, whose gentle encouragement would lift his spirits. Then, with a swift glance, he spotted her. Father, mother is watching us from the corridor, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Xie Yun, a man of principles, delivered a light kick to his son's side. Do not get distracted, continue your training. He did not even glance back. It was not until Pei Che returned with matters to report that the atmosphere shifted. General Xie, General Liao has sent a letter. Pei Che knelt on one knee, presenting the correspondence before standing to relay the issues faced at the city gates. This was not a complaint, such information was invaluable. As the actions of the lower ranks mirrored those of their superiors, the guard's attitude reflected that of their commander. Who is currently in charge of the Hubei? Xie Yun asked while perusing the letter. Uncertain. I will look into it, Pei Che replied, lowering his head. Very well, Xie Yun nodded, quickly finishing the letter before putting it away and turning to Pei Che. You are indulging Jingur too much. Increase his training regimen by 30%. Upon hearing this, both Pei Che and Jingur gasped in unison. How harsh, far too harsh. Meanwhile, the sweat-drenched heir turned towards the corridor, his gaze fixed intently on his wife who was observing his practice. Father, Hangur called out from a distance, his tone obedient.
Lingur chimed in as well. Mm.
Xie Yunji approached and ruffled his younger son's adorable hair, yet his eyes remained on Su Qingyi, his voice softening as he asked, why have you not rested a while longer?
Su Qingyi smiled, I've rested enough.
I came to see you and Jingur practicing martial arts. Xie Yunji gazed at her intently, as though anticipating her to say something more. Su Qingyi, regretting her high emotional intelligence, had no time to ponder before her lips, as soft as spring, blurted out, you look magnificent while practicing. Immediately, she felt the urge to slap herself. Her intention was to distance herself from the heir, not to flirt with him. Chapter 99 A discord in political views. Upon hearing what he longed to hear from his wife, Xie Yunji felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, wielding a spear is quite commendable. He fondly recalled times in the military camp when, occasionally inspired, he would dance with a long spear, drawing considerable admiration, surrounded by layers of onlookers. Apart from the respect he commanded from his subordinates, it was also due to the sheer spectacle of it. Su Qingyi's thoughts were momentarily diverted. Indeed, it was true, the heir had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Even in his frail state, he was strikingly handsome. One could only imagine how captivating he must have been at his peak. She swallowed hard, contemplating whether he could indeed slay with his physique.
Alright, enough of that. With an air of calm, Su Qingyi smiled. Speaking of spears, the heir's long spear is stored in the armory. Do let me know when you wish to use it. Very well. Xie Yunji nodded, his deep-set eyes glimmering.
He was fastidious about cleanliness and, having yet to bathe, preferred to keep a distance of about a meter from his wife. In a voice that was both enchanting and intimate, he added, it is getting late.
I shall take my leave to bathe. Understood.
Su Qingyi felt hesitant to meet his gaze, quickly shifting her attention elsewhere, like to the damp lower half of her face, from her chin to her throat. Despite the perspiration, there was an alluring charm about it. She silently deemed him a sensual idol. Lingur, you may proceed with your mother and brother to dine without waiting for me.
Before departing, Xie Yunji instructed his eldest son.
Yes, father, Lingur replied respectfully. He then lifted his gaze to admire his tall, handsome father, whose presence was both mesmerizing and formidable, while casting a sidelong glance at his mother, whose heart raced yet maintained an air of composure. He couldn't help but wonder if something good was brewing between his parents. He found joy in their affectionate bond, though he felt a tinge of regret that his uniquely independent mother, with her unconventional views on matters of love, seemed to be yielding to his father's relentless pursuit. Lingur did not believe his father to be in the wrong. Both his parents were splendid individuals. However, having witnessed many couples whose love faded with time, he harbored concerns about reaching such a fate himself. He mused that perhaps it would be better if Su Qingyi had steadfastly adhered to her resolve of not being anyone's wife from the outset, yet, he understood that matters concerning elders should be left to them to decide, and his overthinking would yield no benefit. Though told not to wait, Su Qingyi nonetheless led everyone to await the heir together. Even the most gluttonous, Jingur, dared not misbehave. To put it plainly, he held his father in far greater reverence than he did his master. By comparison, Master Pei Che was exceedingly gentle. Before his father awoke, he had been blissfully unaware of his fortunate circumstances. After the heir bathed and joined his family for a brief meal, the Marquis arrived.
Still dining, are we?
Upon seeing his eldest son and family at the table, he smiled warmly and said, please continue.
Do not mind me, I shall wait nearby.
With that, the Marquis truly settled down nearby, leisurely sipping tea brought by a maid.
Very well.
Xie Yunji responded without hesitation. Su Qingyi, who was preparing to rise and greet her elder, chuckled and picked up her chopsticks instead. In that case, please bear with us for a moment, father. The children had never seen such an affable grandfather, who seemed to have set aside all his authority.
In contrast, their father, no matter how amiable, still exuded an intimidating sharpness.
Listen to your grandfather, continue your meal. Xie Yunji would surely feel disheartened if he knew how his children perceived him. He had endeavored to be approachable, yet his principles remained firm. His daughter might be excused, but he could not indulge his son. Once the heir finished his meal, he stood to leave, leaning close to Su Qingyi to whisper, I shall speak with father. You may take your time with the children.
Understood.
Su Qingyi felt a slight tickle in her ear and, as she watched the heir depart, instinctively rubbed her ear. The Marquis observed the harmonious scene of his eldest son's family, and his gaze flickered. Once outside, he inquired, Yunji, how has your health been these past few days? I hear you visited the martial field. The ability to engage in martial arts indicated he was on the mend.
Not too bad, Xie Yunji replied, just practicing casually with Jingur. The Marquis nodded approvingly. I see your spirit improving day by day. It brings me joy, and I can't help but wish to announce to the world that you are awake.
Xie Yunji paused, finally grasping his father's intent for this visit, and fixed his dark eyes upon him.
Alas. The Marquis sighed, rubbing his head.
Your second brother, that scoundrel, clandestinely arranged a marriage with Prince Xie, unbeknownst to the household. I dared not offend Prince Xie and thus acquiesced to this alliance. Now, he had come to realize that the ease with which the Princess of Xinjiang was wed into the Pingyang Marquisate likely bore the Emperor's tacit approval. Therefore, it was an arrangement that could not be undone, and he bore no blame for it. The Marquis continued, now the entire realm believes the Marquisate supports Prince Xie. If you had not awakened, it would have been inconsequential. The Marquisate's allegiances would matter little, but now that you are awake, he paused, gazing at his eldest son. What are your thoughts?
I am a loyal subject, Xie Yun declared without hesitation. That I know, the Marquis replied. Yet now we are stamped with the mark of Prince Xie. It is not sufficient to claim loyalty merely by your word. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun recalled the incident involving Pei Che being hindered by the guards at the city gate, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could not discern if the change in attitude was due to his own incapacitation or the shifting allegiances of others. Yunji, the Marquis spoke earnestly to his son, given the current situation, it may be wiser to support Prince Xie. Firstly, he possesses the capability to occupy the throne, and secondly, only his ascension will spare the Marquis from an awkward predicament. This was the Marquis's thoroughly considered conclusion now, it was a matter of seeing if Xie Yun, the steadfast loyalist, would be willing to lend wings to the tiger that was Prince Xie for the sake of the family. Should he agree, the course of events would be set. Father, Xie Yun furrowed his brow deeply, you are well aware of the intentions of Prince Xie's daughter, how would you have Qingyi navigate such a situation? Handing over power to the family of Prince Xie may indeed benefit the Marquis and his second brother, but what of his wife and children? The Marquis paused, taken aback, this was a point he had not considered for him, the larger family matters overshadowed such personal concerns. That was when you were still incapacitated, the princess dared to act recklessly. Now that you are awake, she would not dare to stir trouble, the Marquis asserted. Once you declare your stance, Prince Xie will surely treat you with utmost respect, there is no need to worry about Lin Gur and the others' futures. Xie Yun scoffed softly, as you said, it is because I am present that she does not dare to act. If one day I am no longer here, would my wife and children not be left vulnerable? He questioned, who will protect them, you? The Marquis was left speechless, this son of his certainly knew how to strike a nerve. Yet he understood the underlying message, and shock overtook him. You oppose Prince Xie's ascension? If that were the case, then Prince Xie would certainly not ascend, the Marquisade's gamble would inevitably lead to an awkward situation. Me? Xie Yun shook his head. What right do I have to oppose? It depends on the Emperor's will. The Marquis felt a pang, he found it hard to believe such words. You make it difficult for me, son, he said with genuine concern. Though your second brother is lacking, he is still family, and we cannot simply disregard him. What difficulty do you face? Xie Yun replied bluntly. You are merely being overly ambitious, always yearning for everlasting prosperity. He spoke coldly, is that even feasible? The Marquis fell silent. Xie Yun continued, those who are inept have their own way of living, contentment is all that is required. As long as one remains prudent, it matters not who ascends to the throne. He regarded the Marquis, wear a hat that fits your head. You are of an age where these truths need no further explanation from me. This insolent boy was far too ungrateful towards his own father, the Marquis felt a mix of emotions, his face alternating between shades of green and red as he realized that Xie Yun's restraint had nearly been brewing since that day in the study. Yes, he acknowledged that during the preceding days, he had failed to safeguard Danhui courtyard and admitted that his second son had committed many foolish acts. Xie Yun had every right to be angry. Yet, was it not a bit petulant to forfeit the Marquisade's future prospects over this? Yunji, this pertains to the family's survival, I implore you to reconsider, the Marquis said solemnly, his expression grave. The Xie family has many branches that rely on the Marquisate as their stronghold. Should the Marquisate decline, you and your second brother may still manage to survive, but what of those branches, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, their survival will be perilous. Xie Yun countered, how many common folk across the land live without relying on the Marquisate? He sought to achieve success, not for the family's glory, but simply to live without regret. Chapter 100 Weakness and incompetence. Upon hearing the mention of the eldest son, the Marquis furrowed his brows, yet found himself powerless to act, thus shifting the topic, have you informed His Majesty of your awakening? Xie Yun replied, I have already conveyed the news. The Marquis nodded, then when do you intend to make it public? Noticing Xie Yun deep in thought, he persisted, adding, once you announce it, I doubt the Crown Prince will remain idle. Consider this carefully, for there are matters beyond the reach of us, the subjects. In that case, let us remain quiet for a few more days. Xie Yun contemplated this, yet reality proved otherwise. The capital had already begun to circulate the news of his recovery, with accounts sounding quite convincing. Some rejoiced, while others lamented, signaling a shift in the court's dynamics. The heir has returned. What did your father say to you? Qingyi, seated in the chamber with tea before her, was attended by the maids reporting various matters. Upon the sudden appearance of the heir, all lowered their heads in deference. Observing them, the heir gestured for them to withdraw, leaving only the couple alone. Xie Yun pondered for a moment before stating, my father inquired when I would make the announcement and whether I was willing to support Prince Xie's ascension. Qingyi was taken aback, her emotions becoming complex. The heir truly did not keep her at arm's length, discussing such matters openly, seemingly unafraid of inciting the Marquis's ire. What is your stance on this? Qingyi asked, preparing to pour tea for him, only to find his long fingers already grasping the cup she had used, sharing a drink with her. Naturally, I refuse, Xie Yun said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon his wife. Your husband is a loyal subject, unwilling to engage in factional strife. That gaze seemed to pierce through Qingyi's very being, delving deep into her heart, leaving her feeling rather vulnerable. She cautiously remarked, however, the Emperor is of advanced age, should he depart unexpectedly, your position would remain precarious. If he were to announce his awakening, he would inevitably face the Crown Prince's inquiries.
Should Xie Yun stubbornly refuse to respond, once the old emperor passed, he would be regarded as a mere afterthought by the crown prince. It would be exceedingly challenging to maintain a harmonious relationship between ruler and subject, and it could very well lead to innumerable future troubles.
Do you wish for me to engage in factional disputes as well? Xie Yun inquired. No, you are far more astute than I. The decision rests solely with you. I merely expressed my concerns, Qingyi quickly clarified. Understood.
Xie Yun did not press further. In truth, he found his wife's thoughts rather easy to decipher, yet he could not fathom why she was so preoccupied with Prince Gong. Little did Qingyi realize, her slightest movements revealed all her thoughts. In truth, it mattered not whether the heir maintained neutrality, she would discreetly plan as needed. With the autumn examinations concluded, it was time to find a tutor for Ling Gur. Within Prince Gong's retinue was a highly esteemed strategist named Wu Jirong, whose intellect was unparalleled, yet he remained low profile and lacked notoriety. Qingyi intended to discuss this with Ling Gur. Should he have no objections, she would take Mr. Wu as a mentor. Knowing that few were aware of Wu Jirong's affiliation with Prince Gong, she felt assured that before Prince Gong's ambitions were realized, Ling Gur would not become embroiled in conflict. As for any inquiries from the heir in the future, she could simply claim it to be a coincidence. Qingyi mused that while the handsome gentleman was indeed charming, igniting feelings akin to a fluttering heart, she could not neglect her son's future. Meanwhile, Xie Huai'an, having been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, finally emerged, utterly exhausted. Initially intending to recuperate in the quarters of his beloved concubine, seeking solace in her tender embrace, he was met with an unexpected confrontation. Upon entering the courtyard, Xie Yun, rather than greeting him with a smile, confronted him with a pregnant belly, demanding, "Second master, there are rumors that the princess is with child.
Is it true?"
Xie Huai'an had long anticipated that a day of reckoning would come, and he swiftly grasped Xie Yun's hands, explaining earnestly, "Xie Yun, it was merely an accident, the princess was afflicted by a potent medicine.
Had I not intervened, she would have suffered grievously, perhaps even more severely. What would happen when the Wangfu sought accountability?" Xie Yun, disheartened, began to weep. "So it is true?"
Regardless of the reasons, she knew only that Xie Huai'an had betrayed their love. "Xie Yun, you must understand, I acted for the sake of our future," Xie Huai'an professed, his affection for Xie Yun genuine. Yet, the recent events had weighed heavily on him, leaving him irritable, and seeing Xie Yun in tears only added to his frustration. "You lie, you merely desire a legitimate heir." Xie Yun, engulfed in sorrow, unleashed her pent-up grievances, exclaiming, "Why must there be an urgent need for consummation? Could you not find a physician? The princess does not even care for you. If worst comes to worst, she could seek another." Xie Huai'an's infidelity was inconsequential. What truly gnawed her was the thought of the esteemed Princess Xingyang bearing a child. That child, born of noble blood, would be a legitimate heir to the marquisate, while her own unborn child would be rendered insignificant.
"You are being unreasonable."
Though Xie Huai'an bore no affection for the princess, he had no desire for her to bear a child that would be deemed illegitimate.
Xie Yun's words were utterly outrageous, undermining his masculine dignity. "Is it not true, you are doing this on purpose?" Xie Yun, consumed by jealousy, retorted through her tears, "Otherwise, why not take the proper precautions? If it comes to it, she could simply abort." Indeed, an abortion was an option. Suddenly, Xie Yun recalled this possibility and grasped Xie Huai'an's hand, pleading, "Second master, persuade the princess to terminate the pregnancy." "I shall pretend this never happened." "Absurd," Xie Huai'an paused, forcefully shaking off Xie Yun's hand, his expression one of disbelief. "That is my legitimate child, half of its bloodline is royal, it could one day be the grandson of an emperor." "You would have me forsake it?" Xie Yun was taken aback, witnessing for the first time such intensity in Xie Huai'an's demeanor. Fear gripped her. Yet what of her child? If the second master had a legitimate heir, what position would her own child hold? "Second master, do you not love me anymore? Do you not care for our child?" Xie Yun, fixated on the thought of their child, disregarded everything else. While the second master may one day cease to love her, her son would always be a steadfast presence. She needed to secure her child's status and position. "The princess will not concern herself with such matters, you need not worry, Xie Yun," Xie Huai'an replied, furrowing his brow. "Do you understand the situation outside? You only think of yourself and the child. Do you have any idea how difficult my life is within the marquisate?" Xie Yun was momentarily stunned by his outburst. Xie Huai'an's anger grew. "At times, I genuinely feel you are merely using me, unconcerned with my circumstances. Otherwise, how could you object to my having a legitimate child with the princess? My elder brother has awakened. If I cannot rely on the Wangfu, how will I establish myself in the marquisate?" Xie Yun, you are too selfish." Xie Yun's heart was tumultuous, her eyes reflecting panic, yet she quickly denied, "What are you saying, second master? How could I possibly be using you? I love you, which is why I am jealous of your child with the princess." "Is that so?" Xie Huai'an replied darkly. "If you truly love me, why can you not empathize with me? Do you know my current predicament?" Xie Yun was momentarily left speechless. Of course, she was aware of the second master's plight. Xie Yun had awakened. The hope for the second master to inherit the title had been dashed, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the power the princess could bring. This realization filled Xie Yun with dread. She felt that Xie Huai'an would inevitably be taken away by the princess, and she herself would soon fall from favor. Should that occur, she would merely be a lowly concubine. What hope would she have for the rest of her life? "Xie Yun, I am greatly disappointed in you." Xie Huai'an perceived the calculating glances on the face of the woman he cherished.
Even knowing it was human nature, he could not suppress his anger. Second Master Du Jinyun hastily regained her composure, only to see Xie Huai'an already turning away in anger. She stumbled after him, nearly losing her footing, but fortunately, Xie was quick to catch her, saying, "Madam Yun, the second master has just come from the ancestral hall, and he is troubled."
"Why must you provoke him? What do you know?"
Du Jinyun wept, tears streaming down her face. Her schemes were genuine, and her love for Xie Huai'an was sincere. "What have I done wrong? The only fault lies in the fact that the man I love lacks the strength to stand tall." Suddenly, she thought of Qingyi, whose fortune seemed enviable. Despite marrying a man of limited capabilities, she still had the chance to become the object of envy for all women as a general's wife. Du Jinyun felt an intense jealousy, wishing for Qingyi's demise. Alternatively, she desired for Xie Yunji to perish, to avoid contention for the title with the second master.